Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A coach yells at the runners to speed up. The instructor calls for the next participant as a white-haired boy steps forward, eyes fixed on the bar above. A resolute figure seizes a sturdy staff, preparing for the challenge ahead. The boy strains to lift his body over the pull-up bar, sweat glistening under the bright sky. Meanwhile, a tired runner continues while the examiner records his time. The struggling boy clings to the pull-up bar as his classmates jeer and challenge him to last 10 seconds. The lone figure sweats and clenches his jaw, barely holding on as the countdown reaches 8 seconds. The exhausted youth collapses to the ground as mocking laughter erupts from the onlookers after his failed attempt. 2 men in blue shirts laugh loudly and point, publicly humiliating their target. It is revealed he is a third-year student with notoriously poor stamina. Later, he collapses during the push-up test, falling behind the others. One student struggles with sit-ups in gym class while another loudly mocks him in front of their peers. The instructor scolds him, demanding more effort before the main physical exam. He despairs over his weakness and the constant bullying. Soon after, he asks an older staff member if his package arrived. He receives the package at the gate and learns it is from his father. Holding the package, he remembers his illness and his father working far away. The protagonist's eyes widen in shock as something alarming comes into view. Inside, he finds a detailed Godzilla figure placed on the table. He reads his father's letter with the Godzilla gift, feeling encouraged for his birthday. The young man lowers his gaze to the letter, quietly admitting his struggle to become stronger. A hand swiftly snatches the black dinosaur toy from the couch. A burly figure yanks a small animal from the younger boy's box while hurling insults and mocking his weakness. A desperate boy demands his stolen item back as a group of students taunt him, holding it just out of reach. The tormentor lifts the struggling creature by the neck. The determined student thrusts a strange, dark object into the startled boy's hands on the rooftop. The youth hurls the creature forward, ordering it to chase. The massive beast slams into the ground, sending onlookers into panic. The furious young man unleashes a roar of anger at his unseen opponent. The battered boy crawls to retrieve his toy while bullies laugh. Someone dashes into the street to pull a creature from an oncoming bus. Amid a burst of chaos, 3 figures frantically shout warnings as danger hurtles toward them. The frantic driver jerks the wheel to dodge the sudden figure in his path. A stunned bystander finally realizes danger is rushing toward them. A massive truck charges forward through incoming energy blasts. The hulking beast is smashed backward through rubble, badly wounded. 2 fighters are flung through the air and crash onto the street. A gravely injured person lies still while bystanders call for help. The bloodied survivor watches the defeated beast, staying wary. Alone, the figure sinks into darkness, confronting approaching death. A confused being wakes underwater among fish and a looming sea monster. Still stunned, he studies his huge clawed hands underwater. Suddenly, a giant spiked tail erupts, scattering the fish. The creature realizes it somehow survived the accident it remembers. He awakens underwater again, noticing his monstrous claws and tail. A digital entity appears, declaring a newly activated system. The startled observer recoils, reacting in shock to an unexpected event off-panel. A skeptical figure confronts an imposing digital whale, demanding clarification about the so-called monster sign evolution system. A glowing status window appears, listing his species, form, bloodline, size, and attacks. The young beast notices its incomplete divine bloodline on the hovering status screen. The blue creature examines the system's rewards and considers how to use evolution points for transformation. Overwhelmed, he reaches toward the glowing system sprite, accepting his monstrous rebirth. The spiky creature recoils in shock, unable to believe what just happened. Now he tests his tail and claws, surprised by their strength underwater. The massive beast eagerly requests access from the digital entity, prompting a swift approval. The interface announces first sign-in success, registering the Mariana Trench as his location. He receives a power to grow stronger by devouring and evolving. The massive beast releases a deep, echoing growl. Suddenly, overwhelming hunger hits, and the creature clutches its stomach. The predator surges toward the mysterious glow in the depths, eager to investigate and possibly consume the source. A deep-sea monster lunges from darkness, attacking its prey. The terrified swimmer recoils as the monstrous anglerfish looms menacingly in front of him. A spiked beast and companion flee from an unseen predator. Meanwhile, the digital companion mocks the beast for fearing a tiny fish. The startled monster clenches its resolve underwater, casting off fear as its floating companion watches in silence. A predator locks onto a fleeing target, preparing to strike. An enormous underwater beast ambushes the monstrous anglerfish in a sudden burst of chaos. The huge attacker is stunned by a sudden, crushing blow. The surprised winner realizes it has defeated the smaller foe. The transformed beast learns it must eat the defeated fish to evolve. The group gathers around the table and cautiously samples the unusual, colorful dish. The young beast devours the monkfish, gaining evolution points and illumination. The creature celebrates gaining an illumination skill and extra evolution points. The user unleashes blue light underwater, activating the illumination skill. The massive beast dives downward, driving through the water with force. Then the observer activates a power that draws creatures to the glowing structure. The young monster keeps devouring deep-sea prey, quickly earning evolution points. After eating 2 creatures, the beast gains evolution points and night vision. A system prompt reveals the acquisition of a night vision skill, granting enhanced sight in darkness. Finally, the bloated survivor drifts, prepared to spend accumulated evolution points. The playful guide presents a selection of monstrous enhancements, urging the determined newcomer to choose between scales, giant claws, or a stronger body. The glowing beast roars while its floating companion excitedly reacts. The creature spends evolution points to enhance its scales and sharpen its claws. A major upgrade is activated as 500 evolution points are spent to enhance physical strength. The monster evaluates its current size and eagerly anticipates evolving into an even larger form. An armored man demands his location, but the hologram refuses. The armored figure scowls underwater, venting frustration at the mysterious rules while a smaller holographic being hovers nearby. The giant beast withstands jet missiles, planning to grow stronger and destroy cities. The predator charges through the water, ravenously devouring nearby fish. Suddenly, a huge aquatic beast bursts through the panicked fish. A gigantic tentacle shoots up from the glowing water. A massive creature is abruptly seized by thick, purple tentacles thrashing beneath the water. A giant squid ambushes it, coiling long tentacles tightly around its body. The trapped creature is crushed by the overwhelming tentacle grip. The blue creature thrashes desperately as the massive tentacle tightens its grip underwater, fighting to survive. Meanwhile, a startled man is suddenly snared by a huge octopus. A colossal predator faces a monstrous cephalopod in the dark depths. The battered creature floats free as a massive tentacle withdraws. The huge octopus lunges at the smaller beast, starting a fierce fight. The octopus coils around a shark, shocking it as the water churns. The transformed creature realizes it is weak before two beasts. The new monster lunges, coiling tentacles around the huge beast. A student clings to a snarling beast as classmates mock him. The young man clenches his fist, silently vowing to never run away again. Meanwhile, a massive beast charges, glowing blue and refusing to yield. A reptilian monster lunges at the tentacled beast, starting a brutal clash. The enraged beast roars a warning, daring any challenger to approach. The massive beast lunges forward, tearing into the giant tentacle with savage force. The creature samples its catch underwater, finding the flavor surprisingly similar to raw cuttlefish. The monster devours the giant squid, instantly gaining many evolution points. The relentless beast devours the massive squid, gaining a surge of evolution points. A crowned octopus darts forward, attacking the spiky-haired youth. Below, a fierce beast strikes the sea monster's flailing tentacle. The smaller creature struggles as a massive tentacle pins it underwater, reacting defiantly to the unexpected attack. The furious challenger smashes a colossal tentacle with all his strength underwater. The combatant tries to dominate while clashing with its underwater rival. A massive purple octopus wraps its tentacles around a struggling dragon. A colossal squid and an enormous whale violently battle beneath the waves as the whale sinks its teeth into its opponent. Meanwhile, a besieged beast is attacked by both dragon and whale. Mechanical debris sinks into the depths, scattering through the water. Two colossal beasts pause in the depths, locked in a tense underwater standoff. The creature absorbs the remains of its prey and instantly gains a surge of evolution points. A gigantic whale emerges from the shadows, startling the reptilian creature in the depths. The hostile beast glares at its target, clearly issuing a challenge. The smaller creature bites its surprised attacker from inside the whale's mouth. The enraged guardian beast confronts the intruder for its perceived disrespect. The massive beast turns away, choosing to ignore its smaller rival. Then the armored beast spares its rival and turns away. The blue bird eagerly requests an upgrade, and the helpful assistant immediately agrees to process it. The monstrous figure channels thousands of evolution points to rapidly enhance scales, claws, teeth, and body structure, triggering a powerful transformation. The new blue-scaled beast surges forward as its upgraded stats appear. The transformed creature roars, sending shockwaves through the water. However, the blue-scaled creature complains about missing early growth opportunities. It boasts its new power, and speed can overwhelm any sea monster. The jubilant guide announces a special reward as the victorious newcomer receives the monster compass. Startled by a sudden movement near the water, the blue creature jumps back in alarm. One wary companion learns how a glowing compass can sense nearby monsters, but questions its usefulness if stronger enemies are detected. The creature dives deeper, turning off its light to hide. After a week of searching, the lone survivor realizes the lack of large prey in the shallows and the danger posed by venturing near the great predators. Finally, the predator stands over a dead giant squid, boasting its dominance. Unable to find food, the creature ventures into shallower waters in search of a meal. The creature signs in, hoping for food before returning deeper. The monstrous figure unleashes a devastating beam of light across the Abyss Island Sea, wielding a newly acquired and formidable power. After arriving, the creature gains the S-Class Nirvana skill Burst Breath. The cautious observer examines the glowing compass, realizing the island is teeming with monsters and likely devoid of humans. Meanwhile, a colossal beast endures fierce currents, relying on its massive body. The huge creature pushes through the water toward a jagged cliff. A massive claw grips the cliffside, sending cracks through the rock. The injured beast clings to the collapsing cliff, struggling not to fall. Then the beast climbs the jagged cliff, startling birds into flight. The imposing beast surveys the sunlit valley from atop the cliff, taking in the vast landscape below. A colossal dragonfly hovers above as a massive centipede rears up, both prehistoric beasts locking eyes in a tense forest standoff. From hiding, the watcher eyes many prehistoric beasts, expecting abundant evolution points. The spiked creature examines the jungle, planning to cut trees for resources. It pauses to breathe the fresh air before continuing its actions. Suddenly, the alert beast notices a winged creature flying high above. Two huge flying predators dive down and launch a surprise attack. The green beast is hit in midair and crashes toward the ground. One predator swoops lower, choosing the armored creature as its prey. The hulking beast smashes its attacker, hurling it backward through the air. An airborne attacker claws the beast's head, wounding it. The beast bites the reptile's neck, spraying blood. Meanwhile, a blue spiked beast lunges up, ambushing its airborne prey. The monstrous figure devours the pterosaur and immediately gains a surge of evolution points. The towering beast corners its weakened rival, ready to finish it. The beast eyes the flying prey, hungry for fresh meat. The massive beast crackles with blue energy, preparing to unleash a devastating technique on its airborne target. The towering beast releases that energy, obliterating the helpless foe below. Both winged creatures recoil, hastily readying themselves to counterattack. Then the giant erupts in light, blasting everything ahead. Two trembling figures huddle together, paralyzed by overwhelming fear. A massive beast breathes blue fire, scattering two panicked flyers. The towering beast exhales again, driving the frightened birds away. The confident instigator hovers above as her kin descend, taunting the terrified figure below. Two reptilian monsters dive from the sky, starting an ambush. Overwhelmed by a sudden swarm of airborne predators, the lone creature braces for an onslaught as chaos erupts around it. The armored beast scoffs at the weak fire, arguing with the floater. The larger creature carefully instructs the smaller one on mastering a complex energy attack, while the learner listens in bewilderment. The dragon begs the glowing ally for guidance as attackers close in. The cheerful guide urges the listener to focus and channel their strength into one point. The blue beast strains, forcing itself forward against the challenge. The agile creature narrowly evades as a massive claw sweeps through the air, missing its target by inches. A green-clawed foe slashes the blue beast's face, wounding it badly. Meanwhile, two winged predators dive and slash the already wounded beast. Several serpentine monsters swarm the survivor, mauling it as blood flies. The battered beast shields itself while smaller foes tear into its body. A small creature pauses, wiping sweat and showing clear frustration. Suddenly, the protagonist realizes this painful sensation has happened before. Pinned and surrounded, the young man concentrates on the nearest attacker. Overwhelmed, he collapses to the ground in despair. The beast senses a rising power and braces itself. The blue creature laughs loudly, mocking its allies' failures in a past life. Finally, the massive beast declares victory after shattering the barrier. With a final burst of strength, the desperate figure crashes into the person blocking the way, toppling him to break through the barrier. The figure channels all remaining energy into one point, ignoring the pain. Enraged, the beast fires a massive blue energy blast across the battlefield. Next, a blinding energy surge rips through the sky, scattering the flock. Blue energy rips through the forest, shattering the quiet. The monstrous fighter hurls its opponent away, asserting dominance. Afterward, the creature reels in excitement, celebrating its overwhelming new power. The weakened creature collapses, suddenly driven by intense hunger. A watcher spots charred bodies strewn across the ground. The creature eats cooked pterosaur meat and gains many evolution points. Sunlight streams through the dense forest, introducing a peaceful and vibrant setting. The creature searches the forest for water after eating. The beast surveys the gaping hole torn through the mountainside, silently assessing the aftermath. The cautious creature scans the eerily silent lakeshore, sensing a hidden threat nearby. A large beast stands guard by the river, watching the forest. The massive creature barrels through the water, horns lowered and breath steaming in the air. Suddenly, a huge beast appears, holding a struggling figure in its jaws. A cautious figure approaches the colossal beast looming motionless beside the river. A colossal beast hurls the massive ox into the river with a single, devastating blow from its tail. A giant predator glides through the murky water as other massive reptiles converge, setting the stage for a fierce showdown. A monstrous beast erupts from the water and clamps its jaws around the victim's leg. A heavy impact slams into the water, sending spray everywhere. Then a towering skeletal creature rises from the water, crackling with energy. The striped beast steps forward to challenge the river predators. Calmly, the dominant beast prepares to challenge the king crocodiles in the lake. A huge reptile bursts from the water, lunging at the spear-wielding fighter. The massive beast lunges forward, jaws wide in a frenzied attack. A determined figure lunges forward and seizes the startled reptilian creature from the water. Then the onlooker realizes something shocking and stares wide-eyed. The fighter grips its tail tightly, stopping the reptile's thrashing. A massive beast erupts from beneath the earth, sending debris flying as it lunges forward in a sudden attack. A massive beast slams into the cliffside, staining the water with blood. The nervous animal freezes, sensing deadly danger ahead. Above, a hulking predator drops and slams into the reptile. The towering beast reveals itself, glaring menacingly. The dominant beast crushes the crocodile in its jaws while another figure observes from the riverbank. A hulking figure wrestles a crocodile in the river as more predators close in from all sides. There, the towering fighter tears off the reptile's arm in one blow. The giant beast hurls a struggling reptile toward the looming monster. Two crocodilian beasts lunge from the water, viciously assaulting a massive pale creature amid thrashing waves. The enraged creature batters its reptilian enemy, churning the river wildly. The wary woman jerks back, clutching meat as something interrupts. A huge ape and striped reptile face off silently at the shoreline. Still, the injured beast roars defiantly while gripping its wounded shoulder. The cautious watcher stays back, avoiding the aggressive guardian across the river. Trying to stay safe, the timid creature greets the other and slips away. The observer watches the wary beast emerge, unsure if peace is possible. The massive primate, feeling mocked, prepares to strike back. The enraged beast roars as electricity crackles around it. An ally lunges at the monster, escalating their clash. The massive beast hurls a crushing blow at the airborne reptile, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. While the hulking fighter charges forward, the observer quickly notes the opponent's numerous vulnerabilities. The charging brute attacks while the watcher coolly evaluates it. A furious beast charges forward, launching a savage attack with claws bared. The winged monster lunges and bites its foe's arm. However, a sharp warning makes the fighter hesitate mid-action. The towering brute whips its tail at the scaled enemy. The fierce figure unleashes a devastating kick, sending shockwaves through the scene. With a fierce surge, the attacker unleashes a decisive uppercut to finish the battle. The towering beast watches as the feathered rival points at its injury. Suddenly, the nervous creature jolts, realizing it made a grave mistake. The hulking fighter charges in and unleashes an electrified punch. A raging brute slams its fist into the stunned opponent. The colossal beast barrels forward, while its opponent stands unflinching in its way. The furious brute charges forward, overwhelmed by the realization of her opponent's superior strength. The towering creature studies its muscular foe's unexpectedly agile movements. Finally, the massive primate lands an electric punch, hurling the armored enemy back. The beast gathers energy, preparing a massive attack. While the towering beast restrains its savage opponent and prepares to strike, the anxious observer urgently searches for a way to contain the escalating threat. A savage beast clamps its jaws around the ape's arm in the midst of a brutal struggle. The brute punches the wounded beast, further weakening it. The brute grips the blue creature's jaws, overpowering it. The brute slashes its wounded enemy, drawing another pained cry. The giant recoils as a massive clawed strike crashes down. A towering beast grapples with a thundercharged serpent. The hulking creature charges its arm with blue energy to strike. A shocked onlooker recoils at the sudden display of power. The beast grabs its electrified foe and slams them down. With a surge of vindictive energy, the vengeful figure unleashes a powerful attack, catching the adversary off guard. A hulking beast dives from above toward the braced electrified creature. Soon after, the towering beast crushes its glowing opponent in its grip. The aggressor glares and issues a command, forcing the opponent's submission. The ferocious creature releases a devastating energy beam, tearing through the forest battlefield. The resulting energy surge sweeps across the land, obliterating everything. Badly injured, the massive beast steadies itself to keep fighting. A weakened blow tears into the opponent's chest, but fails to achieve its former devastating power. Finally, the shaken fighter recoils, realizing the monster's overwhelming strength. The beast roars defiantly at its towering winged enemy. The massive beast bolts toward the horizon as its pursuer stands back, watching the escape. The creature proclaims itself Abyss Island's ruler despite limited usable power. Surrounded by predators, it steels itself and hides any sign of weakness. Meanwhile, the victor devours the fallen king crocodile, gaining evolution points. The beast shudders as a dazzling energy envelopes its form, signaling the immediate gain of a powerful new ability. The armored monster tests and celebrates its greatly strengthened defenses. Empowered by victory, the beast charges while its frightened foe retreats. A system alert reports the devoured enemy and awards additional evolution points. A devastating surge of blue flame engulfs the area, signaling the passage of a week. The blue-scaled beast breathes fire and uses a flaming club to cook. The determined figure activates the system, unlocking a devastating radioactive heat ray as the colossal beast readies its enhanced mouth attack. The grinning user rejoices as the upgraded device now displays monster's attributes. The boastful creature reveals the acquisition of 2 formidable A-level skills, displaying their power with a confident flourish. The armored brute flaunts its large reward while mocking the smaller aggressor. A hulking rodent emerges from the grass as its combat stats appear. The large beast cheerfully presents roast beef to its small companion in the grassy field. The larger creature lounges in the clearing, recalling difficult memories from a weaker past while its small companion listens in silence. The dominant beast asserts control, announcing new leadership and promising protection. Finally, a massive thunder lizard's abilities and evolving potential appear on a stat screen. The system announces that the host's body now carries the blood of an ancient beast and has advanced to the next stage of evolution. The beast flexes, believing its larger body can overpower its rival. Meanwhile, the lone survivor considers taming the beast to end loneliness. The resolute leader commands the loyal companion to allocate all evolution points into physical strength. A jubilant digital entity triggers a surge of energy, initiating the creature's evolution with a large expenditure of points. Then, the figure unleashes energy that floods everything in blinding blue light. The frustrated figure glares at the floating system guide, questioning why a massive investment in evolution points only resulted in a tiny gain. The floating helper explains higher evolutions always demand far more points, like RPG levels. Afterward, the blue beast groans, wondering how much more it must eat. A determined fighter throws rocks, vowing to hunt the ape. The beast raises the strange item, preparing to make its next move. The scaly figure assigns a task to the reluctant beast, using a tuft of fur taken during an earlier clash as a clue. The shark-like figure asks the small rodent to track down the ape using its sense of smell. The armored one offers the hungry rodent food for help tracking the ape. A giant monster appears by the pond while two winged beasts circle above. The villagers celebrate, believing they are safe now that the threat left. However, the spiked beast warns the group the ape's return will be disastrous. A lone wanderer enters a foggy wasteland, confused by the barren landscape. A shaking ally cowers under a towering monster, learning of a sinister island region. The doubtful partner lingers at the cave entrance, fearing it might be the wrong place. Two rodents complain about the stench and missing ape nearby. A cautious rider clutches his mount, wondering if the ape lives. A nervous beast hesitates at the cave entrance while its bold companion urges the group inside. A scout checks the glowing entrance. The compass shows no threats. Deeper inside, a wary explorer inspects the glowing web and senses danger nearby. The watchful creature scouts the cave entrance in silence, assessing any potential danger inside. A wary intruder advances into the dark tunnel past eggs and hanging cocoons. Two figures tense up as they realize they have entered the spider's lair. A blue spiked beast freezes before strange green energy and clustered eggs. The fierce woman erupts with ancient power, breaking free as her beastly bloodline is revealed. A stunned fighter recoils upon realizing the monster has become a human woman. The battered woman whirls around, startled by the sudden change. A towering beast taunts his wounded foe about his unhealed chest. The aggressive figure confronts the intruder, green energy swirling as tension fills the air. The armored brute eyes the glowing woman, wondering if she is something newly evolved. A smaller ally, pulsing green energy, urgently warns the giant to stay alert. Suddenly, a creature recoils as glowing-eyed monsters pour from the mist above. A monstrous predator lunges forward with gaping jaws to strike. An imposing blue-scaled warrior grabs the struggling lizard by the neck. At last, a massive venomous reptile emerges, signaling a deadly threat. A red-haired attacker shoves a giant gecko at a captive. The beast recoils in shock as it lunges forward, eyes wide with alarm. The armored beast grabs its attacker after being bitten. A fighter recoils after their clawed hand gets slimed. The towering monster braces itself as countless reptilian adversaries close in from all sides. The monstrous figure lunges forward, jaws agape in a vicious attack. The blue creature kicks the attacker, sending them flying. A shadowy predator sneaks up behind the distracted creature. The creature's bite hits a glowing armored arm, releasing energy. A vicious beast tears a massive blue barrier apart with its claws. Several green reptiles ambush a massive blue-spiked monster. The armored creature challenges its opponent to fight. In response, the beast activates electric armor, blasting nearby enemies away. A wounded woman is bound and restrained by green energy. The towering creature releases electricity, flinging foes while facing a shadowy enemy. Nearby, a cautious observer hides behind green crystals, watching. A hovering youth faces the beast after being drenched. The massive creature turns to face the crackling floating figure. The glowing fighter dodges the monster's lunging attack midair. Finally, the hulking creature slams its opponent into the ground. The blue guardian steps forward, blocking threats as the captive remains restrained. In darkness, a fighter charges, arms sparking green energy at looming monsters. Two hostile beasts tense on the fractured ground, ready to strike. A hulking monster blocks the way, stopping any escape. Suddenly, the enraged beast fires blue energy, annihilating the attackers. Monsters erupt from the wet ground, immediately lunging to attack. Meanwhile, the prisoner strains against glowing restraints as a giant approaches. A protector steps forward, shielding her ally from all approaching threats. A desperate captive struggles against the green slime as a massive figure pins her to the cave wall. Then the captive breaks free, erupting with a surge of green energy. A shocked fighter meets the gaze of a rapidly advancing beast. A wounded beast clutches its chest and demands an explanation for the transformation. The guardian shields her ally as toxic energy rises and a retreat is ordered. A wary figure inspects the bone-littered battlefield, unaware of a hidden observer tracking every move. The struggling survivor tries to break a bone while the watcher realizes she wants a weapon. An armored figure calms the trembling creature, insisting he will not harm the weak. Suddenly, the observer stares in shock at an unexpected sight. The figure eagerly displays a radiant, mysterious object resting in their palm. The desperate woman offers glowing stones, explaining eating them caused her change. A beast-like ally grasps the glowing fruit, realizing it can transform someone human. Dark storm clouds gather over the cliff, warning of danger. A woman steps forward as the towering beast prepares its power. The enraged beast charges and fires blue energy from its jaws. The monstrous creature fires a searing blue energy beam as its defiant opponent braces for impact. The embarrassed woman hastily covers herself after the blast. Then, a determined beast eats a lizard to gain evolution points, baffling an onlooker. An excited observer praises how delicious the roasted creature looks. Nearby, a monster sits clutching her stomach, satisfied with the meal. The large beast offers a giant skewer, earning praise from her small companions. The group digs in, surprised that the fallen creature tastes good. Later, a dragon-like ally asks if the transformed one can revert to an ape. The energetic one feasts triumphantly while being teased about what might have happened in the cave. Meanwhile, the panicked victim fails to return human, animal features still stuck. A worried creature eats the mysterious fruit in the dangerous jungle. The older figure gently pats the cheerful girl's head, quietly wondering if she has any family or is all alone. The towering beast recalls how narrowly the smaller one escaped the reptiles. The worried group asks the confident beast to undo the change, and it quickly agrees. A thinker insists the strange fruit must be analyzed while a companion listens. The beast learns another fruit will let the victim freely switch between monster and human. Finally, the group sets out to find the fruit and return home to loved ones. The curious simian eagerly asks the winged companion about the fruit's origin, while the attentive bird recalls a cliff littered with bones and the observer quietly listens. The reptilian creature devours the carcass, gains evolution points, and orders the ape-like companion to lead the group to gather more fruit. The creature eagerly devours the lifeless reptile and is instantly rewarded with a surge of evolution points. The plotting creature dreams of becoming human and living happily with the ape. Later, a giant beast approaches the skull-covered ground below the cliff. An armored onlooker freezes upon finding a field of human bones. The giant stops as its small rider clings, both disturbed by the carnage. Perched atop the giant companion, the eager figure spots the fruit and urgently signals its location. The blue observer stares at the glowing fruit tree high on the cliff. Two wanderers reach a clearing, see glowing spiral mushrooms, and know they are important. The towering beast prepares to charge, while its small partner on its arm readies too. Soon, a hulking beast climbs the sheer cliff with a determined rider gripping its shoulder. Clinging to its side, the rider scans the sky for threats as they ascend. A massive winged predator lunges forward with open jaws to attack. Meanwhile, a cautious figure realizes a hidden predator is targeting them. The huge bird dives to the tree and snatches a glowing fruit in its beak. A radiant bird soars upward, transforming amid a shower of golden shards as an onlooker marvels at its evolution. A spiky-haired fighter hurtles through the air, driven by explosive energy. One panicked climber loses its grip and falls while another desperately clings to the cliff. Finally, a wary climber scales the jagged cliff to swiftly retrieve the target object. The startled creature's eyes widen as it suddenly senses imminent danger. A gigantic beast crashes down, shaking the ground. A blue beast eats its prey while speaking to us. Soon, a colossal bird descends, foreshadowing deadly danger. The cautious observer and their vigilant companion halt as a formidable bird-like monster blocks the path to the fruit tree. The small figure sits cautiously atop the creature's forelimb, while the massive beast glares down with an unmistakably mocking stare. The towering predator fixes on the trembling figure, ready to strike. The youth sits on the armored beast as it glares sternly. Elsewhere, a hunting beast climbs the cliff while its rival watches. Riding a tall mount, a visitor approaches to ask for the fruit. A clawed hand stretches out to seize the glowing fruit. Finally, the small traveler jumps away, leaving the bird-like companion. A wary onlooker imagines the two climbers falling from the cliff. A colossal bird slams onto the cliff, confronting the mounted pair below. The giant predator plummets toward its target with lethal intent. The massive beast crashes down, completely exhausted. A blue-scaled lizard and a large purple bird plunge chaotically down the rocky cliff. A bewildered rider clings to a protective beast as a furious bird dives at them in the clearing. A spiked climber struggles uphill and asks its glowing ally to store the fruit. Meanwhile, the blue fighter battles a bird, lacking points to analyze the fruit. The furious beast dives from above, unleashing a sudden, savage attack. The wounded creature slams into the cliffs screaming. A winged predator dives at the cliff, surprising rider and mount. The attacking bird lunges directly at its chosen target. Sensing danger, the wary beast abruptly recoils. The creature fires a blinding energy blast at its enemy. Then the blue beast breathes forcefully, its recoil shocking it and rider. The massive bird releases a sweeping wave of blue energy. Two monstrous birds unleash streams of blue fire as a spiked observer watches from the mountainside. The monstrous predator evaluates its position and formulates a plan to strike the airborne foe with a decisive attack. A massive, hostile creature swoops down toward the edge of the cliff, ready to strike. The challenger charges forward as the massive bird swoops down with piercing red eyes. A savage creature leaps onto the bird's back, grappling above the cliff. The clinging attacker holds on while they spiral through the sky. The assertive fighter pins down the massive bird and fiercely pledges unwavering loyalty. The pinned bird shrieks as dangerous energy erupts around its eyes. Soon the blue beast rams its winged foe, grappling above the cliff. A massive beast hurls the fighter through the air with overwhelming force. The colossal bird surges upward from the peak, rapidly gaining height. Finally, the empowered beast rockets skyward, bursting through the clouds. A transformed person rides a flying beast high above the clouds. Meanwhile, a massive blue creature dives from the sky trailing light. A towering beast climbs the cliff, forcing the lone person to prepare. Clinging desperately to the creature's back, the terrified passenger braces as it hurtles straight toward the looming cliff. Elsewhere, a feathered beast calmly devours its prey. A massive bird hurtles down toward the fruit-laden tree perched on the rocky cliff. A horned beast charges forward to attack repeatedly. Seeing the lake below, the creature prepares to jump and survive. A determined fighter lunges at the armored giant, crackling with blue energy. The beast bites into the massive bird with energy-charged jaws. The rider commands a fierce dragon to unleash a blazing blue attack from above, striking the massive bird below. A colossal bird hurls a wave of blue energy at the writhing serpent, shaking the battlefield. The massive beast is thrown backward over the lake, trailing blue energy. The furious assailant surges forward, launching a powerful attack. A massive eruption of water bursts upward from the forceful impact. A colossal bird staggers in midair, bleeding heavily from the latest blow. The wounded creature plummets toward the ground, glowing orbs lighting the cliff. The massive bird dives uncontrollably toward the shattered ground in panic. A hulking monster strikes, sending the bird flying toward the rocky cliff. Finally, a red-haired warrior and a huge aquatic beast burst from the water. The stunned onlooker stares at the enormous, fallen creature sprawled lifelessly across the rocky shore. Meanwhile, a victor bursts from the water, celebrating. The beast snaps its jaws, but a glowing cork jams. Soon, 2 glowing fruits appear beneath a mysterious symbol. The creature instinctively swallows as something unexpected enters. The startled beast recoils upon spotting the transformation fruit as a drenched figure surfaces from the river. The towering beast shrinks in panic, while a smaller observer watches. The imposing figure tenses his muscles, preparing to face the coming battle. The blue-scaled creature bites down with crushing force. Afterward, he stares at his transformed body in disbelief. A muscular survivor rises from steaming water as another stares. The confused man inspects a curly tail while another glares. Hiding in the water, a cautious watcher checks if the beast moves. With a calculating gaze just above the water, the survivor devises a plan to acquire the last evolution points needed for transformation. A towering beast lands on the skull mound, eyeing one marked remnant. The white-haired fighter recoils, realizing the enemy still lives. A monstrous bird lands holding a glowing gem, claiming the area. A puzzled observer spots a glowing crystal over a corpse as a bird watches. The twin-headed bird lunges forward, and one beak seizes the gem. Finally, the wounded beast devours the crystal and starts radiating dark energy. The survivor leaps from the water, realizing the creature is regenerating. A gigantic bird lands on skulls while a white-haired watcher observes below. The monstrous bird soars away through the smoke as the survivor exhales in relief. The figure floats in the water, regretting letting its prey escape. 2 swimmers race underwater toward shore, one scheming how to regain lost power. An ally shouts a warning as an unseen attacker strikes her companion from behind. A gigantic crocodile with glowing eyes erupts from the water, revealing a new threat. Soon a massive beast bursts from the water, jaws gaping for the struggling swimmer. The protagonist, half submerged in water, addresses the audience with a playful remark about releasing more chapters if viewership continues to rise. The quick-witted survivor dodges a sudden ambush from a gigantic crocodile-like beast erupting from the water. Meanwhile, the youth confronts a new threat as rampaging monsters surge from the river. The exhausted swimmer fights the current, begging for survival and a chance to transform. The fugitive surges ahead, newfound strength widening the gap from the pursuer. A survivor staggers back as a red-eyed beast lunges from the water. Suddenly, the drenched fighter reacts as the creature darts through the water with surprising speed. The determined youth bursts from the water and charges straight at the red-eyed monster. The massive beast recoils in stunned disbelief as a surge of energy flares around its wide eyes. A massive crocodile lunges from the water, clamping its jaws around its prey. A fierce woman grips her book, declaring that knowledge is her true strength. The monstrous creature unleashes a furious roar, shaking the battlefield. The young man recoils in shock as something unexpected unfolds before him. Meanwhile, a massive beast seizes prey underwater, spinning violently in its crushing jaws. Clinging to the crocodile, the youth struggles desperately not to be swallowed. The desperate swimmer fights to break free as the crocodiles close in from behind. The determined figure urges their massive companion onward as they race through the water, fleeing danger. Then, a girl swings on a vine and throws it toward the struggling fighter. The survivor lunges for the vine while dodging 2 crocodiles erupting from the water. An elf-haired youth wrestles as a huge reptile tries to swallow him. Grabbing the vine, the young man swings over snapping crocodiles and escapes their jaws. Meanwhile, a woman swings across the river on a vine with her companion clinging behind. The red-haired warrior slams into the ground as her foe is hurled away. The light-hearted figure mocks their predicament, while the furious beast-like companion glares in frustration. A massive crocodile bursts from the riverbank, jaws snapping as the pair scramble to defend themselves. As 2 figures race through the forest, a massive crocodile suddenly lunges from hiding, forcing them into a desperate scramble. The enraged beast woman roars menacingly, baring her fangs. The quick-thinking youth shoves his companion aside as a charging dinosaur rushes past. He urges his terrified friend to keep running from the monstrous hunter in the forest. Meanwhile, they sprint through the woods as a frustrated crocodile with short legs chases. The annoyed host yells back at a floating blue spirit's taunts. Finally, the desperate youth begs the spirit for help but is refused for lacking evolution points. The anxious figure begs for protection from being eaten. Meanwhile, the blue entity hovers above, refusing to help. The floating creature cheerfully offers to fix the embarrassed man's appearance. The survivor spins around as an enraged beast suddenly lunges. An agile girl swiftly climbs the huge tree, showing new skill. Meanwhile, the silver-haired youth urges his hesitant friend to climb. The cornered youth braces himself, preparing to face the fight. Clinging to a log, the survivor dodges a massive falling claw. The agile figure dashes up the towering tree trunk with astonishing speed as a watchful beast monitors every move from above. The young man suddenly realizes he possesses a strength far beyond anything he had in his previous life. He easily scales a cliff, testing the limits of his body. Two figures scramble up the towering tree as a fierce beast lurks below, eyes fixed on their every move. The frenzied beast slams headfirst into a tree, shaking everything. The young man darts away as a monstrous beast lunges after him, panic flashing in his eyes. A gloved fighter grabs an attacker's wrist, stopping the strike. Being pulled up by rope, the furious climber yells in frustration. Clinging to a tree above snapping crocodiles, the grateful youth smiles in relief after being rescued. Nearby, a foamy girl climbs the cliff as a white-haired ally reaches. A sheep-themed woman corners the man, leaving him defensively on ground. Two people slide down the tree toward waiting crocodile jaws below. A violent crash hits the tree, startling two reptiles. Perched atop the massive tree, the self-assured figure mocks the defeated foes while a watchful companion surveys the aftermath. One bristles defensively while the other glares, increasing tension. Soon, the annoyed youth and taunting beast argue into a standoff. The aggressive fighter steps forward, openly challenging his shaken opponent. An assertive woman pins the rash youth, stopping his fight. A wild, furious figure lunges at the startled youth by the cliff, her roar echoing through the air. Suddenly, a giant python bursts out, ambushing the pair. The shaken youth and ally face a huge python, realizing they're outmatched. The pair narrowly evade the giant serpent's lunge as it coils menacingly around a nearby tree. A panicked teen drags his friend through the forest from the serpent. The agile figure vaults between thick branches overhead as the observer below stares upward in shock. Meanwhile, a pursuer leaps between trees, demanding the stolen transformation fruit. The nimble youth dodges another strike, already planning a counterattack. The youth argues with the floating system over costly evolution points, demanding the fruit back. He protests to the digital entity about paying evolution points just to cancel. Angrily, he blames the hovering system for his failures and threatens a bad review. A monstrous shadow lunges from the darkness, forcing the startled group to scatter as the agile defender leaps into action. A determined warrior clashes with the beast as an ally watches from a branch. The quick-thinking figure lunges forward, shoving their startled ally out of the beast's gaping jaws. A woman is hurled backward as debris scatters. The giant serpent engulfs its prey while a lone survivor sprints away in terror. A young man panics, realizing he is trapped inside the serpent's stomach. He notices his gloved hand is unharmed by acid. The gloved figure urgently scans the hostile environment, determined to find a way out before the corrosive surroundings take their toll. He gathers blue energy, preparing to use a forgotten power. A guiding spirit warns him that overcharging power will destroy him. The guide explains channeling energy to the mouth greatly strengthens biting attacks. Inside a pulsating cavern, the survivor formulates a plan to absorb evolution points by consuming the python's internal organs in order to regain a monstrous form. Desperate, the survivor lunges forward to start consuming the organs. The young man recoils in revulsion, clutching his chest as he reacts to the unbearable taste. A victorious figure absorbs the massive serpent, triggering a digital notice of gained evolution points. The determined figure clenches his fists and prepares to attack, eager to gain evolution points from his next victims. Meanwhile, a beast devours the serpent's flesh, repeatedly gaining evolution points. The monstrous serpent crashes into the thick trunk, sending splinters and dust flying through the air. Inside, the captive is violently tossed around the pulsating tunnel. A relentless attacker lunges to bite the exposed, fleshy target. The captive jolts in shock at something unexpected ahead. He realizes the creature might be preparing to expel him. Instead, he sprawls inside the tunnel, stubbornly refusing to leave. The determined figure eagerly confirms the system's prompt to begin analyzing and reforming the transformation fruit. A digital analysis system activates as two figures watch the progress bar slowly advance within the pulsating chamber. The impatient figure tries to bargain with the efficient assistant to speed up the transformation in exchange for evolution points. The tense argument over evolution points erupts as the desperate figure wrestles with the flailing blue creature. System messages announce successful devouring as the youth complains to the entity. The irritated host spends the last of his evolution points, triggering a teasing remark from the floating entity, as the progress bar reaches 25%. Meanwhile, the creature devours a giant serpent, rapidly gaining evolution points. A two-headed serpent crashes down, scattering the surrounding reptilian beasts. The power meter surges to its maximum, signaling a dramatic rise in intensity. The protagonist eagerly confirms the extraction of the transformation fruit as the system completes its analysis and reforming. Meanwhile, the survivor examines a glowing green mushroom's life-saving properties. The young man samples the mysterious green fruit and notes its papaya-like flavor as he stands inside the strange, organic surroundings. The object is embedded firmly into the red organic tissue. Then the exhausted survivor collapses as a luminous digital being appears nearby. The young man activates his transformation belt, triggering a surge of energy. A figure writhes in agony as blue energy surges through the chamber, signaling a violent transformation. The youth questions his companion about why no transformation occurred. The small instructor reveals that the transformation fruit contains an energy foreign to this world. A mentor shows that absorbed energy forms a nucleus enabling human monster transformations. The skeptical figure questions the floating spirit about the true nature of cultivation and transformation, while the spirit urges a leap of faith to prove its claims. A youth begins meditating as his companion tells him to relax. He closes his eyes, focusing for the coming trial. The figure surges with mystical energy, multiplying his presence as a radiant crystal hovers overhead. He steps back as the glowing crystal fully materializes. He studies the crystal core, planning to break and absorb it. Outside, 3 students train with medicine balls, one struggling to use theory. Soon after, a panicked trainee barely dodges a flying black ball. Resolved, he bares his chest and pours power into the crystal. A gloved fighter grabs the crystal and is flooded with energy. He clutches his chest as blue energy erupts, transforming him. Now empowered, he lunges forward, wrapped in crackling blue energy. The defiant fighter braces for battle as the enormous serpent lunges in the forest clearing. The serpent roars and strikes, lightning flashing from its gaping jaws. A massive white ally crashes down, smashing the dark beast aside. The fiery supporter unleashes a determined battle cry, igniting the tense atmosphere. 2 reptilian monsters recoil in shock, one almost breaking into tears. A once-defeated beast erupts from the ground, fully revived. Enraged, the creature charges ahead, viciously retaliating against its enemies. After surviving crocodile monsters, a battered survivor rests in the forest clearing. Shaking, the beast vows never to risk human form again as others watch. The hulking creature boasts about its power, ignoring the smaller one's protests. The confused enemy recoils as the giant advances wielding 2 crocodile weapons. The reptilian giant boasts of strength while hiding its true power source. Suddenly, a massive 2-headed reptile is engulfed by blue energy. A cheerful ally invites the small rodent to eat cooked crocodile. Afterward, the survivor stands over the slain serpent, claiming the meal as reward. A cautious fighter inspects the green fruit, doubting its healing ability. The upbeat one praises the bitter gourd's healing and urges the other to eat. However, the wary creature suspects a trick and distrusts the offered bitter gourd. The cautious one suggests feeding the meat to the injured beast to speed recovery. The towering beast offers a strange fruit to the startled girl, confusing her. The exuberant figure lunges forward and chomps into the massive green vegetable with gusto. The bold figure quickly downs the mysterious green liquid, tension rising. Soon, the distressed woman recoils as green slime clings all over her. The red-haired woman drops to her knees, disgusted after tasting the strange green piece. The injured girl realizes her pain is gone as green energy glows at her side. Meanwhile, a determined warrior seizes the glowing artifact and releases its power. A winged onlooker watches the beast devour glowing fruit and heal almost instantly. The exuberant fighter flexes, thrilled by the surge of renewed strength. One woman beats her chest proudly as another jokes that it might hinder recovery. She admits she drove off monsters just by intimidating them. A challenger confronts her opponent, referencing their earlier violent encounter. The furious beast stomps in anger, threatening anyone who dares approach her meal, while her exasperated companion facepalms nearby. The wary observer challenges the creature's motives as the beasts confront each other over a fresh kill in the clearing. A dragon-like creature considers roaring to appear more impressive. The towering beast shows off its power as an onlooker hesitates. The towering beast urges its tiny companion to keep devouring food, promising that enough evolution points will help restore the smaller one's original form. Later, a wounded survivor explains escaping the bird before geckos captured her. A massive beast devours a glowing fruit and lunges at the observer. The observer remembers a girl suddenly transforming into a powerful monster. She hits the clinging creature holding a strange red object. The survivor catches herself on the cliff, stopping her fall. A massive green creature smashes into the cliff as the climber desperately clings to the rocks, narrowly avoiding the attack. A tense battle unfolds as the massive bird struggles against a swarm of geckos while the observer watches from below. The reptiles savage the bird's head, leaving it badly wounded. An armored beast inspects the fallen bird, considering a possible alliance. The cautious figure silently surveys the area from behind the rocky ledge. The giant bird darts from the cave as the hissing reptiles snap at its heels. A monstrous creature ensnares its desperate prey with thick green slime inside the cave. Confused, the captive wonders why the monsters spared their companion. The captive learns she was destined as sacrifice to the ruler. Her companion is shocked when she is suddenly offered the queen's role. A small ape family lives together on the ruined island. A horde of monstrous geckos surge from the tunnel, overrunning the island and devastating its ecosystem. The lone observer surveys the barren cave, noting its lifeless and desolate atmosphere. A determined party enters the cave on a deadly quest and never returns. A resolute warrior charges in, attacking the invading reptilian monsters. A massive ally steps up and vows she will not fight alone. The guardian beast confronts the Hydra, vowing to protect Abyss Island from its king. Afterward, the giant resolves to train harder and grow bigger for the coming battle. The newcomer is invited to the ape's home, where daily hunts become routine in pursuit of evolution points. An enraged fighter dashes forward, beginning another fierce attack. Nearby, an annoyed observer complains about a distant creature's loud, unruly behavior. A creature's eye suddenly widens as it notices something unexpected. Two huge saber-toothed beasts emerge from the forest, ready to attack. The decoy draws the beast's attention as a hidden figure prepares to strike from the shadows. A lone combatant confronts two rampaging beasts as they charge in. A huge striped monster stomps down, pinning the smaller foe's leg. A hulking fighter smashes the spotted beast into the ground as another watches. Finally, the towering warrior confronts the cowering beast and reveals its cowardice. An onlooker angrily blames the fighters for losing control since the newcomer arrived. A dominant beast forcefully subdues enraged leopard-like adversaries amidst the chaos. A pair of hefty meat skewers sizzle over a magical blue flame as the cooking intensifies. Cautiously, the observer enters the cave and notices a striped lizard by blue fire. The observer surveys the filthy chamber filled with bones and debris. 3 figures feast on a massive chunk of meat in the cave as a notification announces the gain of 2,500 evolution points. The beast-eared girl mentions reduced rations while gnawing a huge chunk. A furious beast attacks, blaming its companion for the devastation. A stern leader warns against overhunting, or the island will lose all prey. A winged girl jerks back, suddenly shocked by something. An injured girl staggers from an explosion, clutching herself in pain. The anxious beast and its small companion react sharply to an unseen threat. A towering beast clutches its chest as a wounded ally lies beside a crimson heart. One figure collapses in agony while another urgently diagnoses the situation as a dangerous side effect of the transformation. The usually calm observer is stunned by news of this side effect. A hologram warns that staying human too long will let monster energy destroy his heart. The beast explains the unconscious girl survives barely, and healing resources and time are nearly exhausted. The ravenous beast devours the Smilodon carcass as the urging spirit demands faster progress to gather more evolution points. Meanwhile, a wounded beast counts needed evolution points as another notification heightens the urgency. Finally, a blue-scaled scout activates a glowing compass to track forest monsters. A usually timid figure steels himself to confront a powerful enemy, driven by the resolve to protect another. Meanwhile, the leader chases his wounded ally, ordering the smaller companion to hide. A camouflaged beast clings to a tree as tremors shake the forest. A panicked amphibian suddenly leaps to attack the spiked beast. The towering beast flings the smaller creature away as its rider watches. The dominant beast roars, driving the panicked creatures deeper into the forest. The beast devours its enemy, gaining a huge surge of evolution points. The beast devours nearby monsters, rapidly stockpiling evolution points to save its ally. Soon, a massive centipede climbs the tree, announcing a new threat. The towering beast rips apart the centipede, devouring it for more evolution energy. Next, the towering beast devours giant scorpions, quickly absorbing their strength to evolve. The dominant figure commands the giant insects to attack, quickly devouring them and rapidly accumulating evolution points. A massive beast staggers as a feathered projectile pierces its mouth. The disgusted eater spits green slime, feeling sick from devouring so many bugs. Suddenly, a massive creature bursts from the trees, roaring across the forest. The ravenous beast roars triumphantly, searching the forest for its next victim. A blue-spiked giant steps cautiously into a clearing, alerted by a sudden rustle. Nearby, someone spots a pack of spiny jackals racing through the forest. The colossal beast rears up, roaring so loudly the jackal pack hesitates. Then the hulking beast rampages forward, crushing the snarling pack underfoot. The eager creature launches upward and snatches the flying meat from midair. The huge beast swats the pack away, scattering them. The beast tears into its prey, earning more evolution points as system notifications appear. Meanwhile, the wounded giant struggles as attackers surround it. The monstrous brute grabs several opponents and hurls them violently across the clearing. A wary observer watches as the massive beast unleashes a powerful attack, causing chaos among the startled creatures nearby. A fleeing beast sprints through the forest as a predator tracks it above. A spiked tail smashes into the fighter, flinging her back. Suddenly, a blast sends the hulking beast crashing through the trees. The victorious monster stands over its foe, gripping the severed head. The creature devours the giant sloth and instantly gains a surge of evolution points. The spiked beast slams its foe down while another watches. A pack of snarling beasts prepares to lunge, their hunger sharpening the tension in the air. The massive beast hurls its smaller opponent through the air with overwhelming force. The enraged beast glares ahead, preparing to attack. The towering predator bites into its prey, tearing it open. A massive beast lunges upward, clamping its jaws around a struggling foe and ripping the body apart as blood scatters through the air. The beast roars at the intruder that disturbed its meal. Antlered beasts clash violently as one lets out a pained cry. A massive beast unleashes a deafening roar as its panicked prey bolts away in terror. The monstrous beast lunges forward and crushes the bloodied weapon in its jaws. A colossal beast unleashes a devastating blow, hurling both opponents through the air. The hulking monster impales an enemy limb with its claws. One fighter is flung back as an ally attacks. The challenger charges straight at the roaring monster. Meanwhile, the towering beast shields an ally from a lethal blow. The enormous creature thrashes while attackers cling to its spined body. A fighter activates thorn armor, blasting the surrounding beasts back. The massive creature crushes its weaker opponents, forcing them down with overwhelming power. Afterward, a towering figure appears, scaring the remaining beasts away. A pack of giants hulls together, shaking the battlefield. The grinning predator relishes the incoming reinforcements, eager for the extra evolution points their arrival promises. Armored beasts advance with snarls, preparing to attack. The blue-scaled monster locks eyes with the jackal pack's towering leader, quickly recognizing a new source of evolution points. The smaller creature devours its fallen prey to gain strength as a towering beast closes in. The focused eater keeps consuming food, ignoring the surrounding battle. The enraged beast leaps at the armored foe in attack. Annoyed, the beast snaps at the intruder while guarding its meal. The crown predator bites into the massive enemy as they grapple. A massive blue beast lunges at its lupin rival, forcing its way through the chaos to secure its meal. The beast devours the jackal, gaining evolution points. Angered at being ignored, the beast bares its fangs. Suddenly, an attacker lunges, ambushing the distracted beast. After surpassing 100,000 evolution points, the creature roars triumphantly. A determined figure optimizes analysis settings to accelerate their evolution. A smaller figure recoils as a towering beast looms overhead. Clutching her chest, she fears her ally will starve. The enraged creature bellows in frustration amid the clearing. Meanwhile, the horned beast braces as its foe's eye begins glowing. The challenger lunges, aiming to devour its opponent for evolution. The predator springs toward the blue-spiked enemy in attack. A giant hand grabs the airborne beast, stopping its assault. The beast bites down on its foe, drawing a scream. A massive beast is hurled backward by a sudden, powerful blast in the forest. Bleeding heavily, the wounded beast staggers back, snarling. The massive beast howls, its roar shaking the surroundings. The creature recalls someone saying monsters fight only over food and territory. Seizing the moment, an attacker slams into the wounded beast. A huge spiked weapon smashes into the beast's side, staggering it. A fierce figure unleashes a massive energy blast, tearing through the forest and scattering debris in all directions. The creature lunges forward, baring its fangs in attack. The beast releases blue energy, flooding the area with power. Its eyes flare as the monster fires another blinding energy surge. Then the hulking creature recoils, suddenly alarmed by the attack. A towering monster fires a radioactive blast from its jaws. A massive beast surges forward and fires a devastating energy blast that shakes the battlefield. Suddenly, a spectral giant appears and unleashes warped power. The resulting blast rips through the forest, sending shockwaves outward. A wounded creature writhes on the ground, smoke rising from its body. The injured brute staggers back, clutching its side after the blow. Nearby, a towering creature howls, startling the watching pair. The horned beast charges ahead, driving its pack into battle. The blue-crested monster mocks the approaching group, eager to fight. Meanwhile, a two-headed beast scans the forest, confused by the howls. A determined beast faces a reptilian foe, both preparing to strike. Then an ancient-blooded colossus emerges, dwarfing the shattered ground. A wary watcher spots a new wolf bearing a blade on its back. A towering beast pushes through the pack, making the smaller wolves retreat. Cautiously, the creature studies its rival, noting the strange back-mounted blade. The wounded woman recoils as the scarred beast approaches, bearing fangs. The guardian eyes the newcomer, suspecting danger to her ally. A panicked figure darts away at full speed as an overwhelming presence closes in. A huge beast charges the defender, forcing her to brace. A blue-scaled fighter confronts the beast for targeting the weakest. A shocked onlooker notices deadly claws rushing toward them. There, the enraged beast slashes deeply into its monstrous enemy. A watcher realizes the leaping beast is feinting to strike its eyes. A fierce beast lunges at its massive opponent, closing the distance in an instant. The red-eyed creature dives toward the ground to attack. A raging monster smashes through a barrier toward the crouching victim. The wounded reptile recoils, realizing the enemy is using its ally as bait. A spiked fighter steadies himself as a giant skeletal ribcage rises. Later, a blue-scaled ally shouts a warning as a hound-like beast lunges. A towering reptile faces the snarling beast, preparing for a clash. The towering reptile crashes against a massive skeletal claw, sending debris flying from the forceful collision. The feral beast charges, obliterating the swarm of skeletal creatures. Meanwhile, a staff user spins and yells to draw the glowing beast. The summoner glares ahead with fierce determination as a spectral beast rushes forward to unleash a devastating assault. The monstrous figure releases a devastating energy beam, filling the area with raw power. The monstrous beast hurls a searing wave of radioactive energy at the ground. The beast crouches, preparing to lunge through the mist. The blue creature grins after landing a counterattack on its foe. The beast's companion leaps forward, racing quickly through the forest. A nervous beast braces in the clearing at a sudden threat. The monster lunges into battle, clenching a sword between its jaws. A startled onlooker recoils as the opponent suddenly draws a blade. The wolf form swings a glowing sword, releasing a devastating attack. Then the wolf-like fighter's energy slash strikes the armored lizard. The ferocious beast charges forward, gripping its spear tightly as it prepares to strike. The massive beast clutches its wounded arm, protesting as the smaller attacker stands on its chest. A sword-wielding beast attacks its reptilian foe while a bystander objects. The panicked creature flees through the forest, shocked that monsters can bleed. Meanwhile, the transformed fighter stands firm despite the enemy's blade. A desperate ally rushes to free the wounded companion from the beast's grasp. Then the hulking ally urges cooperation to protect the smaller companion, and she agrees. The towering beast tells the trembling ally to wait by the tree as another charges. Soon, the attacker swings a glowing sword, landing a decisive blow. A wounded creature staggers while a quick thinker scrambles up a tree. The injured beast rips a tall tree from the ground. Finally, A furious fighter swings the tree trunk, battering the startled beast. A wild creature lunges, its strike shattering a tree. Then the beast charges, glowing blue as it prepares. The massive beast releases a torrent of blue energy, blasting toward its dragon-like opponent. The huge beast lunges, holding a blade between its jaws. The monster staggers as a flaming sword pierces its chest. Two fighters clash midair, trading sword strikes repeatedly. The beast's most powerful attack bounces harmlessly off its foe, who stands firm and keeps hold of the blade. The monster decides the opponent's weapon must be neutralized first. Next, the striped creature lunges, unleashing a heavy blow at its foe. An enraged creature charges, attacking with its jaws wide. A horned predator ambushes the massive armored beast with sudden speed. Meanwhile, a fighter attacks the serpent, while the armored beast battles below. An electrified beast lunges directly at the sword user. The cornered creature slashes a wolverine while jackals join the assault. An enormous armored beast defends against two monsters, one lunging with a sword. The enraged beast struggles while fighting two opponents simultaneously. A massive predator circles overhead as three desperate figures sprint through the forest below. A massive, ominous figure descends from the clouds, casting a shadow over the land as all eyes turn upward. Two figures tumble down a cliff, struggling to regain balance. The predatory figure finally locks eyes on her target, ready to strike. A hostile bird dives at her, making her recoil. A hulking monster smashes a tree, flinging the young woman. Meanwhile, the armored beast sees the bird endangering the ape. A massive red-eyed bird plunges downward to attack. The descending bird makes the creature below shrink back. The protective creature urgently calls out to warn its companion. The lightning wolf slashes with its sword, making the beast roar. A towering guardian blocks the path, shielding the wounded fighter. Despite severe wounds, the beast steels itself, remembering the encouragement once given by the red-haired figure. The massive beast charges, determined to fulfill her vow. The massive beast recoils as a glowing slash cuts its side. The monster is struck by a glowing blow, spraying blood. A huge beast is pierced through the mouth by a bloody blade. The massive beast bites down on prey, blood dripping. From behind, two attackers claw the wounded beast as it staggers. The beast's fangs lodge in the armored foe, trapping it. A surge of electricity courses through the beast's body as it is struck by the opponent's crackling weapon. A hulking predator snaps its jaws shut, trapping its prey. However, the massive creature activates spikes, nullifying the werewolf's attack. The massive beast recoils as a surge of blue energy slams into its side. Suddenly, an explosion rips through the forest, sending debris flying. The towering beast crushes its wounded prey and demands the evolution points as lightning crackles overhead. The towering beast absorbs evolution points from its fallen prey. The challenger lunges at the wounded, blue-feathered enemy. The transformed creature confirms completion and demands the offered fruit. A clawed figure reaches for the glowing artifact's power. Then the leader throws a green orb to the beast, ordering consumption. A predator swoops down and snatches at the fleeing girl. The determined girl devours the food quickly. A colossal bird dives toward the girl cowering on the ground. Meanwhile, the leader orders the other to transform using the taught method. The other suddenly stiffens, eyes wide from an unexpected shock. The fierce ally with animal traits urgently reaches forward from the ground, driven by desperation. The towering creature fixes its gaze on the lone figure below. A colossal ape crashes its fist into the earth beside a defenseless figure, shaking the forest with raw force. As the avian beast is knocked back, a lone fighter emerges from the forest. The towering beast roars in fury through the thinning smoke. Finally, a blast of blue energy slams the beast, forcing it back. The massive winged beast crashes to the ground, defeated. The enraged creature lunges forward, begging to regain its original form. The three-headed beast stands in the clearing, power fully restored. Two wary figures debate approaching the distant bird to propose an alliance. An attacker hurtles through the air, forcing her opponent to brace. The larger combatant slams her opponent to the ground, pinning the struggling figure beneath overwhelming force. The brute hammers her fists down, demanding an answer about joining. The enraged interrogator bellows threats while the smaller beasts trample the captive creature beneath them. A huge beast lunges as its winged prey flees through the forest. Soon, a hulking watcher stands still while the creature flies away. An enraged challenger roars, raising her fists to intimidate. The muscular beast pauses among shattered branches as a spark of inspiration flashes above its head. A furred giant offers a gift, trying to start friendly contact. The massive beast lifts a tree trunk, preparing a crushing strike. Then the enraged beast charges and hurls a massive object overhead. A massive bird is violently knocked from the sky by a spear hurled from below as a towering figure watches. The enraged bird dives at its target, who frantically tries to escape. Despite a sword in its shoulder, the wounded beast sneers and mocks its attacker. A stunned onlooker struggles to grasp beasts wielding blades, hurling trees, and speaking. During the standoff, the blue-scaled foe suddenly stops, forcing the canine fighter to reconsider. A nearby observer freezes as a small figure transforms into a towering beast. The wounded creature taunts an unseen enemy, boasting of backup and demanding surrender. The beast roars, shaking the ground. Then the beast lunges, ambushing its injured foe. The opponent staggers as a lightning strike keeps tearing in. Meanwhile, the wounded beast guards the stolen blade from the charging predator. The injured beast slows as a charged blow lands. Suddenly, the predator hurls the wounded beast aside before a stunned watcher. A startled beast looks up as a huge bird dives. A protector lunges in as the towering beast slashes. Then the enraged beast charges, smashing forward with both fists. The winged attacker rains blows while an ally warns her to focus. Nevertheless, the wounded creature readies a counterattack before its enemy moves. The wolf rider leaps on the beast, driving the sword down. The beast whirls, bracing to block the dragon's tail. Soon a vicious bird dives to clash with the raging beast. A massive claw tears through the giant beast, releasing explosive energy. The rider urges the massive beast forward, smashing through and scattering the ape and avian opponents. The dominant leader glares back and delivers a sharp warning. A startled beast recoils as jagged ice spikes explode from the ground in front of it. The feral creature charges ahead, releasing a heavy blow. Finally, the wounded hunter rushes in as the electric foe blasts back. The beast ally lunges and pins the electrified monster down. Then a monster detonates an energy sphere, exposing the forest ambush. A furious creature swoops down, fixing its gaze on the target. The towering beast releases a torrent of blue energy from its jaws, blasting toward its unseen opponent. The weakened fighter staggers under the blast but barely blocks it. Meanwhile, the battered outcast resolves to risk everything to save a companion. A towering fighter rushes in to finish the wounded creature. A spiked beast is savagely bitten and badly wounded by its foe. The massive primate hurtles forward, launching a brutal assault as its rival braces for the impending clash. A massive beast slams its fist down onto the helpless foe, shaking the ground with sheer power. A raging fighter pins a monster by smashing it into the ground. Suddenly, a huge creature is hurled skyward by a surprise strike. An enraged brute lunges forward, claws and teeth ready to rip. The beast lashes out with a swift, devastating kick, scattering rubble in its wake. A towering beast charges, forcing its opponent to brace for collision. A hulking fighter lands a brutal hit, badly injuring the beast. The enraged beast lunges at her foe as their battle escalates. The towering beast crashes its fists into the ground while the opponent narrowly evades the attack. A snarling creature is smashed into a tree by a red blur. The furious beast charges forward, unleashing a powerful punch at the unseen foe. The enraged creature lunges forward and sinks its teeth deep into its victim's arm. The brute's blow sends the enemy flying into retreat. The wounded beast retreats, realizing even its ally can't stop the wolf. The cunning assailant relentlessly targets the towering brute's limbs, keeping her off balance as the onlooker analyzes the unfolding strategy. Suddenly, a marked beast shouts for everyone to stop. An observer realizes the last jackal is stalling for the other's escape. The enraged brute slams her fist into the shouting beast. The beast clamps its jaws onto the struggling opponent's forearm, forcing a desperate fight for survival. The towering adversary swings a massive arm as its nimble foe leaps aside in the midst of the forest battle. Then the beast charges the group as someone yells a warning. The beast pretends to retreat, exposing the shark-like enemy's weakness. A determined fighter grabs the beast's neck to pin it. The fierce challenger steps forward and boldly claims the title of rival. The massive beast crouches low, ready to spring at its foe. The fierce warrior violently swings two roaring beasts by their tails, using them as living weapons to clear the path. The towering warrior lands a punch that hurls the smaller enemy away. A huge creature is blasted back by a violent electric strike. Meanwhile, the towering beast stands over its beaten foe, preparing another blow. The beast lunges forward in frustration while the observer panics, uncertain of his intentions. Finally, the wounded fighter charges three enemies again without his weapon. The wounded creature realizes the embedded blade is valuable leverage. The observer eyes the unfamiliar figure with rising suspicion. The beast strikes hard, overwhelming the simian fighter. Then the beast lunges, slashing to finish the giant. The towering beast roars, demanding the chaos stop. A mediator intervenes, urging negotiation between the injured foes. Meanwhile, the shark-like one questions fighting as the ape reconsiders. The observer realizes the wary beast understands human speech, suggesting past contact with people on the island. The reptilian fighter offers a blade, suggesting a peaceful trade. The fierce creature locks onto a new target, readying itself. The assertive figure urges the grumpy companion to assist in removing an object while the third observer watches the exchange attentively. The fighter blocks a huge spike blow with her weapon. The healer's treatment backfires, making the injured beast's wound gush. The loyal beast howls loudly, sending a warning across camp. The two companions freeze as an unexpected threat appears. The wounded beast crouches, baring fangs and preparing to strike. The large canine hurriedly covers its droppings as two stunned onlookers recoil in disbelief. Bleeding, the injured one instructs using clean soil to clot. Someone suggests the wolf once lived closely with humans. The strategist directs the beastly ally to collect soil, while both remain sharply focused on their task. The commanding figure urgently instructs an ally to treat a deep wound after a vicious attack leaves one creature bleeding heavily. The wounded beast gives its blade to the towering warrior in trust. The burly fighter suddenly hurls a sword at the crouching beast. The wounded creature lunges and bites down on the golden staff. Meanwhile, the injured onlooker watches a wounded companion vanish into the forest. The vigilant observer watches as the fierce creature charges forward into the sunlight. The predatory figure crouches low in the shadows, menacingly declaring intent to seize another's spiritual core. Elsewhere, calm sunlight falls over the sprawling forest canopy. The wounded beast snaps irritably when its worried companion checks the injury. The uneasy helper offers a clump of worm-filled soil, while the skeptic eyes it with clear suspicion. The injured creature pleads for food to quickly regain strength. The simian figure dashes into the woods to prepare a meal, leaving the wounded beast to wait and recover. Suddenly, blue flames sweep the forest, leaving one foe down and another barely standing. The leading predator lifts her fresh kill to start roasting it. Despite the electric attack, the battered beast still lives, stunning the observer. Two figures argue over the fire, each insisting on the right way to roast the meat as they anxiously tend to the skewers. Angry, the predator scolds her partner for mishandling the prey during cooking. The panicked beast drops the burning skewers as her annoyed companion shouts. The creature forces down the burnt jackal meat, enduring the foul taste to earn vital evolution points. Meanwhile, the ravenous beast devours everything as the winged watcher stares in awe. The beast stops eating as the system heals it using evolution points. Afterward, the beast uses its devouring power to rapidly heal. A monster releases a blast of energy, instantly wiping out the flying enemies. Meanwhile, another fighter gathers blue energy, readying a powerful attack. The blue-horn beast devours its meal, asserting dominance over nearby challengers. Two former challengers stand together, revealed as powerful beasts previously defeated by the reigning monster. A spiked monster braces itself, facing a towering hydra amid crackling energy. The pair eat the jackal, sharing evolution points and quietly planning future cooperation. By the campfire, the horned beast asks the ape where the bird fell, and it points. The eager predator charges toward the motionless prey, anticipating a rewarding meal and the chance for new abilities, while the cautious onlooker keeps a wary distance. Soon after, two wary figures quietly survey the ruined, empty clearing. Two figures inspect the empty crater, one questioning the lack of clues while the other eats indifferently. Their group tenses when a scout reports detecting a recent monster transformation nearby. The blue-crested beast panics upon hearing the doomed bird has turned human. A desperate aquatic ally swears loyalty and denies tampering with the fruit under interrogation. A resentful fighter accuses another of indifference, further straining their relationship. The accuser confronts the defender about a ruthless act from their first battle, while a silent observer intensifies the tension. An analyst explains the fruit's core heals creatures, shocking the skeptic listener. A cautious onlooker wonders if the monster's head was damaged, seeing it mutter alone. Meanwhile, two discuss leveling up by killing the doomed bird, as another watches confused. The beast admits failure and decides only skin is needed. The determined beast refuses to help, focusing on eating meat and reaffirming its goal to reach the top. The leader orders the annoyed beast to follow her home. The curious traveler questions her companion about the number of monsters ahead, while the other confidently announces their return to the territory, eager to see the monster's reactions. A massive beast emerges from the cave, stretching and yawning after a week of rest. A supportive figure presents a freshly prepared meal while others gather around, expressing appreciation and encouragement as preparations for the group feast continue. The larger figure blocks the entrance, scolding the newcomer for bringing spiders into the cave. While one calmly takes notes, the other complains about the awful taste of toxic spiders despite their safety. The leader starts the meal, and everyone gathers around roasted beasts. While one figure struggles to start a fire, the grinning creature imagines a life of effortless comfort and easy routine. The challenger activates a system check-in, triggering a notification promising a powerful skill. A towering beast roars, preparing to dominate all upcoming opponents. The creature celebrates after successfully unlocking a powerful new skill. A jubilant digital mascot announces a special reward package to the boisterous beast, who wonders if it surpasses a high-ranking skill. The small guide mocks comparing a handmade gift with the system's rewards. The radiant guide excitedly announces that new system features are unlocked and a massive reward is granted. The eager user opens the system store, holding many evolution points to spend. A bright cave entrance appears, marked by a named wooden sign. The astonished observer discovers that the hidden store is located inside the creature's enormous mouth. Finally, a mysterious energy-filled fruit appears and draws everyone's attention. A force activates the Tai Chi Eye, revealing a glowing tech symbol. A powerful robotic creature emerges, its presence dominating the scene. The monster learns the thunder fruit grants lightning transformation and speed. The small creature marvels at the Tai Chi Eye, thrilled by its ability to reveal every enemy's weakness. A massive titanium mecha bursts onto the scene, unleashing a powerful beam as one onlooker stares in amazement. A blue-browed customer hesitates, counting zeros in shock at the price. The stunned onlooker stares at the staggering list of evolution point prices, unable to believe how expensive each item is. The annoyed merchant justifies prices as the hologram recommends cheaper items. The shark-like figure eagerly swipes the holographic interface, while the smaller companion boasts about being a cutting-edge creation. The protagonist reviews futuristic items and is shocked by their evolution costs. Suddenly, a fighter throws several mystical orbs, including a yin-yang sphere. The indignant beast scoffs at the high prices, declares future greatness, and demands to leave the store. A feathered ally reveals a hidden menu, frustrating the shark-like shopper. Eventually, an analytical creature points out the glowing canister in the display. The buyer spends 1,000 evolution points to purchase the barbecue seasoning. A blue creature suddenly spits a metal can onto the ground. Then an aloof fighter throws 2 bloody cans, making a red creature recoil. The spiked monster's body burns on the ground. The group enjoys the smell and wishes they had drinks. During the meal, a cautious member rejects the shop and asks for the map. The guide explains the island map only shows explored areas, leaving most terrain hidden. Zooming in, he notices gray zones and strange dots near two beast territories. The small figure urgently highlights widespread contamination as the digital map reveals regions overrun by rot. The dragon resolves to kill every enemy after the spirit reports the corruption still spreading. The mission commander urges the youth to devour every foe and traverse the island, promising mastery upon completing the exploration quest. The aloof figure glances at the glowing map projection and abruptly rejects the proposal. With determination shining in her eyes, the young woman vows to restore the island for her mentor's parents, longing to see it vibrant once more. Nearby, a laid-back ally reclines on her side, radiating smug confidence. Someone pats the serious contender's head, claiming she can rule Abyss Island. An avian being grips the grimacing beast's head, calmly asserting dominance. The electric monster boasts it will rule all monsters, startling its monkey companion. A curious beast asks if lofty titles beat freshly grilled meat while the other keeps barbecuing. The blunt eater dismisses titles, insisting survival and food matter most. The dragon laughs and urges her companion to start eating the roasted meat. A cautious taster inspects the steaming bowl, confused by the strange new seasoning smell. She recoils in disgust after finding the stick smeared with foul waste. The enraged beast glares at the airborne foes, bracing for a fight. Then the furious monster lunges forward, provoked by a flying skewer. A towering beast leaps upward, swinging a crushing blow at the airborne swarm. The towering attacker lunges forward but fails to catch the agile foe, who leaps out of reach. A falling person plummets as winged monsters swarm closer. A massive primate charges out from the cave while a blue-plumed sentinel stands nearby, gripping a slab of meat. A wary ally questions if the watcher will act recklessly. Meanwhile, a huge ape blocks the cave, challenging the intruder. The excited fighter steps forward to use a new skill. The transformed beast roars, releasing shockwaves through the area. The dragon roars amid surging energy as its transformation completes. Suddenly, a radioactive beam blasts down, threatening to erase the forest. A towering trainer scolds the ape and orders harsher training. The mentor promises strength training while the beast reluctantly compares it to food. Later, the boy recalls failed exams before starting monster training. A determined coach outlines a regimen of strength, endurance, and sparring. Next, the blue-striped beast plans 3 skills to make the ape strongest. A club-bearing trainee asks why power matters, and guides explain rival threats. The relaxed beast dismisses any suggestion of attacking others, showing no interest in unnecessary conflict. Holding seasoning, a schemer secretly plans to trick others into working. The big ape offers seasoned meat as payment while coveting the spice can. Meanwhile, an eager trainee pounds her chest, demanding even more training. A smug observer mocks the other's gullibility with a knowing smirk in the cavernous space. The instructor confidently demonstrates how to perform pull-ups, assigning a strength training task while the attentive trainee prepares to follow along. A desperate figure jumps up, reaching for the branch. The towering beast awkwardly flails its stunted limbs, failing to grasp what hangs just out of reach. The beast faces a wooden barrier for testing. The monstrous beast charges forward, jaws snapping as it prepares to strike. A larger creature levitates to demonstrate the required technique. The monster slams down a tree, demanding the missing one. A cautious hand reaches out and gently pats the small, startled creature in an attempt to gain its trust. The larger ally offers a hand, pulling the other onto branch. Admitting defeat, the trainee eyes the unstable log above. The mentor dismisses raw strength and immediately assigns a grueling endurance challenge as the next test. A huge reptile erupts from the river, looming over the area. A towering fighter slams the crocodilian back into the water. Several ape-like trainees launch into a grueling endurance run as a startled river creature looks on. Suddenly, a massive reptile bursts out, sensing an unknown attacker. The giant roars loudly, scattering nearby wildlife in panic. A colossal foot stomps down, crushing 2 crocodilian enemies. Meanwhile, a slower beast struggles to catch its fleeing rival. A hungry brute flashes peace, already craving roasted meat. 2 rival monsters face off at the riverbank, waiting to attack. Later, 4 injured creatures hold safety signs, enforcing new safety rules. The training ground shakes as fists strike the air repeatedly. Meanwhile, the winged attacker unleashes a devastating special attack. A hulking fighter is smashed by a spiked tail. The beast hurls the challenger across the clearing. The cautious woman pauses, briefly considering her next move. Worried, the creature rushes to check the unconscious fighter. The brute slams a heavy punch into the stunned face. The furious beast reels as its opponent lands a sudden blow to the face, catching it completely off guard. A startled warrior reels back as a glowing, energy-charged claw slashes toward her. The massive bird unleashes a devastating energy blast toward its startled opponent in the forest. The energy beam rips through the forest, shattering trees. Blue energy explodes outward, flinging everyone as someone shouts. A guide warns their reckless training is destroying the area. The creature worries about scaring monsters and asks for a battle plan. An advisor scolds the trainee, saying each step dangerously shakes everything. The small group debates if human form training will still work. A fighter ignites a core crystal in his chest, gaining power. The guide explains that reverting to monster form releases extra life power. One suggests human training while another urgently asks how to transform. A probing question about familiarity with cultivation novels appears in the empty space. The guide explains how to shift forms by molding core energy. The skeptical beast compares core formation to familiar cultivation tales, while the resolute trainee chooses to train in human form to avoid causing destruction. The mentor sits down on the ground and signals for the other to join, preparing to begin meditation. The scaled teacher orders the furry student to gather energy below the navel. The student feels urgent discomfort and halts the training. The weary beast thinks while the frustrated ally hurriedly plans a new approach. Later, the creature rests against rocks, relaxing in the warm sun. The observer searches for the missing ape and spots a startled bird-like beast. The girl yells up, drawing the towering beast's gaze. Then the shocked beast recoils as the woman reveals her human form. The rejected monster glares upward, consumed by lingering resentment. The monster concentrates intensely, successfully forming an energy core within its body. The young man clenches his fist at the desk, fiercely determined to prove his worth through knowledge rather than strength. The massive figure meditates quietly while the woman in animal pelts watches from her resting spot on a nearby rock. One companion eats an apple as the beast continues meditating behind. The leader announces supper, ordering the firestarter to build a blaze beside the meditator. The irritated trainee fails to meditate, fists tightening in frustration. The huge dragon roars angrily, scolding its smaller partner for disrupting practice. Suddenly, the spiked beast jerks back as a burning shot hits its mouth. The larger beast recoils in shock when the winged ally accidentally fires a devastating blast. The blue-scaled being studies fury breath, linking it to shape-shifting while focusing energy. The beast clamps its jaws, suppressing unstable energy to shield its lair. Suddenly, a surge of electric energy slams into the beast's scaled body. The creature finally spits out a glowing blue orb of energy. A startled figure recoils as an unexpected force ripples through the air. Surrounded by light, he realizes swallowing the fury breath forced a rapid return to human form. The survivor clenches his fists, prepared to test his new strength. The next morning, sunlight rises over the quiet wilderness. A silver-haired man laughs, bragging about effortlessly conquering brutal training. A starving camper demands fire while companions scramble around an unlit camp. A hungry beast glares at its captive, eyeing them as potential food. Meanwhile, a determined trainee hauls down a heavy branch, vowing to surpass former limits. The silver-haired trainee rockets through pull-ups, insisting they must be completed within 8 seconds. He resumes counting repetitions inside the cave to track progress. The energetic fighter drills with a wooden post, stressing the usefulness of remaining human. The observer finds 2 companions fast asleep on the ground beside a pile of sticks. The energetic leader rouses the group and quickly assigns each member training and watch duties. A confident challenger increases the stakes, promising a reward if the crying rival wins. A red-haired onlooker recoils in shock, barely holding back a gasp. The challenger grins and gestures with confidence as the beast lunges down from above in a sudden attack. An impulsive figure suddenly tackles the unprepared opponent to the ground, initiating the fight before any signal is given. A furious figure yells for order as a wild fight breaks out among the creatures in the forest. A week passes, and a massive dragon-shaped statue now looms over the entrance to a cave in the verdant landscape. The mentor declares her trainee's strength has greatly increased this week. The ambitious beast reports 600,000 points, saving 100,000 and spending others to evolve. The battered creature demands a huge evolution boost from its floating ally. Suddenly, a gigantic electric dragon form erupts, shocking the hulking beast. An onlooker is stunned as the dragon suddenly grows taller. The proud dragon brags it grew taller through training and good habits. The energetic leader rallies the group to attack the carrion gecko cave discovered in the southern misty forest, while her companion studies a glowing map to plan their assault. A large beast stares ahead, completely entranced. A loud supporter cheers the gecko hunt as the dinosaur discovers it can speak. 3 hulking beasts prowl the entrance, guarding the cave amidst scattered bones and glowing green energy. Hidden among the rocks, the cautious observer spots several massive geckos patrolling the entrance littered with bones and begins searching for a way to slip past them. Soon, an anxious ally scans the area and realizes the creature vanished. The impulsive one barrels into the cavern while a watcher nearby mocks her lack of subtlety. A monstrous gecko lunges, attacking with gaping jaws and a hiss. The towering warrior punches the monster hard, knocking it backward. A cloaked fighter tenses as 2 more hissing reptiles emerge from the cave. Finally, a raging brute slams 2 green foes hard into the ground. The scout freezes at a tunnel packed with reptile monsters. The reptilian mentor highlights the trainee's enhanced abilities after rigorous training, prompting a wary response in the rocky forest. The battle-hungry creature grins and raises its claw, eager for the upcoming fight. 2 towering beasts stand over corpses, savoring their recent victory. One giant taunts a furious enemy, asking why they keep attacking. A shark-like fighter dangles a defeated gecko, bragging to a distant ally. The excited glutton demands an enormous feast of hundreds of barbecued servings. At the tunnel entrance, the pair confronts a lizard swarm, grudgingly respecting its courage. A reptile swarm rushes out of the cave, suddenly halting with hisses. 2 fighters surrounded by skeletons brace as enormous claws descend toward them. Dozens of hissing lizards abruptly retreat, baffling the 2 remaining observers. A hot-tempered beast scolds her nervous ally while another hungrily eyes the coward. The pair pauses among the bones as one decides to investigate the cave after noticing the enemy's sudden retreat. A desperate glutton lunges after lost food while a worried partner shouts behind. Meanwhile, a panicked victim scrambles up the pit while a huge beast watches. An alert guide and a spiked beast advance into the glowing cave, watching carefully. Anxious bird checks a useless compass as his ally urges retreat, sensing a trap. Suddenly, clusters of glowing green eyes appear, revealing a hidden threat. Two cornered fighters tense as monster reptiles advance, bones blocking every escape route. The leading monster grips its victim's head while others encircle, growling in the toxic cavern. Two figures brace themselves as several serpent monsters emerge from the shadows, ready to strike. The panicked simian bolts as a horde of bloodsuckers descends and a massive reptile unleashes toxic slime, making escape even more perilous. A winged attacker fires a wide blast at the horde. The lone figure braces as the monstrous adversary gathers energy for a devastating attack in the shadowy tunnel. A huge beast charges down the tunnel, chasing the man and ally. A sudden surge of green energy erupts, striking the beastly fighter as her companion urgently shouts a warning. The attacker blasts energy, hurling the defender violently aside. A massive beast is hurled through the wall as the ape-like ally shouts in alarm. The towering creature fights reptiles, then recoils as bright light erupts. A huge blue-armored beast emerges from the mist onto broken ground. A frightened fighter recoils as a monster lunges to bite. The monstrous attacker charges, fangs aimed at the trapped dragon. Without warning, green energy blasts toward the spiked foe. An enraged beast fires green energy, blasting its opponent backward. The wounded brute recoils as corrosive spit eats into its arm. A colossal creature emerges, clearly commanding the island's gecko horde. The creature plans to use the air to drive the king off island. A winged foe fires a green blast at the startled beast. The towering beast twists aside, narrowly dodging the green energy. Finally, deadly green acid sizzles on stone, threatening to melt through. The survivor braces to evade the incoming strike. The towering beast gathers energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack as its wary opponent braces for impact. The furious beast hurls a barrage of swirling green energy projectiles into the air. The dragon-like figure reels in disbelief after witnessing the enemy unleash another deadly attack without pause. The towering beast staggers as a barrage of glowing green strikes land with relentless force. The massive serpent thrashes violently as corrosive green energy burns through its scales. A desperate fighter is ambushed by green foes and shouts for help. Two beasts face off as a man struggles beneath writhing snakes. The monster pauses, panting as green drool drips from its jaws. A towering beast corners helpless prey in a dark tunnel. The towering figure leads her wary group through the cavern as they inspect the bodies of two defeated beasts. Suddenly, the beast looks up as clawed foes ambush her. The young man plummets uncontrollably down the cavern wall, bracing for a disastrous impact below. A huge beast swings through the cavern, leading a pack of creatures. A violent explosion hurls several figures and monster limbs through the cavern, scattering them in all directions. The fur-clad warrior hefts a weapon, preparing to clash with the looming reptilian adversary in the eerie green-lit cavern. The simian fighter crashes to the ground as the towering green beast delivers a crushing blow. A masked attacker slams a heavy blow into a burly fighter. A hulking fighter punches the giant beast, sending out a shockwave. A savage beast lunges at the fur-clad warrior, forcing a rapid response in the shadowy forest. A beast shatters the gem, releasing energy across battlefield. A blue-striped fighter shouts a warning about approaching danger. The towering foe easily endures the green energy blast. The observer watches in awe as the agile fighter effortlessly evades a fierce strike. An airborne fighter slams a heavy blow into the many-eyed beast. A clawed attacker drives green energy into the ground, shaking the area. A blue-finned reptile urgently warns its ally of incoming danger. The beast hurls a surge of green energy forward with overwhelming force. The beast is caught off guard as a vicious green energy blast slams into her back from above. A dragon-like fighter smashes a large beast, sending it flying. The alert figure recoils in panic as the venom bomb hurtles back toward the group. Meanwhile, a spiked beast braces as reptiles advance through the mist. The wounded creature endures a relentless attack from surrounding predators. An enraged leader snarls an order at the enemy. A fierce fighter activates thorn armor, blasting nearby enemies with a shockwave. A raging beast slams its prey to the ground. A monstrous attacker fires a blinding green beam at its foe. A towering beast bites its foe's horn while energy erupts around them. Then, a blue-maned beast charges the monster amid exploding green blasts. The defending monster recoils as 3 green projectiles suddenly streak toward it. 3 monstrous heads unleash swirling green energy blasts toward the ground. The beast rears back, charging a massive mouth blast. A surge of green energy blasts into the reptilian beast, detonating on impact. Both figures recoil in disbelief as an extraordinary ability manifests before them. Both allies are blasted by green energy while one yells. The simian and reptilian allies are surprised by erupting venom blasts. Meanwhile, the winged beast advances, bombarding the area with green blasts. An attacker hurls a green blast, driving the opponent back. Then a massive tail hits the wall, flinging the flyer. The monster crashes down, oozing slime as a cap falls. The towering beast taunts everyone, waving its weapon and promising death. The beast lets out a menacing roar and releases a surge of green energy. The frustrated fighter clenches their fists as their opponent launches another relentless attack. The warrior and ally are surrounded as catchers swarm the grid. Seeing lizards on the ceiling, the fighter readies a powerful skill. A monster fires green energy from its claws and starts absorbing power. Suddenly, a many-eyed monster dives into the cavern, radiating green energy. A defiant fighter blocks the path, refusing to retreat. The fierce combatant releases a devastating mental attack, sending a shockwave echoing through the cavern. Finally, a monster floods the area with overwhelming, ominous energy. The beast loses its balance as its massive clawed foot slips across the rocky ground. The monstrous figure unleashes a frenzied barrage of green energy beams. The agile figure struggles to dodge as the blue-spiked creature unleashes a wild, unpredictable spray in the midst of battle. Then the beast dodges 2 green fireballs hitting ground. The enraged monster hurls a massive green energy blast forward. A fierce figure unleashes a glowing green blast, smashing the creature against the rocky wall. Suddenly both beast and man are trapped in a glowing web. The armored survivor dodges an attack and seeks total victory. The monstrous creature launches a new, more dangerous acid attack, forcing both defenders to brace themselves. The beast surveys multiplying lizards as green spikes erupt. The giant fires a radioactive beam, driving the onlooker back. A ruthless attacker unleashes a devastating blast, scattering the clustered reptiles in all directions. Meanwhile, the observer sees scorched lizards collapsing under bombardment. The raging beast charges energy, ready to burn surrounding reptiles. A hidden beast lunges from cover at the armored foe. The massive beast reels as a ferocious attacker tears into its side with razor-sharp claws, sending blood flying. A prone creature faces a sudden incoming green energy projectile. The simian ally grabs her reptile partner, warning of danger. Then she warns as a gecko approaches with a glowing weapon. A green energy blast hits the beast, flinging it backward. The observer realizes the opponent has a passive skill. The hulking figure slams a green foe down and pins them. A vigilant creature jolts in alarm, its glowing eyes scanning the dark cavern. The towering figure plans to use the gecko to deflect venom. The monstrous attacker unleashes a jet of glowing green spit, launching a corrosive assault toward its target. Then the beast charges and slams a glowing fist down. The massive beast reels as glowing green attacks slam into its body, forcing a pained cry. The bewildered contender wildly flails the paddles, failing to connect with any of the speeding green projectiles. The creature shatters the glowing restraint and continues fighting. Suddenly, green chains hit the creature, driving it back. The attacker fires rapid green blasts, overwhelming the target. The worried beast rushes to the wounded ally holding a glowing weapon. A confident girl steps up, promising to protect the others. The beast unleashes a barrage of toxic green projectiles from its mouth. The enraged fighter charges with twin energy attacks, driving the enemy back. The brute smashes both clubs down, sending green energy outward. Afterward, the excited trainee celebrates the success of their special training. A determined companion steps forward, vowing to protect the other now. The uneasy brute braces for battle as a grinning rival and a horde of plant beasts close in from behind. The massive beast recoils and hisses a warning at intruders. A lone fighter faces a lizard swarm led by a giant. Nearby, the protector faces hissing snakes, preparing to fight. Suddenly, the enemies regroup as an ally warns of an incoming strike. The monstrous attacker unleashes a rapid volley of acidic projectiles toward the 2 defenders as chaos erupts on the battlefield. A startled foe turns as a winged enemy fires green shots from the cavern. The enraged beast unleashes a rapid barrage of green blasts. The creature hurls a blazing green projectile straight ahead. Meanwhile, the hulking beast braces as green fireballs slam into the cave. The beast roars loudly as crackling energy surges around her. Several ape-like fighters are hammered by continuous green energy blasts. A concentrated surge of energy slams into the target and explodes. A mentor watches, suddenly realizing the fighter's overwhelming potential. One observer notes with concern that the barrage of venom bullets intensifies as the defender continues to intercept them, realizing this struggle cannot last much longer. A twisted beast convulses with green energy as huge claws close in. The shark-like figure urgently commands the startled beast to attack the enemy's head. The hulking beast blocks the incoming energy blast, shielding the smaller allies behind. A monstrous figure grins confidently, its green markings glowing in the dark. The attacking monster lands a crushing hit that staggers the defenders. The monstrous leader urges the beastly companion to push forward as a barrage of green projectiles threatens their advance. A relentless barrage of glowing green strikes pounds the massive beast, forcing it back. The raging beast roars, shaking the battlefield. A massive green beast lunges forward, baring its fangs and hissing with deadly intent. Toxic projectiles burst through the cave, forcing the defiant beastman to brace himself as a swarm of rats scatters below. The beast gathers energy, preparing a powerful strike. Then the towering creature releases energy, obliterating the enemies below. The attacker charges forward, firing a massive blast. A monstrous figure appears, hissing as green light flares. The boisterous supporter throws up a victory sign, cheering loudly for the triumphant beast. The self-assured figure grins and boasts loudly after being recognized, while the startled onlooker shouts in disbelief. Meanwhile, the monster inhales deeply, charging a devastating attack. The pair flees the glowing pursuer, warned their powerful attack is limited. The beast blocks the exit, taunting its opponent to try escaping. The predator lunges forward, forcing the group to scatter. The group races through the shadowy cavern as monsters hiss menacingly from the darkness behind them. Suddenly, a monster bursts from the tunnel, claws raised. A massive primate intercepts the glowing reptile's strike inside the cavern. The towering beast kicks its foe, launching them away. Two fighters emerge from the cave's shadows and ambush the towering beast. The spiky challenger confronts the enemy, exposing the trap and refusing to allow retreat back into the cave. Finally, the towering beast roars, reclaiming control of the battlefield. A beast appears, forcing two allies to brace on cliff. Nearby, two warriors tense before a bone-framed glowing portal. Two fighters struggle through swarming green monsters surrounding them. The beast hisses, ordering its horde to ready for battle. A giant stands firm while glowing creatures crawl around it. The monster fires a swirling blast of green energy. Then the creature raises a glowing green blade to strike. An onlooker watches a severed limb instantly regenerate. Later, an attendant applies glowing fluid, but the corpse stays dead. A green predator lunges at the wary beast, initiating a fierce clash. Two guards hold reptile weapons at the cave entrance, expecting attack. The monster spews toxic green liquid, flooding the battlefield. A blue-crested leader orders the beast to block incoming toxins. In response, a brute swings energy-charged clubs in relentless barrage. The giant mocks its foe, saying dodging is useless here. Suddenly, the colossal beast arches and hisses, announcing its attack. The monstrous beast lunges downward in a savage attack. Two witnesses stare as a strange being ravenously eats geckos. An observer watches geckos willingly gather before a looming maw. Finally, the towering beast descends to devour the gathered creatures. The suspicious watcher hesitates as the towering beast opens its jaws, preparing to absorb swirling green energy. Two figures burst from the cave entrance, racing to prevent the creature from eating. The assertive primate orders her ally to intercept the larger threat while she rushes to confront the smaller adversaries. The fierce fighter launches herself at the towering creature from above, while her ally braces below against a flurry of whipping tentacles. A huge insectid blocks the path, leading a swarm. A monster dives at a crouching survivor amid the fight. The giant charges forward, tearing up the ground. The monstrous attacker hurls a barrage of green energy blasts into the chaos. The fierce warrior braces for combat, gripping two clubs as swirling green energy gathers around him on the storm-lashed battlefield. She swings her clubs, sending a green energy wave forward. The giant breaks the glowing weapon, releasing green energy. The towering brute unleashes a furious burst of strength, shattering the object in an explosive display. A hulking ally charges through blasts toward a wounded companion. A towering beast launches a surge of glowing acid at the lone figure standing its ground. The massive beast scrambles to escape as a barrage of green meteors crashes down from the stormy sky. Next, a spiked creature charges forward with an energy attack. The desperate beast hurls a massive green energy blast, its body slick with nervous sweat. A twisting green blast hits a spinning blade wheel and rebounds. The hulking beast lunges, attacking with its dripping, toxic fangs. Finally, a fighter displays spiked armor made from geckos. An armored warrior staggers forward as draining power weakens her. Suddenly, the transformed attacker devastates the area with one smash. A green monster fires rapid shots, driving its foe back. The cornered beast dodges as green energy bolts narrowly miss. The monstrous attacker fires a barrage of green energy blasts from its mouth. A battered fighter is blasted and trapped by thorny, green attacks. Next, venom bullets slam into the creature, knocking it backward. The enraged beast hurls a torrent of green energy forward. An aggressive fighter lands a glowing blow that sends the enemy reeling. The enraged monster spins through the air, spewing green flames everywhere. The horned beast crashes into a wall, spraying green liquid around. The monster suddenly lunges forward, jaws gaping to bite. A blue-eyed beast slams its foe down, overpowering the monster. The beast unleashes a powerful slash that sends the dark enemy flying. The monstrous attacker releases radioactive energy, flooding the area with blue light. A blinding blue beam strikes the horned beast, driving it backward. The monstrous creature collapses violently as green fluid bursts from its wounds. A towering beast bares fangs and hisses as green slime oozes. The monstrous overlord towers above the barren ground as hundreds of lizard-like creatures bow in submission. Finally, the monster erupts with toxic slime, flooding everything in green light. The observer sees the creature feeding instead of healing. The anxious creature recoils, bracing itself as the threat prepares to strike once more. Then the monster lunges to finish the armored enemy. The monster roars and advances toward the spiked beast. The armored beast taunts, inviting another attack despite missing forelimbs. The green beast erupts with a massive surge of energy from its chest, filling the area with explosive force. A colossal radiant beast confronts a spiked foe amid bones. The raging beast spews corrosive green liquid over the battlefield. A winged monster releases a huge green vortex, scattering nearby creatures. A stunned creature reels as its foe spits a massive energy sphere. The towering beast charges straight into the raging green blast. A massive claw slams down, flinging green energy as its owner charges. The green beast strains helplessly against the raging energy blast while the figure in front urgently calls for backup. Then the determined ally sprints in to rescue the struggling beast. The dominant woman pins her foe by smashing his face back. A white-furred fighter rolls downhill, dodging spikes fired by a green orb. Afterward, two allies cheer together, celebrating their hard-won victory. The enraged beast hurls a surge of glowing energy. The attacker fires a colossal energy wave at its stunned enemies. Finally, the beast fires a colossal energy beam at the armored foe. A colossal tentacled beast crashes down, scattering debris. Then spikes and claws erupt from the ground, beginning the assault. An exhausted survivor collapses, cursing their bad luck. The grinning beast applauds its scaly adversary with boisterous enthusiasm. A wary onlooker freezes, noticing something unexpected above. Meanwhile, a confused creature wakes and notices a butterfly. Two large guardians stand before a den, silently watching. Two figures stare upward in disbelief as vibrant greenery rapidly reappears overhead. The leader questions the knowledgeable one about the unusual regrowth, prompting a revelation about a foreign decaying power found within the gecko corpses. In the laboratory, the researcher examines the gecko prince's potent energy, determined to unlock its secrets despite the challenges. The analyst concludes only the carrion gecko king's bloodline can use this decay. Two planners decide killing the leader, and 6 elites will save the island. With a clenched fist, the leader urges the group to hunt down their enemies and wipe them out. The hungry beast eagerly eyes the food as the helpful companion offers a bundle of fresh plants. An excited helper waves vegetables, asking the dragon to use fire. The drained beast admits it cannot use any more power. Next, the large creature begins teaching fire making as the smaller one stares. The larger figure demonstrates how to rub the twig on green leaves, while the smaller one observes intently. A worker grinds furiously while an impatient partner demands more speed. Finally, the resourceful creature starts a fire by rubbing sticks over dry leaves. The cheerful trickster grins and flashes a peace sign while roasting meat over the campfire. Two figures wait by the campfire as one grows increasingly impatient and hungry, stomach growling loudly. The impatient creature demands food while the exasperated cook firmly refuses. The frantic cook flails in frustration as burning sticks fail to cook the food, while the startled onlooker watches the chaos unfold. An irritated ally asks why the lizard stays raw. The digital being explains invaders resist local fire but not alien energy. Thus, they realize beasts can't kill geckos when a predator's energy attack fails. The bespectacled one declares that only his companion is truly unique. The survivor explains her elders were slaughtered by geckos. Later, the starving beast clutches its stomach while a guard watches the cave. The defiant figure tears into the raw lizard, chewing noisily while the stunned onlooker recoils in disbelief. Suddenly, the eater jerks back, shocked by a jolt. It spits out the toxic meat, writhing in burning pain. The towering beast grabs the reptile and slams it down. He forces down the disgusting lizard to gain evolution points. Soon, a larger predator approaches, making the smaller beast submit. A hulking beast fires an energy blast as its ally raises a club. The observer watches while a winged monster unleashes a freezing attack. The aggressor threatens to roast her remaining reptilian enemies. Finally, the dragon's blast fells a gecko, leaving the bystander feeling useless. The avian figure broods in silence while the simian companion sits nearby, visibly troubled by the tense atmosphere. The wary observer scans the distant cave from a high vantage point, assessing potential threats. A huge beast claws the rock, making deep cracks spread across it. Soon after, the watchman notices unexpected intruders approaching the area. The leader on the cliff hears an ally was defeated below and reels. Meanwhile, the bird warrior tears through a horde of green-scaled enemies. The savage beast unleashes a torrent of toxic spit in every direction. The flying fighter is battered by streams of corrosive liquid. Amid chaos, a giant bird is swarmed and dragged down by green reptiles. A monster and its lizard swarm suddenly ambush the panicked bird-like target. The winged onlooker recoils in shock at the brutal ambush. A scheming aide urges the leader to attack their weakened enemies as two beasts stare down. The winged leader orders her group to capture the main target after gaining venom evolution points. The blue beast devours its foe, gaining a new explosive skill that startles nearby observers. The victor celebrates inheriting a powerful skill and briefly honors the fallen rival. Two onlookers stare up as a rider on a pterosaur slashes another flying beast. Alert, the axe wielder braces as multiple winged enemies gather overhead. A colossal bird screeches while facing a ready swordsman at the cliff edge. The attacker leaps up and slashes his sword, wounding the huge bird midair. Finally, the swordsman dives through the air and cleaves into the towering beast. The determined figure drives his spear into the massive beast, sending blood spraying with the force of his attack. The two-headed monster lunges and bites both victims. The fierce attacker slashes through the giant bird's defenses midair, drawing a spray of blood. The fierce warrior delivers a decisive sword slash, severing the giant beast's leg. Meanwhile, he attacks from atop the shrieking flying beast. A majestic, golden-winged predator hurtles down from the sky toward the forest below. An ally points ahead, warning the leader of danger. The beast strikes hard, flinging her opponent backward. The towering beast beats its chest, facing the smaller fighter. With a burst of strength, the massive beast hurls a tree trunk at the airborne opponent. Then the brute throws a huge tree, shaking the battlefield. A hulking beast hurls a tree at the descending monster. The attacker smashes through trees with energy-charged blows. An explosion rips through the forest around the white-haired fighter. A determined warrior bursts through the smoke, brandishing twin glowing swords as he corners his target. The beast freezes, recognizing the fearsome woman arriving. The wary beast looms in, sniffing the uneasy newcomer and abruptly accuses them of being the Thunder Dragon. The bewildered newcomer stares at the towering beast, frantically questioning his surroundings and the true nature of this strange world. The beast warrior grips the sword in his teeth, preparing. The ferocious challenger demands a forgotten memory as the tension between the two wolf-like figures escalates. The dominant figure reveals the other's identity, shocking him. Still, the confused man asks if this behavior is normal. The beast-headed challenger, sword in jaws, demands a strength-proving rematch. The beast-like warrior, gripping a massive sword, prepares to face the enemy again with renewed determination in human form. The annoyed man asks why he keeps fighting and exploiting circumstances. The beast-like fighter crouches, readying a huge halberd to strike. Observing this, someone notes the partial transformation weakens the beast. The enraged creature dives down, twin swords aim to crush him. A sudden explosion startles the tense warrior into reacting instantly. Then, the attacker charges fiercely, knocking him back and starting their duel. The defender blocks a giant foot with both swords, redirecting it. The assailant swings brutally, forcing the other man to block. In response, the wounded beast growls and prepares to counterattack. The raging monster lunges, smashing a huge fist toward the defiant man. An agile spearman clashes with the beast, their impact detonating violently. Soon, the towering creature swings, but the nimble fighter dodges while armed. The massive beast rampages, tearing through multiple armed opponents. The enraged monster roars loudly, bearing fangs and blazing eyes. Elsewhere, a swordsman dives from above, surprising his foe in the clearing. A burly attacker charges with a fist, dismissing his opponent's challenge. The beast slams the ground, blasting the opponent backward. The frustrated leader yells at the startled beast, urging her to attack the real threat instead of him. The aggressive swordsman taunts his opponent from atop the rock while the silver-haired onlooker worries about his intentions. The enraged beast glares at them, barely restraining violence. Ignoring others, the challenger demands a duel with the human as flying beasts converge. Meanwhile, the guardian intercepts the beast's attack, refusing to yield. The reckless fighter lunges straight into the enemy's trap as an alarmed ally looks on. The irritated leader scolds his reckless teammate as she crashes headfirst into the ground during the chaotic fight. The captor holds a blade to his prisoner's neck, accusing him of being human. In response, he declares he abandoned humanity and now fights proudly as a monster. The lion-like fighter asks why his foe avoids human form despite freely changing shapes. He faces the towering beast but refuses human form to maintain his advantage. A wolf-like warrior confronts the transformed foe, condemning the unnatural change. The huge beast mocks the kneeling swordsman, saying survival on Abyss Island is impossible. The beast-formed swordsman replies that human-style techniques are far more effective. The beast meets her opponent's gaze, silently affirming she will not yield. Then the beast lunges forward, claws and blade aimed at her target. A swift warrior lands a heavy slash, injuring the massive beast. Another assailant rushes in, driving a dagger toward the enemy. Finally, a bold attacker strikes the beast's chest with a sudden, crushing blow. A clawed attacker kicks the opponent's side, sending them flying. The bandaged beast taunts his wary opponent while advancing. The figure spins a sheathed sword, displaying practiced control. The enraged beast swings the golden sword in a heavy attack. A forceful wave cuts through the air, marking the opening strike. The swordsman lunges forward and drives his blade into the beast's vulnerable neck. A blade halts inches from the victim's eye, freezing them in terror. The beast-like fighter reveals the other's human identity, gloating. The normally calm one recoils, stunned by this revelation. Alone, the beast remembers learning deadly combat skills from close human ties. Suddenly, a huge predator dives from the canopy toward the startled pair. A massive, menacing bird dives from above while the swordswoman below quickly prepares to defend herself. The territorial beast lunges forward, threatening swift revenge against the intruder. The blue-scaled creature hurls a blinding energy bomb at its enemy. The vigilant beast recoils in agitation as the familiar blue energy sphere reappears. A massive, alarmed creature lets out a piercing cry as it is suddenly seized. The winged beast fires a blazing energy blast at its airborne foe. Meanwhile, a massive winged attacker fires blue energy, but the flying targets barely evade. A winged assailant suddenly blasts energy at the airborne beast, catching it unprepared. Finally, a gigantic winged beast is blasted from the sky by a powerful surge. The wounded creature recoils, writhing in unbearable pain. The clawed attacker unleashes a brutal mid-air strike, drawing blood as the winged opponent reels in pain above the forest. The triumphant beast boasts to its companion after sending the giant bird crashing down once again. The strategist weighs the wolverine's actions, realizing this potential ally could shift the battle against the carrion geckos. As aerial combat intensifies, the strategist urgently directs the loyal fighter to assist the embattled ally. With a thunderous roar, the massive primate charges into battle as the towering beast orders her forward. The spirited companion bursts forward, eager to confront the distant flying figure. The spiked observer freezes in shock upon discovering the massive crater before it. The anxious supporter scans the area, puzzled by the leader's unexplained absence. A cautious figure hidden in the undergrowth detects movement nearby. The vigilant figure freezes as a sudden noise disrupts the quiet of the forest. The captive struggles furiously against the thorny vines that pin her to the tree. Startled by the sudden detection of human energy, the cautious figure urgently warns the group as a tense confrontation begins. The large creature recoils in shock upon realizing the floating figure is the transformed monster in human form. The proud captive struggles against tightening vines while her taunter stands nearby, relishing her helplessness. The horned woman lashes out, blaming the creature before her for thwarting her schemes and helping the fugitive escape. The blue-accented beast faces an accusatory gesture as another confronts it about stealing the shape-shifting fruit and causing harm during the attempt. The furious figure lashes out, blaming her opponent for repeatedly interfering with her attempts to punish others for stealing the shape-shifting fruit. The fierce figure steps forward from the tangled vines, warning the intruder to leave and not interfere with her hunt. The massive beast, shifting from threats to diplomacy, proposes an alliance to the captive girl in exchange for help dealing with the carrion geckos. The captive strains against magical vines, still refusing to submit. Meanwhile, the blue-haired leader urges unity against their common enemy. The tormentor mocks the bird's defeat, provoking her furious outburst. The beast cheerfully presents a magical fruit, promising it will restore the bird's lost feathers. A white-haired face emerges from red energy as power erupts. The captive reveals the other's stalling plan to aid an ally. The white-haired fighter confronts the startled creature with steady confidence. Soon, a giant winged beast dives as the primate braces. The vigilant beast halts an incoming kick from her ferocious attacker, startled by the force of the assault. Two massive winged predators snatch the frightened companion and soar above the treetops as a worried ally calls out in alarm. A towering bird guardian confronts the captive's brutal aggressor. Afterwards, the foe cuts through vines, refusing to accept defeat. The silver-haired fighter brandishes a glowing feather and issues a warning. Trapped in vines, the winged enemy releases slicing wind blades. A massive beast recoils as glowing projectiles approach. The hulking creature charges through the forest after the attack. The smug figure flaunts the radiant feather, daring the other to recognize its true worth. A robed attacker blasts the wounded beast with crushing winds. A towering warrior unleashes a whirlwind that detonates on impact. A bandaged survivor staggers from the smoke, barely breathing. The smug one brandishes a dagger, demanding the third feather. The wounded creature thrashes helplessly inside the tightening trap. The triumphant figure restrains her defeated opponent with thorny vines, smugly declaring her power and offering mercy instead of punishment. A radiant avian entity materializes in a burst of light beneath the ancient canopy. After warning him, the winged attacker leaves, sparing the confused beast. Flying Beast sees two captives as a giant bird blocks pursuit. A fierce beast charges, firing blue energy to protect its ally. The wounded brute hurls a glowing bomb at the circling bird. The proud opponent scoffs, refusing to fall for another trick. The winged beast intercepts the projectile midair, ready to deflect it. A three-headed monster releases multiple blue energy bombs, intensifying battle. Boasting, the creature spreads its wings, claiming 30 such attacks are trivial. Enraged, the beast fires a massive blue blast to kill everyone. Meanwhile, the giant bird mocks the distant shooter amid crossing energy blasts. A strategist studies the flying foe, planning a precise, angled counterattack. The rider fires a surge of energy, striking the bird from below. A powerful fighter and a massive winged beast clash midair as explosions erupt around them. Suddenly, the enraged creature recoils, realizing she has been deceived. The bluefin fighter smiles, crediting an ally for the long-range hit. The furious brute is snatched up and carried skyward by the bird. A hulking beast advances, locking into a tense standoff with the flyer. From above, a massive beast slams its winged foe into the ground. The towering brute hammers the ground as her reptilian ally checks her. Exhausted, she admits failing to save their ally and apologizes. The two beasts prepare to face the attacking bird. The leader orders his winged ally to throw a weapon. A massive bird plunges from the sky to snatch a pterosaur, while two startled onlookers shout in protest. The enraged bird threatens to completely burn her opponent. The monstrous beast unleashes a devastating energy blast toward its airborne foe. The monstrous attacker lunges forward, unleashing a powerful assault. The furious avian bursts forward, confronting her opponent after her feathers are attacked. Both the simian fighter and the winged adversary are abruptly knocked back by a forceful strike. The swordsman launches himself at the towering beast while the onlooker below reels in disbelief. The beast launches itself forward, claws extended in a powerful leap. The swordswoman launches herself from above, aiming a powerful strike at the massive red-eyed beast. A savage beast charges forward, its reflection blazing in a monstrous red eye as it prepares to strike. The fierce attacker slashes a glowing blade into the massive bird, landing a decisive blow in the heat of battle. The agile fighter narrowly evades a fierce strike as the hostile creature shouts in anger. The massive creature thrashes in the air as a flurry of glowing strikes tear through its feathers. A massive winged beast clutches its captive and ascends rapidly above the dense forest. The swordsman braces atop the giant log, flanked by two vigilant allies, as black feathers drift down and the group readies for an imminent attack. A fierce figure narrows his glowing eyes as a surge of hidden power builds within him. The assertive fighter charges forward, slicing cleanly through the oncoming barrage of giant blue feathers with a glowing blade. The blue-scaled observer witnesses the flying assailant's wind blades shatter uselessly against the unyielding foe, leaving the attacker powerless. The beast suggests joining forces with the swordsman to battle the looming avian threat. The quick-witted beast taunts the observer's usefulness in the jungle, prompting a surge of annoyance and memory. The striped beast confidently declares that a human form gives the greatest edge for survival among the island's monsters. The sword wielder and the beast tentatively agree to join forces against the monstrous bird looming over the clearing. One fighter brandishes a blade and demands to use it, while the other nervously asks for protective gear before the match begins. The furious avian creature hurls insults at the dragon while bemoaning the loss of feathers. The tense figure warns that if the others join forces, no one, including the pterosaurs, will be able to stop them. The furious avian adversary hurls threats at its spiked rival, vowing vengeance after their heated clash. The spiked brute jeers at a wounded foe, boasting about an alliance and warning that the fight is far from over. The massive bird, eyes blazing red, fiercely refuses to apologize. A sly beast offers alliance against Gecko King, threatening to use magic feathers. The defiant bird taunts her challengers in the clearing, threatening to escape as the standoff intensifies. A sword-wielding figure warns her winged opponent of an imminent ambush from above, prompting an irritated reaction. Suddenly, a huge winged beast launches skyward from the forest. An agile fighter drops from the trees with a staff, surprising the giant bird. The swordsman follows up with an aerial strike at the stunned beast. The massive bird crashes to the forest floor, scattering feathers everywhere. The dominant beast shrieks, driving the smaller birds into panicked flight. Meanwhile, several huge flyers sweep over the treetops, scanning below. A towering monster brandishes its club and roars up at the circling flock. The massive winged beast rockets upward from the trees, breaking the silence with a thunderous blast. A winged pursuer speeds through the forest, trying to outfly the beasts and gain the sky. A shocked onlooker watches the figure vanish into the forest dust. A massive predator charges through the woods, rapidly closing on its bird target. The flying attacker and its foes slam into the ground, shaking the area. Soon, a massive beast bursts in, forcing its enemy to brace. The savage beast viciously launches itself at its desperate prey, unleashing a deadly assault. Suddenly, an energy surge rips through the forest, shattering the calm. A monster group suggests teaming up to finish the wounded gecko, surprising others. A towering ally urgently demands help, while the smaller one hesitates. The giant bird hurls insults at the towering reptile as they prepare to clash in the dense forest. The swordsman suddenly lunges and strikes the towering blue monster. The lone fighter braces as a barrage of blinding projectiles rains down. However, an agitated member lashes out, blaming the group for their situation. The sinister beast explains each glowing feather holds a monster's life force. The sharp-eyed accuser exposes the sinister plan to harvest life energies by transforming monsters into humans and targeting others for their cores. 3 monstrous fighters confront their foe, declaring hostility and readying a. The furious beast hovers in midair, vowing deadly retribution for its lost feathers. The winged leader exposes the island's dire threat, reveals the monster's sacrifice, and sharply rebukes the others for destroying the precious feathers. The enraged creature hovers above, unleashing a violent windstorm across the battlefield. The onlooker reacts with alarm upon noticing that the avian fighter has lost all its tail feathers and wonders if a last resort will be revealed. The monstrous avian unleashes a destructive windstorm that rips through the terrain. The beast braces itself, almost lifted away by the wind. Then the huge beast is hurled backward through the forest. The winged monster crashes down while blows pound its body. A quick ally urges the wounded beast into the pit for safety. A raging tornado devastates the area while the survivors scramble to assess the damage and search for missing allies. 2 hiders watch cautiously as the winds weaken in the clearing. The giant predator shifts focus to a newcomer, briefly sparing the observer. A spiked fighter surveys the field, urgently seeking a new plan. One fighter looks up as shadowy creatures descend, signaling fresh danger. Suddenly, a herd of death pterosaurs arrives, and the challenger protests the summoner's repeated reinforcements. A glowing-eyed monster dives as 2 figures cower in the pit. Nearby, a winged creature gathers energy, preparing to strike. The white-haired attacker rockets upward toward the flock above the forest. 2 allies sprint away while flying beasts relentlessly pursue them. A terrified runner carries a wounded companion as razor beasts close in. The resolute figure refuses to retreat as the beast crashes its paw down, determined to protect the ones still in danger. As the commanding figure shouts for the ape-like ally to assist another, the group braces against the oncoming assault from above. The monstrous being unleashes a blinding roar that shakes everything. The airborne creature abruptly stops, caught by crackling purple energy. A determined ape charges ahead on command as monsters clash in the forest. 2 brutal beasts, exhausted and enraged, continue their vicious clash. The dragon is overwhelmed as swift birds strike from every side. A bloodied survivor glares at her attacker as tensions peak. The savage creature devours airborne prey, immediately gaining many evolution points. Then the wounded beast uses those points to rapidly accelerate healing. The battered beast staggers as more bloodied attackers crash down from above. Ignoring pain, the beast devours another foe and grows stronger. Finally, the bloodied challenger taunts the enemy, demanding a decisive duel. The winged attacker lunges with empowered strike as observer braces. After impact, creature is hurled through wall as pursuer advances. The fierce attacker steadies herself after 2 failed strikes, preparing to launch another assault with her twin blades. The agile fighter swiftly dodges as the massive bird lunges forward with a powerful attack. The battered man fails to break the barrier and expects defeat. The fighter charges through falling debris to distract the enemy and stall. A regretful swordsman braces for impact as the hostile creature swoops in to attack. Soon after, an ally rushes forward to aid the wounded beast. The towering beast confronts the kneeling girl, demanding why she came. The enraged adversary surges forward, unleashing a furious attack on her opponent. The beast hurls a devastating energy blast, sending shockwaves through the area. A beast charges beside a swordsman as they argue about fighting together. The two allies clash over staying together or abandoning each other. The lion-like observer watches as one figure tries to push the other away, but the smaller companion refuses to leave. The winged foe dives at the beast as the swordsman prepares. The defender lunges with raised weapon to shield the captive. The assailant lands a heavy blow on the giant winged enemy. Afterwards, the frustrated fighter growls after yet another failed attempt. The swordsman lunges forward, releasing a fiery strike at the cloaked foe. A nimble swordsman barely evades the next devastating attack. The massive bird crashes down, pinned by crackling restraints. The muscular fighter reels from a powerful blow to the face, momentarily stunned. The savage combatant is blasted back and bloodied by the towering beast. The alert figure crouches in the misty forest, urgently signaling the group to stay silent. The exhausted beast pauses to recover after crushing its foe. An excitable creature rushes ahead, announcing the group's return to their armored ally. Later, a towering comrade praises the survivor for escaping with her companion. The anxious ally urges retreat, warning the other about the overwhelming enemy. The wounded planner devises a trap to lure the flying foe inside. The beastwoman leans in, studying the human with curiosity, as she questions his thoughts. A beast and fox-haired ally argue about the crazed bird. The battered figure reveals his deliberate role as bait, explaining that he allowed himself to be trapped to lure the mastermind who desires his human form. The strategist suggests trapping the bird by luring it into a cave. A bold ally insists on acting as bait to guide the beast. The wounded fighter still insists on taking the dangerous bait role. Suddenly, a colossal bird passes overhead, drawing everyone's wary attention. The monstrous red-eyed bird descends from the clouds. As the massive creature spirals downward above the forest, one figure urgently warns the human of an imminent arrival, while another eagerly volunteers to help. The beast attacks the geckos, smashing the ground. The leader assigns bait, slowing, and escape roles to each companion. A glowing fighter charges and strikes the striped beast hard. The beast clamps its jaws around the smaller fighter, concealing him as a distraction to draw the enemy's focus. A small ally signals readiness and urges the armored companion forward. The determined rider urges her massive orange mount to charge ahead through the dense forest. A small figure darts frantically through the dense forest, desperate to escape unseen danger. The rider turns, gripping the beast as a new threat appears. Above, a massive predator circles and whips up a searching whirlwind. An agile ally swings through trees, trying to signal the watcher ahead. Two white-furred combatants are hurled helplessly through the air above the forest, overwhelmed by a devastating force. The bold figure unleashes a provocation skill, taunting the monstrous bird as it emerges from the bushes. Two tense beasts argue over the threat of a deadly trap as a distant figure quietly observes from the treetops. Two startled beasts freeze as a massive shadow suddenly descends above them. The two-headed beast cowers amid flying debris, desperately pleading for mercy. A startled figure braces for an attack as a massive bird descends, causing rocks to float in the tense forest air. A massive stone crashes into the tree, shattering it with explosive force. The energetic figure launches herself from the tree, arms outstretched toward her companion below. Clinging tightly, the overwhelmed passenger bounces atop the massive orange rodent as it charges headlong through the dense greenery. The newly transformed figure races through the forest, successfully drawing the predator's attention while signaling for the smaller companion to escape into the bushes. The giant bird seizes the opportunity to target the weakened shapeshifter, intending to consume her core and recover energy before hunting the next adversary. The massive creature lets out sharp cries and prepares to summon flying allies to navigate the cramped forest. A watching ally prepares to intervene as the fighter struggles against the flying beast. Riding the creature, the fugitive flees through grass while a mechanical enemy dives from above. A swarm of monstrous birds lunges forward while a startled woman scrambles to defend herself. Startled birds scatter in every direction as a frantic creature bolts down the path to escape. A determined rider clings on while a giant squirrel sprints through the forest to escape. Soon, bird-like creatures startle as a reconnaissance camera drifts into their forest clearing. A massive bird barrels forward while a panicked rider clings to its side. A huge bird dives at two fugitives riding a mouse that dodges through the grass. The leader orders the strong fighter to kill 3 flying scouts leading the enemy advance. The energetic figure swings boldly from a tree branch, while a large orange observer watches with amazement. A startled beast notices a small animal darting away along the forest path. The challenger swings from a tree to confront the looming forest predator. Suddenly, thick vines lash out and seize the duo, trapping them mid-movement. Thick vines whip from the undergrowth, snaring a flock of startled birds mid-flight. The three-headed bird struggles as thick vines tighten around its necks. The trapmaker boasts she learned her snare skills from a powerful mentor. A startled wanderer spins as a hostile creature lunges from behind. The agile fighter dashes through the forest, dodging a barrage of blades. From above, a massive predator drops to attack the armored beast below. A monstrous attacker charges, activating spiked armor and unleashing an electrified strike at the bird enemy. The enraged bird lunges at the blue beast, attacking in swirling winds. The massive armored creature is hurled into the air between tall structures. A monstrous beast fires a destructive energy blast at the charging swordsman. The opponent recoils when the masked assailant unleashes a sudden energy surge. An immense energy blast streaks past as the startled creature veers sharply to evade the attacker's frustrated shot. The defiant figure pushes back against doubt, refusing to accept defeat. The resourceful fighter hurls the glowing bomb back at the airborne enemy before it detonates. Then, a massive blue energy surge falls, trapping the airborne creature in a swirling vortex. In midair, the swordsman unleashes rapid strikes, catching the winged opponent off guard. A colossal winged beast writhes as a powerful energy beam hits it mid-flight. Clinging tightly to her orange mount, the anxious figure urges it onward as they race away from a fiery explosion. The wounded beast spins and strikes at nearby threats. The enraged giant attacks, throwing the fleeing flock into chaos. A small runner dashes through towering bones in the forest. Clutching the beast for support, the young man and his companion race atop a giant rodent, desperately fleeing as a massive serpent and a mechanical predator close in from behind and above. Meanwhile, a wary watcher glides above, following a suspicious traveler to investigate. The group edges toward the skull-littered cave entrance. Suddenly, huge talons smash down, scattering debris and bones. Panicked orange-beaked birds burst from the cave in confusion. The startled flock huddles together as two massive predators swoop overhead, casting ominous shadows across the sky. The rider celebrates on the orange beast after exiting the rocky tunnel. A red-haired leader angrily orders the group to attack inside. A red-haired survivor quickly considers imitating the cave's infamous monster to frighten away any intruders. The wary flock halts abruptly as the air grows tense and silent. A captive bird freezes when ominous hissing echoes through the bones. The captive bird explains a monkey is faking venomous hissing. A disguised trickster roars, yet the giant rodent ignores him. Then a massive beast erupts forward, scattering the terrified flock. The raging fighter surges ahead, knocking aside creatures to clear a path. On a ledge, a beast yells down at a looming bird. A lone defender faces a red-eyed monster bird at the cliff. The fighter unleashes a huge glowing slash across the battlefield. Huge boulders hurtle down the cliff, smashing into the ground below. A monstrous bird plummets from the sky and slams a massive boulder into the earth. The massive beast thrashes while energy bands tighten, blocking escape through the cliffs. The huge creature spins, then launches itself off the cliff attacking. A monstrous warrior channels blue energy, crashing down with a dragon-shaped attack. Suddenly, a spiked blue brute slams into the stunned bird opponent. The blue-feathered beast slams into the ground, flinging debris. Finally, dark energy orbs streak through the gloom, exploding outward. Echoes of footsteps resound as movement continues deeper into the ominous tunnel. The battered figure is hurled violently into the jagged wall, landing with a heavy thud. Clutching his waist in pain, the wounded figure suddenly reverts to human form, startled by the transformation. The impatient creature scans the rocky terrain, urgently demanding the bird's whereabouts. The colossal beast crashes to the ground as the lone observer recoils in disbelief. The wounded woman collapses onto the stone floor, struggling in pain after being overpowered. The confident figure towers over the defeated opponent, mocking her surrender in the rocky cave. The startled young man jerks back as the wild assailant sinks her teeth into his arm. The fierce attacker lunges at both adversaries on the rocky terrain, showing no intention of holding back. The observer notices the companion struggling to stay conscious while clutching serious wounds. The fierce figure sinks her teeth into an opponent's arm, her own neck marked by a fresh bruise. The blue-skinned figure delivers a sharp slap across the other's face, breaking the tension in the room. The worried figure recoils, anxiously asking if any harm was done. The beast-like woman recoils in shock, grasping her throat as she realizes her sudden transformation into human form. The silver-haired woman recoils against the rocky wall, bracing herself as danger approaches. A startled woman freezes as an aggressor brandishes a sword at her, heightening the tension. The towering brute presses a blade to his captive's throat, daring her to move. The confident leader, backed by two allies and a giant creature, corners the defiant challenger and her companion on the rocky ground. The feathered adversary scoffs at her opponent's assumptions, openly taunting and refusing to waste her treasured feathers on someone she deems unworthy. The victor taunts the defeated opponent, mocking the sorry state they would be in if they reverted forms. The defiant woman blocks the beast's attack with her sword and threatens to devour everyone present. The smug figure taunts his adversary, highlighting the impossibility of transformation within the confines of the cave. One figure notices scars on another's neck and immediately questions their origin, prompting visible concern from the group. The fierce informant urgently warns that the geckos cannot be killed, as they recover from any wound. Forced to survive, the wounded creature endured agony by consuming poisonous prey, leaving lasting scars. The cheerful monster suggests using dragon fire to cook geckos, while the amused companion listens to the idea. The proud opponent begrudgingly admits that the other's flames are powerful enough to defeat the geckos, setting them apart from all the monsters present. The persistent leader proposes an alliance against the carrion gecko's ruler, but the skeptical warrior dismisses the offer and decides to withhold judgment for a few days. The irate beast demands the blade wielder lower his weapon immediately. The cheerful newcomer proposes forming a friendship and suggests getting to know each other, while the wary companion listens with suspicion. A newcomer declares he'll stay on the island after befriending them. A challenge is issued as the initiative shifts to the next participant. The armored beast rejects alliance, so the winged cynic mocks his fear. The leader fiercely rejects the other's reckless strategy, insisting on prioritizing her group's safety. An arrogant fighter insults the rival clan, escalating their conflict. An aggressive man confronts the calm woman, demanding an explanation. Eventually, a cheerful mediator declares them friends, easing tension. A curious swordsman asks the bird woman how she discovered the shape-shifting fruit. The blue-haired woman dismisses his question and denies any closeness. An irritated man complains while the other stays silent. A determined user opens the interface to spend evolution points from fallen enemies. Later, a young man awkwardly offers a spiky fruit to the annoyed bird. The blue-haired fighter hurls a spiky fruit while shouting at her opponent. A man gives a glowing artifact to an ally, promising healing and strength. Inside the dim cave, the group eyes the suddenly appeared fruits with suspicion, while one figure asks for a share and another suggests letting the newcomers have them first. A curious youth gives the wounded warrior a fruit and asks about his recovery. An analyst warns about core dangers and asks if any side effects appeared. Meanwhile, a determined warrior accepts a challenge against a vigilant opponent. Their leader pats a companion's back, acknowledging her recent achievement. The victor stands over the defeated figure, taunting him as he lies humiliated on the ground. An advisor urgently offers a glowing fruit to help a weakened ally endure. A confident ally assures the beastly companion they can regain control of transformation. There, a stunned onlooker demands to know another's free shape-shifting secret. The blue-haired woman confronts the smug man about his unstable energy and fruit usage. A self-assured volunteer offers to test the dangerous fruit to help someone. A skeptic doubts the excited listener's story about a fruit-based act of heroism. Inside the cave, a fierce challenger corners an observer, demanding secrets about controlling the fruit. A young man requests a shape-shifting fruit, promising to grant the beast a new power. An enraged survivor blames the glowing creature for shattering the tree in its crash. A suspicious member accuses the beast of hoarding fruit, and a defender lashes out. Two rivals erupt into a fierce argument, each defending their actions and hurling insults across the rocky cavern. The cheerful mediator urges the group to stop fighting, gesturing for calm as the surprised onlooker listens. The silver-haired one admits hoarding fruits to strengthen herself. Then the challenger demands a shape-shift demonstration before agreeing to ally. A wary member warns the group the swamp of bones is unsurvivable. The cautious observer peers into the shadowy pit as the secretive guide reveals the hidden swamp of bones. The dominant beast mocks him, saying only elites may enter. The two rivals argue again, daring each other to fight. The cautious one asks the uneasy companion about the swamp of bones, but receives only a hesitant denial. Interrupting, the mediator demands full answers about the swamp of bones. The swamp of bones is a deadly maze of beasts and traps. The determined trio confronts each other over a perilous plan, with one urging caution, another refusing to back down, and the last fiercely challenging the decision. The protagonist demands detailed information about the swamp's location and dangers. A beast questions the flyer for risking everything on a wounded ally. The determined pair steels themselves, vowing to face any danger to help the wounded beast. Meanwhile, the scaled leader outlines a survival plan the others quietly doubt. The blue-haired giver hands over fruit and orders dodos to escort. The boastful leader declares the life fruit a gift and insists that he and his companions can reach their destination faster on foot, while his two allies look on skeptically. The fierce beast warns the anxious newcomer that the swamp ahead traps any large monster who tries to cross. Another suggests traveling in human form with dodos for easier passage. The grateful youth expresses heartfelt thanks to his avian ally in the rocky cavern. The insistent one urges the doubtful pair to eat the life fruits, insisting they are safe despite their obvious hesitation. The reluctant survivor hesitates before taking a bite of the strange green vegetable, while his silent companion watches from across the rocky cave. The blue-haired eater chomps the food and immediately recoils in disgust. Both now glow green and stare at their damaged cucumbers. The blue-haired one absorbs energy and stands fully revitalized. Another touches his neck as healing energy closes his wounds. Two rivals battle to devour the spiky green fruit faster than the other. Finally, the healed bird marvels as every wound disappears and feathers may return. The rivals argue over the trade, refusing any more shape-shift fruit. The annoyed negotiator offers one shape-shifting fruit, and the confident buyer accepts. Then the lone scout whistles sharply, drawing attention in the bone-littered forest clearing. The group assigns the massive bird creatures as mounts, while one woman sternly warns the dragon not to eat them. However, the dragon jokes about not eating mounts, and the companion answers with another whistle. A stunned onlooker recoils as a radiant ally suddenly transforms before her eyes. The towering beast thanks the small orange helper and orders it back to the cave. The observer studies the astonishing ease with which the shapeshifter transitions between forms, questioning the origin and mastery of such power. Soon the determined leader signals, and the group charges into the forest to begin their journey. Dawn breaks over the misty mountains as sunlight spills across the landscape. At sunset, two exhausted shapeshifters rest, delaying the mountain crossing until tomorrow. The group quickly splits responsibilities, with one heading out to hunt while another prepares to gather firewood. A massive beast unleashes a crackling surge of blue energy across the treetops. Several beastly figures gather around a glowing fire, sharing food while others rest quietly nearby. A towering beast presents a tempting meal, instantly capturing the loyalty of two hungry wolves. The beast chokes back tears while tasting the roasted meat, remembering a time when someone once fed him by the campfire. A blue hand stealthily reaches for a concealed object as the animal-alert observer tenses in anticipation. The dragon-like figure presents a steaming dish to the animal-like companion, encouraging them to try it. The generous figure hands a piece of meat to the simian companion as the group relaxes together under the night sky. A calm figure hands a large, mysterious object to the alert recipient under the night sky. The ravenous predator tears into the meat, savoring his first satisfying meal in over a decade. The curious girl eagerly questions her companion about past meals as they share food together under the night sky. The wary beast warns the other about the dangers of heading to the Swamp of Bones, refusing to share more information for now. A tense warning is issued about the deadly tentacled plants lurking in the Swamp of Bones as one beast expresses reluctance to transform and another mocks while spitting out a bone. The towering dragon scoffs at the challenger's abilities, questioning whether this frail form can handle the monster core or defeat the looming beast overhead. The analyst warns that maintaining this form will cause a dangerous explosion, while the companions insist they are helping by choice and reject any obligation. The towering beast steps forward, vowing to intervene as its companion faces mortal danger. The observer narrows their eyes, bracing for what comes next. As darkness settles over the quiet mountain, one figure steps forward to take the first night watch while the others prepare to rest. The wary figure crouches in the forest, questioning the unexpected trust placed in him by the naive companion. The observant beast watches as the prone creature dramatically pretends to be injured, clearly trying to escape the upcoming endurance test. A lookout crouches on a branch, reacting instantly to a sudden rustle. Soon, the watcher notices green lights and monstrous roars coming from the dark forest. The group steps cautiously into the dense, mist-shrouded forest, surrounded by towering twisted trees and thick undergrowth. Meanwhile, several riders travel through the jungle on oversized dodos. Their leader urges them onward as a scout warns about thickening mist and swamps. Soon after, a rider spots a suspicious tree trunk blocking the forest road. The lead rider warns everyone not to touch anything while crossing the hazardous swamp. A gigantic insected beast slams into the forest floor, sending debris and dust erupting in all directions. A giant mantis bursts from hiding, towering over and startling the travelers. A companion shouts a warning as a monstrous insect lunges at an ally. The aggressor slams a powerful kick downward, shaking the ground with force. A gigantic insectid bursts forward, ambushing the two startled escapees as a smaller figure darts past. A heavy fighter suddenly sinks into mud and becomes trapped. The panicked figure struggles as her feet become trapped in the thick mud. A rescuer charges in on a swift mount to save the trapped ally. A massive mantis monster swings its blade as a giant bird swiftly dodges away with a rider on its back. The swordsman charges at the massive spider as the shield bearer and allies prepare for a fierce confrontation. A towering mantis lunges forward as several figures on giant birds race past, while one stands below, defiantly facing the monstrous threat. Clinging tightly to the beast, the survivor narrowly avoids the giant insect's sweeping attack. The frustrated fighter recoils after his blow fails to crack the creature's tough exterior. A determined rider, gripping a radiant sword, charges atop his winged companion straight at the towering mantis beast. A towering mantis monster suddenly blocks the path, forcing the rider and their companion to brace for a deadly confrontation. The swordsman and his steadfast ally unleash a coordinated, devastating slash against the monstrous insect. The commanding figure orders the creature to carry the wounded companion away as chaos erupts behind them. The fox-tailed warrior charges forward, unleashing a devastating blow directly to the giant insect's face. Bathed in golden energy, the swordsman unleashes a devastating slash that tears through monstrous appendages. An agile figure hurtles down from the treetops, blades drawn, unleashing a devastating strike that splinters the ground. The swordsman snatches the fallen companion to safety atop the soaring beast as chaos unfolds around them. While the anxious group rides a massive, agitated bird through the thick forest, tension rises as they realize the dangers ahead have already cost them two of their mounts. The defiant youth rejects the worried companion's plea to retreat, insisting on pressing forward for the shade-shifting fruit rather than returning empty-handed. With only one dodo left, the group urgently discusses how to advance deeper into the swamp, while one member quickly offers to devise a solution. The leader swiftly delegates survival tasks to the group while riding through the dense forest on the flying beast. Nearby, the watcher and fighter observe a winged enemy rising toward the giant tree. The huge bird speeds ahead while its two riders cling tightly to its back. The fierce mutant's eyes widen as he suddenly senses a looming threat nearby. Two fighters leap up and slash at their monstrous flying opponent. Hanging on the cliff, the survivor notices another monster below, and the last dead dodo. As two more monstrous mantises approach, the young man clings to the branch while his companion stands ready above. The assertive figure urges the struggling climber to hurry up as another watches intently from above. Then, a giant insect suddenly bursts out, its wings beating through the forest. Three climbers race up the vine-covered trunk as hostile insects swarm down toward them. Clinging to the ledge, the survivor panics as two flying mantises close in. Soon after, three fighters launch themselves upward to strike the looming mantis. The swordsman crashes into the giant mantis above the cliff, triggering a violent shockwave. The relentless attacker slashes the towering barrier, blasting debris outward. The lone figure braces for impact as monstrous mantis creatures dive toward him in a ferocious assault. An explosion erupts, flinging two figures through the forest air. One startled fighter recoils as a towering mantis drops down with raised claws. In response, the enraged youth leaps down to attack his oppressor. The lone challenger dives toward the giant beast, aiming a decisive blow at its head. The agile survivor dodges a brutal strike as a towering insect assaults him. The attacker lunges forward and bites fiercely into the towering beast. Meanwhile, the white-haired fighter tears through the enchanted forest with overwhelming force. A giant insect blocks the path and warns the approaching group not to fight it. Suddenly, bubbles rise from the dark water, disturbing the mist. A red tongue shoots from the mud toward two birds fleeing into the treetop. The young man is grabbed by a slimy creature while riding a massive insect. A colossal mutated toad rises from the swamp and prepares to attack. A huge insectoid whips its tail, hurling the young man through the forest. The red-haired girl flies toward the white-haired ally, reaching out as he catches her. The taller figure grabs the other's hand, stopping the fall. Two figures crash down onto thick jungle branches, struggling to regain their balance after a powerful leap. The quick-thinking survivor urgently warns the crouching companion to stay still, revealing that the toad targets anything that moves. A massive toad lashes its tongue toward the figure clinging to the cliff as two others watch tensely from above. The beast warily scans the woods for approaching danger. At the base of the massive tree, two enormous, red-eyed toads suddenly block the way, their presence radiating danger. Two figures hide behind vines, silently waiting for the monsters to leave. The wary creature pauses to observe the others while drawing in a careful breath. The monster hurls a massive glob of liquid directly at its stunned opponent. The club-wielding brute smashes a tree apart with one swing. The swordsman crashes through the thick canopy, tumbling rapidly toward the ground. Suddenly, a red tentacle erupts upward and crushes the falling warrior. A pink serpent-like limb snatches the wild-haired fighter from midair. A towering beast bites through a barrier of branches blocking its path. A massive amphibian snatches the unsuspecting figure from the tree branch with a swift flick of its tongue. Two allies swing through the forest, shouting down to warn their companion. Then, the youth demands a weapon to attack the looming tongue. The fierce leader urgently commands his group to capture the target. A desperate fighter swings on a vine, reaching for the falling sword. Afterward, the swordsman dashes forward, beginning a bold frontal attack. The young man tumbles downward, missing the sword as it slips out of reach. A furious figure shouts for the return of his missing blade in the forest. As she hurtles through the air, she demands to know why the attack stopped. The young man and ally swing closer to the serpent beast to continue their mission. An agile fighter vaults onto the giant beast's back, dodging its spiked tail. A red-haired attacker ambushes two figures with a massive whip-like limb. The attacker lunges forward and unleashes a devastating strike with a massive bladed weapon against the monstrous adversary. The fighter breaks free from the crushing red limb and drives forward. The monstrous amphibian lashes out with its venomous tongue while the two fighters propel themselves skyward to evade and strike back. Finally, the fighter lands a killing strike. A warrior blasts lightning through his staff at his target. A hulking creature is slammed into the ground, bleeding. The furious swordsman confronts his adversaries, demanding the return of his stolen blade as his taunting foe laughs in defiance. The apologetic youth draws attention to the newly arrived blade as the energetic companion points outward in the sun-dappled forest. The group sees a glowing blade in the beast, and one claims it. The beast-like figure inspects the blade closely while two onlookers study his every move. The anxious companion questions their next move, but the group's leader insists they focus on gathering more bark and vines. Meanwhile, a newcomer crashes into the forest floor with a firm landing. The group hauls bundles of vines through the forest while their leader questions the purpose of these materials, pondering how monsters might use them differently from humans. A transformed being decides he must seek guidance about his human body. Next, the leader presents a grappling claw for future use. Three runners halt in the forest when eerie wailing echoes nearby. A cautious fighter readies two staffs, hearing a distant baby cry. A red-haired woman stops, listening carefully to the strange crying. Two allies whisper about humans possibly hiding somewhere in the swamp. The tense group waits among ropes, watching the misty forest ahead. The group advances through the dense forest and arrives at a colossal boulder shrouded in mist. Two figures freeze as a colossal red-eyed Andreas emerges from the mist. Suddenly, a startled survivor looks up as bright light bursts overhead. A monstrous salamander lunges at the armed party, forcing them to brace. Two figures brace themselves as a gigantic monster's jaws close in to devour them. A towering monster crashes down while the group flees amid shouts to run. The desperate group sprints through the marsh, unable to outrun the rampaging giant salamander closing in behind them. The leader urgently orders the ape to throw the cirrus onto the tree. A vine-wielding fighter braces as a colossal creature approaches from behind. A colossal root smashes down through the forest, scattering. The quick-thinking leader and his companions swing on vines to narrowly escape the jaws of a massive monster. The leader scales the massive vine with two companions close behind, while a monstrous beast threatens from below. The cautious survivor braces himself as a sinister, mud-like creature with glowing red eyes emerges nearby. A massive beast lunges from the shadows as the figure desperately swings away on a vine. The alert beast urgently signals the group to retreat as he clings to a vine, urging everyone to leap back. The staff user proposes escaping by jumping into the creature's mouth. Two allies sprint through the tunnel, shouting for each other to jump. Three people are dragged through the tunnel as one struggles free. The dominant figure pins a defeated opponent beneath him while several others plunge helplessly down the winding, fleshy cavern. The group realizes they are trapped in the creature's stomach. Someone explains the creature's digestion and mentions earlier missed prey. The contender lunges forward, tearing into the giant salamander with a surge of blue energy, while two stunned onlookers recoil in horror as the system announces a significant gain in evolution points. The protagonist receives a notification announcing the acquisition of a new skill that can lure stronger salamanders as prey or bait. He grabs the glowing item but misses another chance for power. The wary beast confronts the imposing figure, questioning his sudden hunger despite their recent meal. The cautious strategist questions their companion's escape plan, while the swordsman confidently prepares to slice open the cramped salamander's stomach. Suddenly, the creature rolls violently, tossing the group around inside. Outside, an observer realizes the salamander is battling another of its kind. The larger salamander tumbles downhill, smashing trees as the ground shakes. The bigger beast pins its prey to the ground, dominating completely. Inside the cavern, the group observes as the larger salamander emerges victorious, signaling the end of the fight. The strategist warns their beast ally they'll be crushed if another salamander is swallowed. With energy surging around him, the resolute warrior draws his sword and prepares to slice through the obstacle. A golden slash rips through the monster, driving it backward. The smaller predator bites the larger one's throat, delivering a fatal wound. The battered figure collapses to his knees in front of a dominant opponent, overwhelmed by exhaustion. The group escapes outside as someone explains the larger salamander was eating the smaller. A blunt companion scolds their beast for continuing to eat afterward. Two friends chat about salamander meat and regret not having fire to cook. A cautious member urges leaving quickly, fearing more giant salamanders nearby. While one traveler happily devours a snack, the group presses onward through the rugged terrain, each focused on the journey ahead. 3 travelers advance along exposed routes to avoid sinking into the swamp. Their leader peers into the fog but cannot see anything ahead. Soon, someone senses a foul presence as a weakened companion suddenly staggers. A lone survivor staggers, weakened and dizzy from poisonous mist. A taller ally confirms his companion is drained of strength. The vigilant group halts as the alert observer urgently signals the towering figure to focus on a looming threat concealed by the mist. Soon, they spot a towering toxic mushroom spewing fumes around them. A shocked survivor recoils, realizing the mushroom he ate is poisonous. Suddenly, reunion plans stop as a reeking gas cloud engulfs everyone. A floating blue vendor demands 10 million points for a respirator, delivered later. Meanwhile, an exasperated man rips his clothes as the blue assistant explains repair costs. The leader distributes black items, ordering everyone to soak them with urine. The quick-thinking survivor urgently explains to the skeptical companion that the poisonous flower is making them dizzy, and they must cover their faces with wet cloths to stay safe. In a clearing, a nervous girl awaits instructions while 2 companions hold rope. An earnest helper offers a dripping cloth to a startled teammate. A young woman freezes in the dark forest, scanning nervously for danger. 3 survivors move carefully through giant flowers, alert to hissing and strange noises. Nearby, a gigantic armored insect hisses threateningly at anything approaching. The masked trio advances toward the titan mushroom, expecting a swarm of insects. Suddenly, a massive spiked beast drops, making the 3 survivors brace themselves. The armored monster charges forward, and the defenders ready for impact. Clawed feet step firmly onto the mossy rock, advancing without hesitation. The colossal insect monster recoils as a radiant weapon crashes down from above. A swordsman delivers a radiant vertical slash, striking the huge insect hard. The ground erupts as a massive insectoid monster crashes upward, sending debris flying in all directions. A determined fighter drives his sword into the beast, spraying green fluid. An onlooker recoils as insect swarms gather around the reeking giant flowers. A desperate runner sprints across tangled branches, chased by swarming insect monsters below. 3 companions race through the forest, dodging massive spiked flowers blocking their path. Afterward, the group presses on through a bizarre jungle of towering unfamiliar plants. An alert creature pauses, sensing an unfamiliar presence in the mist. A huge carnivorous plant snaps its jaws around the struggling insect. A gunshot echoes as a mutated carnivorous plant traps a giant insect within its spiked leaves. The cautious analyst points to a massive carnivorous plant, seeking confirmation from the knowledgeable guide about its identity. Carnivorous plants snap shut on massive insect prey amid swirling fog and chaos. Towering plants close in on armored beetles through the fog. 2 fugitives sprint as giant beetles chase, ignoring the plants. A masked person jerks upright, startled by a disturbance. 3 people plummet straight into the gaping monster's jaws. Someone lunges forward, shouting a warning about incoming danger. The swordsman lunges at his foe while his ally rushes the fallen one to safety. A hulking beast smashes the plant, letting the captive struggle free. A worried survivor checks if the wounded beast beside her lives. One rescuer desperately pulls the trapped figure from the thorny plant as another readies a weapon to slice through the ensnaring vines. Suddenly, giant armored insects charge the group as 2 scramble aside. The team rushes together, unleashing attacks on the towering green-lit insect. 2 fighters are flung back, skidding across the bloody ground. One grabs the other's arm, leaving both dangling from the monster. A young man blocks the path, warning the approaching figure to stop. Quickly, the man grabs the woman, stopping her slide down the surface. A huge red mass crashes into the strange orange liquid. The silver-haired one is suddenly engulfed by searing orange fluid. Inside the corrosive plant, a trapped survivor struggles and searches for help. A battered fighter is slammed down as a violent explosion erupts. The determined fighter dives into swirling orange mucus, risking becoming stuck inside. The wounded swimmer recoils as the creature approaches, its mucus worsening the pain. Struggling in the current, the youth realizes his underwater edge is useless without air for her. A wounded woman staggers as surging energy signals her imminent collapse. Desperate, the fighter hurls energy and decides to risk reverting into a monster. One steadies a trembling ally, explaining they'll sink into the swamp after transforming back. A massive glowing maw suddenly fires a devastating energy blast. The colossal spirit beast unleashes energy, scorching the forest below. A human barely dodges as the enormous spiked beast charges past. The vigilant defender braces to intercept the fierce assailant rushing through the misty forest. He catches his falling teammate, dodging an enemy sword. The two smaller figures urgently search for a way to support the massive beast as it struggles in distress. The alert figure urgently points toward a distant tree, drawing the other's attention. There, the ally indicates a vine-covered tree as escape. The determined figure, radiating energy, urges the fallen beast to hold on as the tension escalates. The rampaging creature surges forward and launches a powerful attack. Meanwhile, an agile fighter climbs the tall vine-covered tree. He throws a thick vine toward the struggling beast. The blue-accented beast beams with pride and commends its ally's achievement. The creature claws at a vine, trying to escape the mud. The blue creature hides beside the strange tree, watching it warily. The beast lifts its head sharply, startled by a sudden movement above. Thick vines lash out from the monstrous tree, ensnaring the group as panic spreads through the foggy swamp. A striped beast urgently warns its ally about the deadly tree. A confused observer questions why the large reptile is panicking. A horrified fighter recoils as a horned skull erupts from the vines. The watchful beast scans the forest from the edge of the cliff, poised for any sign of movement below. Suddenly, a towering ally is snared mid-charge by glowing restraints. The captive is flung skyward as glowing vines tighten. An agile warrior bursts through the trees, charging with both blades raised. The lone attacker hurls himself at a colossal glowing branch. While the beast is bound by vines, a smaller fighter slaps it. The blue-spiked beast roars and fires energy at its towering foe. A fierce figure unleashes a radioactive beam that blasts a stunned opponent backward through the air. A blue flame slash sends the stunned beast flying. A massive energy surge hits her, hurling the beast through the ravine. The observer is startled as the creature deliberately douses the flames in the swamp. A wary beast approaches the peculiar tree as odd green vines begin to fall from its branches. The hulking beast rants while an armored ally calmly analyzes the enemy's strategy. The nimble beast narrowly avoids the crushing blow as the gigantic tail slams into the tangled undergrowth. The agitated beast uproots a tree in a fit of rage while the wary onlooker urges restraint. Thick tendrils writhe and secrete a strange fluid, filling the air with a sense of impending danger. Towering vines surge from the ancient tree, closing in on the two wary figures below. The swordsman leaps forward and recoils in shock upon spotting a severed hand. Two onlookers recoil in shock as the massive tree forms a hand from its vines, while a swordsman swoops overhead, ready to strike. The large beast braces on the cliff as a massive, glowing object hurtles down from the sky. A massive explosion erupts nearby, forcing the lone figure to brace for impact. The furious beast hurls itself at the towering adversary with a deafening roar. The towering beast brings its fist down with overwhelming force, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. The enraged brute is suddenly slammed in the face by a messy projectile. With a burst of strength, the towering beast wrenches a massive tree from the ground. The furious beast unleashes a devastating blast, sending shockwaves through the opposing force. The armored beast hovers menacingly above the forest as one figure impatiently demands to attack the mysterious hand. A massive, spiked beast stomps the ground in shock as a regal mechanical bird hovers above, overseeing the chaos. A spectral force surges into the stunned reptilian opponent, leaving it reeling from the overwhelming assault. The giant beast recoils in agony as glowing green tendrils strike its most vulnerable area, prompting a furious outburst from the onlooker. Two captives struggle as enchanted vines suspend and restrain them midair, one furiously protesting the unfair capture. The golden-haired warrior charges forward, slamming a glowing blade downward to shatter the obstacles in front. The glowing figure veers sharply as the colossal serpent lashes its body through the forest. The warrior tenses with alarm, realizing the enemy is using her companion as leverage. A wounded fighter falls back with swords drawn, desperately shouting to halt the giant creature's attack. The sharp-toothed survivor reflexively pulls back just in time to avoid a weapon slashing past their face. The dual-wielding fighter is ambushed mid-leap by an enormous, glowing green-clawed hand reaching out unexpectedly. A massive creature unleashes a glowing attack, striking the aircraft midair. A figure soars above the trees while a massive armored beast emerges from the forest, having just bought precious time for the airborne survivor. The mechanical ally powers up a devastating blast while ensnared by the monstrous tree's vines. The massive beast thrashes in frustration as glowing restraints clamp its jaws shut, preventing any chance to unleash its deadly breath. Glowing tendrils from the towering tree ensnare every member of the group, lifting them high above the ground. The captive struggles as the glowing vines constrict even tighter, threatening to suffocate and consume all caught in their grasp. High above the ground, the captives writhe desperately against the glowing restraints, gasping for air and fearing for their lives. The determined figure urges the assistant to check the evolution points, quickly learns the total, and decides to spend them all, increasing body size. A massive blue captive strains against the constricting vines, determined to break free by increasing in size. The massive beast thrashes helplessly as glowing, thorny vines tighten around its body in the misty forest. The massive creature thrashes violently as electrified vines hold it suspended in midair. Thick bindings snap apart, releasing a surge of tension into the scene. The juvenile beast bursts through its restraints as a system screen displays its evolving Titan Dragon abilities. Two startled figures watch as the towering beast rapidly grows amidst twisting vines. The blue-armored beast crashes downward, smashing through shattered branches. The furious beast releases a devastating blast of blue energy, tearing through the forest. A powerful energy beam slams into the earth near the gnarled tree, sending the fallen figure crashing down as panicked voices cry out. An electrified opening tears into the mountainside, crackling with ominous energy as the forest trembles. The blue-armored warrior readies a glowing sword, preparing to strike as the monster refuses to release its captives. The enraged creature unleashes a devastating energy beam toward the colossal tree. The monstrous figure releases a blinding surge of energy from its jaws, shaking the battlefield. The towering beast unleashes a searing blue beam, slicing through the rocky terrain below. The brute and the beast strain against the green restraints, finally snapping them with sheer force. The protector and her winged companion charge forward to intercept the dragon's surging blue energy. One figure urgently warns her companion to stay back or risk being caught by the monster tree as they both tense up in the perilous forest. The furious challenger stands at the edge of the pit, baring her teeth as she threatens to slice her towering adversary in two. The towering beast throws up its arms in defeat, abandoning the fight before its relentless foe. The startled pair recoil as the winged newcomer suddenly reveals the ability to speak in human language. The towering guardian declares the confrontation is a test of the other's abilities, not an execution. The creature glares, loudly accusing the unseen adversary of acting out of fear and nearly causing serious harm. The dominant creature taunts its trapped opponent, asserting control over the swamp and threatening its escape. The blue-spiked creature, now back in monster form, devises a cunning plan with its companion. The creature unleashes a deafening shockwave that ripples through the air. The agitated creature defensively confronts the weeping figure, loudly denying any wrongdoing. The blue-crested leader orders the simian ally to gather vines as the group braces for the arrival of longtime companions. The hulking, ravenous creature prowls the forest floor, searching for its next meal. A hostile figure taunts the opponent with a single glowing eye. A grinning attacker advances, wielding thorny vines toward the target. The wary creature braces itself on the ground, preparing to confront an imminent threat. A towering fighter stomps down, pinning the reptile beneath. The brute entangles the reptiles with vines, ensuring they cannot escape. Suddenly, the beast breaks free, confronting its stunned captor. The towering figure restrains the captive with vines, grinning victoriously. Elsewhere, a watcher reports that more salamanders are approaching. A distant voice angrily demands to be left alone. 3 reptilian figures tumble uncontrollably through tangled vines, crashing hard onto the forest floor. The spiked leader shouts while hauling bound creatures up a cliff. A huge beast bursts out and unleashes a supporting breath attack. Soon after, battered fighters collapse, overwhelmed by surrounding blue flames. A blue-spiked object is torn from the ground. The armored beast escapes the tree's vines as another figure watches. The armored beast questions the talking tree about its human-like traits. The interrogator raises the strange fruit, demanding proof of its powers. A creature leans in as a clawed hand offers fruit. A mossy being questions the shark beast's mysterious human-like origins. The armored one demands to know how the tree got the fruit. The moss-covered figure boasts of using scouts despite being immobile. The bird and beast realize their route leads to the mentioned cave. The assertive traveler orders the towering tree to direct its scout. The tree-like guide warns the travelers to hurry toward the road ahead, as rival creatures are racing for the same fruit. 2 vine-bound prisoners argue as one questions crabs seeking fruit. The commanding creature urgently hands over the vines and instructs the attentive figure on how to control them as the group prepares to depart. Nearby, a hidden watcher considers getting help after seeing a human transform. A massive limb slams down, blasting dirt in every direction. A lizard and ape race through the forest, driving their mounts hard. The vigilant companion spots a cave in the distance, signaling the group to advance. A hulking crab creature blocks the path as the wary beast can halt, bracing for a possible clash beneath the forest canopy. A furious rider races through the forest after fleeing thieves. The group quickly divides responsibilities as the cautious observer stays with the giant salamanders. The vigilant leader heads into the cave, and the confident companion offers reassurance. They find a huge dead bird lying on the cave floor. The towering beast recoils in disbelief as the vigilant swordsman surveys the empty cavern, finding nothing remaining. Standing on the beast, the youth asks to trade for a life fruit. The wounded one presses the green pod directly against the injury. The bandaged figure demands to know why such a rare fruit is offered. Burdened with her companion, the monkey hurries to the avian sentinel to avoid blame. The towering sentry guards the cave entrance while smaller figures gather nearby. A winged predator dives toward the figure crouching against the cliff. Inside the cave, an armored messenger reports all shape-shifting fruit is gone. The pair rush forward with captives, chasing the crabs that escaped. A massive swarm of 6-meter-long, 5-ton swamp crabs marches forward, their powerful pincers glinting as the observers tense on the hillside. The observer questions whether someone is directing the swamp crabs to steal the fruits. Still wary, a figure suspects a powerful enemy is controlling the marching crabs. The creature lunges at the towering beast. Under supervision, the creature devours fresh swamp crabs and rapidly accumulates evolution points. Weary from battle, the larger beast asks the smaller to handle the shape-shifting fruit. In a clearing, 2 allies decide to chase the crabs and retrieve stolen fruit. The youth and beast drag prey as a swarm of small red creatures appears ahead. A hulking spiked monster smashes through the swarm, scattering the crabs. The towering predator bites down hard on the struggling prey. Then the enraged fighter crushes the massive red crab. The warrior stands on the red beast, raising 2 swords to finish it. The vigilant figure braces for combat as 2 colossal crabs advance across the vivid landscape. The massive beast thrashes against tightening vines while its handler struggles for control. Carefully, a figure nears the green mist hiding a massive crab-like creature. The lizard stops, realizing it has left the swamp while dragging captives. 2 prisoners strain against heavy chains as choking green mist closes around them. 3 captives and their blue ally brace as a red crab advances. Meanwhile, an observer notices the crab's strange return, sensing danger. A red crab braces as a spotted reptile advances through the mist. A massive creature is hit by a green explosion. Nearby, the crab self-destructs, shocking trapped monsters held by vines. Bound prisoners brace as a horde of red crabs advances. The lizard and her ally are trapped as the crab horde prepares to explode. The massive beast braces itself as 2 hostile crustaceans close into the murky depths. 2 fierce combatants clash as a series of massive explosions erupt around them. A reptilian ally reveals the crabs lured them with shape-shifting fruit into a trap. The towering beast hurls a green energy slash across the battlefield. The hulking beast staggers as green energy slams into it. A wounded reptile warns the group of an ambush, startling a muscular ally. Suddenly, a colossal blade-armed monster appears as a watcher hides nearby. 2 figures lock eyes in a hostile standoff, surrounded by swirling toxic mist. A colossal multi-legged beast emerges from the mist, dwarfing nearby crab creatures. Then, the crystal-browed ally realizes enemy leaders orchestrated the ambush using ordered exploding crabs. The ground suddenly quakes as 2 adversaries face off, both surprised. A colossal multi-headed serpent emerges from the mist above the 2 challengers. A hulking spiked beast emerges from the mist, blocking the group's path. Sinister tentacles and a massive tail burst from the swirling green mist. The beast unleashes a torrent of toxic smoke, filling the air with danger. A wary figure urgently signals the group to hold their breath as ominous green smoke fills the air. The protagonist suddenly realizes something crucial and stares in shock. The wounded one freezes as 3 shadowy shapes emerge from the mist. 3 shadowy figures step through the dense green fog, their forms barely visible. A furious student with a bat corners the victim, backed by 2 accomplices. The wounded man collapses, reaching out and begging for mercy. 3 bullies close in, jeering and urging each other to escalate. The beast recoils in terror, letting out a desperate scream as danger strikes unexpectedly. Suddenly, 3 allies freeze as an unexpected enemy appears. A panicked beast cries out, trying to wake companions. 2 allies stagger from a sudden disorienting vision. Surrounded, the group plans to break out through a gap. A crying girl tells the elder she saw her parents. Through tears, she reveals everyone was consumed by green venom. The strategist urges the group to retreat now and return for revenge after gaining more power, while her companion listens intently. A furious creature emerges from the mist, confronting its enemies with a vengeful threat. The dark enemy summons a multi-headed beast before them. The lone figure braces for impact as the enormous creature barrels through the dense fog toward a head-on clash. 2 ape skulls rest side by side on the ground, signaling a foreboding discovery. Startled, she recoils as lightning erupts behind her. The grieving figure kneels by the remains of her parents, while her vigilant companion stands guard amid the swirling mist. The monstrous attacker unleashes a barrage of toxic green projectiles. A green energy blast falls while the leader shouts a warning. A young ape desperately cries out for help, overcome by fear and tears. The massive beast roars and pounds its fists as flames rage around her. An enraged fighter lunges forward, promising to kill. A winged ally begs the charging beast to stop. On command, one fighter jumps aside from the many-headed beast. The enraged brute lands a crushing blow, sending its foe reeling. The towering multi-headed beast slams into its furred opponent. The smaller fighter is knocked back as the dark beast lands a crushing blow. The multi-headed enemy pins her and mocks her helplessness. The armored beast charges, and the lone fighter braces. The monstrous attacker lunges forward, jaws wide, launching a sudden assault. A towering beast grapples a green foe as one ally rushes in, another hesitates. A fierce guardian demands if their ally will abandon the wounded. The swordsman charges the towering beast as 2 companions watch. The resolute fighter blocks the green monster's powerful strike with his sword. At first, a giant insect monster slaps a smaller flyer, launching it away. The beast lunges forward with a glowing gaze, swinging its sword in a sudden, high-speed assault. An enraged monster roars as a smaller fighter charges in slashing. The fighter rushes the monster, weapon raised to strike. The swordsman stabs his blade deep into the towering beast. Mid-air, the beast warrior is skewered by a glowing sword. The towering beast taunts while the lone fighter braces for another attack. Nearby, a determined ally shouts as a monstrous beast roars in flames. The leader and 3 monstrous companions brace themselves, facing the colossal creature as the battle is about to begin. A fierce attacker unleashes a sharp, green energy slash that wounds the massive beast. The towering predator bites down hard, crushing its captive in its jaws. A blue-maned beast charges forward, smashing through everything in its path. The monstrous serpent launches a colossal energy beam at the airborne challenger. The agile fighter launches a devastating blue energy attack straight into the gaping jaws of the giant beast. A raging beast charges forward, releasing a torrent of electricity. The furious beast releases a devastating surge of blue energy from its jaws. The raging creature hurls a lightning-charged energy beam straight at its target. The towering brute is blasted back by twin beams from the serpent's heads. Meanwhile, a determined beast holds the enemy back to buy its allies time. A resolute fighter charges the threat, while ordering wounded allies to retreat. The enraged guardian rushes a 2-headed beast to protect the ally below. A smaller beast smashes the towering armored monster with a powerful blow. A blue attacker slams its spiked foe, sending it staggering back. The wounded beast reels back, bleeding heavily but still glaring defiantly. The injured creature calls for help while the 2 opponents face each other. A massive black serpent lunges at the white beast while a fur-clad observer watches the violent clash unfold. A hulking attacker fires a searing energy blast as its foes dive away. Soon after, a monster spews toxic breath, engulfing its stunned opponent. A hydra-like beast fires a green blast, flinging its armored enemy away. The massive opponent is smashed into the earth as green energy erupts around the impact. The worried onlooker rushes toward the fallen beast as menacing tentacles gather in the shadows. A frantic companion shakes the unconscious beast, desperately trying to bring it back as green smoke rises from its wounds. On a huge mount, the leader declares no enemy will escape. A towering brute hurls insults at the cowering group below as a menacing shadow from above signals an even greater threat. An enraged bird battles the thief in midair. A giant bird flies above, facing circling serpents amid violent winds. Then the enemy leader signals, summoning a dark swarm overhead. There, a winged ally raises a whirlwind, telling others to flee the approaching monster. A crazed flock dives at 2 beasts, forcing them into defense. A hulking protector blocks the swarm, shielding a fallen companion. Massive black talons descend and clamp around the startled captive, lifting her into the air. 3 gigantic beasts hover over the forest, preparing for an aerial fight. A wind-cloaked beast and 3-headed serpent smash together, trading blows midair. The bird warrior recoils as a 3-headed serpent ambushes her. A hostile monster roars while winged invaders swarm closer through the sky. A hulking serpent unleashes a crackling green beam at its restrained avian foe, intensifying the standoff. The great beast exhales toxic breath, blasting several enemies from the air. Meanwhile, an attacker dives forward, firing green energy as allies rush behind. 2 looming monsters close in, gathering green power to destroy the egg. A dominant dragon-like beast lunges and slams its surprised foe aside. Nearby, an onlooker panics as a bird mummifies, fearing the larger beast in that light. A furious fighter unleashes spiraling wind, hurling massive rocks at the enemy. The monstrous foe fires non-stop green blasts, erasing everything ahead. The commander retreats into the sky as dark-winged pursuers swarm below. Soon a horde of flyers and giant spiders charges, overwhelming the battlefield. An enraged monster spews poisonous energy at a fleeing bird in the storm. The furious figure glares as a glowing green orb speeds past, narrowly missing its mark. A winged attacker twists aside, dodging a green blast from behind. A woman is blasted backward by an explosion amid spreading chaos. Finally, a flying figure fires a huge green beam at the beast below. The fierce assailant crashes down onto the startled beast's back, seizing the advantage mid-flight. The determined leader signals the group to move quickly out of the swamp as flying threats close in. A nervous subordinate awaits orders as serpents watch circling birds. The towering serpent realizes its venomous attack has failed but detects a strange surge of life energy where the thunder dragon stood. The cautious figure commands reinforcements to subdue the enemy while a wounded ally urgently seeks time to recover strange energy amid the ominous green mist. The resolute rider and several beastly companions soar above the vast forest, venturing into uncharted skies. Clinging to the bird, a rider questions their route as wolves watch. A wounded fighter calls the flying beast to approach. Anxiously, someone points at the beast, signaling something strange is happening. A towering figure watches as the beast rapidly shrinks, prompting a startled outcry from the onlooker. The scene shifts to a tranquil mountain landscape as birds glide through the open sky. Nearby, wolf-like beasts rest while guarding a dark cave entrance. A frightened watcher suddenly screams in pure panic. A 2-headed creature jolts upright on a leaf, sensing trouble outside. The startled companion freezes, eyes locking onto a looming danger overhead. The smallest creature stares up in shock as both the massive bird and the towering ape emerge from the mist, their new forms dwarfing everything around them. The incredulous reptilian stares up at the transformed beast, openly questioning the drastic change in size and form. An ally hurriedly explains that the dragon has unexpectedly shrunk. The panicked dragon recoils at its shrinkage and desperately calls for help. A system alert states the dragon's foundation is ruined and cultivation must restart. A spirit explains the Gecko King's breath drains life energy and usually kills. However, a guide says earned evolution points keep the host alive despite venom. The guide adds that a curse stole every point and empowered the king. Inside the cave, allies realize the enemy absorbed all life energy and strengthened. The hidden monster resolves to devour everything and evolve for eventual revenge. The towering bird interrogates the small survivor, astonished by its deadly abilities and resistance to the Gecko King's attack. The spike beast declares itself a thunder dragon destined to rule all monsters. Its towering opponent mocks these ambitions and denies its claim to power. The small dragon insists it will keep eating and grow gigantic. Finally, a curious companion asks where exactly they are inside this cave. The cautious one announces their arrival in the beast's lair, causing a startled companion to react in shock. Two figures stumble upon a chamber crowded with weapons and dominated by a mysterious tomb. The wolf-like figure reveals the tomb and weapons of a fallen master. The observer questions the origins of the creature's combat skills and expresses disbelief at a human's ability to wield such colossal weapons. A long-haired figure unleashes mind control, causing several swords to float menacingly through the forest. The wounded storyteller recalls how the adversary commanded every weapon in battle, even manipulating a massive blade with ease. Inside the rocky cavern, the beast interrogates its companion about the existence of humans with special powers and other supernatural beings in this unfamiliar world. A determined swordsman arrives on the island and saves a stranger from a vicious beast attack. The beast grips a blade in its jaws, attacking the wooden dummy while the observer silently watches. In another world divided between good and evil, countless individuals possessed extraordinary abilities, and the hunted one fled relentless pursuers. The collector reveals a glowing space ring, demonstrating how he stores his array of cold weapons as the beast watches with interest. The small creature lights up with excitement upon hearing about the space ring and urgently asks where it is. A loyal beast finds its gravely wounded mentor slumped beneath a tree, surrounded by shattered swords after a desperate battle. The steadfast guardian declares his decade-long watch over the land to the silent beast, reaffirming his commitment to honor his fallen master. The large bird confronts the wolf-like figure, demanding to know why an alliance was formed with the island's destructive ruler despite the growing threat to their home. A fierce subordinate snarls and shouts in anger, aggressively defending his master from an insult. The accusatory figure exposes the other's broken promise and warns of dire consequences as tensions erupt in a heated standoff. The cheerful mediator calls for a ceasefire and questions the clawed newcomer about the secrecy of their location. The defiant fighter glares fiercely and rejects the accusation. The assertive beast rallies the group to urgently gather food, determined to consume as much as possible. Two furious figures confront a third, scolding the indifferent one for focusing on food instead of their dire situation. The embarrassed creature admits its need for nourishment to continue growing. Several freshly slain beasts are strewn across the ground before the gaping cave entrance. A serene figure tends to roasting lizard creatures over crackling blue flames, preparing a meal in the quiet. The boastful leader rallies their animal followers as the commanding figure urges the small dragon to unleash its magic. The enthusiastic chef showers the roasted meat with secret sauce as the smaller companion watches eagerly. The bird-like figure leans forward to sniff the large bottle as two companions examine it, captivated by its strong, pleasant aroma. The dominant figure hefts the beast's carcass overhead, commanding the restless group to wait their turn as the spoils are distributed. The group feasts together in the forest, savoring the delicious cooked meat with cheerful enthusiasm. A curious visitor arrives at the creature's lair, eagerly announcing a desire to check in and wondering about possible rewards. A digital being announces the awarding of a powerful new skill after the check-in is completed. The small creature angrily protests an unfair, mocking attack. The guide explains a custom skill modeled after various animals. The spiky creature loudly rejects comparisons to burrowing or pecking animals. Soon, several days pass while the forest remains undisturbed. The towering beast gives a mushroom that grants control over changing forms. The wary avian keeps a close eye as the beast devours the unusual, decorated fruit. The mentor calmly instructs the seated warrior to concentrate, shatter the core within, and channel the unleashed power to trigger his transformation. A massive energy blast erupts upward, making the creature recoil. The blue creature begrudgingly admits the others are smarter. The bird recoils as the foe reverts to wolf, hinting at her shape-shifting potential. Now that the beast is stable, another prepares to unleash magic. The ambitious creature eagerly declares a plan to spend all its evolution points to increase its height by 20 meters. Soon, energy surges as the host transforms after absorbing evolution points. The smug one reports only 2 meters gained, shocking the frustrated companion. The blue guide explains evolution costs stay unchanged despite lost size and equipment. The small creature cries loudly about lost height, blaming the other. A figure freezes when a glowing beast confronts them in the forest. A small dragon trembles as green energy erupts, flooding the clearing. Meanwhile, a companion warns venom breath keeps draining hard-earned evolutionary life energy. The blue one fearfully asks the towering beast if this monstrous form is permanent. 3 eerie, green-lit tunnels emerge from the cavern wall, hinting at hidden dangers ahead. A mystic absorbs life energy from the thunder dragon, surprised by its sudden renewal. From the pit, a vengeful creature glares upward, vowing to kill them. A cave entrance lies hidden in a quiet forest clearing. A wary scout sees a striped lizard and recognizes the green venom warning. Thus, the group realizes a lethal mark is constantly draining the victim's life force. A worried ally begs the bird guardian to save the venom-weakened creature. The strategist, looking troubled, explains that their only option is to search for an antidote since defeating the powerful foe is nearly impossible. The wolf-like figure demands to know the location of a crucial item. The defiant bird faces down the hulking beast. Atop the snowy summit, the monstrous ruler is revealed as the only being who may hold the secret to countering the deadly venom. Below, a wary animal wonders about the powerful being in the mountains. An informant warns the mountain beast is nearly a monster god. A determined figure struggles up the relentless snowy slope, drawing closer to the forbidding entrance of the icy cave. The skeptical beast questions the winged creature about the true cost behind granting a single wish. The ominous monster demands an irreplaceable sacrifice, eyeing the blue artifact. The spiked beast dismisses the answer, still unconvinced. An eager girl insists on the plan, citing her parents' true legend. The wolf-like figure urgently confirms the bird's account and reveals that his master traveled to Sage Snow Mountain. A spiky-scaled scout hesitates, wondering if anyone else can help. The negotiator asks the bird guide to speed them to Sage Snow Mountain. The large bird warns the smaller creature that her flock can only help as far as the mountain's hillside, since dangerous snowstorms make the summit impossible to reach. The group braces themselves as the ground shakes violently beneath their feet. A guardian shouts as exploding rocks fling beasts across the clearing. A vast pit is revealed as sunlight pours in from above. A horde of green-spotted, reptilian creatures surges out of the darkness, flooding the tunnel. Two hidden allies realize enemy scouts have located their hillside position. Because of this, the hero deduces the remaining venom lets enemies track them. A massive beast roars, driving the smaller monsters to flee. The towering creature advances, making the lesser reptiles cower. A snarling beast stalks a cornered reptile while another predator watches. From the green mist, a towering beast emerges with overwhelming menace. Two savage beasts are shattered by a violent green explosion. The wolf-like figure urgently rallies the group to gather close, asserting control over the tense situation. The dominant beast storms into the cave with a golden staff, scattering animals. A massive boulder slams down, shattering the weakened ground and flinging debris. An anxious scout spots more geckos and warns of an approaching stronger foe. Soon, a colossal king's hand of ancient bloodline appears, escalating the threat. Finally, a monstrous shape emerges from the green mist, hissing menacingly. A colossal insected beast, and its swarm unleash a thunderous roar as the group braces for battle. A swarm of green monsters charges forward, roaring. An enraged fighter swings while an ally prepares to intervene. A massive reptilian beast is blasted by sudden energy. The electrified beast charges, halberd in jaws, surprising its foe. The beast rips through the shadowy foes in a blinding surge of power. The lone creature attacks the towering fiend and its swarm. The lunging monster forces the defender to block with his sword. Weapons crash together as opposing sides clash in a fierce battle, sending sparks flying. The beast urges her scaled ally to charge and defend. The enraged beast lunges at its toxic opponent. A towering beast emits green energy and a piercing screech. The aggressive fighter hurtles forward, fists clenched, ready to strike. Suddenly, a monster attacks from behind, forcing a rapid defense. The charging brute unleashes a devastating swing with its arm. A hulking creature ambushes the fighter from behind, wounding her. The injured fighter is surrounded by green-fumed lizard creatures. A massive beast dives down, crackling with green energy. Meanwhile, a desperate ally charges through explosions, searching frantically. The green ally swiftly climbs onto the back of the determined beast, preparing for their next move. As two lizards ambush, the blue creature dashes forward on warning. The monster unleashes a massive energy blast, shaking everything. The wounded beast clutches its jaw as the enemy advances. The vigilant figure urgently orders the massive bird to disperse the deadly mist that shields the enemy and threatens to make all creatures explode. The winged ally nods, accepting the command. A small supporter cheers as the winged beast finishes maneuvering. Then the pursuer spots the hidden figure, breaking the silence. The massive beast releases blinding blue energy, obliterating everything ahead. The creature fires a surging blue beam into the sky. Finally, a determined fighter charges the towering electrified plant monster. A lightning-charged beast lunges at the towering green monster. The predator devours the spiked leader and gains evolution energy. The victorious predator devours the fallen gecko leader, earning a surge of evolution points and upgrading its explosive ability to a higher rank. The beast unleashes a torrent of glowing green energy from its gaping jaws. Then a nearby fighter realizes the enemy has self-destructed. A violent green explosion hurls the dinosaur-like figure away from the monstrous, tentacled attacker. Later the reptilian victor explains the enemy was wounded and a new skill gained. The swordsman charges the monster, telling the others to escape. The anxious creature urgently warns the group not to split up, insisting they must face the three enemies together. A loyal beast refuses to retreat, vowing to protect his companion. A winged fighter stares down as a black crater appears. The monstrous bird descends from above, bombarding the area with a storm of radiant projectiles. A colossal, serpentine monster with an ancient bloodline emerges ominously from the haze, signaling the arrival of a powerful new foe. A furious beast exposes a camouflaged enemy attempting a surprise attack. The beast clamps down on the spear and yells for the others to escape before the swarm closes in. A massive blue-spiked monster and a multi-limbed beast face off while an agile figure leaps overhead, ready to strike. A worried creature urgently warns its companion to stay safe. With a fierce command, the resolute leader rallies her beastly allies as they charge into the chaotic forest battle. Suddenly a colossal beast bursts from the mist, advancing menacingly. Fiery projectiles tear across the turbulent sky, rapidly descending toward the ground. A watcher warns his furred ally about an approaching chameleon. A fierce fighter lands a crushing punch on her opponent. An ally charges forward and unleashes an explosive supporting attack. The massive beast detonates a barrage of explosive bombs in every direction, engulfing the area in chaos. A towering beast endures a barrage of blue projectiles. Blue energy bolts slam the monster, driving it backward. However, the towering beast barely reacts as blue beams bounce off. The lively creature grins mischievously and excitedly prepares to strike a flamboyant pose. A resolute figure snaps his fingers, releasing a wave of controlling energy. The monstrous attacker unleashes a chaotic barrage of explosive green energy blasts in every direction. Green energy explodes, blasting fighters and wreckage through the forest. The stunned onlooker recoils as a powerful explosion erupts, scattering energy in all directions. A fighter retreats carrying an ally while a winged scout circles. An enraged beast slashes a green foe, badly wounding it. The ferocious attacker charges forward and drives his spear into the monstrous opponent with explosive force. The observer notes that 2 allies have departed and the rest of the group is withdrawing from the battlefield. Soon, the observer realizes the Gecko King is targeting their group. The loyal beast, accompanied by a fierce ally, charges into the sunlit forest to fulfill a crucial mission. A beast pack charges downhill, led by a spear-wielding giant. A terrified figure recoils as an unseen force rushes past. Several beasts race across ruined ground to aid their fallen leader. A colossal crater shrouded in mist appears in the middle of the dense forest, disrupting the landscape. The group braces as a giant shadow beast emerges, blocking their path. An enraged creature lunges forward and bites down on a huge weapon. Later, a snow-covered mountain range emerges through the storm ahead. The leader orders everyone to dismount as the flying mounts tire. A beast man is snatched into the air by a predator's talons. A hulking beast charges down the snowy slope toward its target. The woman in the fur coat warns her massive companion to watch out for the deep snow as they prepare to move forward. An armored rider reassures his massive mount while trudging through snow. A towering creature stops, seeing an unmoving body half buried in snow. A fur-collared ally rushes through snow to reach an injured companion. Suddenly, a hulking beast unleashes blue energy across the mountains. A struggling figure forces through towering snowdrifts in brutal conditions. A glowing fighter insults a startled beast, further provoking it. A shark-like being asks why the other reverted human instead of climbing. A blue-feathered ally sits in the storm, complaining about being grounded. An assertive woman confronts a huge flyer, demanding it hand something over. A towering ape steadies a large basket while the others gather to proceed. Finally, a spiked figure eyes the empty basket, wondering about its purpose. The lively traveler stands atop the giant basket, boldly declaring her purpose for the trip as the group listens amid the falling snow. Meanwhile, another traveler presses the group to choose about riding the beast's basket. The hatchling realizes the beast woman is treating it like her child. Later, their carrier hauls supplies through the snow, briefly reassuring the party. The startled beast recoils as the ground beneath it splits open with a sudden, electrifying crack. The basket breaks apart, dropping everyone into a chaotic fall. A sudden impact blasts into view, knocking the observer backward. A woman scolds the small dragon for being unexpectedly heavy. The creature devours its meal with resolve, aiming to gather evolution points for future emergencies. The holographic figure urgently requests the digital assistant to search for a basket in the store that can hold its form. The creature opens its mouth, scanning the surroundings for its host. Then a glowing basket appears, and the small monster doubts its durability. One ally insists the custom basket is safe, and the other reluctantly agrees. A towering beast interrogates the hooded traveler about where the giant basket came from. The smug creature flaunts a hidden ability, and invites the onlooker to join it inside the basket. A confident figure carries a large basket on her back while the passenger inside invites others to sit. The determined leader charges up the snowy peak with her companions rallying behind, ready to conquer the mountain ahead. Against the howling wind, the lone traveler pushes upward through the blizzard. A hulking ally and a shivering partner press forward together through the freezing snow. The startled beast recoils as snow crashes down onto her head. A weary traveler stops before the mountain pass, seeing the route completely blocked. Afterward, a confident climber tows everyone up the slope, ignoring their worries about the cold. A determined figure grips the icy mountainside as snow swirls furiously around them. A lone climber scales the frozen cliff, bracing against constant snowfall. Suddenly, a massive beast stomps down, cracking the frozen ground apart. The same beast stomps again, crushing the ground into shattered pieces. The massive beast clamps down on its captive, who cries out in pain while another figure shouts in alarm. A burly fighter leaps off the icy cliff, unfazed by the raging storm. The massive beast charges in, raking its claws across a panicked foe. Finally, a body slams into the snowy slope, spraying snow and ice. Determined climber ascends icy slope toward the summit. Nearby, a huge beast grips the snow, preparing. The towering beast delivers the group to their snowy destination, drawing words of gratitude from her companions. The wary companion pauses on the snowy slope, spotting a vast lake hidden atop the mountain. A cautious figure tests the frozen lake as a wary companion urges vigilance. Soon, the beast charges on, carrying the wary group. The lone climber pushes upward through the blizzard, struggling against the wind with a heavy pack. Suddenly, the beast tenses, sensing danger overhead. The spiky guide warns of something huge beneath the ice. The giant stomps down, shaking the icy ground. The alert figure urges everyone to flee as the creature trapped in ice starts to break free. The agile figure dashes up the snowy slope, kicking up powder with every rapid stride. The resolute figure launches forward, smashing the frozen ground with a surge of force. Blue energy erupts, blasting the shattered ice apart. The massive mount roars and charges, with 3 riders hanging on. The hulking ally vaults over jagged ice into turbulent water. Overpowered, she crashes down, scattering broken stone. A lone figure freezes as a sudden splash shatters the silence on the cracked ice. The survivor and 2 companions plunge into freezing water below. Then, a colossal fanged monster appears, revealing the true threat. An accuser points at the rampaging beast, blaming it. A youth is blasted back as a walrus beast charges. A flailing swimmer panics as the monster lunges close. The fierce leader surges through the water with 2 beastly allies, launching a relentless assault. The startled fighter braces underwater as a massive tail swings toward her face. The beast's tail slams her, hurling her backward underwater. Another creature lunges, knocking 3 figures tumbling into chaos. Disoriented, the beast signals others to help the wounded bird. The horned woman sinks as a bystander reacts in shock. A shark-like observer points out that the panicked figure in the water cannot swim. A colossal aquatic creature lunges at the startled figure beneath the water while 2 others anxiously observe from afar. The rescuer carries the unconscious bird to shore, postponing the monkey's rescue. Meanwhile, the huge creature surges underwater, driving straight toward its target. The swimmer suddenly sees the water's surface freezing into solid ice. The beast surges upward through the water with its rider clinging tightly, racing toward the surface. The small creature hurls itself against the thick ice barrier but fails to break through. Elsewhere, a monster releases a sweeping blast of destructive energy rays. The frustrated swimmer tries to activate a power, but it fails underwater. The rescuer drags both companions upward through rough water to stop them drowning. An eager beast surges forward, insisting it should unleash the next attack. The massive creature slams its opponent underwater as another threat closes in. A blue-furred predator streaks through the water toward the distracted monster. The gigantic beast thrashes in the water as a smaller dragon launches a swift assault against its side. Then a glowing smaller predator suddenly ambushes a massive sea beast from below. The enraged creature fires a massive blue energy blast from its jaws. The monstrous creature unleashes a torrent of blue energy at the lone figure bracing below. A crackling blue beam slams down, blasting a massive creature off its feet. On shattered ice, 2 predators crouch together, bracing to launch a joint assault. A cloaked fighter faces a massive walrus-like beast on broken ice. The aquatic foe warns its underwater advantage will vanish once they fight on land. Suddenly, a massive bird crashes down, its talons shattering the ice. The walrus-like beast recoils on the ice, sensing the bird as a threat. The burly figure beckons the beast closer, preparing for an imminent confrontation in the snowy wilderness. A purple-clad woman attacks the armored beast but warns harming it will enrage all monsters. The monstrous beast slams its tusks down, shattering the ice with a thunderous crack. A desperate figure crashes through the ice and disappears into the freezing water below. The towering brute grudgingly backs down, allowing the trembling creature to live while the cloaked observer silently oversees the tense standoff. The cautious guide warns that attacking the mountain's followers will eliminate any chance of meeting their leader. A furious beast barrels through the snowy mountains, unleashing a powerful howl. The lone traveler strides toward the looming crystal ice cave, undeterred by the biting cold. The group spots their destination ahead as their observant companion points out the ornate cave, and another confirms they're in the right place. Their giant mount stops at a shout, making the riders tense on the path. The party braces themselves as a colossal polar bear blocks their path before a towering crystal wall. A towering guardian blocks the route, threatening to destroy any intruder nearing the sacred domain. Another huge beast confronts the monkey guide, demanding why he brought a human here. A massive, short-tempered beast blocks the path, confronting the intruder with aggression. The observer recoils in confusion, struggling to comprehend why such bizarre creatures serve only as gatekeepers. One enraged guardian releases her power and reveals her monstrous true form. The massive avian charges downward in defiance as the 2 on the ground brace for conflict. The strict enforcer blocks him, accuses human ties, and forbids entry to the sacred domain. A massive predator steps up and accuses the smaller beast of attacking the walrus. The blue-spiked fighter faces the white beast, defiantly justifying its earlier attack. The territorial warden blocks the newcomers, insisting anything connected to humans is forbidden here. 2 beasts exchange crucial information about a powerful human who visited years ago and a significant journey to Sage Snow Mountain. Another territorial beast blocks the road, threatening to drive the party away if they stay. 3 energized beasts challenge their 2 opponents to fight, refusing to back down. Suddenly, a higher-ranking beast orders the others to let the approaching group pass. The assembled followers bow before the glittering cave, acknowledging their new leader. The stern gatekeeper permits them past the crystal barrier but warns they will be watched. The irritated brute mocks the small group, tossing out insults as the others react with surprise and sarcasm in the icy cavern. The traveler and his winged ally face a jagged ice wall and prepare to advance. The two intruders cautiously advance across the frozen hall as the imposing figure on the crystal throne watches in silence. The imposing ruler demands an immediate explanation for the visitor's presence here. A desperate bird begs for help for her gravely poisoned companion in the basket. The alert guardian reacts in shock upon hearing of a battle with the carrion gecko king. The horned beast demands to know whether the dragon survived the venomous assault. The winged watcher recoils, realizing in disbelief that the enemy is human. The observer senses an unusual energy within the creature, distinct from the familiar venomous aura. The towering beast studies the bird-like supplicant as negotiations for help begin in the snow. Finally, the determined bird implores them to cleanse the corrupted energy inside her companion. The confused beast wonders why the others suddenly change their resolve. A blue-spiked giant recoils as a white beam engulfs the basket above. The monstrous figure erupts with fierce blue energy, its form shifting as a powerful transformation begins. Then the creature relaxes as soothing energy washes over its body. The anxious creature braces itself as a decisive confrontation approaches. The cautious one orders a scan, and the analyst confirms venom breath is gone. An ambitious beast declares it will spend many evolution points to grow taller. The beast steels itself to smash through the towering ice barrier. Soon the hulking creature rapidly grows taller, swelling with mysterious energy before onlookers. The jubilant beast celebrates maintaining its form as the towering bird watches approvingly. One beast bows deeply to the horned leader while the others stand silent. However, the towering beast insists the real thanks belong to an absent ally. The spiked creature looks up and thanks the unseen winged ally. In contrast, another figure glares upward, refusing to offer thanks under the beast's gaze. The skeptical companion demands to know the price of making a wish. The challenger asks why the ominous messenger paid no price for granting that favor. The reptilian beast confronts the towering bird, demanding to know what was secretly sacrificed. From the crystal platform, the white beast delivers a fierce ultimatum to the trembling subordinate. The stunned observer realizes someone is about to sacrifice their own life source. Afterward, the weakened beast rapidly shrinks after losing its life source. The winged predator hovers as the fallen body withers to a mummified husk. The worried ally asks what effects the mysterious exchange might have on them. The imposing guardian warns that without life source, the victim will rapidly age and soon die. The reptilian figure panics, fiercely denying this grim fate of accelerated aging. In the icy cavern, the scaled beast argues with the bird over who sacrifices. The desperate one begs to take the punishment instead, insisting on bearing all consequences. The monster lord firmly rejects the human's plea, declaring no bargains will be accepted. The desperate figure admits she lost her humanity, leaving the other stunned in the icy cave. The conflicted dragon begs the ruler not to sacrifice a companion for personal benefit. The silent beast halts, lost in deep thought as tension hangs in the air. The beast praises sacrifices, then says it may cancel agreement. Two allies insist on offering their life energy together. The towering figure announces that no life will be taken if the onlookers succeed in the upcoming trial, promising to grant a wish as a reward. The group recoils in shock upon hearing the announcement of a trial. The guide signals the group to follow as they approach the shimmering barrier, ready to begin the trial. Shadowy enemies gather on the icy slope, preparing silently. The nervous supporter questions the imposing leader as the uneasy group gathers behind. The beast reassures them about safety and reinforced lake ice. Then the figure states the trial must follow human rules. The armored challenger brandishes a hockey stick, proposing a friendly match. The group stares, confused and shocked by the hockey proposal. The horned creature confidently claims to understand the entire situation. Massive players assemble on the ice as no limits rules are announced. The stern referee explains everyone must use monster forms under a sand timer. On a snowy field beneath the mountains, the oversized goal stands ready as the speaker describes how the sport was modified to include larger gates and a bigger ball. The beast protests the game's unfairness, eyeing the tiny ball. However, the guardian insists the trial stay difficult, confronting the beast. Three contenders discuss teams while one quickly plans a winning strategy. The tusked creature declares the contest will be a 2-on-2. In the snowy arena, the organizer splits the group into two teams, sparking surprise as the challenge is set for 2 against 2. The beast summons the cloaked, animaloid subordinate to step forward. The hesitant giant stands before the small beast, struggling to speak as tension fills the frozen ground. The schemer boasts about winning by manipulating a loyal ally. The cautious figure steels themselves as the enormous white beast looms threateningly before them. The beast sets brutal stakes, warning of punishment for any betrayal. It looms closer, demanding silent consent to seal their agreement. The loyal subordinate nods firmly, accepting the towering beast's command. Then the beast starts the game as the armored challenger prepares. A worried ally confronts the lever, questioning the sudden team change. The towering beast refuses to compete directly, instead appointing a substitute to face the smaller challenger in the icy arena. A newcomer drops from above and lands between two surprised monsters. The host reveals a small, determined girl as contender against a massive opponent. Meanwhile, the group debates if the tall girl is really vulnerable against the monster. A nervous girl clutches her staff and begs her older sibling for mercy. Nearby, An anxious creature hesitates, holding a claw to its mouth. 5 contenders brace themselves in the icy arena as the challenge officially commences. The masked fighter lifts her staff, preparing for an incoming attack. A monstrous beast lunges forward, its roar echoing as the defender braces behind her staff to withstand the assault. The colossal beast braces itself as its opponent hurtles forward, ripping through the earth in a direct assault. The imposing creature digs in its claws, signaling readiness for the coming clash. Suddenly, the creature's foot slips, throwing her briefly off balance. The agile figure narrowly avoids a crushing blow as the massive bird's attack shatters the icy ground. The assertive fighter urgently calls for help to stop a fleeing target. The monstrous bird hurtles downward, launching a relentless attack from above in the center of the arena. The determined woman suddenly grabs the furry opponent's arm with a tight grip. The larger fighter slams her struggling opponent into the ground with overwhelming force. 3 determined figures dash across the field, surging together toward the goal. The blue-clad squad surges ahead as the puck slides into the net, earning the first point amid a shower of confetti. An enraged bird strikes a hesitant 8 for interfering, forcing a quick apology. At center ice, a fierce skater and towering rival ready themselves to seize the puck. The puck drops and a stick clashes with a spiked blue tail to start play. The red fighter cracks a whip-like weapon, driving the serpent creature onto the defensive. The challenger lunges forward, aiming a precise strike at the tiny ice ball as a formidable ally shadows her movement. The bold woman taunts an unseen dragon, daring it to come out and attack. The massive creature slips on the ice and nearly falls while trying to regain balance. A determined player smashes the puck into the net, scoring a decisive goal. The red-coated scorer pumps a fist as the puck rockets into the goal. With a powerful swing, another competitor drives the puck into the net for a goal. The new match begins as the lively arena stands beneath a distant looming monolith. A mentor strides with a large staff, pleased as an ambitious trainee keeps pace beside. A monstrous bird hurtles downward as the lone warrior braces with a spear, ready to confront the attack. The monstrous bird screeches while the armored challenger prepares. The dinosaur-like creature shouts in encouragement as the bird soars triumphantly overhead. The commanding figure signals the towering beast, which crashes its tail down with overwhelming force. A blue, spiked fighter approaches a metallic object in snow. Then a blue-striped beast charges, starting their counterattack. A savage creature smashes through the barrier with a single, decisive strike. An armored fighter flinches when a blinding flash erupts overhead. An angry bird scolds the reptile for wasting their chance. Meanwhile, a seated ally reassures everyone they'll succeed next attempt. The larger figure lunges across the ice to seize the puck before the rival can react. A striped beast flees downhill while its pursuer rapidly closes in. Their leader urges her winged ally to catch the ball. A massive winged assailant dives toward 2 defenders, forcing them to brace for a fierce clash on the frozen ground. The colossal bird surges forward, beginning a fierce assault. A massive beast lunges at its winged foe in ruins. A winged attacker dives at the beast shielding her companion. A massive bird dives while a panicked beast flees downhill. The eager figure lunges forward, intent on snatching the opportunity before anyone else. Clawed feet brace while the opponent raises a hockey stick. A towering fighter punches the armored beast, sending it flying. The blue-spined beast crashes to the ground, shaking everything. The hulking beast slams into the goal, shattering the ice. A fallen competitor yells that the opponent cheated during play. The towering beast insists monster forms are allowed, so no rules were broken. An ornate challenger taunts the furious beast, escalating their confrontation. The sharp-tongued observer mocks the beastly fighter's lack of skill while praising the dragon's surprising mastery on the ice. The challenger confidently confronts her cautious opponent on the ice, questioning the true reason behind her effortless movement. A mentor demonstrates a spinning technique, emphasizing balance through careful posture. The contemplative one questions her usefulness compared to the others, feeling responsible for slowing the group down. A resolute fighter braces for intense training while 2 formidable figures observe from above. 4 figures tense in an icy arena, each bracing for the imminent clash. The forceful figure barrels ahead, urgently demanding the removal of all barriers. The dazed fighter is hurled backward, slamming violently into the snowy ground. A massive avian creature vaults over its stunned opponent, seizing the advantage in an explosive moment. The furious avian lashes out at her ally, condemning the act of aiding the opposition. Clenching her fist in the snowy landscape, the determined figure steels herself to become stronger for her companion. On a snowy rooftop, the anxious fighter tenses up and forces herself to regain focus. The hulking beast senses a presence and dashes forward across the frozen ground. The serpent coils its tail around the agile fighter, halting her strike as the puck skids away. The winged predator swoops in and snatches the puck just as the muscular pursuer leaps forward. The winged pursuer dives in as the fleeing creature slips and tumbles from her perch. The fighter rushes forward with her copies, launching a bold assault on the target. A massive beast barrels ahead, forcing the winged creature to recoil in shock. The young woman pumps her fist and beams with excitement as she celebrates her victory. The observer recoils in shock as the creature displays unexpected agility. The fur-coated figure rushes forward, eyes locked on the mysterious ice ball resting on the frozen ground. The towering figure slams a finger down on the surface, radiating unwavering resolve. The puck rockets past defenders, landing in the net as the group reacts with shock and frustration. Under the bright sky, The jubilant instigator raises her arms while two companions argue heatedly about loyalty. The embarrassed figure hastily offers an awkward apology to the imposing beast in the snowy clearing. The suspicious one questions why the ape assisted the others, while a blunt companion suggests the ape is simply too naive to doubt anyone. A fierce challenger confronts the lion-like beast atop the stone pillar, vowing retribution for breaking the rules and issuing threats. The fierce beast lunges ahead as the red-robed challenger slams the puck into play. The towering beast's attack whiffs as the nimble challenger dodges and prepares to counter on the ice. The horned challenger hurtles forward, boldly exposing her opponent's failed deception. The shark-like figure lunges forward and seizes the horned ally in a burst of decisive motion. The beast unleashes a devastating assault as its airborne opponent braces for impact. The stunned fighter is violently hurled to the ground, spinning uncontrollably through the air. The small figure collapses to the ground, tearfully pleading for help after being bullied. The figure insists their earlier interference in the battle was justified. A defiant challenger unleashes a heated ultimatum against the dragon opponent in the desolate arena. The furious leader calls her sisters into action, rallying the group to confront their tormentor. The shocked observer realizes that the opponent has summoned unexpected reinforcements, while the two defenders glare and prepare for the escalating conflict. The challenger protests to the referee as identical new opponents, including one with a hammer, arrive. The horned judge rules the challenger's cloning move legal and orders the match to continue. The blue challenger steps forward, challenging the red-hooded group to face its full power. The commander orders the bird warrior to launch an attack on the opposing team. The flying predator dives at the armored squad, taunting them as they scatter. Soon, a massive monster bursts from the clouds, dominating the sky. A worried survivor scans the frozen area, searching for missing allies. The giant creature exhales freezing breath, covering the snowy terrain in solid ice. The beast prepares to unleash radioactive rays against the ice-formed opponents. An armored watcher notices one spectral duplicate, the hammer wielder, has vanished from sight. Then a red attacker drops from above, swinging a huge ice hammer at the beast. The attacker lands a crushing hammer blow, knocking the monster backward. Two fighters coordinate, one stabbing with a polearm as the other smashes down with a hammer. Next, four skaters rush in with hockey sticks, striking the monster in unison. A horned staff fighter scores another goal, pushing the tally to 0-10. The blue-marked beast demands why her opponent both interfered and attacked her. She rages that the situation is unfair and refuses to accept the ruling. The enraged brute grabs both opponents in a tight hold as arguments escalate. The examiner proposes a deal, promising a pass if they can score one goal. After hesitating, the wary creature takes the offered hand and accepts the deal. Outside the ice fortress, the armored fighter pauses to consult briefly with her winged ally. Soon, the giant beast and feathered ally enter the field where a uniformed squad awaits. The enraged monster fires a massive explosive blast straight at its target. The ground shudders as the colossal blue energy blast detonates, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The staff fighter sprints forward at high speed, leaving blurred afterimages behind. Finally, the massive blue-scaled beast charges and launches a ferocious counterattack on the group. The assertive leader orders her allies to intercept the rampaging dragon. The towering beast crashes onto the ice, immediately encircled by 5 defenders ready for battle. The wounded fighter takes another staff blow yet continues challenging them. The huge beast stomps the red fighter, pinning them underfoot. A massive, dragon-like beast crashes onto the ice, sending hockey players fleeing in panic. Meanwhile, the beast mocks its battered enemies as they scramble away. The enraged creature gathers radioactive energy, preparing a massive blast. The beast releases a surge of radioactive energy, forcing the group of long-haired opponents to brace for impact. The frightened fighter runs as blue flames engulf her arm. With a sly grin, the pursuer corners their target, revealing the opponent's true identity. The arrogant enemy claps, unleashing magic while loudly taunting her foe. The swift figure races across the rugged terrain, propelled by urgent determination. A winged beast dives, blasting energy down at the red fighter. The red fighter yells as yet another energy blast misses. Overhead, a winged predator flies as a scaly beast fires upward. Suddenly, an enraged beast fires a powerful energy blast at the wrong target. A robed onlooker recoils as a huge energy beam rips through ice. The warrior clings to a stone slab while raging water surrounds her. The confident competitor surges across the ice, seizing the puck and racing toward the goal. A striped creature creeps toward the frozen pond, cautiously scanning the surface. Meanwhile, a normally calm observer recoils, overwhelmed by the sudden chaos. A colossal spire bursts from the frozen earth, unleashing a surge of energy across the mountains. A stunned observer reels as an opponent effortlessly melts the thick ice beneath the lake. A massive, spiked monster smashes its claws into the ice, sending cracks across the frozen ground. A hulking beast barrels toward the front zone, sending the winged fighter and the stunned onlooker sprawling in its wake. A massive beast stomps down with crushing force, splintering the rocky earth beneath her. The monstrous figure slams into the ground, halted just before reaching its objective. The desperate figure hurls a glowing explosive toward the fractured battlefield, seizing a final opportunity to turn the tide. A surge of blue energy crashes into the snowy ground, shaking the mountainous arena. The puck rockets past the defense and slams into the net, earning a point for the leading team. A fighter bursts from the water, declaring their victory. The daring girl vaults onto the icy platform as her alert companion watches closely. A robed woman rises, challenging an unseen enemy above. 3 captives strain in ice, realizing the enemy trapped them. A horned fighter brags about old points, belittling today's feat. Meanwhile, a powerful beast charges ahead, surprised by the group's teamwork. The towering judge admits defeat and proclaims the group victorious. The imposing figure announces the successful completion of the trial as 3 beastly forms rise from the water, their reactions a mix of stern acknowledgement and jubilant celebration. The biggest beast repeats the truce, promising not to attack anyone. 3 subordinates bow on the ice, thanking their powerful superior. A white-furred creature hastily apologizes and orders its fierce ally forward. Their benefactor extends a glowing reward toward the other's hand. The recipient raises the glowing sphere, surprised by its gentle warmth. The mystical guardian explains the light is her parent's essence. The anxious girl looks up, clutching the glowing orb as she urgently asks the figure before her about her parents' wish. The girl recalls her parents wishing only for her happiness. A towering beast offers its life source, telling the warrior to absorb it. The beast withstands repeated energy blasts without collapsing. Soon, a massive beast's legendary bloodline and overwhelming strength are revealed. A winged observer notes the giant's rapid growth and sudden strength. The grateful supplicant bows before the majestic guardian, receives permission to depart, and leaves the mountain. The trio assembles on broken ice and receives their departing orders. A formidable beast bows its head and formally asks the imposing figure to accompany the group through the snow-covered mountains. An assertive fighter questions the shark-tongued observer about the island's real enemy. The winged leader scoffs at involving the supreme monster in their war. The agitated beast insists defending the island from the Gecko King is critical. However, the elderly creature refuses, saying age prevents helping even with offered energy. A confident leader assigns another companion to travel with the horned fighter. A dragon-like foe mocks the robed opponent and brings up their previous clash. The group evaluates the ice wielder's abilities and quickly decides to recruit her as a valuable new ally. The beast offers her a glowing orb to increase strength. The towering bird bows deeply, expressing heartfelt gratitude while its companion stands supportively nearby. The annoyed bird scolds the girl, demanding gratitude and doubting her reliability. Mountains rise under clear skies, foreshadowing the coming events. Riding a beast, the challenger urges it faster through snow to the next enemy. A tall warrior scolds a companion for getting excited before battle. The confident newcomer offers assistance, prompting the wary figure to question if there's a faster solution. A strong fighter carries her ally on a board, racing down the snowy slope. Another rider hurtles downhill in panic, barely keeping control. The reckless leader speeds ahead until a looming tree suddenly blocks their path. The panicked snowboarder continues careening downhill, completely unable to regain control. A huge crater fills the clearing, littered with dead beasts. An enraged giant charges through the forest, leading beasts to attack. A frustrated observer blames the rampaging reptiles for the widespread destruction. A blue survivor recalls at the ruined cave, finding no weapons or remains. They deduce the gecko's tunnel below, collapsing the cave and burying body and weapons. The watcher notices a blood pool under the tree, realizing the beast is badly hurt. Suddenly, a startled creature jerks back, sensing an unexpected presence nearby. 3 spiny jackals sprint along the trail, announcing a powerful beast's approaching followers. The dominant beast demands news about its elusive target, startling the hidden watcher. Confused, one figure turns to their companion, asking what that statement meant. 2 messengers report their ally was captured by the gecko leader, shocking the listener. Furious over the ruined grave, the beast charges the geckos in a do-or-die attack. An armored survivor is ambushed by giant reptiles and left severely wounded. After it collapsed, shadowy tendrils grabbed the wounded beast, and cave dwellers dragged it off. A determined reptile orders the group to move out and rescue their endangered ally. A cautious bird refuses the rescue plan, warning it is suicidal and their friend likely gone. However, an insightful ally insists the monstrous king uses him as bait, so hope remains. The commanding figure urgently calls for gathering allies and urges immediate action to grow stronger before the looming underground threat. Still, the reptile demands an immediate rescue attempt, refusing any delay for recovery. The towering beast demands to spend 500,000 evolution points to increase its height by 5 meters, addressing the digital apparition. The observer stares upward in astonishment as the thunder dragon abruptly increases in size. She warns her rival that resistance is useless before the gecko monarch. The blue-horned predator bites a gecko, vowing to hunt underground monsters. 2 onlookers recoil upon learning the dragon eats corpses. He proposes uniting all island monsters and asks about possible reinforcements. The imposing figure coolly estimates that their opponents number in the hundreds, prompting a tense silence between the 2 beasts. The commanding figure instructs her subordinate to gather the others and question the spiny jackals about their remaining numbers. Later, the organizer reports hundreds gathered and urges alliances with other species. The leader splits them, sending 1 pair underground and others to recruit. A startled girl and her vigilant companion react sharply as something unexpected happens off-panel. An ally explains the flyer can carry them and stresses learning group control. However, the cautious scout warns no monster below will answer an unknown call. The creature lifts its head and emits a piercing call into the sky. A small orange rodent confronts the armored beast, surprising it. The big beast objects when the smaller one proposes uniting all monsters. A vigilant creature stands upright in the forest, urgently sounding an alarm. The armored guardian lets the small traveler go but orders a return if endangered. The blue-scaled one boasts of strength, as the orange companion listens. The protective figure reluctantly agrees to join the others, determined not to let them face danger alone as the group prepares for a risky move. Four beastly figures charge down the wooden tunnel, launching a bold assault together. A confident beast slams into the ground, shaking the area. A playful creature suddenly jumps onto another's head, startling them. Then, an enraged beast blocks the path and orders the intruder away. The startled creature recoils as a massive fist swings toward it. A towering brute stomps down while the panicked flyer barely dodges. Meanwhile, a fighter apologizes as a winged foe unleashes chaotic tornadoes. A sharp-tongued beast glares at the group and mocks their stupidity. The astonished explorer steps into a colossal underground cavern filled with giant skeletal remains and swirling green mist. Finally, the group rallies and rushes to aid their injured ally. The group advances cautiously into the shadowy cave, stepping over piles of monster bones. Nearby, several serpents glide through the cavern, heightening the tension. The party realizes they are deep in enemy territory. Two allies hide among bones, planning a stealth rescue mission. A startled beast rears up in the darkness and unleashes a piercing cry through the cavern. A massive beast stomps down, violently shaking the ground. A dominant brute slams an enemy down, clearly winning. The ravenous creature grabs the corpse, determined to eat immediately. The assertive fighter and the hungry companion argue fiercely over who deserves the defeated creature. Two exhausted creatures collapse, visibly drained and struggling to catch their breath. The winged leader orders the ape to eat the leaf. Meanwhile, a towering beast boasts as a dark portal opens. The monstrous bird spreads its wings and lunges forward, ready to strike. The hungry creature bites into the green limb to feed. The horned woman jokes to the dragon about dangerous overeating. Afterward, the stuffed glutton boasts while the tall companion walks ahead. Suddenly, the blue-horned figure burps loudly and covers its mouth. A blue-armored warrior stops as a green beast blocks the path. One ally reveals the intruder is a powerful enemy's child. The massive beast charges forward while a vigilant figure tries to intercept its advance. A towering captor restrains the horned creature as it struggles. The fierce woman launches a surge of magical energy from her glowing hand. A beastly ally carries her comrade as a winged foe blasts forward. A startled creature dodges as magical blades slice through the cave. Four attackers close in, hammering the towering green monster from all sides. A hulking beast is blasted back by surging blue energy. The strong fighter strikes the tentacled monster, encouraged by distant shouts. The enraged assailant lunges, savagely attacking the fanged green enemy. The steadfast warrior clashes with a menacing insect beast in battle. Finally, the fierce combatant lunges again, delivering a decisive attack. Two massive beasts clash with an enemy, unleashing power. The fighter lands an electrified blow, sending the monster The green beast tears into the fallen gecko leader, absorbing its power as electrified onlookers recoil. A ferocious pack descends from above, unleashing massive hammers in a relentless coordinated assault. A massive, green creature with writhing tentacles slams into the ground, shaking the entire area. The trio eagerly bands together, preparing to launch a coordinated assault. The dragon-like figure eagerly unlocks a powerful spinning attack skill. A deafening roar erupts from the tunnel, forcing the group to brace themselves for the imminent threat. The group tenses as they sense the possible approach of a powerful enemy. A dense, toxic mist spreads across the cave as a menacing hissing echoes throughout the chamber. The group tenses up in the cave after realizing their location has been discovered, sparking alarm and suspicion about a possible blood connection revealing them. A colossal, ancient beast with a legendary bloodline emerges from the cave, presenting a formidable threat. The group halts as an enormous monster, rumored to be the Gecko King's last descendant, emerges from the spreading green mist. The leader counts the remaining enemies and urges the group to prepare for battle. Two figures stand united in defiance, locking eyes with the resolute challenger before them as tension crackles in the air. A towering beast unleashes a deafening roar, forcing the two intruders to recoil in shock inside the cavern. The determined fighter rushes forward, unleashing a fierce roar and volunteering to confront the largest threat. The fierce warrior barrels forward and slams into the hulking beast with overwhelming force. The winged leader commands the scaled beast to hunt down hidden foes while she charges into the swirling green mist. The watchful ally cautions the newcomer as they brace for their first confrontation on the fractured ground. The armored rider and his massive striped mount block the charging green beasts, holding the line as swirling mist engulfs the battlefield. The blue-scaled brute unleashes a relentless flurry of slaps, overpowering the stunned reptilian adversary. The horned mentor taunts the trainee about their improved aim, and teases them for suddenly ignoring the geckos they used to eat. Inside the shadowy cavern, the pair flinch as three green energy blasts streak toward them in a sudden ambush. The wary beast braces itself in the undergrowth, ready to strike before the geckos can detonate. The hulking figure is battered by a barrage of flying projectiles and tumbles painfully through the air. The armored creature frantically checks the fallen figure, shouting in desperation for signs of life. The battered creature defiantly insists it has survived as the figure towers over it in the cavern. The creature exposes the other's deception, while the woman insists her caution is justified. The dragon-like figure scoffs and dismisses the incoming blast as another worthless illusion. Attackers close in, smashing hammers at the trapped creature. Nearby, an armored watcher observes allies hammering the helpless beast. A winged tactician explains the dragon can't use venom inside mist. The multi-headed monster charges ahead, directing allies to finish enemies. The determined beast charges forward, eager to strike and claim evolution points. Several electrified beasts dive together, attacking the green monster below. A hidden cave entrance appears within a quiet forest clearing. However, a scornful beast rejects the plea for help against the Gecko King. A towering monster doubts the newcomer's claim of serving two lords, demanding proof. A dominant beast bats a smaller creature away, asserting territorial control. The dejected newcomer begs for guidance after being mocked and rejected again. A small runner rushes through woods, seeking more allies for the Abyss Island battle. A determined figure finally spots the elusive orange creature darting ahead on the forest trail. A watchful beast quickly notices another figure moving across the sky. A massive winged hunter dives after a fleeing creature racing toward further danger. Soon, a huge winged predator circles above the forest, beginning the deadly hunt. Anxious, a messenger reports the small creature is heading straight to the enemy. The pack observes their target departing alone, confirming no reinforcements were gained. Roused by a battle call, white-furred beasts and a bird ally charge toward the island. The white wolf sprints ahead, driving beasts and flyers toward the enemy's territory. A tiny creature darts through thick undergrowth, desperately fleeing pursuit. A territorial beast lunges forward, cutting off the intruder's escape. The dominant beast slams a trembling rodent down, demanding information about the reptile king. The small captive pleads desperately for release, hoping to seek aid from other monsters. The smug rival sneers, ridiculing the desperate attempt to seek help from other monsters. A furious beast suddenly lunges, swinging its massive claws. A huge creature is hurled backward as a white paw smashes into it. A vigilant guardian faces an unknown intruder, body tense to strike. An enormous wolf steps to the front of its pack, terrifying the creatures ahead. Soon after, a flock of giant blue predators dives lower upon spotting beasts below. The wary sentinel emerges from the undergrowth, confronting the unexpected intruders in the clearing. The white beast urgently urges the small rodent to guide the group toward assisting the embattled dragon. The leading beast demands its rival join the war or suffer. The hostile beast glares and delivers a killing threat. The defeated beasts lower their heads and surrender to their unseen adversaries. Suddenly, a huge monster bursts from underground, shaking the area. A nimble fighter dodges as the towering beast attacks. An imposing figure casts an energy orb to drain the enemy. A monstrous creature erupts from the ground, forcing the defender to hastily conjure a magical shield. A massive beast endures a relentless barrage of gunfire from airborne attackers while a figure watches intently from nearby. Soon, a bird monster slams into a tentacled beast amid clashing energies. A determined attacker hurls blue fire bombs at the enemy. The monster is battered by energy blasts from all sides. Then a grinning brute snaps his fingers and taunts his opponent. An enraged fighter detonates a massive blast, hurling foes away. The armored beast blocks all bombs and forces a desperate gamble. The injured creature jerks back as toxic gas pours out. The monstrous opponent unleashes a deafening roar as its challenger braces for the oncoming attack. A panicked ally screams, begging the other to stay alive. The raging monster lunges from the rocks and attacks. The defender activates a powerful barrier, energy crackling as the creature braces for impact. A towering beast roars menacingly, its glowing eyes fixed ahead. Suddenly, a huge lightning surge slams into the beast, knocking it back. A boastful creature skids along the ground, trailing blue light. The companion cheers and admires the power before the shattered wall. Inside the cavern, the two companions exchange theories about the Thunder Dragon's newly acquired power and speculate on how it might have been obtained. A threatening roar echoes from the misty caves. Hearing it, the armored watcher tenses, expecting the furious monarch's arrival. A raging beast smashes its claw into the ground, attacking the swarm. The monster bellows a threat, vowing to destroy everyone ahead. A towering beast emerges from smoke, blocking the intruder's path. The massive blue attacker releases toxic smoke, shrouding the area. The aggressive figure demands an explanation, glaring fiercely at the other. Two startled defenders tense up as the intruder stands firm, surrounded by twisting green vines. The blue-scaled fighter freezes, alarmed by something approaching. A disoriented two-headed creature awakens in the strange, smoky realm. The wary figure recoils in shock as a massive cleaver suddenly bursts from the thick undergrowth. The loyal beast collapses in agony as a massive blade tears through its body. The golden beast collapses as a massive sword drives through its body, leaving it gravely wounded. A desperate ally calls out, awakening a radiant beast nearby. The small creature suddenly jolts awake, fully regaining awareness. Four tense figures huddle together, watching the swirling mist overhead. The anxious supporter wakes alone, wondering why the others remain unconscious. Against the backdrop of swirling smoke, the resolute ally prepares to cleanse the venom's effects while urging their companion to feign weakness and await the right moment to ambush the enemy leader. Two observers peer through foliage, casually watching the nearby group. The guide explains she purified her companion first while the others remain trapped in dreams. The towering fiend blasts its smaller foe into a forced nightmare realm. A colossal bird dives through the clouds, gripping a struggling dragon as a harsh command echoes to bring the captive closer. The armored creature forms a blazing spiked shield, bracing for attack. The monstrous creature charges forward, firing multiple crackling blue beams. The electric beast rams the larger predator, driving it back wounded. The creature recoils, shocked. The thunder dragon recovered its senses so quickly. In the cavern, two savage beasts clash, lunging and countering violently. The brute slams its battered opponent into the ground as a colossal avian assailant crashes down with a fierce, energy-charged wing strike, forcing the defiant simian opponent to brace for impact amidst the chaos of battle. A monstrous beast with multiple heads suddenly awakens, its presence filling the cave with a sense of imminent danger. The monstrous figure unleashes a surge of blue energy and threatens to end its opponent's life. The armored attacker surges forward, unleashing a devastating spinning assault toward the threatened beast. A massive surge of blue energy slams into the creature's face, forcing the beast to stagger backward. A fierce combatant unleashes a blazing energy blast that strikes the massive beast head-on. The enraged beast towers over its foe, vowing revenge for its slain offspring. A massive monster charges forward, targeting the wary opponent. Then the raging creature dives from the sky to strike the armored enemy below. Defenders hold a tense line before the huge tentacled monster. The monstrous serpent releases a surge of toxic energy while the three defenders brace for impact below. A winged fighter turns as a glowing green projectile hurtles toward her. The defiant avian unleashes a furious retort as the enraged beast crashes down in a violent burst of green energy. A hulking monster hurls a green blast as its foe scrambles to evade. An attacker charges ahead, cleaving through slime and stone in the dark. The leader orders the strong ally to purify the shrinking contaminated beast. A horned ally cheers as the glowing beast successfully purifies the venom breath. The towering creature relaxes, realizing it survived purification with only slight shrinkage. The observer sees the woman neutralized venom smoke and is stunned by her power. Now a blue-charged beast swears revenge by aiming at the enemy's child. The dominant gecko slays and devours the enemy leader, absorbing many evolution points. The jubilant creature stands over the fallen monster as a system message confirms the acquisition of a powerful new skill. The excited monster announces new skills, and the group celebrates. A tiny guide explains a powerful but risky buff, annoying the larger beast. The frustrated fighter confronts the advisor about the buff's lethal exhaustion penalty. The guide floats in the cave, enthusiastically outlining a plan to turn a brief moment of vulnerability into a decisive advantage. A glowing figure demands an explanation of the cryptic phrase, but the larger creature stays silent. Resolute, he spends 1,000,000 evolution points to grow huge and ambush the Gecko King. He then rapidly expands as the evolution points are consumed. The massive serpent reels as a blinding surge erupts from the chest gemstone. A stunned onlooker watches the serpent writhe from a sudden electric shock. A digital guide reveals the enemy's life force is concentrated in the central gecko neck. The digital creature clarifies that the beast's pain was triggered by a resonance between newly gained energy and the dormant force within its neck. The smaller beast considers attacking the giant to reclaim its life force after hearing the taunt. The group gathers in the dim cave as the determined survivor reveals there is a way to recover lost power, filling everyone with hope and excitement. Finally, the leader assigns targets, preparing everyone for a coordinated cave assault. The white-haired fighter claims she and her sisters will handle the left enemy. The two allies quickly coordinate their next move, preparing to confront their target on the right as tension builds in the forest. A raging beast threatens to destroy everyone in front. A furred leader charges downhill with a pack of monsters. A commanding figure urges her allies forward as several attackers slam their hammers into the giant beast's head. The attacker punches the towering creature, releasing a violent energy blast. The blue-scaled creature lashes out with its tail, smashing into the massive serpent and sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The larger beast lunges and delivers a bite charged with energy. The creature bites hard with electrified jaws, snapping one tooth. The frustrated beast recoils as its jaws fail to pierce the foe's impenetrable hide, blood dripping from its injured mouth. The smaller creature braces as the towering enemy prepares to strike. A wounded fighter is suddenly caught and crushed in a giant maw. The white-haired warrior shouts for the dragon to hurry under attack. A massive bird dives at the blue dragon as another beast is slammed down. The beast braces itself, gathering explosive energy in its jaws as the battle nears a critical moment. Fiery projectiles rip through the trees, briefly lighting the area. Meanwhile, the blue-striped beast staggers under energy blasts as a green giant looms behind. The towering monster floors its opponent with a single crushing blow. Two furious allies hurl insults as the massive beast charges past them. The wounded victim is cornered as two monsters advance to finish it. The wounded creature cowers while a huge predator cuts off escape. Suddenly, the wounded figure is flung aside, stunned and bleeding. The enraged beast charges the multi-headed serpent to rescue its captured ally. The brute runs through the cave as a huge serpent ambushes and red beasts block escape. A decisive figure unleashes a golden energy slash that crashes into the massive serpent-like creature. A huge beast and its ally recoil as the glowing crystal shatters. The massive serpent jerks back as a devastating hit lands. Then the towering brute smashes its opponent into the ground. The enraged fighter rushes forward, releasing a burst of red energy. Finally, the furious beast slams down with overwhelming force. A multi-headed serpent lunges while a fiery beast charges into battle, igniting a fierce clash. The massive beast crashes down with overwhelming force, sending a shockwave rippling through the battlefield. Monstrous figures advance through the toxic mist, preparing for a fierce clash. The enthusiastic companion excitedly announces the dragon's power has returned while her vigilant bird perches on her arm. Two urgent figures shout for the beastly mentor, their voices echoing in alarm. Two figures brace themselves as a massive claw descends threateningly from above. A wary beast blocks the cave entrance, demanding to know why the armed intruder has returned after supposedly finding a cure. The frustrated messenger points accusingly, blaming the dragon for their presence, and quickly introduces the new ally sent to assist. The observer spots an unusual wolf wielding a blade and grows more interested in the unfolding situation. The armored reptile demands to know if its lupin rival was truly killed, challenging the creature's presence within the cave. The battered survivor describes awakening in a dark cave, seizing a chance to escape, and searching for a lost mentor while evading relentless pursuers. The cautious beast discovers a lone blade lodged in the ground amid the lurking snakes. 5 monstrous allies rally together, preparing to launch a coordinated strike against their reptilian foes. The enraged beast lunges into the swarm, tearing through the insect monsters with relentless fury. The commanding figure surges forward with 3 allies, initiating a fierce assault on the enemy ranks. The towering beast rushes at its foes, unleashing a fierce challenge. The monstrous predator tears into the gecko corpses, absorbing their strength while surrounding mutants watch in terror. The group unleashes a relentless assault on the multi-headed serpent, each fighter targeting the beast with forceful blows. The group launches a fierce assault against the towering, electrified beast and its swarm of reptilian followers. The looming predator declares the lesser creatures unworthy and sets her sights on the 2 cornered opponents. A pack of blue-striped beasts unleashes a blazing joint assault on the towering red predator. The monstrous predator devours the fallen leader's shadow, instantly absorbing thousands of evolution points. The aggressive fighter slams her foot into the massive serpent as the vigilant winged beast circles overhead. Rather than facing the observer directly, the thunder dragon unleashes a barrage of attacks on his subordinate creatures. The mysterious figure confronts the roaring beast, realizing the secret behind its power. A beast lunges at the dragon from behind, crackling with blue energy as a startled ally shouts a warning. The winged predator hurtles forward, unleashing a savage attack as its adversary braces for impact. The towering serpent engulfs its helpless target in one swift, merciless motion. 2 figures recoil in disbelief and fury upon learning that the monstrous leader consumed his own offspring. The beast realizes that its power can increase by devouring others, prompting it to plan its next move. As the geckos retreat, he prepares to fight alone, noting new points but no skill. The group charges together, launching a united assault on their foe. Several attackers coordinate a strike against the 3-headed beast in the cavern. A warrior slashes his glowing sword, striking the blue monster hard. A winged attacker fires an energy blast at the towering enemy. A brute hammers the enormous serpent with a crushing blow. A massive beast collapses, its legs spurting green blood from the strike. The victor looms over its fallen rival, gloating in the cave. Then another fighter unleashes an electric strike at the snarling beast. The cavern shakes as widening fissures split the greenlit stone. The group waits tensely in the cave, sensing a larger threat approaching. Soon a colossal beast bursts in, shaking the ground. The smaller beast recoils in shock, its cry echoing. An enraged bird-like fighter hurls blue energy at the reeling creature below. The attacker smashes the smaller foe, flinging it through the air. The ground convulses, kicking up dust as the group braces for upheaval. A colossal shadowy monster emerges, green eyes glowing amid crackling purple energy. A towering stone-skinned creature steps from the dark, its green eyes blazing. As dust clears, the blue-striped gecko king reveals its enormous true form. The beast and bird realize they fought only its tail. The true body was hidden. The towering monster fully reveals her ancient form, preparing to strike her foe. A hulking creature recoils as purple energy blasts its stone body. A massive sinister eye snaps open, heralding an ancient power's awakening. The monstrous figure writhes in agony as toxic green smoke engulfs its body. An armored warrior blocks and deflects the enemy's crackling green attack. A startled woman raises her guard as something erupts nearby. The lone figure succumbs as the monstrous shadow and venom smoke unleash overwhelming power. She panics, struggling to tear herself free from the overpowering vision. A desperate shapeshifter braces and abandons her failing disguise as the giant approaches. The colossal beast charges through the mist, unleashing a roar that shakes everything. The enraged brute crashes through debris, scattering shards. A towering beast taunts its rival, challenging it to battle. The ancient guardian reveals a vow of non-interference that allowed chaos to reign on the island for centuries. From atop the rocky ledge, the imposing figure proclaims that worthy successors have finally been chosen among the gathered beasts. Then the guardian blasts light, driving back darkness and waking the children. The monstrous opponent unleashes a furious blast of deadly green energy toward its target. The guardian instantly raises a glowing shield, blocking the blast. 4 monstrous figures recoil in terror as a sudden shock sweeps through the group. The shaken figure snaps out of a terrifying vision as the beastly group regroups on the rocky, mist-filled terrain, each member tense and alert. A startled beast recoils when a radiant figure suddenly appears. The vigilant beast stiffens, startled by the sudden appearance of a powerful figure. The newcomer harshly demands to know where the missing one is. A tremendous beast thrashes within magical restraints, its venomous power barely contained as the group scrambles to respond. A fierce subordinate answers firmly, pledging absolute loyalty. The monstrous leader charges through green mist with allies, loudly vowing unwavering loyalty. The enraged beast screams a threat, vowing to annihilate her enemies. The monstrous attacker releases a torrent of lethal green smoke, filling the air with deadly venom. The monster releases a swirling green blast that stuns everyone nearby. A furious avian and a distressed simian struggle to breathe as toxic green smoke engulfs them, causing panic and physical discomfort. Overwhelmed by poison, the beast drops its blade and collapses. Meanwhile, the blue-horned beast panics as toxic gas overwhelms the group. A horrified onlooker recoils as chaos erupts around a green-flamed death. Fed up, the massive bird prepares to blow away the choking smoke. The furious assailant releases a swirling hurricane of blue energy, blasting through the battlefield. Then a dark, monstrous figure appears, forcing everyone to brace for battle. The beasts and their human ally launch an assault on the gas-shrouded giant. The looming enemy glares with green eyes and spits an insult at them. A desperate defender shouts and blasts back the charging beasts with energy. The monstrous foe reveals its full power, taunting them with promised slow torment. Everyone stares at the carrion gecko king revealing its ultimate monstrous form. The hulking beast bursts from the swirling green mist, its glowing eye fixed menacingly on those in the cavern. The observer watches in confusion as the creature forces its tail deep into its own throat. A monstrous figure and a clawed adversary struggle fiercely over a sword slick with toxic green fluid. The towering beast with glowing eyes advances as a deadly claw rises, signaling the start of a fierce clash. The beast yanks a toxic blade from its own stomach, sending a wave of alarm through the onlookers. The monstrous figure barrels forward, propelled by a surge of green energy. A savage creature fires a massive green blast at its panicked opponent, tearing through everything in its path. The striped beast hastily retreats as sizzling acid eats through the cave wall. A monstrous predator dives from above, aiming its attack at the braced, spiked creature below. A hulking beast smashes its opponent into the ground as a savage bird and a fierce predator rush into the fray. The swordsman dashes forward with a blade clenched between his teeth, surging past the blue-scaled monster in the shadowy tunnel. The strategist directs the beastly ally to assault the opponent's body while personally targeting the enemy's head. The fierce companion lunges ahead, brandishing a sword tightly between powerful jaws. The ferocious attacker leaps forward, gripping a sword in its jaws as it charges the towering serpent. The monstrous serpent forcefully deflects the incoming barrage of magical energy. The enraged beast lunges forward with a raised fist, unleashing a thunderous roar as the attack begins. A towering figure delivers a crushing punch that sends the monstrous opponent reeling. The enraged serpent beast lunges forward, hurling threats at the unyielding simian challenger. A monstrous beast charges at its electrified opponent as a massive red tentacle bursts into the cave. The electrified beast seizes the moment to surge forward, radiating eagerness for the imminent clash. The towering beast releases a devastating surge of blue energy, engulfing everything in its path. The monstrous guardian unleashes a surge of green and blue energy, forming an impenetrable barrier against the attacker's assault. A blinding blue energy beam crashes down, slamming directly into the unsuspecting beast. The blue-crested attacker recoils in shock as its most powerful assault fails to penetrate the opponent's defense. The cautious group halts atop the barren terrain, scanning for any sign of their elusive target. The white beast and its small companion discover that the familiar entryway has vanished beneath rubble, suspecting it was sealed off after a massive collapse. The anxious beast voices concern about the group's safety as the gathered monsters remain tense in the devastated terrain. A startled onlooker recoils as a surge of blue energy shatters the rocks nearby. A thunderous blue energy blast crashes into the beasts, sending debris flying as the group reels from the sudden attack. The quick-witted observer recognizes the powerful attack and urgently reveals that their opponents are hiding underground. A massive winged beast plunges from the sky, aiming to strike the outnumbered defenders below. The golden beast lunges forward, slashing its glowing sword at the massive blue opponent in the darkness. A golden creature unleashes a glowing slash, but the massive opponent forcefully counters the attack. The winged beast intercepts the golden attack, leaving the aggressor in disbelief. A devastating energy blast erupts, shattering rocks and sending nearby beasts scrambling in panic. The determined leader and a sharp-witted companion rally their group, recognizing an ally's technique and urging everyone to rush toward the ongoing battle. The larger beast urgently led the way through the wintry forest while its companion followed close behind, both searching for a route forward. The self-assured leader rallies the group, boldly declaring their unmatched burrowing skills. The enraged beast unleashes a swirling cloud of deadly venomous smoke, filling the air with toxic danger. The battered creature staggers as the toxic smoke thickens, barely able to withstand the relentless assault. The winged predator dives sharply, eyeing her opponent with concern and questioning how much strength remains. A towering figure unleashes a crushing blow that sends the fur-clad opponent flying through the air. Surrounded by toxic smoke and trapped within a glowing barrier, the desperate group struggles to withstand the relentless foe's overwhelming power. The shark-faced observer watches in horror as the relentless beast's overwhelming energy blast sends the animal warriors flying, crushing all hope of survival. The three beast-like figures launch a coordinated assault, each taking a side to expose their opponent's weakness. The hopeful figure looks up, eagerly seeking acknowledgement from the imposing presence nearby. The cautious figure brings up the memory of their hockey game on the mountain, prompting a guarded response from the other. The determined creature urges its companion to unleash their hockey abilities as the action intensifies. The massive attacker unleashes a barrage of glowing explosives from its mouth, filling the air with chaos. A towering beast unleashes a wave of glowing projectiles toward 3 defenders bracing for impact. The towering beast withstands the crackling blue energy, refusing to yield. The towering beast unleashes a torrent of blue energy blasts as its swift opponent darts aside to evade the onslaught. The beastly combatant hurls a blazing golden slash at the towering adversary, who mocks the attack's futility. A small avian unleashes a blazing energy beam at the looming dragon, who laughs off the attack while the fox-like fighter braces for action below. The tactician urgently commands the beast, which unleashes a barrage of glowing projectiles amidst a surge of blue energy. The determined fighter seizes her targets with crackling blue energy strands, locking them in place. A colossal serpent is caught off guard as searing beams of energy strike its body. The glowing figure grins fiercely and slams its hands together, unleashing a surge of raw power. The furious beast releases a colossal wave of blue energy, shaking the battlefield. The enraged beast bellows in fury at its unseen foes. The massive creature recoils as a searing, green-tinged strike tears across its chest. In response, the beast releases a massive energy wave, engulfing everything ahead. A massive beast reels as a surge of blue energy slams into its chest. A fighter fires an energy blast at the hovering enemy. The creature unleashes lightning from its jaws, shocking the battlefield. The monstrous figure recoils as a searing energy blast crashes into its body. The smaller reptilian assailant blasts a powerful surge of energy straight through the monster's chest, leaving it reeling in pain. The winged beast is slammed into the cave floor. The battered beast staggers in smoke and poison, near defeat. The beastly group celebrates, realizing they have slain the Gecko King. The bloodied creature crashes down while its attackers stand victorious. Several allies rush over rocky ground to reach their wounded comrade. Meanwhile, the healer channels energy to cleanse the poisoned wound. The monster collapses, writhing as toxic fumes surround it. A massive green energy slash tears through the cave, forcing the defenders to brace for impact. Suddenly, the beast is struck by a surge of green energy. A massive creature is blindsided and pierced by a radiant projectile. The beast is hit by a green attack from the enemy behind. The monstrous figure emits a chilling laugh as green liquid oozes from its wounds in the swirling mist. The group recoils in disbelief as their foe suddenly returns to life before their eyes. The enraged avian charges forward, cursing the lizard monarch as blue energy crackles around her. The monstrous assailant hurls herself at the shimmering barrier, unleashing a savage attack. The massive creature soars overhead and blasts a surge of energy toward its target. A fearsome beast slams into the earth with explosive force, shaking the entire battlefield. The massive creature recoils as a barrage of rocks slams down, forcing a pained cry. The furious beast urgently calls out to the winged ally, sensing imminent danger. The furious attacker lunges forward, unleashing a savage assault on the unseen enemy. The enraged assailant unleashes a deadly attack, driving the smaller opponent back amid a surge of violent energy. A thunderous strike crashes down beside the stunned beast, sending shockwaves through the ground. The furious beast charges forward, roaring in rage as her strength is suddenly taken away. The attacker punches the stone creature's face, promising to kill. A towering enemy stomps down, crushing the smaller fighter's leg. The enraged beast roars, shaking everything around it. The defiant challenger unleashes a scream and faces the monstrous giant head-on as ominous energy crackles in the air. A monstrous figure jolts, sensing a sudden threat nearby. A massive glowing beast smashes through the cave wall, stunning him. The beast flinches as its reopened wound bleeds again. The towering creature threatens while a glowing serpent launches a fierce assault. A hulking fighter is blindsided by a blindingly fast strike. Then, the monstrous attacker punches the shrieking beast, shaking the battlefield. The beastkin recoils as a surge of green energy engulfs her, signaling an imminent transformation. As it falls on enchanted soil, its wound rapidly heals. The analyst realizes the wasteland continuously fuels the relentless monster, explaining its tireless power. The towering beast radiates green power, claiming the secret realm made her unrivaled. She mocks the defenders, saying their barrier cannot stop her attack. The monstrous figure unleashes a horde of lizard-like beasts, sending them charging into battle. The wounded fighter collapses, wondering if this is the end. The ground shakes violently as large rocks break loose and crash down. The monstrous figure recoils in shock, eyes wide with alarm. A towering beast blocks the path as falling rocks divide it from the crowd. In the cavern, cries echo as sunlight reveals swirling green fumes. A pack of beasts, led by a white archer, rushes into the crater. A stunned watcher realizes a small orange creature triggered the island's chaos. The white beast dashes ahead with its rider, dodging swooping predators. Meanwhile, an ally rallies everyone as a swarm of flying reptiles dives. The massive white beast charges and clamps onto the monster, halting its advance. The towering white beast leads a horde as the shattered forest collapses. The enraged beast vows to destroy all her enemies. Soon, the towering beast roars triumphantly over her fallen opponents. The wounded beast jerks back as strange energy bursts from its chest. Energy erupts from the life source, shocking everyone in the cavern. The radiant creature releases life energy, engulfing everyone nearby. 4 beasts are hurled backward as a blinding explosion erupts at the center of the battlefield. The horned leader offers her life source, extending her energy. The beasts peer down, reacting with shock to the scene below. Then, their commander orders a coordinated attack, insisting they keep the enemy airborne. A horde of monsters charges forward, roaring as they advance. The enraged beast fires multiple green energy beams at them. A huge wolf and rider sprint ahead, narrowly dodging a green blast. A savage attacker fires green energy, making the weakened foe scream. A tiny ally stands on a snarling mount, ready for danger. Suddenly, the rodent warns them as the restored dragon rises. A colossal beast endures a direct hit from a surging green energy blast within the cavern. The fighter declares immunity to venom, strengthened by the life source. Later, they celebrate, standing victorious over the once unbeatable beast. The small companion proudly proclaims that a miracle has come. A determined ally challenges the ruler beast, urging everyone to resist. A winged attacker unleashes wind, while a hulking beast braces itself. The flying predator rams the massive beast with explosive impact. A swarm of devoted beasts surges forward, determined to support their leader in the heat of battle. The giant beast thrashes while winged foes swarm its head and rip its wing. The enraged monster lunges, flinging the reptilian attackers away. Their robed leader rallies the winged allies, sending them charging into battle. Elsewhere, a frenzied pack of beasts savagely attacks the towering blue enemy. The resolute beast rallies transformed allies to risk everything defending Abyss Island. An armored beast lands a crushing blow on the giant foe. The beast snarls around the sword, blaming another for its cursed transformation. The instructor addresses the wary beast, beginning a lesson on blade mastery as the creature grips a stick tightly in its jaws. The beast, energized by newfound understanding, stands protectively beside the cloaked guardian as they face the advancing monsters. With lightning crackling around him, the beast surges forward, clutching a radiant blade and committing to defend the island at any cost. The beast hurls a blazing attack toward its towering adversary. Above, two watchers circle as the charged beast blocks a sword. A brooding figure examines the artifact while two beasts observe nearby. The monstrous adversary effortlessly deflects the sword strike, taunting the smaller challenger as bats swarm the air. The defiant challenger shrugs off the sword strike and prepares to unleash a barrage of counterattacks. The ferocious beast launches a relentless barrage of golden energy slashes with the sword clamped in its jaws. The creature bites the electrified weapon, causing sparks and blood to erupt. A radiant spirit emerges from the glowing blade, revealing its power and testing the wielder's worth. The wolf-like beast, staff in mouth, bows to the blazing master. The spectral guide orders the empowered beast to charge and destroy all obstacles. Then the fierce beast charges through green smoke toward the looming monster. A radiant figure unleashes a devastating energy attack while a sword-bearing ally rushes into the fray. The warrior releases a blinding rush that slams into the monster. The beast staggers as a flaming, green-charged staff pierces its jaws. The creature braces, gripping the sword tightly to face the green threat. Suddenly, a massive beast slams its paw down, sending a violent shockwave. The monster releases toxic energy as the wounded beast writhes below. Meanwhile, the stunned fighter hesitates while the enemy's wings rapidly regenerate. A fur-clad warrior stops the monster's bite by gripping its jaws. A towering monster crashes down, shattering ground as its foe braces. The monstrous creature seizes its struggling opponent and violently lifts him against the jagged cliff. The raging beast swings a massive claw, smashing the cavern wall. A desperate man is pinned to the wall beneath a beast's gaping jaws. An energy-reed fighter hurls the dragon's scale wheel at the looming enemy. A devastating slash tears through the creature, sending bursts of green energy and debris flying. A hulking beast spews toxic gas across the cavern, catching both men off guard as one screams in panic. The strategist urgently commands the towering beast to hurl the opponent away using a powerful technique. The enraged beast lunges forward, seizing its adversary with a powerful grip as its eyes blaze. A massive serpent lashes its tail through the cavern as the lone survivor narrowly evades the sweeping attack. The enraged beast surges with crackling energy, unleashing a thunderous transformation and charging to attack. The massive creature crouches, gathering crackling energy to attack. The beast lifts an enormous weapon overhead, sending shockwaves outward. A staff-wielding fighter strikes as the monster lunges forward. The enraged beast releases a massive lightning blast from its jaws. The monstrous foe is blasted apart by searing energy. A severed stone head falls from a violent energy burst. Meanwhile, a worried ally asks if the torn enemy can revive. A jubilant pack celebrates their victory over the Gecko King. Suddenly, the Horned Scout stops and warns the group of approaching danger. The shattered monster writhes and regenerates, preparing a vicious counterattack. In response, the winged leader orders everyone to gather every fallen piece. A rogue rider and its mount tense together, reacting to a sudden cave threat. The startled swordsman stiffens, instantly on guard against the sudden threat. The startled beast staggers back as black insect swarms rush forward. Elsewhere, the reptile and its ally notice fresh grass suddenly sprouting. One observer recoils in shock as a swarm of beasts encircles the infamous carnivorous tree in the shadowy forest. A towering radiant entity bursts from the forest and advances toward the turmoil. The massive avian creature lies defeated on the ground as a tense group of beasts closes in through the smoke. Exhausted, the lone survivor collapses, praying the enemy is finally dead. A towering armored ally charges forward, overjoyed at a friend's emergence from underground. The excited newcomer loudly declares unwavering allegiance to Abyss Island. The monster eyes the corpse, weighing evolution against the risk of consumption. A skeptic grumbles about gaining nothing despite all their dangerous effort. The dragon-like figure coldly urges its companion to consume another's flesh and seize his power. A small challenger demands why the predator won't eat human-like prey despite holding one. Instead, the horned ally sincerely praises the other's rare, unwavering principles. The horned warrior gathers power and fires a crushing blow at the fallen giant. Then the small fighter dashes in, blasting the towering beast with golden energy. A commanding figure offers a glowing orb, granting the island's savior a fallen king's life force. Finally, the determined challenger hurls a gigantic energy sphere at the looming cavern beast. The victorious monster absorbs a surge of energy as the system announces a huge gain in evolution points. Its glowing limb rapidly transforms, showing the creature's new evolution. A towering armored beast appears in the forest, radiating overwhelming power. Nearby, the smaller ally discovers an S-rank skill on the glowing screen. The empowered being absorbs the life core and instantly summons 9 spectral wraiths. The confused beast questions the bizarre new ability and its unsettling name. Meanwhile, the guide explains the 9 wraiths possess advanced tracking and scanning abilities. The lizard creature, exasperated, mocks the entire system while the holographic bird listens skeptically. The blue observer freezes after spotting 2 predators devouring a massive carcass. A fierce ally urgently warns her companions to stop eating the poisonous gecko. The winged strategist orders the group to hunt and exterminate the incoming gecko swarm. Then the winged leader splits the team into 3 squads with clear orders. The trio stands united, each silently affirming their unwavering loyalty as the spokesperson delivers their pledge. 3 ghostly scouts race across the shattered ground at high speed. The group stops, finding the geckos gone and only mucus traces remaining. The investigator crouches beside the strange substance, confirming that the green mucus points to the gecko's trail. 2 figures stare wide-eyed into the shadows as they realize the creatures before them are Karen geckos. Later, one thinker explains all gecko invaders and leaders were created from their king's blood. The 2 allies see the gecko minions dissolved into puddles, easing their mission. Riding the pale beast, a tiny messenger calls to the reptile as both sides face off. The messenger reports their allies' master's remains and weapons were found, urging immediate action. The group stands before a breathtaking pile of gold, jewels, and weapons, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the treasure. 2 observers study the treasure, suspecting a slain king once owned the jewels and crown. A narrator explains human warriors once hunted monsters here, leaving behind these jewels. The ruler exterminated the human talents, sealed the seas with barriers, and restored island peace. A radiant being unleashes a violent lightning storm over the sea. A remorseful follower collapses, apologizing for failure, while a silent overseer watches. The beast stands on fractured earth, fiercely vowing to never repeat its past mistake. In the cavern, a beast accuses the reptile king of hoarding the master's remains as leverage. The startled beast recoils in shock while a winged observer watches from the golden cave. As the determined figure strides deeper into the glowing forest, the watchful companion demands to know her destination. Later, she reaches toward a golden ring buried in treasure. She uncovers a glowing wristband, and her bird companion reacts. The simian figure lifts a radiant wristband, explaining its role in empowering the wearer's fist and recalling how it was used in a past battle against the gecko monarch. A great ape spirit appears, saying the wristband holds its last power. A resolute mentor extends a golden wristband, urging the recipient to press onward with renewed strength. The girl collapses to the ground, crying out for her parents. She bows before the massive beast as her wish is granted. On the treasure mound, she declares their victory over the Gecko King. A horned mediator offers all gecko treasure except Wolverine weapons to the newcomer. The assertive beast rejects the pile of treasure as useless, while the gathered animal companions loudly agree. A woman in red insists the island must unite under firm leadership. Then someone proposes crowning the Thunder Dragon as Abyss Island's ruler. Inside the glittering cavern, the beastly followers speak up together in unanimous support for their powerful leader. The gathered beasts celebrate loudly as their new ruler faces the treasure hoard. The group in the treasure cave prepares to face an approaching enemy. A speaker recalls how the former ruler died fighting oppressors to restore hope. The young survivor endures the rain and relentlessly fights the geckos alone. The empowered figure bursts free from her restraints, unleashing a surge of green energy. An armored fighter raises the Gecko King's crown, honoring a comrade's sacrifice. Afterward, someone suggests making the crowned woman Abyss Island's new ruler. The nervous figure quickly deflects the burden of leadership onto the imposing beast, insisting that the creature possesses greater wisdom and strength. The armored one declares an ambition to rule every monster, rejecting smaller power. All 4 recoil in unison, overcome by nausea and vomiting at the same time. The outspoken supporter steps forward in the forest and confidently backs the previous statement. The leader announces the fierce ape's new status as ruler, while the others watch from the treasure pile. Every beast roars in agreement, fully supporting the decision. The playful figure hands a small golden crown to the hesitant companion, preparing for the coronation amid piles of glittering treasure. The confused girl struggles to fit the tiny crown on her head. An amused friend teases her about transforming while offering another small crown. An attacker charges forward as the enemy braces, energy beams crackling between them. Meanwhile, a newcomer arrives in a blast of light, startling the crowned figure. Two beasts watch, confused, as distant shadowy forms transform into human shapes. Three beasts mention two reckless relatives who failed to ambush a powerful enemy. The predator plans an easy hunt by disguising itself as a human. Soon, one beast shares that a fruit at missed birds can turn them into humans. The rowdy beasts cheer at the idea, while a worried bird hangs back. The towering beast issues a brutal threat, making its captive and a witness shrink back. Several big beasts shout over the turmoil, forcing the restless crowd into uneasy silence. Their leader stands on the treasure pile, vowing to protect Abyss Island as allies cheer. After the rulers fall, several beasts fight over who should lead. A challenger loudly questions the bear's motives, seizing the group's full attention. The defiant challenger confronts the queen, demanding a duel and denying her rule. The towering beast accepts the challenge with a roar and hurls itself at the trio. A hulking ape lunges at the giant bear as the surrounding beasts brace for battle. Amid laughter and annoyance, the monstrous onlookers mock the chaos caused by the clumsy beast disrupting the ceremony. A desperate beast is forced to submit as a massive foot crushes its head to the ground. The towering victor stands over the fallen foe, daring any other challenger to step up. The gathered beasts bow and loudly swear loyalty to their new queen. The horned leader ends the fight and orders everyone to help each other exit. An avian underling bows deeply, pledging absolute loyalty to its master. The party approaches the horde, all eyes drawn to a glowing blade that excites one member. However, a wary fighter refuses the blade, calling it poisoned by the monster's stomach. The towering ally offers to cleanse it, and the smaller creature thanks her while others watch. Soon after, a cursed blade clashes with an energy-charged claw, beginning a fierce battle. The defiant guardian steps between the cursed blade and its companion, ready to resist. A massive winged beast blocks attacks as a smaller saber-wielder lunges in repeatedly. The boisterous beast clamped a radiant purple blade between its teeth, radiating pride. The fierce speaker reveals that the blade of blood, notorious for countless killings and forged by humans 1,000 years ago, is a weapon well matched for its new wielder. Later, the weapon lover gratefully receives a prized staff from the regal leader amid teasing. An explosion destroys the peak, sending shockwaves across the island. Winged rescuers fly up with comrades as boulders crash behind. Three beasts flee in panic as the quaking ground collapses beneath. A frantic messenger bursts into the hall, urgently delivering alarming news. A huge winged monster falls dead, shocking everyone watching. The larger figure urgently demands an explanation, while her companion recoils in shock. A distressed survivor reports the collapse of the peak and the death of many birds. Two leaders trade worried looks, then rush outside to investigate. The team descends the shaft on mounts, readying for whatever waits below. A colossal tidal wave splits the island and surges toward the open sea. Two fighters brace on the shore as a towering tsunami approaches. The swordsman fumes over the devastating airstrike, while the elder beside him desperately gulps down a drink, lost in longing for alcohol. The grumbling elder grips his bottle and vows to confront his enemies. The younger man asks if the elder has grown attached to this island. The elder recalls allying with local monsters to survive and later enjoy the coast. The youth thanks him and explains only plant users can enter the storm-shrouded zone. The protagonist struggles to link this strange power with the Gecko King. The old man tells him to stop overthinking and trust the secret realm. The newcomer arrives by speedboat and urges the elder to enter the realm quickly to avoid being discovered by the approaching group on the ship. The elder boasts their faction is dominant and fears no minor rivals. Two onlookers warily watch ominous shapes forming in the sky. Nearby, two beasts see a colossal wave engulf the ruined island, far beyond their power. Two observers watch a black cylinder slam into the mountain and explode, doubting human involvement. One alert figure urgently points out two possible humans to the large creature as the group soars through the air. From hiding, a watcher spots two figures ahead and questions if they are truly human. The energetic ally readies a scan as the resolute creature stands guard nearby. Two figures are introduced with psychic and plant abilities displayed on holographic panels. The wary creature and floating spirit suspect these gifted humans destroyed the mountain. A furious bird beast rockets through the sky, cursing humans as its rider hangs on. Two travelers stop and look up when sudden chirping breaks the silence. A colossal beast lands before two armed fighters, blocking their path. Nearby, a towering beast orders its pack to prepare as flying monsters descend. The observer realizes the enemies are huge and riding other beasts from the sky. The towering beast demands to know if the lone warrior caused the explosion. The observer is shocked the dragon speaks his language, flanked by an ape and armed wolf. A furious bird demands answers from the dragon for destroying her mountain. The group freezes in shock as the towering bird reveals its ability to speak their language. The attacker fires a swirling blue energy blast at the defending fighter. The fighter swiftly dodges as a powerful wind attack smashes into the ground, clearly impressed by the enemy's mastery of this element. The warrior draws his sword, preparing to counterattack. A flying blade narrowly misses the beast as the swordsman hurls it. The large beast notices the calm foe controlling the sword with psychic power. A mediator raises his hands, begging the rampaging beast to stop attacking. Ignoring him, the beast charges the older man with a staff gripped in its jaws. The desperate elder stands his ground, still trying to halt the beast's charge. The man leaps back as the wolf delivers precise, rapid slashes with a blade clamped in its jaws. Later, a wary observer studies the lakeside creature, questioning if all monsters here are intelligent. He concludes the dragon, too, has a human-like mind. The defiant leader points ahead, boldly asserting that their advanced technology and special abilities ensure victory over the monsters. From high above, the attacker hurls a storm of swords down at the startled beast below. The winged fighter braces herself, realizing her opponent is stronger than expected. The winged guardian shields the wounded beast while blue energy beams strike them both. A shark-like enemy taunts the enraged bird warrior, provoking another furious scream. The swordsman hesitates, realizing someone just risked everything to save an ally. Then a towering armored beast charges in to confront the attacker and defend the weak. The protagonist is stunned to learn the powerful bird warrior is female. The airborne figure unleashes a devastating blue energy wave that rips through the earth below. A determined fighter summons a colossal blue dragon to launch a counterattack. The outmatched fighter falls for a feint and is smashed in the face. Finally, a towering spiked monster blasts the young man away with a single punch. The bold figure surges forward and unleashes a fierce punch at the opponent. A determined figure dives from above, unleashing a sudden assault on the massive, spiked beast below. The monstrous beast unleashes a barrage of explosive energy bombs at the airborne swordsman. Two figures weave frantically through the air as a barrage of glowing projectiles hurtles toward them, while a startled mentor shouts a warning to the younger fighter. With a confident snap of the fingers, the grinning figure unleashes a powerful effect. The lone attacker fires a massive, radiant energy blast, engulfing the area in a violent explosion. The young man is violently knocked through the air as the elder urgently rushes to his aid. The older man lunges as the green-haired warrior, knocked to the ground, desperately begs for mercy. The massive beast lunges forward, swinging its sword at the elderly opponent. The elder thrusts his radiant hand forward, preparing to unleash a mysterious power. The towering monster slams its enormous arms together in a devastating attack aimed at the lone challenger below. The group recoils in shock as the monstrous tree reveals its true identity, leaving everyone questioning how it now stands before them in human form. The confident ability user reveals her power by transforming her arms into giant plant fists and confronts the fierce beast. The elderly man, his rocky fist raised, bellows in anger and prepares to unleash a devastating blow. The towering beast corners the wary elder, accusing the other of bringing the human and setting the bomb, while recognizing a familiar pattern in the suspect's speech. The kneeling figure desperately defends his group, insisting others on shore are responsible for the ruthless acts. The defiant human challenges the towering creature, warning that while it hesitates, other parts of the island are being destroyed. The elderly negotiator desperately pleads for mercy, raising his voice toward the looming threat above. One figure urgently points out a distant enemy warship behind the catastrophe as both stand before the raging sea. The towering creature challenges the two figures atop the cliff as confusion arises over the mysterious gravity bomb. The older figure grimly explains how the weapon unleashes a surge of gravity, crushing everything nearby. The observer ponders the presence of advanced technology beyond monsters and extraordinary abilities. A metallic fist smashes into the beast's face, sending blood and teeth scattering from the force. The massive beast is hurled backward as several attackers crash into its side, filling the air with debris. The defiant challenger mocks the towering adversaries, provoking them with a sneer. The wounded creature is beset on all sides by savage attackers while the group watches in tense silence. The arrogant figure raises his massive weapon, warning the horde that he refuses to waste time eliminating them individually. The wild attacker hurls a devastating gravity bomb toward the defensive group bracing for impact. A searing beam of energy crashes down from the sky, threatening to obliterate the valley below. A massive warship silently advances across the glistening ocean, its presence foreshadowing the events to come. A stern officer begins a covert briefing under surveillance. A subordinate relays updated mission coordinates to the superior, and the assault begins. After long searching, the leader finally unleashes the specialist. The confident man seated in the car challenges the two hooded figures from the Netherson Palace, pressing them for a response. A hooded agent claims the family now controls the ship. A missile blasts off from the battleship, cutting through the sky above the ocean. A massive warship unleashes a searing energy blast toward a distant airborne foe. Another missile streaks toward the smoke-covered island. Then a horned watcher spots a strange object appearing overhead. A red-clad scout warns the group of something incoming. An armored woman orders her winged ally to lift her skyward. The towering beast watches the ocean as a winged figure speeds toward a mysterious light in the sky. A missile hurtles through the sky, heading straight toward its target over the ocean. The swordsman urges his airborne ally to maintain position as he prepares to strike the incoming threat. A winged attacker unleashes close-range energy on the scaled defender. A colossal energy blast tears through the battlefield, unleashing widespread destruction. Suddenly, an island beam obliterates the missile, shocking the command center. The blonde leader urgently commands the team to investigate an S-level disruption, sending subordinates into action as tension rises inside the vehicle. A thunderous blast erupts nearby, prompting the group to look up in alarm and brace for imminent danger. A stunned observer watches as a mysterious blue light effortlessly destroys the falling gravity bomb. Two operatives discuss a rare light power, suspecting the Cathay newcomer. A subordinate reports the target is on board and orders an immediate regional search. Their bulky leader insists they clear all obstacles before advancing. Two hulking beasts snarl as a larger armored monster readies behind them. The vanguard surges forward with fierce determination as towering figures and armed fighters launch a relentless assault. A bright beam reveals a black pillar rising from the sea. A strategist warns more missiles will come and the dragon outclasses them. An armored beast accepts cooperation, while the wary chief sets strict terms. The party urges their winged guide toward red smoke, and she complies. The newly appointed leader receives a critical assignment from the commanding figure perched atop a giant bird. The crowned beast expresses gratitude and respect as the group prepares to part ways after their victory over the Gecko King. The forceful figure confronts the dragon, demanding it choose between aiding its own kind or siding with the monsters of Abyss Island. The defiant figure clenches a fist and boldly vows to defend the island against any intruders. The commanding figure, resolute atop the winged beast, authorizes a critical action and signals unwavering trust. The fierce leader rallies her allies and charges forward, flanked by two powerful beasts soaring into battle. The two survivors watch as the monsters depart, realizing they are no longer considered a threat after aiding the Thunder Dragon. The guide urges the young master forward, leading both toward the entrance of the secret realm to fulfill their mission. The resolute figure crashes a powerful blow into the massive white beast, sending it sprawling and bleeding across the ground. The attacker lunges at the wounded beast with ferocious intent. A massive, red-eyed beast charges at the figure with the mechanical arm, claws bared for a brutal strike. The massive beast swings its paw in a brutal attack as the young man leaps back to avoid the blow. A massive beast lunges forward, unleashing a savage attack against the intruder who has crossed into its territory. The relentless fighter unleashes a devastating airborne blow at the towering beast. The bearded man leans in with a smug grin, taunting his rivals and dismissing their abilities as inferior. The overconfident fighter with a metallic arm hurls a devastating punch at the raging beast as their clash escalates. The determined fighter delivers a crushing punch that sends the towering beast hurtling backward. The agile fighter swiftly ducks beneath the enraged beast's massive swipe as it roars in the forest clearing. A massive bear's head is severed in an instant by a brilliant, sweeping slash. The commander shouts for immediate execution as the glowing blade descends in a decisive, fatal strike. The bloodied wolf launches a ferocious attack on the wounded bear in the heart of the forest. The man with the mechanical arm charges at the wolf-like opponent, seizing the initiative in the confrontation. A blazing arc of energy surges forward, tearing through the darkness with overwhelming force. A fierce combatant unleashes a devastating golden slash, striking the shadowy opponent with overwhelming force. Four allies freeze in shock as a dramatic revelation catches them off guard. The monstrous wolf surges forward, crushing its fallen opponent beneath its massive paws. The group recoils as their leader shouts about the enemy, revealing a massive blade clenched between its jaws. Birds and monsters join forces as a stunned group below realizes their enemies are gaining disguise. A hulking beast storms forward, its foot crashing down and sending dust billowing across the battlefield. The leader surveys the defeated creatures and acknowledges the crucial support provided by the gathered monsters during the battle against the formidable foe. A startled figure recoils in shock at the sudden appearance of a bear. The large beast lunges and slashes its foe, spilling blood. The giant beast and ally charge directly into the burning battlefield. The enraged monster roars that no intruder will leave the island alive. The group braces as the colossal creature speaks, its pressure leaving them stunned. Meanwhile, stealth bombers streak across the sky, signaling an imminent strike. A group of beastly figures advances as a massive weapon locks onto the distant humans, escalating the confrontation. A lookout suddenly spots an approaching UAV, raising the tension. A massive aircraft powers up, its engines igniting with a roar. Three beast warriors push through heavy attacks, breaking the enemy ambush. A fighter releases a golden slash that slices a jet, causing a huge explosion. Then blue energy erupts outward, destroying the remaining airborne machines. An agile combatant leaps high, kicking off the ground explosively. A towering fighter slams down a flaming fist, releasing a devastating shockwave. Nearby, a group recoils as someone swings an enormous sword, creating a cyclone. Two worried men argue whether those monstrous powers belong to an unknown beast type. A colossal warship speeds over the ocean, heralding a new hostile force. Startled figures watch as three formidable beasts are revealed across the towering screens. The armored planner doubts any beast wields blades and wind, but the hooded ally suggests talents. A panicked subordinate reports an ally dead as the vitals monitor confirms it. Around the table, leaders hear of the allies' death and 3 lost UAVs, alarming them. From the control seat, the commander orders reinforcements deployed to the target's location. On the island, a beast lunges in, gripping a glowing blade between its jaws. The beast steps forward, insisting on fighting the humans alone and ordering allies back. An observer realizes the foe partly transformed into human form, confirming a beast-type ability. A sword-wielding woman blocks them, demanding the newcomers leave the island immediately. A furious fighter lunges, driving her spear straight at her opponent. Metallic blades collide as the attacker strikes, forcing the defender to brace. A fierce guardian blocks the road, challenging anyone who threatens the young master. Two opponents clash swords violently, sending a burst of light across them. Several status screens display each fighter's talent and level, highlighting one higher-ranked contender. The small blue companion explains to the larger reptilian figure that its scanning ability was upgraded during recent battles to analyze human talents. Two onlookers watch anxiously as the beast clashes with a humanoid in the distance, questioning whether their ally is at a disadvantage in human form. The shapeshifter's abilities are compared, revealing superior strength in wolf form but impressive sword skills even when human. The group reviews their monster transformation rankings, discovering the avian is level S, the simian is level A, and the questioner has reached level S+. The challenger smirks beside the glowing sign, openly mocking the other's inability to reach his level. The self-assured beast analyzes her ally's strengths while showcasing her superior rank, as the wolf-like fighter sneezes beside her. A lively holographic figure boasts about being an unprecedented super system, while the beast-like figure responds with sarcasm. A determined figure releases a blinding surge of energy that tears across the sky. The stunned warrior reels as his opponent's speed overwhelms his defenses. The resolute swordsman delivers a powerful slash, sending the adversary flying across the open field. A subordinate urgently reports that one of the monitored figures shows no signs of life. The survivors reel in shock as news spreads that 2 elite teammates have fallen in less than a minute, raising fears of an unknown and overwhelming enemy on the island. The armored figure informs his anxious companion that their chances of finding the secret realm have improved, but the threat level remains high as the younger fighter faces the monsters alone. The commanding officer urgently demands a mission update as a subordinate reports that the second squad is 5 minutes away and most UAVs have survived the lightning attack. The leader urgently commands additional reinforcements to counter the setback. The furious fighter shouts the news of another's death while standing over a defeated foe. The older advisor steps forward, requesting to handle the dangerous wolf-headed opponent himself. The imposing figure steps forward, unleashing radiant energy and boldly declares his status while demanding the stranger's identity. The defiant warrior bursts from the trees and rushes toward the enemy with unrestrained fury. A powerful surge of magic blasts one fighter through the air while his opponent stands ready with a drawn sword. The fierce warrior lunges forward, delivering a powerful sword strike toward the glowing energy orb. The wounded fighter convulses violently as a surge of yellow energy courses through his body. The empowered figure hurtles downward, sword poised, unleashing a fierce attack shrouded in crackling yellow energy. The fierce combatant swings her sword, releasing a devastating surge of energy toward her opponent. The bearded man recoils in disbelief as his opponent awakens much sooner than expected. The aggressive figure launches a sudden aerial assault, energy flaring as the defender braces for impact. The bearded attacker hurls surging electricity at his opponent, warning that a metal weapon will only make things worse. A sharp blade pierces the snarling creature's mouth, leaving it reeling in agony. The older warrior recoils in shock as he witnesses his opponent gripping the blade with his mouth. The warrior springs forward and cleaves the air with a blinding golden slash. Golden energy cuts through the barrier, shattering it. The man recoils, stunned by the sudden attack. The older warrior unleashes a devastating slash, energy crackling around his blade. 3 figures sprint across the battlefield toward a lone opponent in white. The furious beast unleashes a devastating blue energy attack in retaliation against the ambushers. The swordsman unleashes a massive, glowing blue energy slash across the forest clearing. The stone-skinned warrior is blasted back by blue energy. Then the stone-skinned fighter is slammed into the ground. The towering enemy rises from the crater, unharmed by the attack. The brash fighter lies dazed in a crater after challenging the foe. A gigantic hand slams down from above, catching the startled beast off guard. A towering beast smashes her claw down, shaking the ground. Another colossal hand slams down, scattering debris everywhere. The enraged fighter pounds the ground, sending shockwaves out. The raging beast dives into battle, attacking without pause. A blue-scaled observer recoils, horrified by the violence. Soon, a towering brute arrives, shattering the ground on impact. The armored fighter lies motionless in the crater while others stare. The massive beast roars a challenge, signaling for her adversary to make a move. At once, the beast lunges forward, attacking the defender. Another subordinate reports a comrade's death as the screen flashes red. The suited leader learns a powerful monster appeared and heads out personally. Meanwhile, the masked planner tells an ally about reinforcements and rising power levels. The commanding figure urgently assigns the crystal-powered psychic to lead a team of elites by speedboat to the island, emphasizing their superior defensive abilities. A focused subordinate faces the crystals and accepts the mission. The worried leader watches the display and urges an ally to endure. The older fighter staggers as he is battered by a relentless barrage of blows. The older defender steps forward to face the advancing monsters, urging his young companion to escape before they are overwhelmed. The veteran hurls chains of lightning, filling the area with electricity. The guardian blasts the approaching enemy with lightning and urges the youth to run. A beast powers up, clenching a sword between his teeth. A fighter unleashes electrified chains, subduing her struggling opponent. Meanwhile, a retainer crackling with energy yells for the heir to escape. A blonde youth drags a companion forward while a powered pursuer closes in. A ferocious fighter lunges, his electrified claws clashing with the sword. A combatant impales an enemy with a glowing weapon, releasing energy. Even bound by electrified chains, a brute hurls a knife and stuns her. The blonde man shouts in alarm as someone collapses behind him. A terrified youth sprints through the forest, fleeing an unseen pursuer. Suddenly, a towering beast blocks his path and halts the escape. The beast charges power, then fires a glowing attack from its mouth. 9 radiant dragon forms appear around it, revealing the dragon's 9 sons. The massive beast unleashes a squad of spectral clones to attack on command. The startled man stumbles back in terror as something shocking appears before him. The panicked figure flees while a horde of specters descends from above. Elsewhere, an observer notices a squadron of unmanned drones rapidly approaching. A weary survivor runs forward, arms open, shouting in relief at arriving reinforcements. The leader reels as the monitor confirms yet another crucial ally has died. Using drone feeds, a group finally spots the missing heir alive. The drones locate the second squad moments before they can reach the heir. A nearby watcher sees a blue specter suddenly looming behind the heir. A spectral dragon bursts forth, radiating power as it charges into battle. A team of 5 sprints through the forest, responding to the urgent discovery. A terrified person plummets through the air, desperately reaching out for help. The blue-clad protector embraces the shaken youth, assuring him of safety after the ordeal. The beast and its copies surge forward, beginning a coordinated assault. The solitary fighter braces himself as spectral beasts close in from all sides, launching a relentless assault. A massive explosion rips through the ground, sending shockwaves everywhere. 2 fighters are blasted backward by a surge of chaotic blue energy. A colossal surge of blue energy detonates overhead as the group instinctively braces for the impact. A heavily armored warrior arrives, his announced entrance silencing everyone. A fierce warrior slams the costumed enemy down, shocking their commander. Suddenly, the ground shakes as someone warns of another approaching giant beast. 4 allies freeze as an unexpected attacker bursts in from the side. The towering beast roars while defenders block the advancing intruders. The group recoils at the massive monster, fearing it felled their allies instantly. A startled creature notices incoming drones as the team tenses below. Overhead, huge attack craft open fire, raining energy beams downward. The group huddles together, shielding themselves as enemy drones unleash a barrage of energy blasts from above. Then, using the drone distraction, they charge ahead behind the armored giant. Monstrous foes surge forward, quickly overwhelming the remaining defenders. A monstrous bird unleashes a furious scream toward the sky as fighter jets launch missiles in a desperate assault. A swarm of dark-winged reinforcements hurtles down from the sky to assist the embattled ruler. The armed man shouts a warning as he raises his guns toward the threat above. Winged creatures scramble to dodge a sudden barrage of gunfire in the chaotic sky. Inside the control room, operators urgently report that the entire second squad has been wiped out. The grief-stricken man, crackling with electricity, erupts in fury and swears to annihilate the monsters responsible. The cloaked leader issues swift instructions and launches toward the exit, leaving the others to evacuate the group as ordered. The cloaked observer turns away from the battleship, determined to inform the superior of the escalating situation. Inside the shadowy hall, the observer learns that 2 landing crafts are being prepared to bring people ashore. A scheming figure exposes the ruse behind the noble's outrage, revealing an ulterior motive to seize control of the island and search for the secret realm. A hooded subordinate receives urgent instructions to meet an ally, monitor the monster's fate, and report any discoveries about the secret realm. Lightning splits the turbulent sea as the storm intensifies. A blinding bolt of lightning slams into the vessel, but its shimmering barrier holds firm against the assault. The exhausted survivor staggers forward, struggling to withstand the relentless thunder as ominous shadows close in from behind. A massive bolt of lightning crashes down onto the glowing orb. A blinding bolt of lightning crashes against the glowing barriers surrounding the building. A terrified man calls for help as a formidable opponent unleashes a surge of lightning. The cautious challenger stands face to face with an imposing authority, bracing for an unpredictable confrontation. The serious figure delivers the grim news that a comrade was killed by the giant beasts on the island. A battered survivor bows before the imposing commander, begging him to lead the charge for vengeance against the beasts. Sensing the arrival of the powerful newcomer sent by the sinful sanctuary, the strategist grows confident that the giant beasts will soon be defeated. The team leader commands a split into 2 groups, directing one to seek the secret realm's entrance while the other prepares to take revenge on their fallen ally. Amid crashing waves and blinding lightning, a battleship is bombarded by flying projectiles. A solitary figure steps into view, cutting through the rain and smoke with deliberate purpose. The sinister figure reveals his dark power as lightning crackles through the stormy night. The challenger steps forward and questions why the emissary would come in person, raising the tension on the storm-lashed platform. The sly messenger reveals that the leader, enraged by the attack on the sun, has dispatched him to offer support. The blonde figure crackles with electricity as he confronts the seated man in the rain, challenging his true intentions. The shadowy observer reveals his true motives while speculating about the origins and intelligence of the 4 monstrous figures looming behind him. The schemer demands that any surviving behemoths be spared so he can harvest their souls and transform them into necrobehemoths. The blonde man recoils in disbelief as he realizes the enemy has unleashed necrobehemoths. The vengeful figure clenches his fist and quietly plots to transform the 4 behemoths into weapons for his revenge. One cloaked figure mocks the other's choice to join a weaker faction after being expelled, dismissing their new alliance as insignificant. The resolute negotiator proposes an alliance to obtain behemoth souls and locate the secret realm, promising to share the spoils and break free from the underworld sinner's sanctuary's control. The forest clearing lies in silence, littered with fallen creatures and swirling dust after the fierce battle. The blue-scaled creature hesitates, torn between the urge to consume the unconscious group for evolution and its own revulsion. The enraged leader rouses the monstrous pack to seek brutal vengeance against the fallen human. The blunt beast firmly denies the hungry creature access to the corpses, insisting they still serve a purpose. The observer watches as the creatures relentlessly devour their own, pondering the stark divide between humanity and beasts. The boastful mage raises a glowing staff in triumph, while a dragon-like figure challenges the celebration, and several defeated bodies lie scattered across the ground. The blue figure explains a technique for extracting life essence without consuming corpses, aiming to address the other's ethical concerns. The lone figure absorbs shimmering life essences, realizing this power grants the same strength as consuming monsters. The larger figure enthusiastically praises the smaller floating companion for a recent accomplishment, while holding an open, glowing book. The strategist questions the system entity about sharing life essences, but the guide clarifies that only the user can absorb them as the others look on. The amused figure weighs whether to consume the glowing orb or apply it to the surface. The two-headed beast and the smaller apparition clash in a heated argument over reliability. A surge of evolution points floods in as the creature absorbs the essence of a fallen metahuman, leaving it stunned by the massive gain. The towering beast reviews its unexpected point total from defeating the small humans, surprised by how closely it matches the reward for a former powerful foe. The creature absorbs a metahuman's life essence, and immediately unlocks a powerful new passive skill that doubles all future evolution points from similar devourings. The victor absorbs the enemy's life essence, gaining many evolution points. He lies on the ground, glowing after absorbing 2 metahumans' essences. Then the armored creature roars as thunder spikes emerge, revealing a new ability. After hearing 2 squads were wiped out, the group decides separating is safer than staying together. The wolf-like figure orders the monsters to disperse and assigns the bird-like ally to escort them back, wary of hidden threats on the island. The armored beast orders her scout to gather kin and search the skies for metahumans. An impatient subordinate demands her assignment, startling the group's planner. Eventually the assertive ally helps the shy leader mount a steed and escorts her. The leader commands the group to bury the bodies and begins searching the area. A primate examines scattered black objects while a winged watcher observes silently. Meanwhile, the leader warns the resting fighters about unpredictable dangers ahead. The vigilant leader commands allies to stay alert and prepare for battle, determined to defend the island from intruders. A solitary figure endures the pouring rain, eyes closed as swirling shadows loom behind her. The solitary mage releases swirling dark energy into the stormy night. She stiffens when a threatening shadow descends through the rain above. Suddenly the cloak sensor detects a familiar soul and points the group toward the sea. Then the white-haired leader advances, following a faint trail of soul energy. A blonde fighter recoils on recognizing his opponent, who stands silently in the rain. He realizes the rival reached the island before the young noble. Believing the newcomer caused the chaos, he clenches his fist in anger. Now the analyst concludes the realm's energy awakened the island's giant beasts. The anxious subordinate delivers a critical update to the imposing leader as rain pours down around them. The commanding figure orders his subordinates to urgently track down the secret realm and eliminate any opposition they encounter. One servant indicates disturbed soil, marking where the young master's corpse is buried. A man in a black suit challenges the group, provoking tense reactions. An Earth user channels power into the ground, preparing a massive attack. Suddenly several fighters are flung off the cliff as one observer watches below. A gravely injured ally collapses while a distant voice delivers an urgent message. In the forest, a young man crackling with lightning vows revenge. Finally, the hooded watcher studies the buried bones, puzzled why the beasts left them. The enraged fighter threatens to annihilate every enemy, human or beast. The dark-haired ally points upward, making the soldier look to the sky. The alert figure suddenly points skyward as a massive pterosaur soars above the treetops. The giant predator swivels its head sharply, locking eyes on the group below. Soon, a swarm of monstrous birds dives into the forest, starting their assault. A wary survivor realizes the enemies are now coordinating their attacks. Then, a confident attacker hurls a blazing crystal strike at the cloaked foe. A blazing blue spear streaks toward the airborne beasts as they scramble to evade the attack. The massive winged beast reels as glowing projectiles tear through its body. An arrow drops one beast from the sky while the rest keep flying. The pair scans the sky and spots enemy metahumans summoning reinforcements. An electrified blonde warrior vows to wipe out every monster on the island. Startled by the sudden noise, the two figures look up as a massive swarm of birds descends from the sky. In response, a caster fires rapid ice spears at the advancing multi-headed beasts. Wooden spikes crash down from above as the pair frantically dodge and shield themselves in the chaotic forest. Then ice shards erupt upward, scattering the startled flock of winged attackers. A colossal bird leads the charge, dodging spikes fired from below. From above, the enraged bird unleashes a barrage of magical projectiles at them. A giant crystal crashes through the trees as the group scrambles to dodge the wind-powered attack. The fiery fighter lunges forward, blasting flames at the monstrous bird. The clash escalates as one combatant sends a towering wave of flames forward. The searing fire blast rushes in, forcing the two giant birds to brace. The towering beast flies overhead, spewing fire and crackling blue energy. The massive bird charges back, vowing revenge on the young challenger. The leader recoils as everyone reacts to the creature suddenly speaking. A cautious observer identifies the flying threat as a beast-type metahuman. The challenger taunts, threatening to roast the opponent near the glowing crystal. The furious fighter charges forward, completely engulfed in flames. The massive creature dives straight toward the incoming blaze of energy. Finally, the enraged bird unleashes a spiraling wind blade at the fiery barrier. A surge of blazing energy erupts across the sky, engulfing the lone figure within its destructive force. The lone figure's body contorts as a surge of crackling energy violently transforms their form. An aggressive assailant unleashes a devastating blast, sending the opponent hurtling backward through smoke and chaos. A blinding barrage of energy slams into the crystal obelisk as the onlookers recoil in shock beneath the radiant, winged attacker. The muscular fighter is hurled backwards by the overwhelming force of the opponent's attack. The winged assailant prepares to engage the defenders, awaiting reinforcements before launching a coordinated assault. The desperate figure watches helplessly as the elusive creature vanishes into the sky. The vigilant protector quickly realizes the hostile creature is stalling, buying time for its allies to arrive. The enraged protector confronts the enemy, unleashing a furious accusation. The glowing-eyed assailant surges forward, releasing a torrent of crackling energy as a massive hand descends from above. A powerful lightning attack crashes down as the leader urgently warns the group to take cover. A startled avian figure flinches as a violent, electrified explosion blasts across the sky. The electrified figure hurtles downward from the stormy sky, struggling to regain control. A loyal messenger urgently descends with her companions to deliver a report. A sudden explosion erupts in the distant mountains, drawing immediate attention. Two figures stand side by side, tense and alarmed as they process the possibility that the flying beasts have discovered the metahumans. An exasperated figure lunges after the fleeing intruder, furious that the reckless action has jeopardized the group's strategy. Two figures surge forward with fierce grins, boldly taunting their winged opponent. Several determined combatants unleash a barrage of energy attacks against the towering beast. A gigantic purple predator sweeps down and hurls a blazing energy blast at the four figures scrambling below. Three stunned survivors recall as a horde of monstrous pterosaurs hurtles down toward them. The crouching defender realizes the bird enemy commands a swarm of pterosaurs, a feat beyond typical beast-type metahumans. Electric energy surges as a figure hovers above the chaos, while monstrous aerial beasts swoop down to attack the defenders bracing below. The furious figure, crackling with lightning, surges forward to annihilate the oncoming attackers. The colossal beast summons a devastating storm, sending lightning and flocks of birds surging across the sky. A sudden tremor rattles the forest, forcing the group to tense up and brace for danger as shadowy figures stir in the background. The vigilant fighter shouts a warning as another monstrous threat approaches through the forest. Blazing projectiles tear through the forest, detonating with explosive force among the trees. The group scatters across the barren field, narrowly dodging a barrage of blue energy blasts. The frustrated bird complains loudly about the late arrival of the others and the trouble caused by their delay. Winged beasts bombard survivors with blue orbs, forcing cover. A towering foe snaps fingers, triggering a forest explosion. A fighter unleashes rapid explosive blasts, shaking the battlefield. Blinding light spheres blast the group, slamming everyone down. The gunman unleashes a barrage of explosive rounds, taunting as the monstrous figure charges forward undeterred. The huge beast sweeps its tail, scattering allies through rubble. The airborne attacker is smashed back by the beast's tail. A colossal creature bites an opponent, trapping them in its jaws. A blue-scaled monster staggers as a heavy blow lands. The wounded fighter crashes into the ground amid flying debris. A fierce gaze bursts with crackling energy as the beast prepares to unleash its power. Then the colossal beast roars, sending energy waves outward. Both the quick-thinking man and his vigilant companion jolt in shock as a sudden burst of white energy erupts behind them. A hooded psychic recoils after sensing an overwhelming threat. One ally warns of a psychic attack, snapping the group alert. A wary beast tenses at the forest edge, hearing the commotion. The enraged creature charges through trees, launching a fierce assault. Meanwhile, a fighter clenches fists, bracing for the coming battle. A cornered beast braces, staring upward at an incoming attack. A hulking body slams down, shattering the ground on impact. A raging monster punches the ground, shaking everything nearby. The towering beast howls furiously, rattling the battlefield. The massive beast releases a devastating surge of explosive energy from its jaws. A nervous ally urgently warns his armored companion of sudden danger. A resolute defender conjures a towering ice barrier to intercept a devastating magical blast as his startled companion recoils in disbelief. Soon after, an attacker unleashes blinding energy, making both defenders brace. The resulting energy blast strikes the mountain, detonating violently. The wary figure senses a surge of power as a humanoid with animal traits stands between two imposing wolves in the tense forest. The alert leader delegates the escort of the monsters and swiftly leaps through the forest to provide urgent support. Finally, two figures realize the beam has completely erased the gravity missile. The beast reels in disbelief as its explosive attack rebounds off the crystalline adversary. The hulking leader orders the floating aide to analyze the holographic enemies. The armored beast realizes the nearby group destroyed its powerful gravity missile. The vigilant beast warns her companions that their opponents are even stronger than the elder, urging caution as tension mounts in the clearing. A monstrous beast roars while its armored foe prepares to clash. A gigantic spectral creature materializes in the clearing, looming menacingly over the small group as one observer keeps watch from the shadows. The towering creature bellows, sending shockwaves rippling through the area. The group braces as the massive beast swells, its aura intensifying. With a howl, the raging monster lunges at its spiked opponent. A brutal rider attacks while charging forward atop a giant mount. The spear-wielding figure charges forward, ready to confront the massive ape head-on. A massive bird unleashes a devastating energy attack from above as three figures stare upward in shock. The winged beast readies itself as an aerial foe dives toward it. The challenger mocks the airborne enemy, claiming flight is not their only talent. Then, a winged woman rockets upward, scattering black feathers behind her. The flying scout streaks over the forest, scanning the terrain below. Soon, a colossal red-eyed bird charges her, and she braces midair. Two savage monsters clash violently as a silent observer studies their every move. A masked informer appears, revealing the dragon carries potent spirit essence. Angered, the man in black and yellow demands details about Orvis's spirit essence. The shaken informant confesses several spirits, including the young masters, were already devoured. The enraged fighter erupts with lightning and charges to unleash a thunderstrike. Afterward, a massive smoking crater gapes in the middle of the field. The guide points at the glowing barrier while her wary ally inspects it. A kneeling cultivator slams the ground as energy flares, yet the barrier holds. An elderly strategist ponders whether the dragon can pass through the light barrier. The quick-thinking man questions why the dragon can pass through the glowing barrier, while his white-haired companion analyzes the green liquid inside and deduces that the crawlers are able to move in and out freely. The elder explains the dragon, infused with Crawler King energy, can now traverse the barrier. The young man realizes the foe absorbs other creatures' energy, explaining its overwhelming power. Finally, a colossal burst of purple energy shakes the cavern, forcing everyone to brace. Two figures crouch in a cavern, reacting to distant battle sounds. The elder suggests watching outside since entry to the realm is blocked. A winged attacker fires razor feathers through the forest at extreme speed. The giant bird dives at blinding speed, starting a vicious aerial attack. With wings spread wide, the attacker plunges from above, aiming straight for the monstrous bird's glaring red eyes. A colossal bird hurls a wind blast downward, forcing the wolf-like foe to brace. A blade cuts the massive bird's wing, wounding it badly. Now confident, the white-haired fighter throws a twisting scimitar in a precise attack. The winged fighter hovers above, screaming furiously over the battlefield. The winged attacker rains down huge spinning scimitars from the sky. Two serpent-like birds streak across the sky at blinding speed. A rifleman shoots at a large bird creature flying above the forest. A searing energy blade clashes with a red beam, shaking the air. The large creature is hit mid-flight and reels, spraying blood. The taunting figure boasts about her weapon's unpredictable flight and threatens to carve her opponent apart. The swift fighter launches a crystalline strike at the charging foe. A hooded attacker unleashes supernatural energy in a devastating soul attack. Meanwhile, the towering enemy gathers power, preparing a massive blow. A startled figure recoils from a glowing horned skull in the dark. The monstrous serpent charges through green mist, attacking the lone opponent. Mid-strike, the fighter freezes upon recognizing her monstrous opponent's true identity. The injured woman suddenly realizes she has been fighting inside an illusion. A lone giant faces a perfectly coordinated pair attacking from ground and air. The blue-scaled creature clenches its teeth, desperately seeking any escape. The enraged reptilian fighter's powerful blow overwhelms her spiked opponent's defenses. Their leader orders the team to eliminate the beast as a lightning user hovers above. The towering beast crushes its foe with crackling energy while an observer watches. The blue-scaled beast unleashes thunder, daring its opponent to endure it. Then the lightning-charged beast lunges and delivers a devastating strike. The shocked fighter sees the creature ignore the lightning and counterattack immediately. A reptilian attacker leaps forward to strike the armored beast. The electrified beast fires energy spikes, catching its opponent off guard. Then an armored fighter drops with electricity, smashing into the enemy beast. The blue beast rams its foe, releasing a burst of electricity. A blonde observer realizes the enemy controls thunder, explaining its lightning resistance. An enraged fighter smashes her reptilian foe, knocking it backward. The relentless warrior pounds an electrified hammer into the monstrous enemy. A determined fighter dives in, landing an electrified blow on the giant. Suddenly, a blinding energy blast hits the beast from nowhere. A cloaked defender blocks the armored monster's attack, locking them in place. A determined fighter charges straight at the towering spiked beast. The furious attacker lunges with a lightning shield, trying to crush her foe. A nearby onlooker recoils as the blue fighter charges with a crackling shield. The energized fighter rockets upward while the massive beast watches from below. Below, a furious monster charges as airborne fighters descend swinging a glowing hammer. The blue giant punches the ground, sending lightning shockwaves into its opponent. The wounded beast howls while a smaller attacker hits it with energy. A warrior rushes into battle, shield up and weapon crackling. Two fighters coordinate heavy blows against the towering blue beast. In response, the giant beast stomps, sending electricity surging over the ground. A blue-armored beast unleashes a fierce howl as its green adversary charges forward. The towering reptile stomps its fallen foe, pinning it to the ground. A massive primate smashes its fist into the horned enemy's snout. Meanwhile, a furious bird mocks the wounded reptile during the aerial chaos. On the open battlefield, both sides rush forward as the clash is about to begin. A grinning fighter charges forward, energy crackling as he readies an attack. He releases a massive lightning blast from his mechanical arm across the battlefield. A swift warrior strikes the beast, sending energy ripples across the field. Crackling energy hits the massive bird, dropping her as her ally screams. Finally, a blinding energy arc rips across the clearing, cutting through everything. A sudden blow strikes the reptilian creature's face, stunning it. The larger reptile stomps down, crushing the weaker creature's skull. Several companions cry out in alarm as a sudden danger unfolds before them. Suddenly, a sword-wielding werewolf charges from the trees at them. The stronger fighter smashes the stunned foe, hurling him away. The determined warrior launches herself at the massive creature and slashes deep, sending blood spraying. The beastly fighter readies his weapon, watching the armored foe above. The swordsman clashes midair with his foe, releasing a surge of energy. The swordsman braces himself as the werewolf's overwhelming strength pushes him back. A hulking warrior slams down with a warhammer, blasting the fighter away. The leader orders a coordinated assault, telling the 8th fighter to grab the crystal foe. A raging brute swings while a blue-armored attacker bombards a shielded defender. The defender hides behind a crystal shield, blocking incoming blue blasts. The agile fighter dodges between blue blasts amid surrounding explosions. Then the massive enemy grabs the struggling youth, restraining him despite resistance. An electrified beast charges as the ape-like warrior braces. Suddenly, a glowing charge breaks the giant hand's grip. The towering beast drives its injured fist through the golden shield. The winged creature fires a torrent at the wounded foe holding the crystal. A terrified ally retreats as glowing ice threatens to sever his partner's arm. A massive beast reels as a searing burst of energy tears into its hand, drawing blood. Bloodied, the man raises his crystal shield, inviting the beast's next attack. The fur-clad brute easily blocks the beam, looming over his shocked foe. Then the towering combatant releases a devastating surge of blue energy. A raging beast hurls blue lightning upward, shaking the air. A startled survivor is hit by a deflected blast amid erupting ice. A massive beam streaks skyward, forcing the winged fighter to dodge. The winged figure reels in midair, clutching his chest as pain surges through him. A determined figure unleashes a massive burst of blue energy into the sky, shaking the forest below. The panicked figure realizes in shock that the two monsters are using his own crystals to reflect his attack. The armored fighter is grabbed by a massive hand trapped. Then the towering foe claps, releasing a powerful shockwave. A spiked defender blocks the path, boasting their defense is unbreakable. The enemy taunts them, demanding proof that their champion is strong. The stronger fighter slams the struggling opponent to the ground. A wounded man collapses, coughing blood and begging for help. Amid raging winds, a swordsman leaps at the massive creature. Two opponents slam their hands together, sending blood and ice flying from the explosive impact. A shaken survivor reports that 2 more people have died. The hooded survivor panics, hearing even their strongest ally is dead. The elderly man in the wide-brimmed hat shouts in alarm, reacting to an unexpected threat. A brute and her winged ally advance, preparing to finish their foe. 2 enraged beasts charge forward, issuing a savage territorial warning. A desperate fighter calls the hooded mage for support. Meanwhile, an ally warns her companion about a weapon targeting them. The hooded caster releases dark energy, shrouding the area in smoke. 2 figures are suddenly surrounded by swirling blue portals in the clearing. Rune chains burst from the portals above and plunge downward. Both captives thrash as glowing chains tighten, one howling furiously. Their leader hurls a gravity field at the approaching beasts. A hulking warrior lifts his weapon as 3 blasts streak overhead. 2 onlookers freeze in disbelief as swirling blue energy erupts overhead. Both creatures recoil as an invisible force intensifies, revealing the sudden emergence of a gravity field. 2 massive creatures are slammed down by enemy handheld gravity weapons. The aggressive opponent launches a barrage of energy spheres from a futuristic weapon, initiating a fierce assault in the forest clearing. A monstrous foe crushes the wounded opponent with tightening gravity rings. A lightning user shouts praise, celebrating his ally's success. A blonde fighter fires gauntlet energy, trapping the blue beast's group. The towering brute slams her opponent down, triggering a shockwave. Finally, an enraged beast and screeching bird trade insults. 2 monsters under crushing gravity decide to transform and escape. A blue beast rushes forward, gathering energy to attack. The towering beast bellows the next number in the countdown as its opponent braces for the impending clash. The beast drops to all fours, radiating violent energy. A startled woman snaps her head toward a sudden disturbance. A red-haired woman demands her beastly brother return to human form. Meanwhile, the giant beast endures gravity while shielding a smaller ally. The beastly figure releases a surge of explosive energy from its jaws, lighting up the battlefield. A desperate sister screams for help amid crackling blue energy. A young man raises his weapon, demanding answers about their transformations. An enraged father demands to know who killed his son. Then an enraged attacker dives down, assaulting the lone defender. A devastating blast tears through the sky, sending shockwaves and panic across the battlefield. A frightened girl calls for her sibling amid spreading chaos. A furious swordsman leaps after a fleeing victim through the forest. A raging beast charges, punching at an unfazed lightning-wreathed fighter. From above, the fighter taunts the enraged beast while crackling with energy. A savage attacker dives forward, launching a brutal aerial strike. The wild-haired assailant slams down, making the defender brace. An enraged swordsman slams a blazing strike onto the stunned beast. A blonde warrior hides behind his shield, struggling against overwhelming force. Two opponents collide midair, their weapons spraying sparks and energy. An armored fighter is blasted back by an electrified weapon. From her flying mount, a commander orders an immediate attack. The beast surges forward, energy crackling around him, as his airborne foe braces for the impending clash. A hooded caster releases force that flings distant enemies skyward. The alert fighter urgently warns her allies as the distant opponent prepares to unleash his chain skill once more. The towering beast lunges, smashing the cloaked opponent's desperate guard. The hooded mage hurls a devastating chain spell at the enemy. Finally, the hulking beast falls, bound by glowing chains beneath the victor. A determined figure thrusts out a hand, sending luminous chains hurtling toward the winged beast overhead. The captive beast recoils in panic as a barrage of glowing projectiles surges toward the lone figure. Two chained figures struggle violently against their restraints as the tension escalates. A massive blast erupts across the landscape, shaking the ground violently. An armored beast urgently signals the others to target the floating menace crackling with power before total defeat is inevitable. The empowered challenger tests the gravity field, unleashing explosive rounds that catch her adversary off guard. The blue-spiked beast surges forward, releasing a wave of crackling energy in a decisive assault. The towering beast unleashes a deafening roar as 9 radiant dragon spirits whirl into existence around its form. The towering beast orders its offspring to attack the approaching trio without hesitation. The determined figure commands spectral allies to attack in unison, leaving the stunned creature watching helplessly as the assault begins. The frantic creature splits into ghostly copies, panicking instead of launching the ordered attack. The commanding figure rallies the group of dragon-like creatures, swiftly assigning attack targets and initiating their assault plan. The tense figure stiffens as commands are issued for different groups to strike 2 dangerous foes. The 2 warriors freeze, bewildered as the battleground abruptly shifts into an unexpectedly harmless environment. A horde of blue reptilian attackers charges forward, igniting the chaos of battle. An armed observer braces as glowing blue serpentine monsters plunge from the sky into the clearing. The older fighter grips his ornate gun tightly, recognizing the enemy responsible for a previous deadly attack. The armed pursuer fires desperately at the charging beast as it barrels through the forest clearing. 3 glowing figures dart through the sky, their mischievous grins hinting at trouble ahead. The marksman fires desperately, realizing in panic that his bullets have no effect. The spirit beast hurtles downward, launching a fierce attack against the wary opponent below. The quick-thinking figure swiftly dodges a sudden, high-speed attack. The bearded elder leaps aside, narrowly avoiding the swift assault and readying his staff for the next move. The furious older warrior swings his great sword overhead, unleashing a devastating energy slash. The older man steadies himself, realizing he will remain safe as long as no one makes physical contact. The wary observer realizes the incoming projectiles can track their target, heightening the threat. The older man jolts in alarm as a mysterious figure suddenly pats his shoulder. The startled elder staggers back as a glowing blue creature suddenly appears before him. The grizzled fighter confronts his companion for breaking formation as hostile creatures close in. The small creature glares with crossed arms, boldly defending the use of deception as a wartime tactic. A lone fighter faces a giant beast, shielding a small glow. An enraged beast confronts a flying ally over their betrayal. A floating being reveals the older man's weakness, shocking him. The attacker unleashes a devastating energy blast, aiming to eliminate the opponent first. The defender is blasted away as the cannon floats overhead. An armored beast bursts from underground, believing it has won. The freed fighter catches his breath after escaping the crushing force. Meanwhile, 3 angry spirits fly, exposing their enemy's betrayal and true target. A dragon squad streaks toward an electrified foe, some eager, others uncertain. A robed mage casts bindings, chaining several huge blue spirit beasts. However, he panics realizing the soul chain fails on these fake souls. A fighter is thrown back as chained explosions rip through the ground. The blonde observer reels, shocked the powerful metahuman fell so easily. The enraged assailant rushes in, unleashing a surge. A gloved figure unleashes a surge of lightning energy, blasting a blue opponent out of the air. The overconfident figure announces that his lightning can obliterate the ghosts. A dominant figure rains down energy blasts from above, overwhelming the terrified beasts as panic and discord erupt among them. A caped attacker descends with a barrage of lightning, blasting the ground below. The armored figure stands unfazed amid crackling energy, boldly mocking the futile attack. The blonde warrior recoils in shock as crackling energy surges unexpectedly around him. The massive beast hurls a crackling energy slash down at the defiant opponent below. A destructive energy disk slams into the ground, erupting in a massive explosion. A thick cloud of dust sweeps over the shattered arena, obscuring everything from view. The defeated figure kneels in the smoking crater, crackling with fury and swearing brutal revenge. The enraged figure stands amidst crackling lightning, vowing to annihilate every opponent no matter the cost. At the heart of a smoking crater, the lone survivor stands as lightning crackles around him. 3 beastly figures rush toward the electrified crater, drawn by the aftermath of a powerful explosion. A lone figure hovers in the stormy sky as golden thunderbolts crash down, unleashing a devastating attack. From high above, the mage unleashes a barrage of blazing spears that crash down in a massive explosion. Two tense figures brace themselves as an overwhelming attack closes in, leaving no room to escape. The winged fighter ascends as an onlooker realizes S-level strength. The monster lunges forward, launching a final desperate attack. A huge dragon fires explosive blasts at two fleeing foes. A barrage of blue energy blasts rains down, detonating violently across the ground. Blasts rip through the sky as the onslaught shows no sign of stopping. The giant reptilian figure collapses from exhaustion, breathing heavily beneath the blazing sky. A survivor orders a companion to trade all points for healing fruits. The creature frantically devours the falling energy orbs. The monstrous figure unleashes a relentless volley of explosive rounds into the air. The wild challenger rushes forward with a sword, fiercely calling for battle. The swordsman uses an energy technique to block incoming spears. A giant bird unleashes a barrage of cutting wind blades. With a furious roar, the massive creature hurls a giant boulder straight into the fray. Explosions and energy blasts devastate the surrounding terrain. Despite the fruits, the exhausted beast barely regains strength. The beast crushes several falling spears, briefly easing the assault. The armored beast braces itself, ready to endure the next attack. The armored beast steps forward as a shield, ordering allies back. Suddenly, electric bolts rip through the towering beast, making it recoil. Three beasts urgently shout for help, calling out to their ally and confronting the enemy. A colossal electrified monster dives down as three fighters brace themselves. The enormous creature convulses as a surge of power forcibly compresses its body, triggering an agonizing transformation. Electric currents surge, flinging the wild-haired warrior through the air. The drained warrior reverts to human and collapses as others discuss why. The armored victor raises a fist and taunts the weakening group. The beast warrior swings his sword, mocking his exhausted opponent. The armored foe displays a vial, boasting rapid recovery and total victory. Another speaker insists the battle is undecided as two beasts listen. The defiant figure brandishes a gravity gun, refusing to admit defeat. Finally, the hulking beast punches forward to test the stolen weapon. The battered warrior fires a last energy blast skyward. Meanwhile, the blonde fighter is hurled through raging energy. A syringe clatters to the floor as a violent surge of energy explodes nearby. Then the white-haired gunner fires repeated blasts from his cannon. A blue energy wave slams the armored man to ground. Meanwhile, the enraged beast releases power and vows total destruction. Three beasts watch a blinding energy barrier erupt before them. Suddenly, the winged ally warns it will self-destruct, shocking the beast. A guard whirls around, startled by a sudden flash nearby. An armored protector charges to shield a shaking companion from danger. Then the towering beast unleashes a blast that engulfs everything. A colossal energy surge rips across the land, leaving devastation. The resolute figure stands firm as a colossal sphere of energy surges forward. A blue blast slams a battered figure to the ground. A lone climber charges up the steep mountainside, kicking up dust with every rapid step. Two victors leap outside, celebrating their recent hard-won battle. A beastly ally grips a glowing orb and warns of approaching enemies. The commanding figure urges the group to consume the life essence fruits quickly as the energized allies surge forward, bracing for the next wave of powerful opponents. A triumphant warrior stands over a defeated enemy, power surging. Four fighters are struck by glowing orbs, staggering in pain. A magical creature announces the life essence is ready to eat. The group inspects 8 glowing life essences, realizing one is missing from the 9 corpses and questioning if the last was completely destroyed. The blue creature rolls its eyes and admonishes the other for letting imagination get out of hand. Clutching the orb, the creature eagerly prepares to gain powers. The beast absorbs the crystal being, its scales and fins strengthening. Soon, the monster rapidly absorbs several essences, gaining huge evolution points. A shark-like fighter grumbles about lacking wings beside a towering dragon. A digital prompt proclaims the victor gained a nuclear ion cannon skill. An armored fighter celebrates, as a ghostly companion confirms the new skill. A tiny mage fires a particle cannon at an armored giant as another complains. A towering being picks up the black chain. Meanwhile, a rider eyes absorbing the weapon as an ally warns. The blue strategist delivers an artifact for analysis and announces new training. A dying creature ejects its soul, seeking a new host. The panicked informant flees in distress to alert superiors about the critical loss. The scheming predator scans the field for a suitable monster to possess before plotting revenge against its enemies. A blue-scaled beast mocks another's cowardly group, provoking denial. An observer notices the twisted neck and suspects the bodies still live. The towering creature turns away and signals the newcomer to follow. Soon, a scaled leader exposes the hidden onlookers and forces them to emerge. The older man acknowledges the warrior's strength, expressing admiration for his defeat of even the strongest opponents while offering support. The massive predator declares a temporary truce with the wary avian and the tense primate, setting the conditions for their uneasy alliance. The dominant beast demands an explanation for humans suddenly appearing here. However, the cautious negotiator withholds information until the other's power is proven. The group silently surveys the area, each gauging the situation. The monstrous trio state they are native Abyss Island beasts, not humans. A green-haired onlooker asks how the beast gained human form and intellect. The grinning creature boasts about the island's clever minds, mildly surprising the listener. A huge armored beast questions why only their kind may transform. The resolute leader steps forward to declare that the behemoths have awakened powers matching those of the humans, while two fierce allies unleash their abilities in the background. The imposing creature demands the group's reason for coming to Abyss Island. 2 centuries ago, humans awakened superpowers and advanced through harsh training. Empowered, humanity started exploring once forbidden zones. Deep below the surface, a determined figure meditates amid glowing runes, rapidly absorbing energy to increase strength within the secret realm. The team inspects the colossal corpse, recording evidence and watching for danger. Across the chamber, contenders race to claim unoccupied secret realms and their treasures. A storm-wrapped island disables human technology, preventing any investigation. A strategist reports a major North American clan mobilizing to raid Abyss Island's secret realm. Soon after, a notorious North American powerhouse arrives, putting everyone on high alert. The armored beast questions the fallen group about the rumored powerhouse's identity. The swordsman explains one enemy wields lightning, the other serves a notorious envoy. The observer notes the battle would have been worse against a stronger foe. The group realizes an even stronger enemy may still be on the battleship. In the hall, he learns the Lester family summoned Envy, a top sanctuary elder. A newly metal-fused warrior appears over the city, marking a sudden rise in rank. The witness sees a giant fighter and beast dominating the city with overwhelming power. The scarred interrogator presses his ally for details on the enemy's combat abilities. He realizes all previous intelligence on this elusive elder is now worthless. The exhausted survivors huddle together, urgently taking stock of their dwindling forces and remaining weapons as the relentless battle drags on. The green-haired strategist assesses the battleship's occupants, noting most are low-level threats, but warning of elite adversaries among the powerful factions. The winged challenger urgently warns the dragon-like figure about the imminent danger if the crowd descends. The wary observer fears the enemy will discover their fallen and unleash a devastating barrage on the island. The vigilant beast questions how enemy machines can now breach the island's defenses despite previous safeguards. As the mysterious energy field around the dark island vanishes, wrecked drones litter the turbulent sea, signaling a sudden shift in the area's defenses. The wary challenger braces for a decisive confrontation, sensing the dark energy that signals the arrival of the monstrous sovereign. Representatives from a nearby nation reveal their affiliation with the Sky Marshal Division and disclose their prior discovery of Abyss Island's unusual traits. After technology failed, the division sent an elder with a wood-type ability to investigate the island. The observer suddenly realizes a hidden bond with the newcomers, sensing an inexplicable familiarity connecting them. The elderly investigator, pausing to drink, reveals that the island's strange power comes from the monstrous ruler lurking behind him. 2 figures, visibly shaken, piece together that eliminating the corrupted monarch allowed an unseen force to exploit the aftermath. The winged challenger confronts the startled beast, dismissing the possibility of any protective force on the island. The elderly figure firmly explains that the king of the rotten crawlers originates from the secret realms of Abyss Island, and its lingering energy disrupts technological devices. The anguished beast spirals downward, frustrated that defeating one threat has only attracted even greater danger. Sunlight pours over the treetops as mountains rise calmly in the distance. The armored beast vows to eliminate the intruders before searching for the secret realm and protecting the island. The strategist urgently insists they launch a surprise attack on the enemy warships while the opposition remains unprepared. The energetic one warns that attempting to cross the treacherous seas of Abyss Island would make them easy targets, given their limited swimming and flying abilities. The aquatic strategist confidently outlines a plan to infiltrate the sea, approach the warship unseen, and unleash chaos with a surprise attack. A small blue narrator excitedly describes as the group launches a coordinated assault on the warships, with the muscular ape crashing into the water to start the attack. The defiant challenger demands to know if the feathered leader's followers can brave the thunderclouds. The avian leader snaps at her lupin adversary, defending her followers' limited ability to fly away from their harsh prison. The swordsman proposes using pterosaurs as a distraction and transport to support their group. The younger man presses the older companion for answers about monster strategies, both tense as they discuss the cunning tactics of their adversaries in the forest. He warns that a clever enemy is far deadlier than sheer strength. A massive flying beast blocks the vessel's path on the rough sea. As a winged creature appears, one fighter aims his rifle while another prepares beside him. The marksman squeezes the trigger, sending a bullet through the stormy night. A colossal bird monster staggers as a red energy blast strikes its head. Thinking the fight over, he grins and raises his rifle triumphantly. The shadowy assailant erupts from the water, launching a furious counterattack at the aggressor. The towering beast swings a massive limb toward the military vessel in the storm. The lone gunner fires at the rampaging beast charging straight at him. The terrified youth stumbles backward as a ghastly apparition suddenly appears behind him. Then a dark shadow engulfs the survivor, trapping him in swirling energy. The injured man clutches his throat, collapsing as the sinister force overwhelms him. The young man grimaces in discomfort as he struggles to absorb the soul of a powerful metahuman. The young man dashes across the storm-lashed deck, racing to inform his superior about the crisis on the island. A cloaked messenger reports the family head's team vanished after entering the island. The mustached man urgently requests permission to lead his group onto the island. The messenger grimly warns the hooded pair that everyone sent to the island died. A stern guard blocks the ornate doorway and challenges the approaching intruder. The resolute man confronts the shadowy entity possessing his family member. An arrogant rival publicly mocks the opposing clan's rookie soldier. A stern interrogator demands to know why he returned alone and where the others are. The messenger explains that a behemoth on the island killed everyone else. The mustached man reels, realizing all his strong allies died while his rival survived. With a smug grin, the youth taunts him, claiming soul-type metahumans almost never survive. The aggressor berates the lone survivor as a coward for living while others died. A stern envoy demands respect from the hooded intruders and reminds them of his authority. An armored enforcer delivers a stern summons to the blue-haired outsider, while another figure watches. An enemy mocks the ruined family as allies withdraw. The mustached man glares toward his unseen foe. Tension rises among the group as one ally argues against a solo scouting mission, demanding a united attack with their strongest forces. The commanding figure points out that the group lacks the swimming skills needed for a stealthy deep-sea mission. The bird suggests she and her partner hide transformed inside the beast's mouth. The boastful beast insists its mouth is spotless despite an old grudge. The elder suggests a clever method for underwater travel, while the small creature defensively insists its mouth is clean. Two impatient allies press the calm strategist to reveal the promised plan. The elder reveals a glowing sphere to shield the diver underwater. An advisor accuses the group of using aid to seize the secret realm. Two negotiators bargain in the forest about cooperation and denying any claim to the island. The victor mocks the beaten creature for speaking so stiffly. The speaker demands protection for civilian passengers, separating them from the occupying metas. The worried beast confronts the leader about allowing their enemies to escape. Kneeling, he begs mercy for civilians and offers to erase their island memories. The resolute fighter declares this impending clash will decide everything. Beneath the sealed orb, the victor summons the two girls inside. Two strong fighters brace themselves before the strange golden hand-shaped relic. The two allies clasp hands, sealing their determined partnership. One figure stands watchfully as another hauls herself from the tunnel onto open ground. Two onlookers anxiously watch the glowing portal close within the vine wall. The elder lifts a massive, moss-covered object and offers it forward. Collared with a bell, the creature sulks as the smug cat lounges nearby. The armored commander heads out, ordering the watchful beast to leave after a countdown. The massive beast stands on the cliff, scanning the vast land below. Soon after, the armored beast charges while the leader rallies everyone for a united assault. Stunned by losses, the strategist admits the island is far deadlier than expected. The imposing analyst explains the monsters are smart, tactical, and capable of mimicking humans. A cautious observer wonders if these strange beings are spirits, or metahumans. The loyal aide reports they are true beasts, not transformed metahumans. The anxious subordinate urgently pleads for intervention before the unmoved figure seated on the throne. The ruthless leader orders the island destroyed to seize the secret realm. The hero grabs the red orb and defies the unseen enemy. A towering enemy glares down as a woman begs for mercy. The imposing leader dismisses his subordinate, who bows respectfully before leaving the room. A cautious man hesitates at the ornate door, peering through its gap. Footsteps approach stealthily through the tense, silent hallway. The burly figure straightens up from the chair, abandoning rest as he prepares to confront the situation himself amidst the glow of digital projections. A red-haired woman steps from the capsule, declaring her return. She warns the monsters and reveals she is an underworld deadly sin. The resolute leader commands the entire crew to evacuate the control station and seizes command of the battleship. A strange engine device surges with intense blue electricity, filling the air with tension. The commanding figure orders everyone to evacuate the control stations and assumes direct command of the battleship as missile launchers await deployment. The commanding figure strides into the control room, ordering all personnel to vacate as he assumes direct command of the battleship. Inside the high-tech room, the group realizes the superbrain is seizing control of the battleship, forcing the team to brace for a difficult mission as the enemy's top enforcer prepares to intervene. An impatient bruiser questions the console operator about the battleship being hijacked. The expert in the control room announces that the battleship's advanced core can control all systems, but is usually kept offline due to its high energy demands. The battleship surges forward with unexpected speed, throwing its startled passengers off balance. A startled observer urgently announces the rapid approach of an enormous, unidentified creature detected on the radar. Two figures urgently realize that the monstrous attackers are capable of moving between land and sea, raising fears of a vengeful assault. The monstrous beast unleashes a devastating surge of blue energy, engulfing everything in its path. A devastating surge of energy bursts over the water, shattering the calm with explosive force. Two frightened figures watch as the battleship's defense shield activates in response to the behemoth's sudden assault. On the command bridge, the confident leader assures the tense crew that the battleship's defense shield can withstand even the most powerful metahuman attacks, prompting a skeptical response from a green-haired man. The furious combatant, tethered by mechanical cables, unleashes a barrage of torpedoes toward her hidden enemy in the deep sea. 3 massive missiles plunge into the water, escalating the tension. The aquatic attacker realizes the battleship's defense shield is too strong for the current attack to break through underwater. The massive creature scoffs at the incoming torpedoes, showing no sign of fear. A fierce blue dragon unleashes a barrage of explosive energy blasts, shaking the battlefield. A barrage of massive explosions tears through the area, sending shockwaves in every direction. The fierce leader urgently commands her allies to switch strategies. The giant beast gathers power and fires a devastating technique. Soon after, the blue beast recoils as a searing energy blast hits. The leader urgently commands the water-powered fighters to surround the attacking monster as the defense shield comes under heavy assault. As a result, the group stops because the barrier blocks escape, increasing urgency. A huge dragon crashes down, soaking the platform and forcing two cloaked figures back. Two stunned figures freeze as an enormous creature towers above, casting a shadow of terror over them. An electrified crystal dragon appears in the stormy sky, medallion glowing. The colossal beast hurls a destructive energy slash directly at the ship. Then its crackling claws release a concentrated electric attack. The group staggers as blue claws smash the floor, throwing sparks. Three defenders recoil as their supposedly unbreakable shield is sliced apart. The attacker rushes forward to strike the weakening barrier again. The huge beast dives into the water, churning up foam. The monster fires another energy wave, driving the group back defensively. A red-haired fighter struggles against a metal limb, resisting capture. Suddenly, a blur darts into the facility, startling the workers. A boastful fighter launches an electrified dragon fin slash at a giant machine. The armored beast recoils as a huge vessel drifts impossibly through the storm. Meanwhile, a confident figure hints that an unexpected twist is coming. Missiles rain down on a lone figure standing on the ship's deck. A towering beast erupts from the waves, roaring amid the explosions. Observers cheer as a gravitational missile launches toward the island as planned. Four determined figures face forward as their colossal beast ally looms protectively behind them, ready for confrontation. Meanwhile, a raging guardian races over stormy seas as firebombs bombard their home. The enraged creature fires a devastating blue energy blast. A violent explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the area. The cornered fighter realizes only one option remains. An imposing summoner unleashes power, spawning 9 electrified dragon offspring underwater. Finally, the commander summons spirit dragons to intercept the incoming missile. The commanding figure signals, and the massive aquatic beasts surge from the ocean to intercept the incoming missiles. 3 defenders panic as a homing, monster-faced missile targets them. Missiles swarm upward, filling the sky with explosions. Meanwhile, a lone missile weaves through surrounding explosions. A missile rushes toward an explosion near 2 falling figures. An armored leader orders its offspring to accelerate and protect Abyss Island. A searing arc of golden energy tears through the storm, exploding on impact. The resulting blast engulfs the battlefield and vaporizes its center. A determined rider leads an aerial assault atop a huge beast. 3 stunned figures stare upward as the enemy obliterates the missiles and charges forward atop a dragon, leaving even their foes begrudgingly impressed. A colossal golden avatar rises behind the swordsman on his winged mount. The swordsman surges forward, unleashing a devastating, energy-charged slash. Meanwhile, an aquatic ally charges the submerged structure and attacks. Twin surges of destructive energy descend on the vessel, straining its shimmering shield. A devastating burst of energy crashes against the shielded warship amid raging waves. The glowing barrier finally explodes, showering armored vehicles with debris. Below, the shaken group recoils, believing they cannot survive the monster. The red-haired warrior lunges forward, attacking both opponents at once. An anti-air cannon targets the approaching flock driven forward by their leader. A barrage of explosions engulfs the battleship as enemy projectiles relentlessly strike its deck. The determined warrior urges her mount into a steep dive as danger looms overhead. She warns everyone to evade as flaming shots rain on the flock. Their leader pushes the flock onward while blazing missiles descend. The group surges forward, united in fury and ready to strike down their monstrous enemies. The commanding figure directs flying and water-powered allies to attack their airborne foes while others prepare long-range support. 3 figures surge through the sky ahead of the warship, weaving past a relentless onslaught of energy blasts. A squadron of giant birds falls as glowing projectiles rip through them. Meanwhile, several divers plunge underwater, dodging a relentless volley of glowing shots. 4 swimmers surge through the water, rapidly closing on their target. A dive team descends carefully through mined, dangerous waters. An ice user attacks while a winged enemy bombards from above. A tough fighter endures a barrage of powers while trapped underwater. The underwater beast roars, claiming it can summon allies too. A monster pushes through explosions, closing in on the warship. A colossal sea monster erupts from the water, hurling several people away. A towering sea beast rises beside the warship, holding a mossy necklace. A massive beast is unleashed, crashing onto the stronghold as startled defenders brace for impact. Overhead, a huge sphere of vines appears, alarming the group below. The beast smashes through the ground barrier and confronts her feathered foe. 2 brilliant figures erupt from the swirling tree vortex, breaking into the stormy sky with explosive force. Suddenly, a huge glowing feather drops from the sky. The colossal creature unleashes a surge of energy as its wings flare, and the air crackles with power. A gigantic bird attacks a winged defender, blasting crew members off the ship. A massive green fin erupts beside the ship, drenching the deck. A towering fighter slams into the wet ground, splashing water everywhere. A figure plunges into the churning sea beside the massive ship as waves crash around. The towering beast unleashes an energy-charged roar that shakes the battlefield. Both figures freeze in alarm as an unforeseen threat emerges off-panel. A fierce attacker slams her staff down, shaking the ground. A towering figure crashes onto the ship's deck with devastating force. Monsters suddenly burst from the vine sphere, sending the masked onlooker and bystanders fleeing. As two colossal monsters descend, the students scramble to escape amidst urgent shouts and mounting chaos. 3 monstrous figures surge forward through flames as chaos erupts on the battleship. The resolute leader orders everyone on deck to concentrate their firepower and surround the giant ape. The enraged commander orders an all-out assault as the group charges forward. Humiliated, the furious opponent vows immediate retaliation. The commander urgently orders a full evacuation while lifeboats are ready to mid-ship-wide case. 2 crewmates clash as orders to abandon the ship spark heated resistance and disbelief. A wary observer senses danger as rushing shadows approach the chaos ahead. 2 figures clash on the platform as one tries to drag the other away, arguing over whether to obey the urgent evacuation order. The armed captor blocks escape while the prisoner begs. Twin cannons unleash a powerful volley across the water. Suddenly, an energy blast obliterates a shadowy foe, startling a bystander. A bloodied man issues death threats, forcing everyone nearby to comply. The mustache leader orders a retreat as surrounding chaos grows. Then the group rushes to the rail as evacuation is shouted. Panicked passengers leap from the burning ship into the rough sea. A furious brute demands to know why the others abandoned ship. An enraged fighter rises and confronts the foe who humiliated her. A huge body crashes onto the warship, deepening the chaos on deck. Soon, a colossal vessel slams into the sea, sending waves surging outward. A giant creature surfaces, watching a capsized battleship sink, unsure it caused this. The wild figure plunges deeper into the water alongside the colossal wreck of a battleship. A watcher notices the battleship trying to escape underwater. The towering beast dives hard, violently churning the surrounding water. The monster slams a barrier, sending shockwaves and opening spreading cracks. Suddenly, the beast notices a huge structure sinking nearby underwater. A struggling warrior thrashes as numerous mechanical arms attempt to restrain her. Surrounded by weapons, the giant beast shifts into human form to evade fire. The captive struggles furiously against the restraints as energy pulses around her underwater. Several wary beasts gather around a swirling pink vortex, examining it. A mechanical warrior emerges from the water, brandishing a distinctive weapon. Then a massive red-haired mech erupts from the ocean, raising a glowing sword to fight. The stunned observer gawks as the massive battleship abruptly transforms into a female Gundam before their eyes. The giant recoils, disturbed by humans scrambling across its body. The group watches the ship become a towering robot, hoping it distracts their pursuers. A strategist explains the battleship is a metal-shifting metahuman. An armored warrior steps forward in the rain, challenging her gathered enemies. During the battle, the squad wastes time trading childish insults. Finally, 2 allies notice their companion was knocked into the sea. A winged ally dives underwater to search for the missing companion. An armored pursuer lunges with a glowing sword at the escaping target. The wild rider charges forward atop a monstrous beast, sword raised, ready to confront the enemy. Another rider clashes swords with a towering armored foe in midair. The swordsman advances, battling monsters as the sea roars around. A hulking beast staggers back under the weight of a massive sword. An armored warrior sends a slicing gust that drives the giant back. Meanwhile, a lightning-charged fighter rushes forward and releases a devastating strike. A fierce warrior swings, releasing a huge wave of golden energy. The mechanical challenger taunts its foe, unfazed as vibrant energy pulses from its outstretched hand. Colliding energy blasts clash with a shield above the raging ocean. In response, she unleashes overwhelming energy, her eyes blazing with power. The armored attacker charges and slams an electrified weapon downward. A massive water surge erupts, engulfing everything in its path. An armored warrior blasts the dragon-like foe with devastating energy. Soon, a violent energy burst erupts from the sea, sending shockwaves outward. 2 companions desperately search the rough waters for their still missing ally. A furious warrior glares ahead and declares the enemy must die. A young man vows something as a giant blocks his escape. An armored fighter confronts a hidden enemy and braces for retaliation. A swordsman, aerial ally, and beast combine attacks against clashing midair forces. The anxious mage tenses, her glowing hands ready as the sounds of battle erupt outside. A conflicted observer struggles between staying back and rushing to help. A captive creature repeatedly slams into the electrified barrier, trying to escape. The armored challenger deflects an energy blast and mocks the opponent's weakness. A winged attacker keeps striking the huge defender's shield without breaking through. Then an armored assailant charges in, weapon raised for a killing blow. An armored attacker unleashes a massive energy strike, forcing nearby beasts to defend. The pursuing warrior fires power from her hand at fleeing beasts on stormy waters. Finally, a massive turret activates, its lights flaring as it prepares to fire. A lone defender blocks incoming missiles with a barrier. A beast warns the flyers as homing missiles approach. A torrent of explosive rounds crashes down on the colossal beast as it braces itself against the onslaught. A barrage of missiles erupts in the sky, filling the air with chaotic explosions. A huge creature is blasted backward by searing energy. The enormous beast crashes into the sea, causing violent waves. A giant bird swiftly dodges a tearing sky explosion. A swordsman slices midair, neutralizing the incoming missiles. Meanwhile, a bird-like watcher smirks, impressed by his swordsmanship. A red-haired fighter sends electricity, seizing control of the massive blade. Startled, the beast man grips the ornate sword as thunder rolls. The fighter struggles as his weapon is pulled from his hands. An armored onlooker sees an ally dragged skyward by magnetism. The creature realizes the towering enemy can control every metal. The stubborn warrior clings tightly to the relic sword, refusing to release it despite urgent warnings. An armored attacker lunges forward, swinging a massive weapon. The fox-featured warrior raises her sword, bracing herself as a swarm of missiles hurtles toward her through the storm. The young rider urges his fierce mount to veer sharply as a massive column of water erupts beneath them. A colossal dragon staggers beneath a barrage of fiery blasts as a fierce avian attacker circles overhead, hurling taunts. The sharp-tongued avian rebukes the battered beast for risking everyone's safety with the shattered blade. The team erupts in celebration on the orange raft, urging their victorious leader to finish off the remaining enemies. The mustached man scoffs at the idea that the current leader can defeat the looming monsters. The armored figure urges the others to form an alliance and confront the looming behemoths together. The trio hesitates at the edge of the battlefield, debating whether joining the clash of titans would be suicide. The furious figure unleashes a surge of electricity, condemning the cowering group for their weakness. The defiant elder stands amidst the storm, vowing to personally avenge the fallen family head. The caped figure unleashes a fierce command to finish off the weakened adversary as lightning crackles overhead. The vengeful fighter unleashes a thunderous energy attack at the monstrous foe descending from above. A massive beast urgently warns its companions as a violent bolt of lightning crashes down on the stormy sea, targeting the lone figure below. A blinding bolt of lightning crashes down, engulfing the blue-feathered figure in a violent surge. A towering shark monster bursts from the waves and blocks any escape. A figure recoils as yellow lightning suddenly strikes nearby. The armored fighter convulses in electrified water while the shark enemy mocks. Meanwhile, the armored warrior flinches as overwhelming power erupts nearby. The assailant fires a massive electric blast at surrounding foes. A red-caped shooter unleashes continuous fire into the stormy sea. Terrified subordinates scatter in all directions as their enraged superior turns on them with lethal intent. A massive explosion tears through the stormy sky, sending shockwaves and debris over the churning sea. A grinning onlooker waits to profit while the rampaging machine attacks. The rider and his fierce companions surge forward as their opponent's weakening shield exposes a critical opening. Meanwhile, the blue-armored creature channels lightning, exploiting the opponent's fear. The monstrous figure channels supreme power, releasing a barrage of electrified spikes. The armored fighter senses the ambush and prepares to counterattack. Soon, a massive red object crashes into the sea, flinging everyone upward. A shocked enemy reels as an orange energy boat hurtles toward him. A determined attacker slashes midair with a glowing blade, knocking the armored foe back. The swordsman on his bird mount cleaves flying enemies with one slash. Meanwhile, the colossal beast unleashes lightning, forcing airborne fighters to dodge or brace. The mustached man convulses as blue electricity surges through him. The wounded veteran staggers, realizing his lightning skills were useless. A smug figure surges from the churning water, electricity crackling as a mechanical opponent reacts swiftly. The startled fighter raises her guard as energy erupts beneath her. The powerhouse inspects the electrified wall hole, satisfied her attack worked. The instigator urges the group to intensify their attack and demolish the house. Two women blast the wall open with guns, revealing a glowing portal. The armored fighter doubles over, clutching their stomach in sudden pain. The enraged leader dives from above, attacking with a glowing weapon and insults. An annoyed beast complains about the mech's theatrics as the group advances. Finally, the leader unleashes a blinding slash while allies charge through the fading shield. The armored fighter destroys an enemy weapon as an ally cheers. The spiked beast charges, trying to tear off its arm. A red-haired machine collapses over the waves as two monsters close in. The armored fighter trembles, struggling to resist overwhelming nausea. A battered fighter is spat from a monster's jaws into wreckage. An escapee erupts from the water, breaking free at last. Meanwhile, a watcher realizes an intruder is rampaging inside the mechanical enemy. The massive beast glares at its defiant opponent and hurls an insult across the water. An armored assailant swings a glowing weapon at the struggling woman. An armored warrior lifts his sword as a sea monster lunges from behind. The red-haired woman recoils, seeing the warship transform into a person. A glowing fighter dives in, smashing a powerful blow into the beast's jaws. The armored attacker slams the beast into the ground beside the water. An enraged fighter hammers a punch that sends the masked opponent flying. In retaliation, the raging beast pounds its foe into the ground. Beneath the brute, the armored figure complains about being stepped on and sat on. The towering fighter drives her armored opponent away with a single powerful kick. An armored attacker lunges with a glowing blade at the startled beast. A clawed blue hand grips the man's head, pinning him down. A giant ape and monstrous bird ambush the unsuspecting armored swordsman. A winged predator dives from the sky while an armored foe braces. The fugitive sprints across the water as two relentless pursuers close in from above. Above the sea, three riders battle midair atop massive birds amid lightning. The swordsman on his bird unleashes a massive glowing slash over the ocean. Enraged, a fighter blasts upward with huge energy as the sky crackles. An armored combatant blocks a devastating glowing attack in midair. Suddenly, the armored fighter is blasted back as an explosion shreds nearby metal. A red-haired figure rockets into the sky on roaring jet thrusters. The armored woman staggers, clutching her chest as blue energy rages overhead. From the shore, an armored warrior hurls a lightning-charged trident. The mechanical attacker blasts metal-charged lightning at the rider and mount over the water. The beast braces itself, blocking the incoming strike by clamping a sword between its jaws as tension rises. A savage figure armed with a spear dives from the stormy sky, aiming to strike the menacing winged beast streaking over the ocean. The beast-like figure glares menacingly, clenching a weapon tightly between its jaws. The monstrous figure unleashes its true form, towering over the armored opponent as lightning crackles through the air. An armored figure urgently points ahead, having just spotted a colossal wolf approaching. The group reels as the fourth behemoth emerges, leaving every survivor questioning whether even the strongest can endure this new threat. The ferocious creature clamps its jaws down, shattering the armored limb of its stunned mechanical opponent. The armored combatant forcefully pins the snarling, lightning-charged beast to the ground as the storm rages around them. The armored figure unleashes a surge of energy, its glowing eyes burning with ominous intensity. A mechanical combatant recoils as a massive blue energy attack crashes down unexpectedly from above. A mechanical fighter crashes through the energy barrier and slams its wolf-faced foe with overwhelming force. The mechanical figure launches into the air, preparing to strike as the armored beast braces itself below. The relentless intruder tears through the sparking cables, sending a shower of sparks across the darkened chamber. A menacing figure in heavy armor with red wings crashes down from the stormy sky, commanding attention from everyone below. The masked figure's eyes blaze as a hidden power surges to life. The armored figure channels a surge of energy as the air vibrates with metallic clashes. The furious assailant hovers menacingly above the island and unleashes a barrage of missiles. The armored beast recoils as a barrage of missiles suddenly targets it from above. 3 missiles streak across the ocean, leaving blazing trails in their wake. The colossal creature unleashes a devastating surge of blue energy from its gaping jaws. The armored attacker lunges forward, catching the beast off guard with a sudden, taunting ambush. The attacker launches a projectile straight into the creature's open mouth, targeting its vulnerable spot. A masked assailant unleashes a devastating explosion against the creature's head, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The enormous creature rears back, unleashing a torrent of scorching energy from its gaping jaws. A massive creature bursts from the water, sending waves and spray in every direction. The furious beast explodes from the water, its roar echoing with desperation. A desperate figure shouts frantically for his sibling. The enraged beast hurls an insult at its scaly adversary. The red-haired foe smirks and mocks her opponent, threatening them with the deadly weapon. The lone figure's eyes surge with unleashed energy as a formidable power over metal erupts. The masked attacker fires missiles at the ocean, escalating battle. A colossal monster recoils in surprise as a barrage of missiles hurtles toward it, while 2 figures swoop overhead on a winged beast. The flying beast warns them to dodge the returning missile. Explosions hit the creature, sending it crashing into the ocean. The massive creature thrashes beneath the surface as searing pain sizzles through its body. The fierce contender locks eyes ahead, bracing herself as swirling mist signals the imminent clash. A colossal bird and a large figure crash downward through the storm, engulfed in smoke as they plunge toward the raging sea. A wounded beast drops from the sky and slams into water. 4 battered figures drift helplessly downward, their bodies limp as they sink beneath the water's surface. Nearby, the winners celebrate loudly amid floating wreckage. As the beast dies, a system message enhances its devouring skill. Instead, the wounded monster absorbs energy and rapidly regenerates in glowing light. The massive beast thrashes in agony as a fresh wound opens across its body. A stunned survivor realizes they swallowed a missile without injury. The hardened fighter dismisses it while his holographic ally lists past victories. The hulking creature gathers red energy, awakening a new power. The digital guide explains missile consumption unlocked a skill, sparking tense questions. Moreover, the avatar says it can now eat many kinds of energy. The blue-armored warrior erupts from the sea with a missile, taunting enemies. Soon after, he and the glowing partner notice a disturbance below. Underwater, someone spots an unconscious body drifting above toward the light. A desperate cry echoes as a vulnerable figure sinks underwater, while a massive predator closes in from below. A caretaker inspects an injured ally, noting severe wounds and lacking regeneration. A furious shark-headed brute roars underwater as others race past him. The enraged giant lifts his beaten foe, promising complete annihilation. Meanwhile, a determined creature drags a wounded figure deeper into the sea. Above, an armored attacker fires an energy blast, shattering golden fragments. Another towering entity raises a digital arm and discharges massive energy. A metal fist punches through the surface, announcing someone's return. The armored warrior smirks, raising his hand in confident challenge. The armored woman braces as a monstrous wave erupts. The towering beast bursts out, clutching its rescued allies. She recoils, stunned. The creature survived the huge explosion. The beast pins its captives and mocks their impending defeat. The final challenger advances alone, demanding the enemy's counterattack plan. The armored attacker readies a 1,000-ton mini-nuke overhead. She warns that dodging the missile will annihilate the island. Meanwhile, The leader urges the winged beast to transform as a dragon-like foe nears. The suspicious figure demands an explanation for the presence of the mini nuke, eyes narrowed with suspicion. Then, the giant beast snatches its allies and flees the incoming attack. A watchful woman urgently warns her companion of approaching danger. A radiant figure rockets skyward, trailing purple feathers toward the sun. A colossal bird slams into a hulking reptile while their rider braces. An enraged fighter fires a massive energy blast at the missile. The raging beast asks if it can absorb the nuke's power. The anxious figure learns from the detached informant that failure to absorb the power will result in a fatal explosion. The towering beast braces itself, determined to swallow the deadly warhead in order to shield the island and its allies from destruction. Now transformed, the behemoth roars, claiming it no longer fears death. An armored titan reels as a cannon blast slams into its throat. Suddenly, a colossal sea monster erupts from the water, driving waves outward. The beast dives beneath the surface, leaving a glowing underwater trail. Blinding energy beams strike the ground, unleashing widespread destruction. Soon, a tremendous impact crashes into the sea, flinging water skyward. A defiant figure hurls an insult as a massive beast crashes into the water. A panicked group rows away as an underwater nuclear blast erupts. A determined host absorbs lifeless energy as a system announces transformation. The massive beast convulses, unable to contain the overwhelming energy. The host's body spasms as uncontrolled energy threatens to tear it apart. Its vessel's power surges wildly, threatening total collapse. The young beast writhes as a warning predicts its imminent explosion. She sinks underwater, cursing her enemy and fearing for allies. Cornered, the beast charges for one last explosive attack. A massive, radiant beast erupts from the water with explosive force. The digital entity triumphantly reveals a critical system adjustment, allowing the monstrous figure to safely expel dangerous energy and avoid certain death. The red creature receives instructions from the digital guide to use its strongest attack in order to release stored energy, while a demonstration of the move appears on the screen. The large red creature focuses intensely as the smaller floating guide instructs it to concentrate all its power for a single, massive release. The vengeful combatant channels the opponent's energy, preparing to unleash a powerful counterattack. A monstrous bird sweeps through the storm, clutching its captive tightly as it ascends higher into the turbulent sky. The furious woman berates the ashamed beastman for failing to defend his title after losing to a bird. The red-haired woman frantically scans the stormy sky, demanding to know the whereabouts of her missing ally. The avian witness describes how one among them intercepted a missile and detonated beneath the sea to ensure the group's survival. A furious captive struggles against the massive bird's grip as it soars through the storm, obeying the dying wish to carry the group to safety. The anxious beast questions where anyone can find safety on Abyss Island now that their protector has fallen. The blazing monster lunges through the air, slamming into its winged adversary as sparks and feathers scatter from the collision. The fierce contender bellows a single word, unleashing raw energy into the chaos of battle. The enraged warrior surges forward, vowing revenge as the winged assailant swoops down in a fierce attack. With unwavering resolve, the fierce ally hurtles into the storm, ready to face any danger alongside the others. 3 monstrous attackers plummet from the stormy sky, targeting the armored figure in red. The armored assailant raises a colossal energy cannon, preparing to wipe out the advancing trio. A figure unleashes a barrage of missiles from an arm-mounted launcher, filling the air with explosive force. As a massive, glowing red beast rises from the water under a barrage of missiles, a protector leaps forward to shield companions while an ally charges and another hovers defensively overhead. The dragon-like figure endures a series of violent explosions as a critical warning blares about impending bodily destruction. A stunned onlooker watches as the colossal dragon suddenly morphs into a rotund man amid chaos. The anxious beast urgently warns the group that their companion's unstable state could trigger a catastrophic outburst. The monstrous figure redirects the incoming nuke with a surge of overwhelming power. A fierce figure unleashes a devastating burst of red energy, triggering a nuclear explosion. The red-haired fighter hurls a surge of energy upward, intercepting the monstrous bird's furious dive. The stunned opponent staggers under a relentless surge of red lightning. The furious figure unleashes a blinding surge of energy, shaking the battlefield. The stunned observer recoils as the monstrous beast unleashes an overwhelming surge of energy. The startled pair recoils together, reacting instinctively to an unseen threat. Suddenly, a red energy beam shoots across the sea. The armored dragon vaporizes the enemy, leaving nothing behind. 3 survivors flee across rough waters from the pursuing threat. Meanwhile, the raging beast lunges, preparing a devastating attack. A group of animal-like allies floats in the water, loudly celebrating the blue dragon's unexpected victory over the powerful enemy. The creature struggles to contain nuclear energy tearing it apart. The armored monster releases unstable energy, obliterating its opponent. Afterward, the beast considers transforming to solve its energy problem. The monster glares at the escaping boats from above the sea. A monstrous avian figure commands a swarm to break through the barrier and hunt down the terrified crowd as they desperately try to escape. A massive bird monster leads its swarm in a fierce assault on terrified survivors stranded on a battered raft. A lightning user attacks approaching dragons as his partner aims. Under a barrage of incoming danger, the group scrambles onto the lifeboat, urgently firing back while ducking for cover. A shocked man turns to see his ally lying motionless. Soon after, A woman's head rises from the water, mocking his fear. An enraged fighter blasts energy, knocking intruders off the raft. Metal shards rip the lifeboat apart as terrified survivors beg the attacker for mercy. Above the raft, a glowing being unleashes purple energy. An ally warns the armored reptile to restrain its friend and spare innocence. Meanwhile, a bird creature recoils as a glowing orb appears. A red-haired woman ascends, gathering dark energy around her. An observer recoils at a severed head still moving and speaking. An armored watcher realizes the mutated enemy survived and hides a monstrous form. A gigantic blade crashes into the sea, sending water flying. A winged hunter dives through the storm to stop the escaping beast. Two witnesses freeze as a cloaked figure rises standing on the water. A massive crystal beast erupts from the sea toward the panicking group. Terrified followers scramble and plead for rescue as monsters surround them. The arrogant figure pilots a massive rocket through the storm, taunting those left behind. A reckless fighter speeds over waves, luring the monster away. A sudden eruption of massive blue spikes and water hurls several combatants violently backward. The triumphant woman launches herself on a rocket, hurtling straight toward her monstrous foe. Meanwhile, an agile fighter dodges attacks, taunting her pursuer while rushing the relic. An armored beast erupts from the water, angered by the taunt. The monstrous group erupts in anger as their quarry escapes into the storm. A giant beast asks the reptile what to do with the captives. Below, 3 survivors flounder in the water, begging for mercy. The enraged beast unleashes a devastating attack, punishing any who challenge Abyss Island. A lone captive collapses, frantically pleading for mercy before his enemy. A colossal armored monster surfaces nearby, making the remaining group recoil. An old man begs below while an unmoved swordsman hovers overhead. The elder notes, only a few survived after Andy's defeat. 2 newcomers glide in on boards, ready to negotiate with the rampaging beast. The protagonist spots a potential rival from a powerful division and tenses with realization. The group sees a familiar figure and suspects rival sabotage will spark wider conflict. One enraged survivor attacks another, grabbing his head to shut him up. A calm strategist takes the captives, planning to deliver them for expert interrogation. The previous handler yields the captives, worrying about Abyss Island's growing threats. Soon after, a confident ally requests a private talk, surprising the protagonist. A tense group stands ready as 2 figures advance across turbulent waters toward a looming sea monster beneath stormy skies. The blue-spiked beast asks her ally what delicate problem needs such caution. The resolute figure reveals the secret realm's location on Abyss Island as a reward for a kept promise. The beast urgently demands the location of the secret realm from the wary young man. The veteran explains the realm is in the underground cave of the Rotten Crawler King. Later, the strategist and ally confirm the cave ahead hides what they missed before. The guide beast describes the marked path to the hidden entrance while the swordsman prepares. An observer asks if the reconnaissance mission into the secret realm has already started. A barrage of deadly traps and mystical defenses activates as intruders approach the secret realm's entrance. Suddenly, a massive 3-headed guardian appears, blocking the way inside. The determined figure reveals that an unknown mystical force blocks entry to the secret realm beneath the island. 2 fighters stand before a barrier that resisted many strong attackers. A worried beast despairs about failure while another watches from above. The advisor urges him to cross, trusting Rotten Crawler power. The resolute young man and his steadfast ally finalize their alliance, agreeing to support each other as the path to the secret realm opens before them. The towering beast urges the group onward to clear the battlefield, while the swordsman quietly acknowledges that gaining the gratitude of such formidable allies made the conflict worthwhile. Meanwhile, 3 beasts surround the glowing tree above the water. Their leader seals the vine sphere with energy, protecting the survivors inside. The jubilant beast waves energetically, expressing gratitude to the elder as the observer hovers above on a sword. The elder quietly notes the younger one's improved politeness. Soon, an onlooker spots sharks eating corpses, endangering their life energy harvest. A fleeing fighter runs as a colossal sea beast erupts, panicking the crowd. 3 anxious figures watch the sky as their companion rushes off, leaving them tense and uncertain. The observer ponders the aftermath of the shark's feeding, worrying about consuming the remains and losing the chance to absorb any valuable energy. An analyst reports the new enemies just arrived and stayed back earlier. Irritated, a beast dives into the blue vortex to face ambushers. Underwater, defeated fighters sink slowly while sea creatures glide overhead. The leader signals, and a pack of vicious sharks lunges forward to attack. A glowing-eyed shark hurtles toward 2 divers, catching them off guard. Another huge shark lunges straight at its startled target. The monstrous shark roars underwater, blasting both intruders backward. Suddenly, more sharks swarm in, launching an underwater ambush. Their dominant leader rushes in, threatening the group with harsh punishment. A plague-ridden giant emerges, now towering over the terrified sharks. The remaining predators flee as a deadlier intruder enters their territory. A colossal predator surges through the water, jaws agape, aiming to swallow the fleeing swarm. A massive spiked monster rampages through the water, ripping sharks apart. A thick cloud of blood spreads, hinting at greater danger. A crimson river churns violently beneath the dark, storm-laden sky. 2 observers realize something below is devouring corpses and hiding the evidence. 3 survivors retreat from the pit, fearing the monster below. A proud fighter insists the wounded beast must feed to recover. The younger figure locks eyes with the elderly opponent as both stand motionless, the tension thickening beneath the stormy sky. A towering splash bursts from the water as a formidable presence emerges, sending shockwaves through the onlookers. A towering predator stands triumphantly over the lifeless remains of its victim as blood seeps into the water. Two survivors cling together, screaming desperately for help. After devouring many metahumans, the monster gains only evolution points. The man jerks back in alarm, his eye widening as he registers the sudden shock. The towering beast questions their fear and denies wrongdoing in the bloody sea. He boasts about killing scavengers and disposing of all the bodies alone. A small group huddles in the vine tunnel, holding their breath as a monstrous beast's skull emerges from the bloodied water below. The towering beast impatiently orders the white-haired elder to remove the captives at once. The young man rides a giant sword away, abandoning the elder. Their guardian waves a spiked arm as the group departs across the sea. The indignant bird confronts the unbothered dragon, demanding to know if they will really let their enemies escape. Next, the strategist throws healing fruits, telling everyone to recover for stronger foes. 3 beastly allies gape with stones in their mouths at the mining news. The group races over the shimmering water toward the underground cave, eager to uncover the hidden realm within. A deserted, misty tunnel stretches ahead, suggesting hidden threats. Soon, 4 explorers stop at a huge glowing cave entrance, stunned by its scale. 2 investigators study green liquid at the barrier, confirming crawlers emerged here. Afterward, a determined fighter channels energy into the barrier, activating it. A reckless warrior crashes into the purple barrier as a winged ally watches. An enraged beast unleashes explosive attacks that shake the battlefield. Deeper inside, 3 fighters find the glowing barrier repels every attempt to break it. Bathed in purple light, a confident figure proclaims a miracle is coming. The loudest member demands answers while the group reacts to the impressive display of power. The monster explains that absorbing the Crawler King's essence lets one pass the barrier. A devoted follower stares upward, asking why the barrier still rejects her. Finally, an armored figure says crawlers hold too little creator energy to cross. The impatient figure demands to know how they are supposed to get inside while the watchful companion stays tense and alert. A spiked fighter plans to hunt realm monsters to help breach the barrier. Later, the impatient one complains about waiting as his companion glares. A towering beast orders the group to wait while it enters the barrier alone. A spiked arm fighter boasts he can handle any threat alone. A massive armored creature hugs the wall, cautiously scanning for threats. Meanwhile, a blue-spined beast moves deeper into the cave, alert. The armored beast pauses under harsh light, unsure if it has arrived. A lone explorer stands below, staring up at the overhead light. He stops, shocked that the tunnel now rises instead of descending. The determined leader urges everyone to climb higher and investigate. A huge blue-spined beast flinches, turning toward a sudden beam above. An exhausted climber pauses midway up the cliff to breathe. A massive black serpent dives at the frozen armored beast. A snarling predator ambushes the armored one from behind. The trapped creature is crushed as the black serpent coils tighter. A massive armored tail slams down, triggering an explosion and dust cloud. The armored beast claws upright, reeling from the recent surprise attack. A monstrous serpent emerges from the rubble, coiling forward with venomous fangs bared. A wary fighter faces a flaming guardian beast, recalling the purple barrier outside. The wounded beast staggers, its arm weakening from spreading venom. Suddenly, a massive predator drops from above, jaws wide at the blue-spined foe. A towering attacker throws a crushing punch, smashing her armored foe into the wall. The monstrous beast lunges forward, delivering a devastating bite. A massive dragon reels as a shadowy serpent clamps its jaws around her head in a vicious surprise attack. The massive beast slams its serpentine foe into the ground, scattering debris. A colossal blue and white beast collides violently with a black serpent as both unleash powerful attacks. Then, the enraged creature fires a barrage of explosive energy at its foe. A blue beast and winged serpent thrash as energy beams form a glowing cage. A grinning fighter boasts he now controls the cave with superior explosives. A determined fighter unleashes explosive blasts at the towering serpent. The colossal beast endures a devastating tail impact as thunder roars. The serpent survives the barrage and rises from the smoke, barely scratched. Then the black-scaled monster absorbs swirling green energy, staring ahead. The creature releases a massive wave of green energy, engulfing the area. The armored fighter ducks, narrowly evading the enormous glowing projectile. The giant serpent chases its fleeing target through the narrow tunnel. Meanwhile, the beast fires a destructive blast, mocking its escaping foe. The monster shoots a searing energy beam skyward, rattling the ground. Suddenly, crackling blue energy forms a barrier, trapping the massive serpent. A blinding column of blue energy erupts upward, shaking everything. A colossal blast smashes into the mountainside, scattering debris and shockwaves. Monstrous shapes burst from swirling shadows, filling the forest with roars. A gigantic shadow serpent erupts from the ground, unleashing chaotic force. An armored predator bites the fallen beast while a distant watcher stays back. As the serpent is devoured, a surge of evolution points flows in. The beast absorbs new defenses and evolution points after devouring the serpent, but grumbles about not receiving a more impressive reward. With renewed toughness, the blue-scaled creature prepares to climb toward the glowing exit. Nearby, a towering creature slams its claw down, carving a trench in bloody earth. The armored beast pulls itself from the pit onto solid ground. The startled figure suddenly realizes something crucial. The creature freezes, recognizing an entrance to a hidden realm. The traveler and glowing ally step into an alien world, stunned. A tense creature freezes as a radiant blue bird materializes in the shadowy forest. A massive reptilian monster suddenly emerges from the dense, colorful undergrowth. The observer recoils as a massive furred reptile emerges. The smaller creature mocks its huge foe's intelligence, heightening tension. The group concludes they are in a prehistoric world linked to dinosaurs and birds. Several giant feathered lizards charge through smoke while the watcher reels. The pack of monsters raises their heads and screams together, shaking air. A massive dragon and spirit brace as three beasts emerge from the blood-red forest. A huge armored beast braces as a smaller predator bites into its hide. The towering creature hurls its foe away with one blow as another watches. The armored giant sweeps aside several smaller beasts, dominating the battlefield. The hulking monster grabs its battered enemy and hurls it through the air. The blue armored beast staggers from a sudden strike amid surrounding chaos. Suddenly, the armored colossus stops and stares upward as its wary followers sense danger. Two colossal dragons clash in the sky, trading rapid, deadly attacks. Meanwhile, the group studies strange creatures, realizing this world's evolution diverged greatly from theirs. A towering predator bites a smaller foe, confused as many enemies suddenly unite against it. It gains a surge of evolution points by devouring an ancient feathered lizard. The small companion urgently reveals that the energy source here matches that of the rotten crawler leader, warning that the others see the listener as a threat to be destroyed. A flock of monstrous birds screeches overhead, signaling an imminent attack. Soon, three giant birds dive toward the armored beast and its allies, beginning a fierce battle. A scarred watcher suddenly realizes the others are hunting the newest member. The armored predator bites the fallen beast and instantly gains a huge evolution point surge. A fierce winged monster defeats its dragon-like opponent and seizes control of the hidden battleground. The dominant beast lunges forward, crushing its smaller foes with a single, brutal bite. A vicious bird dives after a fleeing beast in a desperate chase. A hulking predator crouches in the undergrowth, tensing as it prepares to attack. The wounded creature wheels around roaring, refusing to retreat. The feathered hunter lunges at the armored beast while its opponent braces for impact. Then, a colossal armored beast appears, its stance clearly announcing an imminent attack. The massive armored creature roars furiously as fresh blood pours from its wounds. Two monstrous beasts rush together and unleash devastating attacks in a brutal clash. An armored brute charges through rubble, angrily demanding the target's location. Two huge creatures slam together, each straining to overpower the other. One savage beast smashes its opponent with a brutal strike, spraying blood and debris. The enraged monster drives its horned head into the ground, scattering debris and blood. Finally, the massive beast crashes into the ground, hurling blood and debris everywhere. The blue-spiked creature charges forward and savagely attacks its enemy. Then a colossal beast appears, brandishing sickle claws and terrifying speed. A startled survivor confronts a newly revealed dragon-like dinosaur, while a smug observer confirms the creature's identity. The beast lunges with claws at its blue-scaled foe, starting their clash. A hulking beast hurls fireballs at a fleeing bird-like enemy in the forest. The blue-haired beast swiftly evades a barrage of crackling energy blasts in the dense forest. The attacker falters after missing an explosive strike and reassesses its enemy. In response, the beast counterattacks, forcing its winged foe to brace. The armored creature crashes to the ground, rising again to continue fighting. A monstrous figure appears atop the cliff, unleashing a roar that sends a jolt of dread through the onlooker below. The towering beast stomps the ground, sending shockwaves across the area. Then the colossal beast charges, swinging its scythe-like limbs while roaring. The onlooker recoils and screams in fear at the advancing monster. The monstrous bird dives forward, raking its talons across the larger beast. The battered creature struggles but remains. The enraged beast unleashes a devastating burst of energy, shaking the battlefield. The monstrous attacker fires a barrage of explosive energy blasts, overwhelming everything in its path. The ferocious fighter plunges headlong into the heart of the explosion as violent blasts tear through the battlefield. The immense, battered creature recoils as a relentless assailant darts beneath it, narrowly dodging a devastating blow. A gray beast hurls its blue-scaled opponent through the air with a ferocious strike. A colossal wounded beast plummets to the ground, sending dust and blood flying through the air. The outnumbered fighter braces for an unfair battle, struggling alone against two relentless opponents. The wounded beast quickly evaluates the challenge of hitting two swift, feathered adversaries in a wide, exposed battlefield. The wounded tactician pauses at the forest's edge, preparing to lure enemies inside for a decisive ambush. The towering beast erupts with a thunderous roar, sending waves of energy crackling through the air. The monstrous bird lunges forward, unleashing a powerful attack across the vivid terrain. The startled onlooker recoils, struggling to process the bizarre sight of the monstrous creature flailing its limbs wildly. The armored assailant lunges from above, forcing the blue-clad defender into a hasty retreat amid the jagged terrain. The monstrous figure lunges forward, its claws tearing through the air in a savage attack. The monstrous bird lunges forward with a deafening roar, claws ready to strike. Claws and energy slash through the air as the defiant brute taunts his agile attackers amid a chaotic, close-quarters clash. A towering fighter suddenly swings bladed limbs in a devastating strike. The horned beast bursts into the forest, eager to join battle. Soon, a spiked creature lunges through the forest, brimming with confidence. The winged beast fires a volley of explosive projectiles. Both reptilian beasts freeze as an unexpected threat erupts nearby. 3 blinding energy blasts tear through the forest, detonating on impact. 2 startled beasts are trapped by crossing blue energy beams. The wounded beast declares dominance, revealing the enemy is surrounded. The fierce warrior channels crackling energy into a clawed hand attack. A devastating barrage of explosions erupts, shattering the surroundings and plunging everything into chaos. Then, 2 electrified beasts charge through the forest in a joint attack. A hulking victor towers over the defeated, issuing a mocking challenge. The beast staggers back, blue lightning crackling over its injured body. The blue-eyed beast blocks any escape, standing unyielding before them. The blue beast charges forward, jaws open, aiming to consume its struggling prey. An agile creature leaps across the red ground in a single bound. A savage grip clamps down on the target, unleashing a shockwave of energy. 2 massive beasts slam together from a spinning throw as an onlooker watches. A charging beast is stopped when blue crystal spikes erupt beneath it. The startled observer recoils as the opponent unleashes a sudden, unpredictable maneuver. An enraged creature bites deep into a rival, spraying blood. The attacker lunges with bared claws at the braced opponent. The giant beast reels as its smaller foe tears into it with a relentless barrage of slashes. The enormous creature lowers its head, preparing for a powerful lunge. The armored beast smashes its foe into the bloody ground, overwhelming all defense. Next, the beast fires a wave of electrified blue spikes across the field. The beast thrashes violently as searing blue energy floods its body, unleashing a piercing howl. The towering beast slams its wounded opponent down in a vicious grapple. Finally, the relentless creature gathers power for another devastating attack. A winged beast unleashes a torrent of blue energy at its massive, clawed foe during a fierce struggle. The towering beast lunges forward, signaling the start of its assault on the startled opponent as others brace for the next clash. 2 massive, battle-scarred beasts face off in a blood-soaked clearing, unleashing thunderous roars as they challenge each other. A wary creature confronts the newcomer, demanding to know if reinforcements are being summoned. A group of beast-like reinforcements bursts into the clearing, only to be mocked by the taunting adversary who dismisses them as weak. The armored beast prepares to test a newly acquired skill on its wary opponents. The armored creature lunges forward, crackling with energy as glowing rings spiral around its charging form. The massive beast hurls a surge of crackling energy, sending golden lightning erupting skyward. A colossal energy beam slams into the towering creature, engulfing it in blinding light. A horde of electrified beasts surges forward in a chaotic, coordinated assault. Bolts of lightning tear through the sky, sending bird-like foes plummeting while reptilian monsters lie motionless on the ground. The towering beast is blasted backward as lightning and swirling energy crash down upon its body. The winged predator examines the smoldering remains of its target, evaluating the effectiveness of the recent electric assault and pondering the aftermath. The armored predator devours the fallen dragon, gaining evolution points and considering how this hunt will help the group advance through the barrier. The beast absorbs the dragon's power, but reacts with irritation at the underwhelming boost in speed. The armored beast tears into the fallen dragon, intent on scavenging more valuable loot from its prey. A victorious figure absorbs the ancient scythe dragon's power, gaining a massive surge in evolution points and sharper claws. An armored beast storms toward the floating spirit, demanding answers and blaming it for recent misfortune, while the spirit defensively shrugs off responsibility. The strategist considers a new approach to checking in, eager to exploit the system for better rewards. A towering figure unleashes the lava form, transforming into a fearsome magma behemoth atop a floating, molten platform. The triumphant creature devours the massive dragon, instantly gaining a surge of evolution points and a new set of magma-infused claws while the blue observer looks on. The triumphant creature unlocks a devastating magma ability, its blazing claws now capable of slicing through the toughest defenses. The armored beast finishes eating and orders the rest to be packed up to take along. The lone survivor surveys the mountain of behemoth corpses and weighs the challenge of moving them before descending into the dark cave below. The guide shrugs off the outlandish request for storage items but suggests creating system storage instead. The armored figure urgently orders an ally to help create a massive storage space without delay. The overworked assistant protests, waving its arms as it complains about the difficulty and effort required to develop a new system feature. The blue-scaled figure scowls and demands to know how many evolution points are required, negotiating with the holographic presence. The dragon-like figure calculates that 100 cubic meters would require about 10 million evolution points. The beast lashes out in frustration, while the small spirit waves off the argument, uninterested. The determined creature and its energetic companion prepare to begin a major upgrade, ready to unlock new storage space by spending evolution points. A frustrated onlooker seethes over the unfairness of earning evolution points, glaring at the commotion ahead. The spectral guide declares the huge storage complete, stunning the dragon. Meanwhile, the armored fighter confronts the floating system, doubting its motives. The reptilian guide demonstrates storage using the defeated monsters and hovering sprite. The eager partner volunteers to store the designated items. Then, a blue portal appears beside the corpses, activating storage. A pile of slain reptiles lies smoking beside a glowing blade. Suddenly, a burning barrier erupts, slicing through scattered corpses. The winged trickster makes the prey vanish, shocking the burly onlooker. The armored beast angrily demands an explanation for the vanished prey. The spirit shows stored beasts and items, impressing the shark-headed watcher. The larger creature heads into the forest to collect firewood, while the smaller one watches and calls out with concern. A deep chasm radiates an unsettling pink light, casting an ominous atmosphere over the scene. Four wary figures gather in the cave, silently sizing each other up. The beast and commander raise an alarm, demanding news of the dragon. A mediator suggests talking calmly over food as the group assembles. Suddenly, several beasts crash through a glowing barrier, startling the waiting group. Around the campfire, the group exchanges updates about their strange arrival in the unfamiliar world. One observer notes countless giant creatures and realizes this world is vast. The armored warrior warns that Envy's absence invites enemies who could erase Abyss Island. The cautious leader lays out a plan to gather the willing monsters and take refuge behind the purple barrier, hoping to evade the looming threat. After eating, the beast urges its companion to try entering the glowing barrier. The dominant simian strides toward the glowing fire, asserting the right to act first while the avian companion watches in silence. The beast presses her ringed claw against the churning barrier to test it. Then, the exuberant figure excitedly forces herself through the glowing barrier. Nearby, a taunter ridicules the frustrated beast for failing to enter. A thinker notes the barrier's energy unchanged by transformation as a huge beast watches. After gorging on realm beasts, the bird and ape pass through, confirming the theory. Finally, the strategist urges recruiting monsters to feed, grow stronger, and enter the sanctuary. First, the armored creature considers feeding realm plants to herbivores for sanctuary energy. The two-headed leader orders beasts to gather groups and recruit volunteers for the sanctuary. The strategist outlines a plan for the pair to enter the cave, eliminate threats, and gather monsters as resources. A commanding figure signals the start as beasts, and a warrior atop a giant bird surge forward into the hunt. An observer stares at a crimson world of glowing sky and ground. Soon, two travelers claim the red rocky land as their territory. One guide helps the other feel the strong, comforting energy within their body. Thus, the creature explains that staying in the secret realm will steadily increase their power. The determined beast rallies its ally, and together they charge out to hunt. A tranquil valley stretches ahead, its hills and trees glowing softly in the sunlight. Meanwhile, two figures hide in foliage, watching for behemoths but finding nothing. The watcher urgently points ahead, making her companion search for possible danger. The horned leader scans the surroundings and demands a status report. Two figures stop on the red ground after spotting several huge footprints. The armored beast freezes in shock at a colossal footprint dwarfing its own. The armored beast wonders about this rival and grows eager to meet it. A massive tail slams down, spraying debris across the dense forest. Soon, two colossal armored beasts charge through the forest, showcasing overwhelming defense. A cautious onlooker questions a strange beast as an excited ally calls it a stegosaurus. The assertive fighter steps forward, sending the dragon-like ally back to face both enemies alone. A fierce fighter charges forward as an ally warns her about the opponent's strong defenses. A massive beast rushes in, forcing the two spiked foes to brace. Meanwhile, an armored giant crashes through trees, leading a thunderous charge into battle. A towering beast swings its tail, making the white-haired fighter duck. The brute slams down with full force, crushing the huge reptile beneath her. A hulking brawler smashes a winged foe, sending shockwaves through the air. A monstrous walker stomps through the forest, shaking the ground each step. Then an enraged giant charges the startled ape-like figure, rattling the landscape. The powerful fighter flexes and turns away, confidently displaying her strength. Finally, the combatant punches the hulking reptile, blasting it backward with a thunderous crash. The beast charges forward with a ferocious snarl, eyes locked on its target. A huge spiked tail whips toward the ape fighter. A massive blue-scaled beast lunges forward as an urgent warning is shouted to the ally in harm's way. The warrior crushes the monster with one overwhelming strike. The fighter grabs the spiked tail, abruptly stopping the enemy. With a single motion, the towering figure hoists the massive beast high overhead, showcasing unstoppable strength. The brute slams the monster into the ground, crushing it. The horned brawler smashes her foe, hurling them through rubble. Massive claws close in as the huddled flock braces for an imminent attack. The beast swings hard, flinging its massive opponent away. The massive beast skids to a halt, dust billowing. The enraged creature fires a devastating energy blast outward. Afterward, the big beast boasts as a sharp-toothed ally praises it. The large beast inspects the ally's injured arm while another approaches. A flock of monstrous bird creatures with glowing eyes emerges from darkness. Both fighters tense, alarmed by an unexpected disturbance nearby. Meanwhile, armored beasts stampede through the forest in a roaring herd. Two predators stand together and openly declare their coming attack. A herd of huge spiked beasts stampedes through the forest. The two fighters rush forward, joining forces to confront the 6 towering beasts together. One giant releases spiraling energy that devastates everything ahead. Suddenly, lightning crashes down and blasts through the stunned beasts. The creature bolts forward in an energy-charged dash. After winning, the group signals and collects spoils from corpses. The small figure raises its staff to activate the swirling portal as a watchful reptilian and a hulking beast close in. The trembling beast collapses, overwhelmed by the nearby surge of power. The wary creature stiffens as quakes signal a greater threat approaching. A horned fugitive flees through the forest as a pursuer readies. The shark-like creature and the gorilla woman tense up as they react to an unexpected discovery just out of sight. Finally, a colossal clawed limb slams down, hurling debris everywhere. Suddenly, a towering beast appears, roaring through the glowing forest. A bystander stares as the newcomer displays overwhelming power. The reptilian figure scoffs at the suggestion of being related to the fur-covered newcomer, while the two stunned primates react with disbelief. The towering creature unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the ground. The horned creature braces itself and unleashes a thunderous roar in retaliation. The towering beast and the colossal ape collide in a furious exchange of raw energy. An enraged beast charges forward, unleashing a deafening roar. A massive beast warns its muscular ally to stay alert as a confrontation approaches, while a third figure braces for action. A startled figure widens their eye in sudden realization. The alert warrior shouts a warning as three beastly figures dart across the blood-soaked field, narrowly evading a sudden, high-speed assault. The armored beast unleashes a devastating tail strike, forcing its opponents back in the heat of battle. A monstrous tail slices through the air, forcing everyone to evade its deadly arc. The towering beast confronts its glowing opponent, both poised to strike as tension fills the air. The grinning beast tests the object's durability with amusement. The massive creature pauses, silently surveying the vibrant landscape with a wary gaze. The giant beast swings its arm, launching the startled figure helplessly into the air. The stunned fighter is violently thrown back as the ground erupts beneath the force of a devastating blow. The monstrous beast charges forward, unleashing a deafening roar at its armored opponent. One figure intercepts an opponent's attack by seizing his wrist, unleashing a crackle of energy. The daring defender launches herself atop the colossal beast, intercepting its charge to shield the threatened dragon below. A massive beast bursts onto the scene, baring its fangs with a menacing glare. The monstrous creature swings its tail, sending the startled figure hurtling through the air as chaos erupts. The towering beast unleashes a furious roar, calling out to its unseen foe. The monstrous figure unleashes a torrent of electrifying energy as the dragon surges forward. The armored figure slams a crackling blow into the beast, sending sparks flying as the two titans collide. A massive claw crashes down, sending a warning to everyone nearby. The winged combatant recoils in disbelief as her strongest technique forces the enemy back only a few steps. The fierce bird creature lunges forward, sending the massive beast hurtling backward with unexpected force. The determined fighter charges through the crackling energy, aiming to close the distance. A blue, spiked beast crashes into its massive rival as dust explodes around their violent struggle. The attacker clenches its jaws around the opponent, but the creature's tough hide resists every bite. The predator devours the fallen dragon, gaining a surge of evolution points. Then a larger creature devours another dragon, also gaining many evolution points. The evolving creature advances, annoyed that each new bite yields fewer points. The enraged beast surges forward, roaring as crackling energy engulfs its body. A tranquil landscape of vibrant hills and trees stretches under warm sunlight. The savage creature lunges and unleashes an explosive, energy-charged bite. A dragon-like attacker bites the giant's neck, releasing a powerful electric attack. The giant reels as a spiked, crackling tail pierces its body. The beast clamps onto its foe, channeling violent power through its jaws. Another combatant rams the massive creature, causing a violent, ground-shaking collision. The wounded monster rises again, shaking off debris and preparing to continue fighting. The towering monster lunges, claws extended, targeting the smaller armored foe. Suddenly, the stunned creature recoils in alarm at the unexpected development. The larger beast slams its opponent to the ground, crushing remaining resistance. The massive beast staggers back as a heavy blow sends debris flying. Then the towering predator pins the smaller foe under a crushing claw amid flying debris. The predator bites the wounded creature's neck as the victim screams. Meanwhile, the battered figure struggles to stand, coughing in pain. The ferocious attacker bites deep into the wounded target, drawing heavy blood. The enraged beast charges ahead, launching another fierce attack on the looming enemy. The beast slams down with overwhelming force, demanding the captive be released. A furious ally charges the monster, trying to free the wounded dragon from its jaws. The captive struggles violently, pulling against the restraining grip. The attacker slams a fist down again, furiously insisting on the prisoner's release. The electrified brute attacks from above while a winged predator simultaneously strikes the giant from below. The massive, wounded creature collapses in agony, sobbing uncontrollably. The furious beast leaps onto the dinosaur's back, savagely attacking as a wounded observer shouts. A massive beast charges across the jagged red terrain, its advance unstoppable. The winged ally shouts for her companion to jump down and escape. A fighter leaps onto the raging beast's back, grappling it. The massive monster flings foes aside, smashing through their defenses. The enraged creature roars loudly, challenging its unseen enemy. Now the towering creature stands over scattered bodies while one survivor still prepares to resist. The brute looms over a fallen foe, who lies motionless on shattered ground. A monstrous beast roars triumphantly over its defeated opponent. The wounded fighter collapses, unable to move. The enraged beast fires a devastating energy blast at its unseen enemy. A colossal creature reels from a devastating blue energy strike as another figure collapses in fear nearby. A colossal surge of blue energy tears through the terrain, detonating with immense force in the distance. A blue-scaled ally rushes to a wounded companion and checks for signs of life. Two battered survivors rest together, wondering if the battle with the beast is finally over. However, the avian and her simian ally realize they only knocked the enemy back. Two figures look up warily at a threatening flock filling the pink sky. Soon, three figures crouch silently, scanning the bright horizon for danger. A massive tree hurtles through a torrent of blinding pink energy. The rider and his beast freeze in shock as trees suddenly float high above them in the surreal sky. The dominant beast hurls its opponent through the dense forest, sending shockwaves through the trees. The wounded creature barrels through the forest with furious red eyes. The towering beast staggers as a brutal slash tears into it. Two relentless fighters trade heavy blows, escalating their brutal clash. An armored monster hurls a tree trunk, driving the ape-like foe backward. The blood-soaked predator roars, forcing its battered challenger to brace for another attack. Then, a blue-armored warrior charges forward, unleashing a thunder-charged attack. A monstrous beast is blasted by electrified crystal while a nearby fighter tenses to intervene. The electrified beast impales the towering monster with icy spikes, slamming it to the ground. However, the spiked attacker recoils as its strongest blows fail to harm the giant. The blue-feathered predator bites its rival's neck, tearing flesh and spilling blood. The enraged beast lunges and bites its bloodied rival again, drawing more blood. Two savage monsters tear into each other, blood spraying as their jaws clash in a brutal struggle. Two shockwaves collide, devastating the surrounding mountains. A thunderous roar shakes the forest, sending flocks of birds scattering as dust billows into the air. In a clearing, two monsters face off to attack. A massive claw slashes an opponent, tearing cloth and flesh. The attacker slams the wounded foe into the rocky ground. The bloodied fighter hurls a massive tree at the towering adversary in a burst of rage. The determined fighter drives black spikes deep into the monster as it howls in agony. She is flung backward by a brutal strike. A towering beast bites her shoulder, tearing into flesh. The monstrous attacker clamps its jaws around the wounded warrior, forcing her to fight for survival. Soon after, the foe bites her hand, drawing blood. The enraged beast mauls its huge opponent, ripping deep wounds. The restrained beast thrashes, trying to break free. A smaller fighter claws the larger beast's head, wounding it. The dragon-like beast unleashes a torrent of flames while demanding absolute obedience. A colossal beast erupts in lava, transforming into a stronger form. A molten weapon slams down, cleaving through the burning forest. A wounded observer watches as the beast becomes an electrified dragon. The fighter smashes the beast's head, catching it off guard. The monster lunges, swinging massive flaming claws. Then the creature charges, spewing flames toward an unseen target. The beast bites the armored foe as searing energy erupts. The wounded creature staggers as blood and fire burst out. The massive creature recoils in shock as an explosive force crashes into its side. The monstrous figure releases a devastating burst of fiery energy, engulfing the battlefield in flames. In response, a winged beast rains molten fire across the field. A fiery surge slams into her, hurling the stunned beast backward. A massive blast engulfs the forest in spreading flames. A lone figure is blasted as fire and lightning consume the field. The stunned fighter falls back as her weapon melts from the attack. A fighter checks a wounded ally while a monster approaches. Suddenly, a fiery claw bursts from the flames, forcing the beast back. The panicked creature jerks back as its hand suddenly erupts in flames. Meanwhile, the beast retreats, shouting a warning as the fiery giant advances. The molten creature pauses and starts reverting to its normal form. Their opponent steadies herself, preparing for the coming battle. A surge of glowing energy quickly dissolves around the massive, blue-scaled beast. Now reverted, the armored beast faces the bird fighter as both struggle to recover. A towering onlooker dismisses the fallen beast's defeat as a waste. Soon, a simian ally gives glowing orbs, warning of more huge threats coming. The onlooker stares in awe as the creature unveils a powerful new technique, swirling energy crackling around it. An admirer cheers as the beast boasts about quickly defeating the T-Rex. A strong woman admits frustration at lacking the flashy powers of her two allies. The armored fighter insists raw power beats tactics, and the opponent hesitates by the portal. Later, a mentor advises the fighter, promising to help develop newfound strength. The armored ally asks a digital guide for sharp skills to aid their simian companion. One beastly fighter accuses another of lacking humanity, provoking an angry. The observer mocks the group's awkward attempts to use their animal form's limited limbs for dexterous tasks. Amidst the smoke, the powerful simian hefts massive weapons, showcasing her unmatched strength in battle. The sarcastic observer glares incredulously, openly questioning whether the plan involves turning the girl into a giant, weapon-toting beast. The resourceful supporter eagerly volunteers to search for the most fitting weapon. The armored guardian senses a sudden disturbance as the ground shakes and the observer hovers nearby, both bracing for what comes next. Two figures tense as they sense the approach of another massive threat. An armored titan braces itself as a furious pack of beasts thunders toward it. The scheming figure taunts with a sinister grin as her irritated companion stands by, both preparing to carry out their plan. A massive herd of armored beasts thunders across the field as a sharp-eyed observer studies their movement. A pack of massive reptilian beasts burst through the trees, shaking the ground with their deafening roars. At the center of the rampaging monsters, a resolute figure leads the charge straight into the fray. Two startled figures freeze as they spot a massive enemy emerging from the crowd. The colossal beast unleashes a deafening roar, sending waves of energy through the swirling air. The blue-scaled creature reels at the sight of approaching behemoths. The anxious companion looks to the dragon-like ally for guidance as the threat of battle looms. Meanwhile, two fugitives flee a swarm of towering beasts. The dinosaur swarm overruns two fighters, leaving them sprawled. A stampede of snarling beasts surges forward as two startled defenders brace themselves for impact. Then two warriors charge together, breaking through the enemy line. The beast channels draconic energy, its eyes sparking with power. Two riders clash atop electrified beasts, triggering a violent explosion. The electrified predator bites the huge avian enemy, releasing energy. Blue energy crackles as one beast restrains another during the escape. A stampede of monstrous beasts charges, shaking the ground. The blue-scaled guardian blocks the beasts, letting the companion escape. Then the guardian warns the charged beast, who calmly advances toward danger. An attacker fires explosive rounds at the towering spiked monster. A scorching blast engulfs the beasts, scattering them. The armored figure signals, and the battle-ready beast charges forward amid blazing chaos. The towering beast unleashes a booming laugh, asserting its dominance over the battlefield. The exhausted trio collapses to the ground, gasping for breath after their frantic escape through the skies. Two fugitives sprint through chaotic streets as a relentless horde and swooping pursuers close in from all sides. A defiant figure glares forward, vowing revenge and determination to collect every powerful beast on the island. The alert subordinate urgently warns about another massive creature blocking their path. The lone figure stands firm as a horde of enraged beasts rushes forward, blocking the path. The commanding figure signals its minions, who surge forward to launch a furious assault. A barrage of energy blasts hurls towering creatures through the air as explosions erupt across the battlefield. A massive armored creature is blasted backward by a devastating impact, scattering clouds and debris. The armored beast lunges at its massive foe while the commander urgently shouts for efficient action. The armored victor stands over the fallen foe as one companion tosses a staff and another confirms the enemy is ready for storage. The bold fighter urgently suggests confronting their unseen pursuers as the dragon-like ally readies for battle. The blue-scaled beast recoils in panic, warning its companion about the overwhelming enemy force. The determined beast urgently demands the towering dragon to unleash its previous fiery transformation. The drained beast realizes it can no longer transform. The weary group runs as pursuing monsters rapidly close in. A giant clawed foot slams down, shaking the ground. Trapped at a cliff edge, the group faces a deadly drop. The irritated figure blames the uneasy companion for their misfortune as smoke billows in the background. A startled woman recoils as a towering beast appears behind her. Stunned, an onlooker spots a hidden red palace inside. A loud-mouthed ally points, noting the enemy has suddenly stopped. A wary watcher sees the trembling beast fear something nearby. A deafening roar unleashes a wave of destructive energy from above the temple, shaking the forest below. Two beastly figures brace themselves on the cliff's edge, preparing to confront the monstrous horde gathering across the glowing chasm. The observers watch as the enemy herd abruptly flees across the crimson terrain. A wary observer studies the ancient red palace, speculating about the powerful threat inside that frightens even the behemoths. The blue creature scans the area and discovers that the red palace is overflowing with secret realm energy, pinpointing it as the main source. A towering beast realizes the temple's energy source is protected by a formidable guardian. At the edge of the red cliff, the scaled figure and the simian companion decide to search for a safer path to avoid the lurking behemoths. An imposing ancient temple emerges amid the unusual pink landscape, drawing attention to its mysterious presence. The cautious observer signals for silence, and urges the group to remain hidden on the outskirts while watching the dangerous palace from afar. Two figures freeze in alarm as something unexpected appears above the forest canopy. Two figures freeze in shock as an ominous apparition suddenly appears before them. A colossal wind spirit pterosaur bursts onto the scene with a thunderous roar, startling the onlooker who tries to assess its intentions. The monstrous creature plunges from the sky, aiming straight for the heart of the red palace. A surge of spiraling energy tears through the temple, shaking its ancient foundations. A colossal form smashes through the forest at breakneck speed, toppling everything in its path. A fierce assailant hurls spinning black discs at the figure standing atop the massive temple. Dark projectiles hurtle toward the structure, tearing through the air with violent speed. A massive, startled creature recoils as a spinning energy slash hurtles directly toward it. Blinding pink energy streaks tear through the shadowy figures in a rapid flurry. Monstrous beings are swept helplessly into a raging black vortex as chaos erupts. Two stunned figures watch as a colossal creature is obliterated in an instant by a new, whirling menace. A menacing figure emerges from the darkness, confronting the three intruders. The two fugitives flee from the portal, knowing they are outmatched. Soon after, a red-black portal erupts in the forest as their pursuer attacks. A towering beast fires a red vortex while two defenders brace in the forest. Meanwhile, an armored fighter steps forward to confront the threat, signaling his ally. The armored fighter breathes a powerful blue blast at the spinning red energy. The blue surge slams into the swirling barrier, shaking the city street. Elsewhere, a colossal blue beam falls from the sky, engulfing the carved pillars. The beast staggers back as its attack is casually deflected. The cautious observer recoils as the dragon-like figure unleashes a devastating black vortex above the ancient structure. The massive attacker fires a relentless volley of explosive rounds at the opponent. In response, the warrior hammers the field with blue blasts and red explosions. A winged fighter slashes forward, sending blue energy surging across the battlefield. The central combatant unleashes a devastating attack, engulfing the area in a massive explosion. A surge of energy erupts, filling the rocky terrain with swirling smoke and crackling blue sparks. Two rivals stand ready as a cloud of smoke obscures the outcome of the latest attack. The swordsman unleashes a spinning slash, ripping the ground and sending energy outward. The startled beast shrieks and recoils, claws raised. The monster yells a warning and flees from an incoming black-purple vortex. The blue-scaled beast staggers as a scorching blast hits its body. A desperate woman cries out as her sibling collapses from a brutal wound. The blue-scaled creature urgently orders the others to keep running. Meanwhile, the brute strikes the wounded one, releasing a destructive energy surge. Explosions tear open the ground, flinging debris and shockwaves everywhere. A determined beast climbs the cliff, pushing through barriers and thick foliage. Suddenly, a huge red vortex erupts beside the ancient pillar, flooding the area. The armored beast recoils, surprised by the sudden strike. The pair realize their pursuer cannot cross the boundary formed by the red pillars. The uneasy beast explains the guardian is limited to the Red Palace grounds. Finally, the wounded beast clutches its chest as its ally supports their escape. A survivor drags her wounded ally through the forest to escape. Meanwhile, a temple erupts with red energy under a pink sky. The stunned observer's eyes widen in alarm upon realizing the true identity of the figure before him. Elsewhere, a predator catches a familiar scent amid a raging vortex. The sinister figure absorbs the swirling blood energy and shatters her restraints. The fierce leader unleashes a powerful command, urging her followers to rise immediately. Winged hunters launch from the temple roof as the hunt begins. In a cave, several figures taunt rival beasts, heightening the standoff. A rodent announces two allies return, startling the staff fighter and white wolf. Two formidable beasts stride out from the swirling portal, ready for action. An armored beast charges into the cave, introducing itself and a smaller partner. A towering leader stands as surrounding beasts bow in respect. A blue-backed messenger reports many Abyss Island behemoths arriving without any herbivores. A wolf-faced brute mocks the crowd, daring anyone to approach the predator ring. A bluefin planner proposes clearing threats outside, then escorting herbivores safely inside. From a wolf's back, a rider questions an injured beast. A bandaged fighter inspects his ally, mentioning the harsh secret realm battle. The armored warrior recalls facing an overwhelming foe and admits defeat. However, a swordsman questions the plan, fearing this foe is even deadlier. A large beast explains the threat is bound to its territory, so staying outside ensures safety. The dominant beast orders its pack to start devouring the kill. The commanding beast urges its followers to consume energy rapidly so they can break through the looming purple barrier. Three observers watch as two leaders return carrying massive, hard-won prey. Two triumphant beasts boast that victory and a huge feast are imminent. Suddenly, a colossal creature erupts from the portal, shocking all onlookers. Shocked beasts stare at a gigantic headless corpse on the ground. Inside the cave, beasts cheer the ape and dragon for slaying the giant monster. The armored beast and gorilla briefly acknowledge their cooperation in that victory. A crowd of beasts swarms the roasted carcass, fighting over choice pieces. The curious beast halts beside the massive corpse, prompting its rider to question a possible connection to the fallen creature. The shark-headed leader orders the beast to transform and the disgusted observer recoils while watching others eat. The blue-horned creature scoffs and refuses to help prepare cooked food, showing clear irritation. The towering shark figure questions the assembled group about the whereabouts of their missing allies. The swordsman explains how a search for powerful allies is underway, using winged subordinates to cover more ground and personally seeking help from others at a distant peak. The armored beast silently observes its companions, acknowledging that the proud creature among them proves more dependable than expected. Inside the cave, a group of overstuffed creatures lounges in contentment after eating themselves full. The armored figure commands the assembled beasts to attempt breaking through the purple barrier. The group halts in front of the glowing barrier as the leader outlines the plan to wait for aerial transport before attempting the vertical passage ahead. The armored beast urges the group to stop hesitating and move toward the portal. The golden beast bounds ahead, rallying its eager companions as the group prepares to hunt. A savage pack of monstrous beasts tears into their struggling prey in a frenzy of violence. The frustrated subordinate complains about doing all the hunting while the others lazily enjoy the rewards near the glowing purple barrier. The armored beast barks at the anxious creatures, demanding they eat faster to prepare for work. An exasperated figure shoves responsibility onto the startled creatures, refusing to look after them any longer. A commanding beast drives the panicked creatures to form a line as chaos erupts in the crowded cave. The boisterous leader charges ahead through the cavern, flanked by fierce allies and soaring creatures, rallying the group with raucous confidence. The scene opens to a breathtaking vista of pink skies, jagged peaks, and flocks of birds soaring above vibrant purple forests. Four creatures stare upward in amazement as the sky suddenly turns a vivid red. Five formidable beasts brace themselves on a blood-red battlefield as a swarm of winged monsters descends. The wary newcomer surveys the bizarre underground world with a cautious companion, questioning if this strange place could become their new domain. The imposing beast asserts that the entrance lies beneath the island and claims the territory as its own. The assertive leader rallies the group to attack the intruders, while allies gather menacingly in the shadows. The leader calls for a strategy session to prepare the group's next moves before their ally arrives. The strategist outlines the plan to defend the secret realm's entrance and divide the behemoths into 2 squads for coordinated exploration and threat elimination. The bandage order urges the assembled beasts to unite and conquer as creatures clash violently under the night sky. The cautious strategist points to a warning symbol on the ground and instructs the group to avoid the palace ahead, emphasizing the overwhelming danger posed by the massive behemoths inside. The blue-browed beast explains that the secret realm's energy flows freely into their bodies, heightening their senses. The fox-like figure feels a surge of red energy gathering within and grows stronger by the moment. The beast-like figure vows to surpass all rivals as red energy swirls and a dark vortex looms behind. The tactician and the beast weigh the risks and benefits of sending their scarce flying scouts to monitor enemy movements. The resolute leader directs the pack, dividing the beast into teams and preparing to test her strength against the realm's defenders. At the front of the horde, the wild leader bellows and surges forward, rallying the beasts to launch a fierce assault. A watchful figure and a small mouse quietly observe as a tense group of beasts gathers in the rocky clearing. The armored guardian voices concern about the sanctuary's safety, knowing that if humans launch a large attack, the strongest defenders cannot protect everyone. The resolute leader urges the fierce group to seek strength by challenging powerful foes and surviving deadly battles. The determined rodent, headband blazing with energy, fiercely vows to become stronger. The armored giant lifts the small orange rodent and commends its courage for daring to challenge the island's fiercest monsters alone. The blue-spiked leader commands the small companion to conquer the sanctuary and prepare to eliminate any intruders on the island. The massive beast lets out a loud burp, looking completely satisfied after its feast. The creature basks in the sanctuary, enjoying effortless meals and feeling its power steadily increase. The exuberant hunter bursts in, hauling a giant carcass to announce the group's triumphant return. The triumphant leader rallies the group as they parade their massive prey through the vivid wilderness. The boastful warrior stands over vanquished enemies, proclaiming her rapid growth in strength. The triumphant brute flexes her gleaming arm and boasts about her overwhelming power. A massive, shark-like figure bursts into laughter, loudly declaring that the simian fighter is starting to resemble the ruler of Abyss Island. The observer notes the gathering of massive beasts and returning flyers, confirming the new food supply is enough to attract every carnivore willing to approach the island. Flying creatures circle warily above a vast, ominous crater that scars the red earth below. The massive beast spreads its wings and surges upward, ready to clash with the approaching foe. The loud ally excitedly announces the bird warrior's return, while her companion stands beside her. The startled creature reels back, overwhelmed by the sudden revelation of the magical realm hidden beneath the island. The wary avian senses a surge of corrupted power within the determined figure, noting the physical transformation as the beast stands guard amid the bones. The proud fighter announces her newfound strength, while her avian companion encourages her and notes the growing gap between them. The irritable bird, perched atop a pile of bones, complains about the wolf's absence with a huff. The observer explains that their companion led the group out to hunt. The serious figure demands to know why the invited guest is missing. The bird explains that the other creatures, used to the icy mountain peaks, refuse to come down. The blue crystal creature exhales in frustration, worried that the harsh climate is too much for the others. The imposing avian confronts the smaller figure amid scattered bones, impatiently demanding the promised companion's whereabouts. The messenger reports that their journey was interrupted when the leader's companion unexpectedly fell ill. An observer notes the patient looks frail and dying. The caretaker urgently retreated to the snowy peak with her weakened companion, as his mysterious illness worsened near the destination. A watcher suspects the absent one is plotting something. The commanding figure postpones the current issue and assigns the sharp-eyed avian and her team to begin aerial reconnaissance, signaling the start of a broader exploration. The strategist claims the pit area and orders aerial scouting first. Then the avian leader plans resource gathering to feed their herbivores. 3 beasts suddenly freeze, sensing imminent danger nearby. A messenger warns the ruler that giant beasts devastated their tribe. A wary beast concludes the mystic land's enemies prepared a major attack. The commanding beast swiftly assigns the simian to defend their position, while instructing the avian ally to lead her group into the skies for an urgent rescue operation. The towering beast, the vigilant flyer, and the fierce guardian are jolted as explosive rumbling shakes the ground. An onlooker suddenly realizes something critical about the situation. A massive monster horde charges, with flying beasts spearheading the assault. An armored scout reports a huge behemoth horde approaching the stronghold. 2 defenders tense up as an unexpected enemy approaches. Their leader rallies armored fighters to retake their land without retreat. The assembled horde charges, launching a brutal attack. The wolf-like leader issues urgent orders, directing the group to spread out as the atmosphere grows tense. A colossal horde of beasts and flying creatures surges across the blood-red battlefield, driving their assault forward. 2 gigantic beasts rear up, unleashing deafening roars in unison. Their leader and his hulking ally rush in, striking viciously. A towering beast gathers blue energy for a massive strike. The colossus roars, sending destructive energy waves across the field. Several monstrous figures recoil in alarm, staggered by a sudden, unseen threat. A resolute rider commands a colossal, electrified dragon as it launches a devastating thunderous attack. A huge winged beast strikes with lightning, scattering foes everywhere. A hulking foe staggers back under repeated electric blasts. A pack of beasts charges together, beginning their coordinated assault. The monstrous attacker releases a barrage of explosive energy blasts, filling the air with destructive force. The ferocious beast unleashes a massive energy blast toward its startled opponent. Savage creatures collide amid roaring explosions and blazing fire. The triumphant fighter roars, recognizing a sudden surge in power. Meanwhile, a flock of monstrous birds floods the sky, threatening all below. Winged predators swoop down carrying prey, and the nearby crowd scatters. The monstrous avian unleashes a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades, tearing through the battlefield. A group of startled beasts scrambles to evade as a flock of shadowy predators dive overhead in a sudden assault. Above, the mighty ruler soars as the gathered beasts cheer. The winged ruler circles overhead, calling her flock to regroup. Soon, the winged leader sends her swarm into a violent attack. A colossal white beast, ridden by a resolute warrior brandishing a golden weapon, barrels into the hostile pack. The white predator clamps its jaws around the massive beast's neck as the two monsters collide in a brutal struggle. The airborne fighter hurls a spiraling energy blade downward, tearing through the air with overwhelming force. One monster is decapitated under a relentless barrage of energy attacks. A gorilla-like fighter rushes forward, refusing to lag behind allies. The enraged beast throws a massive fiery punch at its target. The fighter's flaming punch slams into a massive beast, shaking the ground. A determined combatant grabs the opponent's feathered limb in a firm hold. The enraged creature releases a wild roar that echoes across the area. As explosions erupt, the defenders struggle to hold their ground against the relentless onslaught of monstrous beasts. The beast crowd celebrates loudly, praising their ruler's overwhelming strength. Then, an enormous beast charges forward, tearing through the swirling dust. The beast bares her fangs and hurls a challenge, daring her unseen foe to approach. The challenger runs through the red forest, demanding an opponent show their strength. The attacker drives a crushing punch into the towering brute's body. The enraged beast unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the surroundings. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure with furred feet creeps cautiously through the undergrowth. A desperate fighter struggles to restrain a rampaging beast by its frill. The raging creature grabs two huge horns and lets out a deafening roar. An imposing bird warrior lunges forward, fiercely demanding the desired item. The muscular figure hoists the giant beast overhead and hurls it with explosive force. A fierce figure leaps down and launches a sudden attack on the massive beast below. An excitable supporter pumps their fists and shouts encouragement from the sidelines. Suddenly, a roar echoes across the surrounding mountains. The massive beast charges ahead, unleashing another deafening roar. Meanwhile, a messenger reports two giant beasts, many dead, leader fighting alone. The colossal predator lunges forward, jaws wide as it launches a savage assault. A blue fighter counters by blasting the beast with lightning. The lightning-charged monster lunges, aiming a crushing blow at him. Then, the spiked blue beast shocks it, hurling the giant back. The creature realizes its last attack was far stronger than before. The monster rushes in, launching a multi-headed lightning bite. The blue, spiked attacker clamps its jaws into the giant. Now, the armored beast ignites with blue energy, signaling the true battle. An electrified warrior glares ahead and declares the fight has begun. Soon after, he shouts a final cry, ending the battle. He unleashes a lightning dragon slash as the huge beast braces. The towering fighter hammers a glowing fist into the horned enemy. A surge of electricity explodes as two monstrous beasts collide in a brutal clash. The towering creature roars again, shaking the ground and driving foes back. The giant beast bellows, bearing fangs as its eyes blaze. The victorious crowd erupts in celebration as the two colossal beasts are swiftly defeated. The beast-like figure clenches his teeth and resolves to quickly grow stronger. A winged enemy sneers at her opponent's sudden confidence. Elsewhere, a raging predator roars while herds flee from swooping attackers. An armored brute rallies allies and orders a ruthless strike on fallen foes. A pack of wild creatures tears into a heap of monster corpses beneath the ominous, pink sky. The triumphant beasts gather around the slain monster, loudly celebrating their victory as they feast together. One hungry member finally asks to have the meat cooked. A tall beast boasts about ruining his companion's sense of taste. The leader refuses exceptions, insisting everyone follow the same eating custom. The ape reluctantly apologizes while sitting between the others, as the group debates fairness and equal treatment for everyone. Huge birds and wolves surge forward in a unified attack. A boastful beast bursts in, announcing the hunting squad's victory. An armored brute taunts a winged foe, asking how far they chased. A predator tightens its grip on wounded prey after a long chase. The dominant leader secures the battlefield as the trusted scout receives orders to patrol the outskirts and monitor powerful threats. With the behemoths dead, an armored beast urges them to fortify. 1 week later, scorched forests smolder beneath unnatural purple skies. As the other tribes depart, the group eagerly gathers around the fire and digs into the sizzling skewers, celebrating their newfound peace. The exhausted cook complains about grilling countless skewers without eating. The cook keeps grilling while a companion insists serving others matters most. The leaders finalize their expanded territory and assign daily aerial patrols to maintain security and communication among the tribes. A strategist proposes the Valley in Red Palace as a secure, energy-rich base. The group acknowledges their recent progress but realizes they remain outmatched by the Euro shadows as a swirling vortex looms overhead. A massive winged beast hurtles straight toward the blinding energy sphere. A frantic lookout circles above, warning of humans approaching. Soon, a startled watcher notices an unexpected arrival overhead. 4 monstrous guardians bristle defensively as intruders near their burning forest. An armored leader urges calm, reasoning the threat isn't underworld since it hasn't attacked. A menacing beast demands details about 2 humans from a nervous scout. 2 startled allies hear that visitors are arriving on a sword and wine jug. A wary observer watches as an elderly figure and a swordsman descend from the sky atop a massive blade, uncertain about their intentions. The messenger reports the enemies traveling with a badly injured polar bear-like behemoth. 3 beasts freeze in shock when an unexpected polar bear appears. A suspicious pack confronts the polar bear, demanding to know its allegiance. The group of formidable beasts charges forward with urgency toward their destination. A glowing portal suddenly opens inside the cavern. An old healer pours magic into the massive wounded beast while a youth watches. The anxious youth asks the elder if the creature can still live. The elderly man kneels beside the wounded beast, realizing he is unable to save it. The older man unleashes a powerful energy attack toward his serious opponent. A massive beast and its companion surge forward with hostile intent as the unmistakable polar bear appears. The group inspects the giant bloody corpse, each on edge as they assess the aftermath. The resolute figure looks upward, preparing to take decisive action. A furious beast-like figure pins a blade to the calm man's throat, demanding to know if he is responsible for the harm done, while a smaller observer watches anxiously. The trembling elder staggers back, frantically begging for mercy as a blade slices through the air toward him. The furious aggressor seizes the white-haired figure, demanding answers for the polar bear's blade-inflicted wounds. A mediator urges the 2 quarreling beasts to calm down, reminding everyone of the recent allies' helpful actions and preventing further conflict. The dragon urgently instructs the ape to feed glowing fruits to the massive, wounded bear as the others stand by, tense and watchful. The interrogator demands a clear explanation as the wary figure listens in the dim cave. The swordsman expertly flicks his blade into the air, maintaining unwavering focus in the dim cavern. The smaller figure jumps up to meet the towering creature's gaze, making conversation easier. 2 figures descend from the sky on a giant gourd, urgently relaying information about recent movements of an underworld faction, while a lone listener stands alert below. The group finds a massive, gravely injured white bear, and despite the healer's efforts, its wounds are too severe to save it. A concerned figure brings the wounded beast to safety, carefully offering healing berries to aid its recovery. A glowing power revives the giant beast as 2 onlookers marvel at the fruit's life-saving effects. The vigilant guardian thanks the group for their help and warns that a notorious faction may already be taking action. The cautious leader scrutinizes his counterpart, sharply questioning the whereabouts and actions of the other powerful entities. The imposing figure explains that the secret realm has become Abyss Island's second base, crediting recent discoveries about the barrier and the energy of the Deathrot Crawler King to their informants. The suspicious figure questions the enemy about the behemoths gaining new energy from the secret realm while standing atop a massive sword overlooking a cavern of giant bones. The observer acknowledges the group's rapid growth and strength, hinting at an unresolved concern. The strategist senses mounting danger as the enemy gathers forces and prepares to advance toward the island. The tactician warns that all enemy leaders have regrouped, survivors are secretly detained, but a dangerous adversary escaped and may expose critical information. The captive struggles desperately as the masked figure prepares to extract the super metal, a process that will surely end her life. The interrogator brushes off the captive's importance and demands details about the underworld sanctuary's leader and the other elders. The green-haired speaker reveals that the reclusive leader of the underworld sinner sanctuary, known only as Wrath, controls the elders from the shadows and remains largely unknown. A menacing figure unleashes overwhelming ice power, sending frost and crystalline formations surging across the landscape. A high-ranking metahuman with teleportation powers surges forward, emitting bursts of electric energy that electrify the atmosphere. A formidable psychic antagonist with dangerous charm and petrification abilities is introduced. The 4th elder unleashes overwhelming gravity-based energy, dominating the area with unmatched support and control. The 5th elder gains strength and healing by devouring flesh. The reptilian fighter grins, eager to test this devouring power. The leader plans to attack the sanctuary, retreating to train with behemoths if necessary. He hands over a satellite phone, ordering transformation to human form for enemy updates. The confident advisor instructs the group to give the item to their shape-shifting ally, reassures them about potential threats from rival factions, and notes the lack of suspicious activity nearby. At the gates of the Sky Marshal Division, the lead figure warns that larger national powers pose a greater threat than the underworld sanctuary. He reveals Sakura Nation targets Abyss Island and may ally with the sanctuary. A massive beast emerges from the cave, threatening intruders with the island's monsters. The elder laughs loudly, amused they share the same insulting nickname. Standing on the wounded beast, the leader declares departure after assuring the companion's recovery. The cautious traveler hears the shark guide's invitation to enter the glowing portal. He promises his companion they'll explore the secret realm after resolving Abyss Island. The elder bids farewell as both figures bow to each other in the cave. 3 beasts depart, promising reunion, while the 2 travelers silently watch. 2 figures clash midair in the shadowy cave while their wary companions watch from the darkness. An anxious ally warns the scaled fighter of approaching enemies and asks about the snowy peak. A wounded beast recoils in shock after an unexpected blow. The injured beast jolts awake, realizing it is in unfamiliar surroundings. As the wounded giant stirs, nearby animals react in alarm. Inside the cave, the battered white bear relaxes upon seeing familiar allies arrive. A frantic creature bellows for someone to rescue their imperiled leader. The group urgently demands an explanation from the imposing guardian about their leader's condition. A wounded ally stumbles in, reporting that their companion has been abducted. The alert fighter demands to know who took them and what occurred. The wounded witness says everything changed after the Lord followed the ominous bird and returned. The grim protector reports the Lord's health collapsing since returning, showing signs of grave illness. Sensing danger, a watcher directs massive ice beasts and reindeer retreating into the cave. The loyal guardian declares that he, Snow Monster, and several guards will stay to defend. A colossal red phantom gate appears on the snowy peak, revealing a crimson world. Immediately, someone shouts a dire warning about the ominous Red Palace. A horde of colossal, feathered monsters burst through the glowing red portal, shaking the battlefield. A horde of colossal guardians is instantly swept into a savage and chaotic battle against relentless beasts. A hulking beast hurls its arm forward as a whirling black figure tears effortlessly through ice and anything in its path. The wounded leader rallies the defenders as a monstrous shadow, and its beasts assault the crystal barrier. A towering beast with glowing eyes and horns charges forward at the critical moment. The horned savior charges into the red phantom gate alongside the spinning monster, risking everything to protect the onlookers. A surge of destructive energy erupts within the red phantom gate, reducing it to rubble. The battered survivors collapse in the snow, reeling from their victory and mourning the unknown fate of their trapped leader. The panicked subordinate frantically explains their failure to locate or rescue their leader while facing an intense confrontation in the dark cave. The blue-armored figure urgently pleads for assistance to save a powerful ally. The quick-thinking one urgently warns the group about the dangerous monster from the secret realm, causing the others to react with alarm and confusion. The wounded creature urgently warns its formidable opponent about a deadly monster encountered in the cave's secret realm. The suspicious observer questions how the enemy escaped the Red Palace, speculating about hidden passages and the use of strange portals. 4 determined figures gather with raised fists, uniting their resolve to enter the secret realm and launch a rescue mission. The blue strategist realizes their group remains vastly outmatched, especially since the looming foe commands the monstrous behemoths within the secret realm. The wounded beast urges the others to risk everything and defend the island in return for past protection. The determined pair rally their allies, vowing to risk everything to rescue their benefactor. The watchful figure stares ahead in tense silence, her expression unwavering. The armored leader urges the gathered group to devise a strategy and prepare for the impending rescue mission against a powerful enemy. The commanding figure hands over the glowing fruits, instructing the winged ally to mobilize their group for an urgent rescue at Sage Snow Peak. The winged commander orders the simian subordinate to supply the injured beast with food, summon all the island's titans, and prepare for further instructions. The dragon-like leader orders the wolf subordinate to discreetly lead a team and gather intelligence near the Red Valley. The leader commands the group to split up and regroup at the Secret Realm's pit to finalize preparations for tomorrow's decisive battle. The dominant intruder swoops down, scattering the startled bats in the shadowy cavern. The group advances toward the glowing portal, bracing themselves for what lies ahead. Inside the cave, the armored beast anxiously consults the digital companion about how to survive against the stronger shadow adversary, but receives only a resigned reminder of their current weakness. The beast urgently inquires about items or skills that can quickly enhance the group's combat strength through the digital interface. The resourceful figure is struck by inspiration, quickly conceiving a weapon idea suited for the fierce beast. The armored beast demands to see the weapon as the small spirit promises to lead the way deeper into the glowing cave. Dodging between piles of beast skulls, the group rushes toward the opening in the dense foliage. The blue creature shouts, having finally figured out the solution. The startled figure recoils in shock, eyes wide with alarm. He recoils again, realizing the supposed weapon is the rotten crawler king's head. Meanwhile, they reveal a giant dragon skeleton tangled in vines. A digital advisor proposes turning the enormous skull into a weapon. An armored ally doubts the plan and recalls the king's 8 abilities. Another ally hesitates at grafting all 8 abilities onto the leader. The floating 8 explains only 2 or 3 abilities are possible with current resources. The massive beast grins as a glowing portal activates beside its companion. Soon after, the beast presents a glowing blue object under an arch. A ritual arena appears below with a flaming central altar. A captive strains against glowing chains, trying desperately to break free. The chained captive hangs over a glowing bowl as the sacrifice begins. Nearby, a chained stone pillar looms under the darkening sky. A lookout watches from hiding, gauging the worsening situation. The ambitious figure unleashes a dark portal within the arena, seizing the mystical power before the temple. The villain declares they will absorb the group's power as a vortex forms. The defiant challenger mocks the island's guardian and vows to eliminate every protector of the mystic realms to claim their powers. The chained foe swears to rule the world as a behemoth god. Meanwhile, a wounded guardian in the forest senses this ominous new power. The quick-thinking leader urgently commands the others to retreat and deliver the critical news. A huge fissure tears open the red ground, heralding impending disaster. A hulking beast and 2 flyers leap together into the red portal. Inside, the hulking beast and a giant enemy ready for battle. An ally checks the injured giant, while a bird and fighter stand ready. The large white bear announces recovery and inquires about any updates regarding the missing lord. The analytical one reveals that their wolfkin has returned with confirmation of the Red Palace's occupant, validating their suspicions. The white beast and the towering primate rally together and charge off to begin the rescue mission. The impatient beast argues with the group, insisting they charge in to rescue their ally without further delay. The anxious strategist warns that the swirling shadow drains the leader's life force and that a reckless assault could doom everyone. The armored leader insists they avoid fighting and rescue him. The trio rushes forward to capture the Euro Shadow's attention and keep it focused on them. The commanding figure assigns the vigilant rescuer to evacuate the captive from the valley while vowing to hold back the looming threat. Meanwhile, the cautious observer wonders if the shadow creature remains confined in the valley. The trio quickly debates trapping the enemy inside the valley or luring it out. The devoted ally rushes forward, determined to act without hesitation. Elsewhere, the beast leader orders a subordinate to intercept incoming enemy reinforcements. The white beast blocks the route, determined to stop any escape. The leader commands the direwolf chief to escort the large beast to meet each tribe's head and prepare for departure. Later, the towering reptile surveys assembled allies before the impending battle. The strategist distributes special items to strengthen everyone for the coming fight. The dominant warrior confronts newcomers, demanding to know the purpose of their strange gear. Meanwhile, the towering ally with blue spikes hands a spiked weapon to the wolf. A taunting fighter waves a dog collar while both groups mock the outcast. The armored figure shows a storage item that can hold many weapons. Then a determined fighter accepts enhanced weapons and a reinforced wrist guard for power. One overjoyed figure marvels at a pile of weapons while her companion reacts with sarcastic disbelief. 3 glowing swords streak upward across the blood-red sky. Next, the shark-like ally gives a spiked magic ring, removing any need to revisit the cave. A towering figure with a wolf hand offers a resizing magic collar to the beast. A mysterious spiked collar with a red gem is introduced as a new tool. Meanwhile, everyone laughs while the wolf-like fighter gets teased for wearing the collar. The hostile beast glares and bares its teeth, challenging its opponent to a fight. The smug challenger ignores protests and warns the bird warrior she is next. Then the shark-like ally offers a glowing hair growth tonic to the feathered companion. The bird snaps in outrage as the beast mocks her with a bottle of hair growth tonic, fueling the tense exchange. The amused beast sprays the tonic, making new magical feathers sprout instantly. Now the massive bird displays fresh magic-charged feathers that will boost her abilities. The larger fighter ridicules the smaller bird for still lacking new feathers. The frustrated tinkerer jabs her device at the feathered rival's neck mid-argument. A massive radiant beast appears, dominating the crimson sky. The companion notes new feathers as the beast displays restored wings. The towering creature inspects the feathers, then decides to drop its grudge. The beast raises a lantern, signaling that the next phase begins. The feathered ally receives a magic tonic bottle and listens to instructions. A simian fighter interrupts, demanding to know what reward awaits. The beast taunts its opponent, while unleashing a surge of energy from its mouth. A colossal radiant dragon skull hurtles forward in a devastating attack. The ape-like warrior brandishes a glowing skull weapon, shocking her companions. The towering beast presents the giant skull, as the armored ally asks how to use it. 2 allies present a massive clawed gauntlet with a glowing red gem. The strategist says only 2 modified abilities are ready as the fighter confronts the beast. The monstrous attacker strikes with toxic body, temporarily overwhelming the beastly opponent. The proud figure unveils a powerful new technique, radiating confidence. The fighter unleashes the Shangli Dragon Fist, sending the opponent flying. Then the fighter's dragon fist tears into the enemy, causing severe bleeding. The warrior grabs the massive clawed gauntlet, reveling in its power. A disgruntled bird complains about unfair treatment, while the nearby beast ignores it. The gruff man, bird perched on his head, criticizes the other's cowardly groveling. As night falls, the towering leader signals the group to move. The commander orders the beast squad to prepare for flight toward the Red Palace. The commanding beast tells bear and wolf packs to rush to the Red Valley. The determined supporter commands the urgent charge, soaring through the sky on a fierce beast with 2 powerful allies. As the group launches a daring rescue mission, the commanding beast rallies the pack and charges to rescue their captive ally. The group finally spots the looming Red Palace ahead. The commander urges the mount to hurry, hoping to reach the palace unnoticed. Suddenly, monstrous attackers swoop down, launching an aerial ambush on the group. A monstrous creature slams its massive claw into the ground, scattering debris. A crackling weapon surges with energy, slicing through the red haze. The man unleashes brilliant blue energy, activating his devastating ability. A giant beast fires an energy blast engulfing the battlefield. The blast becomes a blue surge obliterating everything around. A massive beam of energy crashes into the canyon, erupting in a violent explosion. Then a red-eyed entity erupts from the vortex, threatening the intruder. The group realizes their explosion only scorched the indestructible gate. The injured beast warns the others that a stronger enemy approaches. The guardian unleashes Euro Slash, sending a dark vortex at them. The warrior braces himself, eyes wide with shock as his opponent blurs across the battlefield and the ground cracks beneath him. Soon a massive energy surge tears through the darkness, beginning the assault. The fighter blocks the vortex by smashing it with her sword. She leaps and releases a red energy slash across the battlefield. The towering foe taunts her, easily intimidating the shaken opponent. A beastly ally is flung back as the gemmed monster charges. The beast grapples the monster, each straining for dominance. Meanwhile, another fighter swings to intercept the swirling red-black energy. The towering beast lunges through the swirling portal, slamming her foe backward amid the crimson chaos. Her attack stops as an armored fist effortlessly blocks her blow. Frustrated, the beast lashes out with another wild strike. Suddenly, a new figure emerges from red energy, freezing everyone with sheer presence. The monstrous attacker hurls explosive rounds toward the defiant figure standing in the forest. The dragon-like being snaps its fingers, triggering a deadly effect. The shark-like figure unleashes a barrage of explosive blue energy blasts toward the swirling vortex. The armored strategist decides they must slow the enemy's spin first. Then the strategist concentrates, preparing to launch a psychic attack. The giant beast roars with power, shaking the crimson sky. A shocked fighter is trapped in blue energy while a dark shadow appears. Seizing the opening, the warrior unleashes a golden slash. The combatant rushes forward, attacking together with a colossal dragon skull. The giant beast slams its weapon down, making the armored foe brace. Finally, the beast breathes blue energy, continuing the assault after the psychic hit. A fighter fires blue energy into the black-red vortex. A furious figure unleashes a colossal blue energy beam across the chaotic battlefield. An observer notes the spinning foe deflects attacks with hidden weapons. Soon, a black vortex rises and bats away incoming arrows. A warrior swings his sword, deflecting arrows from nearby allies. An attacker grabs the wounded horned foe while another creature watches. The watcher flinches as the armored enemy reveals shield, blade, and crossbow. A warrior launches a spinning energy slash, forcing his opponent to brace. A fighter thrusts a swirling spear, sending energy surging forward. A towering beast staggers as a volley of arrows pierces it. Meanwhile, an onlooker watches a giant wield a spear against the armored foe. A lone challenger faces a chained beast in the open. Nearby, a horned fighter crouches low, bracing for impact. Monstrous allies manage to pin the swirling beast atop the ruins. A towering serpent confronts an armored warrior who refuses to retreat. A determined youth orders his mount to dive rapidly downward. A hulking beast and two figures are hurled backwards, crashing into trees from a sudden, overwhelming impact. Later, spinning arrows burst outward, slicing through the dark sky. A guard shouts a warning as crossbow bolts rain toward the group. A beast-like runner crashes through trees, racing desperately toward his sibling. A stunned woman recoils, struggling to accept what she just saw. Sheltered by an aura, a survivor endures falling spikes and debris. An onlooker is shocked as the battered fighter still stands unharmed. Suddenly, a grinning being transforms into human form to attack. The confident user reveals a huge advanced weapon, changing the battle's balance. A silver-haired attacker fires energy from his weapon, blasting the rocky ground ahead. A startled observer watches a glowing projectile streak toward the ancient structure. A massive explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the cosmic landscape. A shocked onlooker recoils as blue energy exposes a terrifying revelation. Finally, a focused figure controls the vortex, warping reality before the temple. The white-haired winner taunts his weakened enemy. Gunfire erupts, escalating the standoff. A barrage of projectiles crashes against the energy barrier as chaos erupts under the swirling red sky. The fighter steadies himself, preparing a counterattack. The winged beast charges, releasing a surge of energy. Then the winged creature fires a massive electrified blast. A stunned fighter recoils as blue energy erupts before him. A blast rips through the temple roof, spreading red mist. Now, a determined rider flies on a giant bird toward battle. An enormous white bird bursts with excitement upon seeing the master awaken in the lively forest. The captive concedes she cannot escape her tracking pursuer. Meanwhile, the winged escapee says their pursuers are distracted and delayed. The fugitive rides a serpent bird, fleeing the Red Valley. A tense woman braces, expecting someone to be teleported to her. Startled, she recoils and demands an explanation. At once, a blinding energy surge erupts as two enemies clash. The villain narrows glowing eyes, shocked by the sudden rescue. The gloating enemy reveals their true goal and fires a huge blast. The monstrous opponent recoils in confusion as its vision suddenly blurs amid the raging storm. Meanwhile, the leader charges on a blue-spined beast to attack the temple. The creature recoils in disbelief as its captive vanishes from the gravity field without a trace. The watchful beast urgently warns the towering reptile to look up, sensing imminent danger from above. Suddenly, a huge winged beast descends while onlookers brace. The armored rider and the fierce beast recoil in shock as a swirling dark portal tears open the blood-red sky. A brutal fighter launches a spinning attack. A giant bird is struck mid-flight and screams in pain. Beast-like allies shout to their wounded companion amid the chaos. Then, a massive explosion devastates the forest below the red sky. A huge wounded beast struggles to stand under the bloody moon. The wounded creature panics as another monster suddenly appears. The winged attacker taunts her foe, then hurls a spinning slash. A massive energy burst rips through the forest, blasting shockwaves outward. A desperate fighter struggles to shield herself, gathering energy in her hand. The horned woman reels as a brutal blow sends blood flying. A stunned onlooker cries out in fear as one figure dashes toward the heart of a violent explosion. A towering captor slams the weakened prisoner to her knees. The remorseful leader collapses as the enraged bird closes in. The wounded bird collapses, realizing its injuries can no longer heal. Meanwhile, the mocking enemy releases a dark vortex at the battered defender. A red-haired attacker lunges forward to seize the swirling life essences. Spinning energy bolts barrage the radiant barrier, rattling the battlefield. The monstrous bird attacks relentlessly as its battered foe urges an ally to flee. The horned woman shakily gathers energy in her hands, trying to fight back. The crazed challenger jeers at the opponent, demanding another round. A devastating spinning strike rips through the air, detonating in a huge blast. A monstrous claw tears through the dimensional barrier as the lone onlooker recoils in shock beneath the swirling vortex. A regal figure is wounded and bleeding while a panicked creature screams. A menacing figure unleashes dark energy toward the unconscious captive, vowing to end her life out of spite. A towering beast hurls a spiraling attack toward the distant, braced defender. A giant creature unleashes a blue energy surge that obliterates everything ahead. Then the figure's eyes blaze red and a torrent of dark power erupts. A sudden blue blast shoots at the swirling fighter as a winged watcher recoils. Soon, 3 allies rush in together, announcing themselves outside the grand hall. A savage warrior dives in, striking the churning shadow vortex below. The towering brute smashes her opponent into the ground. Meanwhile, an armored creature hurriedly checks on its injured comrades amid the chaos. The newly restored bird watches anxiously as the horned woman's life fades. The winged leader orders a beast to carry the glowing fruit to the hall. The dragon, ape, and wolverine brace to face the spinning enemy. Finally, the red-eyed foe orders them to surrender the life essence she owns. The 2 challengers stand firm beneath the red sky, demanding to know why their life essence should be claimed by another. The red-haired foe prepares to reveal a dangerous secret to her opponent. The masked fighter stops and reveals her true face. The armed woman raises sword and crossbow, ready to fight. Meanwhile, the red-haired warrior fixes her gaze on an unseen threat. A 5-legged monster with a human face suddenly appears, shocking everyone below. A watchful bird jerks back, startled by the sudden arrival. The crazed woman laughs and proclaims that she is the monster. A shocked observer stumbles back, unable to comprehend the revelation. Hovering over the slain beast, she declares herself a corrupted monstrous heart. The red-haired challenger taunts her furious bird-like foe, heightening the standoff. The larger beast demands answers from the silent, kneeling creature. The kneeling one admits releasing the darkness and creating the monster. All 4 beastly figures recoil in shock as something unexpected unfolds before them. Long ago, an ancient explorer entered the hidden lands of Abyss Island. The vigilant observer surveys the sprawling temple complex from a high perch, gauging the surroundings with focused intent. After defeating the guardian, the challenger enters the Red Palace, sensing immense power. Inside the chamber, a lone seeker beholds a colossal pulsing red crystal. A horned beast collapses, overwhelmed by the swirling red crystal's power. Bound by crimson restraints, the victim writhes in unending pain and darkness. The horned creature thrashes as oppressive red energy engulfs it. A surge of ominous energy erupts from deep within as the figure struggles to contain the overwhelming shadow. While the victim remains trapped in illusion, invaders break in and drain the red crystals. After absorbing that power, the towering beasts mutate and grow even stronger. The biggest brute restrains the mutated monarch, whose strength is overtaking the others. The monstrous ruler slaughters every rival beast to claim all the red crystals. A hulking monster towers over a smaller challenger, asserting dominance. A cautious survivor realizes the crawler king ambushed him while he was illusion-bound. The frightened creature recoils after seeing the dark figure torn apart. Finally, a hulking beast charges the ritual site as a lone defender guards the crystal. The beast fights desperately against the encroaching darkness, unable to destroy its opponent due to their shared origin. The captive beast guards the seal, blocking other monsters. He admits he aided strong beasts, stealing their life force while evading pursuit. A confident figure explains that the presence of her life essence in another's blood enabled the enemy to break the seal and target the mountain. The group faces their opponents on the blood-red battlefield as the second round of combat commences. A massive beast bursts from the red forest, advancing. A roaring horde charges forward, starting the assault. The red-haired leader reveals her plan and summons new minions. The enraged woman orders her subordinates to attack. Another monster horde surges in, plunging the battlefield into chaos. The gloating beast taunts them, announcing its reinforcements. In response, allied beasts rush to intercept, signaling their leader to advance. 2 monsters face off, preparing for a decisive clash. Nearby, monsters maul each other beneath the red sky. The blue-armored fighter signals a brutal rematch as smoke clears. With unwavering focus and energy surging around him, the challenger braces as the battle officially begins. Opposing him, a fighter brandishes a gravity gun, taunting. The lone fighter unleashes swirling energy, shattering multiple barriers. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman braces as the menacing orbs return. At the center of the raging battlefield, the fierce figure unleashes a massive surge of energy, sending vortexes and pillars of power spiraling outward. Suddenly, a hulking attacker drops from above, swinging a giant skull. She unleashes a spinning dark slash, driving back her opponent. A lunging bite is stopped by a swiftly raised sword. A crushing hit shatters the armored beast's mask. She thrusts her dagger, but a jeweled shield blocks it. The beast flings her winged enemy high through the air. Then the red-haired commander orders her monster ally to charge. The red-haired woman recoils, instantly ready for an unexpected threat. A clawed hand casually blocks the spear, dismissing the threat. Meanwhile, the blue-armored beast gathers energy to support its ally. The blue beast unleashes a devastating energy blast toward its simian adversary in the forest. Meanwhile, the red-haired fighter slams her shield down after another setback. An armored warrior blocks the red enemy's energy strike with her spear. Then the white-haired defender raises black shields to stop the blue blast. A battered figure falls, smashing through the glowing energy barrier. Elsewhere, the red-haired woman learns several people are plotting against her. The two allies celebrate after finally achieving their shared goal. The fierce combatant surges forward and unleashes a devastating golden slash with her glowing blade. A determined swordsman fires a blazing golden slash at his red-haired foe. A ferocious beast charges on all fours, ripping the ground with energy. As the challenger rushes in, the aggressor releases a spinning energy slash. A wounded figure glares and hurls an insult off-panel. A determined warrior's golden slash collides with a spinning dark attack. However, the red-haired fighter recoils when her foe ignores the gravity field. The beastman relentlessly trains with his sword under crushing gravity, as a massive companion boasts about his strength. The red-haired opponent rushes with her spiked shield, mocking the other's efforts. Angered, the beast readies a spiked weapon as energy surges around him. A massive beast slams its paw down, radiating blue energy. A winged attacker dives and rains energy slashes on the target. Then a furious beast charges forward, roaring as it prepares to strike. A wary fighter recoils after learning every opponent can transform. A fierce challenger lunges in and bites the spinning staff weapon. A fierce combatant releases a red slash that rips through the field. The red-haired fighter staggers after a sudden heavy blow hits. The beast lunges forward once more, sword clenched tightly in its jaws, unleashing another relentless assault. The red-haired warrior is surprised as a flying swordsman dives at her. A radiant warrior's sword strike engulfs the monster in blinding light. A massive energy slash crashes against a desperate defense as the two opponents collide with explosive force. Finally, the red-haired defender braces and blocks the incoming blast. The battered shield explodes into pieces, spraying debris and energy. The blue-spiked creature cheers, urging its ally to continue. A determined fighter fires explosive projectiles at her enemy. She dodges blue blasts, protesting their reckless risk. Then blue energy detonates, violently shaking the area. The winged attacker recoils as her blast is easily deflected. Meanwhile, the winged beast prepares a final strike before gravity fades. The entire landscape erupts into flames beneath the unnatural purple sky. The startled creature reels back in sudden alarm. A shadowed foe surges with power, driving the creature back. The hulking beast transforms, flooding the field with magma. The red-haired fighter recoils as overwhelming energy fills everywhere. The cloaked caster unleashes a massive attack on the flaming beast. A horned watcher recoils at another unexpected enemy ability. The monster releases molten energy, scorching the battlefield. Soon, a vigilant fighter senses a new overwhelming threat. A determined ally erupts with fiery power, revealing hidden strength. The beast breathes devastating fire, engulfing its surroundings. The red-haired warrior staggers, barely enduring the oncoming force. She charges the huge wolf, forcing it into vulnerability. The scarred beast mocks the foe for a mistake. The wolf warrior walks away, leaving her stunned. A long-haired fighter blasts the red-haired woman with energy. Suddenly, the lone figure's eye flares, signaling imminent power. A figure reels back as a violent explosion of energy engulfs the battlefield. The wounded fighter is hurled back by a searing blast. Nevertheless, the injured combatant pushes forward through embers. The enraged warrior rises amid smoke, ready to continue fighting. The monstrous attacker unleashes a devastating burst of lava, taunts the opponent, and prepares for a lethal follow-up. The opponent screams defiance, refusing to surrender. Finally, a determined figure charges forward in a burst. The armored warrior mocks the fleeing enemy's cowardly retreat. Meanwhile, a lookout warns that the enemy races to the Red Palace. A normally calm ally stands stunned by the unexpected turn. Soon after, the red-haired fugitive sprints ahead while pursuers lag behind. A hulking beast swings its arm, smashing toward the spinning red orb. The red-haired archer fires a rapid barrage of arrows. In response, a winged attacker sends a wind blade that shreds the arrows. The red-haired woman dodges falling arrows before the temple, mocking her attackers. The red-haired rival races ahead, taunting her pursuer for being slow. Meanwhile, a vengeful foe targets the palace to steal the red crystal's power. Fiery energy condenses at the temple entrance, shocking the nearby onlooker. The red-haired woman stares in disbelief at the person she never expected. A glowing woman shouts for help while golden shots rip through the hall. Instead, the fierce fighter reveals she can teleport directly in front of her foe. An enraged warrior charges ahead, striking anyone who blocks her path. A massive blast strikes the airborne opponent as the figure below unleashes a devastating attack. The red-haired woman surges forward, shoving aside everyone in her way. At once, the white-haired leader orders the battle to end immediately. The furious fighter lunges forward, declaring she will kill her foe. A feral attacker transforms midair and dives, weapon raised at the defiant enemy. The red-haired fighter narrowly avoids a blast, landing just beyond the explosion. Two massive beasts advance, stomping closer with each heavy step. There, three monstrous guardians block the bloody path, preventing entry to the palace. The enemy grins darkly, preparing to release her concealed power. The raging woman explodes with violent energy, screaming as it surges out. A towering creature emits a stunning shockwave, leaving a nearby fighter clutching her ears. The winged warrior slashes the beast with her sword, drawing a pained roar. The towering beast roars explosively, blasting its attackers back in all directions. Soon, two monstrous fighters charge ahead, launching a fresh assault. A horde of monsters advances as someone realizes the enemy is rallying the whole realm. A blue-marked beast rushes to warn its ally about secret realm monsters. Meanwhile, a battered survivor warns others as the beasts go berserk. A wounded beast crashes down and overpowers its shrieking enemy. A guardian raises his sword, preparing to face the approaching behemoths. A massive golden beast charges forward, gripping a spear in its jaws. A horde of savage beasts surges forward, unleashing a violent assault amid blinding light. The wounded creature collapses, clearly crippled by the recent assault. A wild-haired fighter charges in, blasting red energy at the oncoming enemies. Meanwhile, the woman calmly absorbs the red energy from the fallen monsters. A panicked beast tells his ally to retreat from these overpowering enemies. Their enemy erupts with power and mocks her opponent with crazed laughter. Then a towering beast releases violent wind and begins a devastating transformation. The white-furred beast summons tornadoes that tear apart the charging monsters. A roaring brute trades barbs with her sarcastic opponent amid the ongoing fight. The vigilant beast urgently warns the group to silence their companion before her cries draw dangerous creatures. A raging creature fires a massive energy blast that engulfs the area. Soon a towering surge of blue energy hurtles toward the defiant fighter. A glowing-eyed warrior charges in and savagely attacks a group of monsters. A squad of creatures rushes forward and releases a coordinated barrage of magic. In response, the enraged fighter slashes through the swarm of feathered foes. A winged predator dives and releases crimson energy onto the fallen creatures. The wild-haired figure grins fiercely as she announces her near-complete recovery after absorbing a vast surge of energy. With a determined stomp that shakes the ground, the challenger signals that the true battle is about to commence. A massive stone structure crashes down, violently shaking the earth as dust swirls in the air. A colossal, chained stone structure surges upward beneath the blood-red sky. The captive is chained at the center of the ritual arena while a towering beast watches from afar. The stunned beast recoils, confronted by an unforeseen threat beneath the blood-red sky. The ancient fighter hovers in the air, boasting about perfecting a personalized combat style over centuries of boredom. The challenger brandishes a heavy chain beneath the blood-red sky, unveiling her ultimate move. Gigantic spike discs crash down as a deadly trap is unleashed. The wary group halts as the watchful beast warns everyone to stay alert for a potential ambush. Meanwhile, atop the broken stairs, a fighter unleashes a devouring vortex. A chain-spiked weapon smashes pillars as battle rages below. Then a beast-eared swordsman fires a spiral slash at them. The savage creature lunges forward, clashing its weapon against its adversary with a deafening impact. The hulking warrior braces, raising its sword against the red vortex. The shield-bearer charges headlong into the monstrous vortex as an overpowered ally is hurled aside. A ferocious fighter slashes downward with a glowing claw at someone. Another warrior swings his massive shark weapon into the swirling red mass. Thus, the analyst realizes spinning pillars will make the enemy's attack unstoppable. The dominant beast crashes its claw down on the staff-wielding opponent, overwhelming any defense. The monstrous beast recoils as a powerful sword strike tears across its jaws. The commander orders the chain pulled tighter as pressure mounts. A red-haired attacker dashes in and slashes with a glowing dagger. Meanwhile, dark vortexes smash through the stone barrier, breaking the defenses. A stunned onlooker watches the giant ricochet around, weaponizing her body. The orange-clad boy swings a yo-yo above the dazed beast. The alert beast urges its partner to retreat from the spreading chaos. A stone pathway hurtles through a blood-red space, propelled by a sudden surge of energy. An enraged fighter releases a spiraling slash, sending dark energy outward. The beast bites down on the golden weapon, stopping the strike. The huge beast reels as a heavy blow opens a bleeding wound. Then a brutal swirling attack hits the fighter, drawing blood as his ally yells. The monstrous beast and the giant ape charge at each other with furious force, ready to clash. The giant blocks the chained weapon mid-swing, completely stopping it. Afterward, dark energy surges out, shattering the chains apart. Red energy beams rip through the stone pillars overhead. Finally, the fierce woman punches the beast, shaking the battlefield. A massive chained weapon whirls through the air with crushing force. The striped beast urgently warns an ally about an attack from behind. The hulking beast reels as a spiral slash hits. Stone pillars swing as black portals open and trigger traps. A fighter is struck by spiral slash and badly wounded. A colossal surge of blue energy detonates against the monstrous figure, engulfing it in powerful explosions. Blue energy blasts batter the raging crimson vortex directly. The fighter fires a spiraling energy attack at the shadowy foe. Meanwhile, the armored beast bombards its target with non-stop explosions. A huge blue blast smashes into the sinister red eye. Seizing the opening, the winged attacker rushes in. The airborne beast fires a volley of slicing wind blades. A fighter unleashes ricocheting energy that shatters several stone pillars. The winged combatant realizes pillars and chains let her opponent evade attacks. A huge chain-spiked weapon smashes through collapsing stone. An ally shouts a warning as the blue creature dives into a portal. Then the enraged fighter charges, unleashing another devastating spiral slash. A massive bird is struck mid-air and badly wounded. A colossal beast chases the fleeing bird through the blood-red sky. Soon after, a devastating blast erupts and shakes the entire battlefield. The group huddles together, urgently devising a plan to counter the enemy's relentless attack before it's too late. Their armored leader orders everyone to attack the massive pillars. Meanwhile, the winged fighter commands her ally to destroy 5 key pillars. The raging attacker charges forward and releases a crushing energy assault. A massive red beam crashes down, forcing 2 defenders to brace. One fighter is hurled back as the reflected attack hits. The wounded beast realizes the pillars both defend themselves and reflect attacks. With glee, the red-haired fighter attacks as crystal pillars reflect power onto the brute. A furious winged beast crashes into the stunned dragon, releasing dark energy. The furious woman unleashes a deadly threat, her eyes blazing as she screams at everyone before her. The enraged group charges, filling the battlefield with clashing spiral slashes. The swordsman unleashes a devastating, radiant slash that tears through the beast in a burst of energy. The beastly defender charges into the attack, causing a thunderous blast. The red-haired foe mocks him, claiming the stone pillars can't be cut. The wild swordsman unleashes a massive slash, insisting nothing can withstand it. The beast-like fighter warns that even the strongest defenses will fall. The determined warrior launches himself skyward and swings his blade, unleashing a formidable attack beneath the crescent moon. A radiant warrior swings a massive sword to finish the snarling beast. Another devastating blast erupts, shaking the entire battlefield. The beastly fighter is struck hard by a staff and staggers. 3 allies shout in distress toward an unseen danger, urgently calling for backup. The wounded beast crouches with a sword in its jaws, bracing. The fierce attacker slams its claws into the ground, hurling debris. The radiant warrior slams an enormous sword down on the towering beast. A searing energy slash tears through the beast, hurling it backward. Then the beast is speared in the face and sent reeling. One ally pleads for the rampaging beast to stop while others panic. Several allies rush to their wounded comrade, desperate to find another solution. A colossal shockwave blasts the beast back and makes the red tower tremble. Soon a devastating explosion rips through the landscape under the crimson sky. The wounded creature collapses when a massive blade crashes down through the smoke. A colossal glowing chain suddenly bursts out into the smoky arena. The red-haired enemy taunts her opponent with a smug look. The stone platform shatters as red energy erupts outward. A surge of red and white energy obliterates the chamber's stone pillars. A powerful blast shatters the stone blocks and fills the air with debris. An onlooker recoils as the once protected stone pillar splits open. The group hears their wolf ally has won and turns to the next task. A triumphant fighter roars, proclaiming the wolf ally's victory to everyone. The enraged warrior charges and strikes, trying to shatter the stone pillars. The white beast is suddenly knocked backward by a powerful blow. Finally, the fierce beast bursts through the glowing barrier with overwhelming force. The strategist announces her plan has succeeded. The wounded beast releases dragon energy, overwhelming everyone. A wary observer glances at the chaos unfolding, realizing both opponents have lost their sanity. From above, the winged leader empowers and commands her beast to attack. The colossal beast transforms and unleashes a violent storm across the arena. An airborne fighter fires slicing wind blades at the enemy. The monstrous insect reels as razor-sharp wind blades tear through its armored body, blood spraying amidst the storm. The red-haired warrior taunts the enemy as the beast charges. Above, the red-haired attacker drops a massive spiral blast on the beasts. The blue-plated beast rushes in, hurling a red energy wave. Though injured, the defender steps up and challenges the foe. The wounded creature charges, releasing a barrage of spectral jaws. The injured beasts are overwhelmed by a relentless storm of dark vortexes. A monster is blasted backward by a powerful red surge. The white-haired combatant crashes into the ground, sending shockwaves out. An enraged creature smashes through a massive stone pillar. The battered fighter proclaims victory beside the fallen beast's head. The horned woman collapses, consumed by guilt over the disaster. A leader summons a huge dragon, which swoops over the ruined arena. The vengeful fighter threatens to haunt the opponent, while a violent whirlwind erupts between them. A chained stone block drops, crushing the giant bird outright. A huge talon slams down as a towering beast arrives in crackling energy. The raging monster vows to destroy the enemy, even if both die. The beast warrior is knocked down when a colossal blade slams beside them. The battered fighter hits the bloody ground, still clutching the monstrous mask. The huge bird beast is smashed into a stone wall and crumples. The enraged beast charges the defiant foe, and battle erupts again. The lone figure collapses to his knees in the ruined hall, overwhelmed by guilt for the devastation around him. The horned woman bows her head, accepting her life as payment. Finally, the determined fighter insists on taking responsibility for the mission. The towering beast blocks the intruder's advance. The monster blasts energy, trying to reopen the colossal gates. The monster lunges forward, aiming directly at its foe. The small beast surges forward, breaking through the shadows to seize the glowing crystal as crackling energy fills the chamber. The red-haired fighter demands to know why the enemy opened the palace gates. A cautious intruder enters the chamber, edging toward the colossal gemstone. Suddenly a colossal cursed gem rises, crackling with dark energy. The enraged beast charges and releases a violent surge of energy. The massive creature rockets upward, smashing through the crackling red barrier. The monster staggers as a brutal red blast rips through it. Soon the massive creature writhes as searing red energy engulfs it. The red-haired foe taunts, urging surrender to the crystal's power but warning of ruin. The monster bellows fiercely, its roar echoing through the area. Meanwhile, the beastly fighter gathers fiery energy, preparing a decisive strike. The transformed warrior charges forward, empowered by newly awakened strength. The vanguard advances through chaos, determined to protect the island's future. With grim resolve, the blazing warrior charges in to rescue the endangered group. The battered fighter channels the red crystal, purifying its energy through sheer will. The distraught beast screams desperately, its voice echoing through the battlefield. The beast-like ally warns the reckless warrior the crystal's excess energy will explode. The ferocious creature utters a bitter retort as she collapses in defeat, surrounded by swirling red energy and flames. The cornered fighter braces as a deadly red vortex hurtles toward her. Suddenly, the massive creature unleashes a blinding wave of blue energy. The raging beast fires a barrage of explosive energy in all directions. A violent blue surge erupts under the chain structure, shaking everything above. The enraged rival snarls a death threat at her opponent. The defiant challenger swings a heavy chain and advances on the towering creature. The stubborn fighter shouts a challenge, tightening his grip on the massive chains. Then the transformed fighter unleashes. The taunting figure mocks from above as the furious captive unleashes a surge of energy, struggling violently against the heavy chain. The chained creature thrashes weakly as its strength fades. Meanwhile, a warrior hurls a chained weapon at the dragon. The blue fighter swings around a pillar, building speed to strike. An armored beast targets the stone pillar to gain protection. A strategist hesitates, fearing a lava attack will rebound. Then the chained beast transforms, erupting with lava-fueled power. The glowing chain strains under power and begins to crack. Soon, a fighter hurls a chained weapon at the collapsing structure. A blazing shot slams into the stone gate, blasting debris outward. A molten gaze warns that overwhelming power is about to erupt. A massive dragon-shaped slash descends toward the stunned enemy. The shocked opponent staggers back, unable to comprehend the attack. A flaming chain mass crashes down, obliterating ground beside the temple. The captive monster thrashes as tightening chains and shards tear into her. Chains whip as a colossal impact sends energy and debris flying. The massive beast crashes into the crater, its body battered and motionless amid swirling debris. Suddenly, a fiery slash rips through the red haze, starting a new assault. The red-haired combatant is slammed into the ground by a violent explosion, sending debris and flames flying. The battered adversary, surrounded by flames and smoke, recoils in disbelief at the overwhelming strength before her. The figure is overwhelmed by a sudden surge of flames, struggling within the raging inferno. The terrified figure screams and thrashes as fire engulfs his body. The monstrous figure collapses as the flames completely consume its form. A massive temple is devoured by roaring flames as smoke billows and the earth splits apart. The massive creature lunges forward and clamps its jaws down, sending blood spraying across the scene. The wounded beast reels in disbelief as the devastating news of an enemy's death shakes the group. A gigantic shadow engulfs the white beast as a destructive force crashes down, throwing the hall into chaos. The weakened creature absorbs swirling energy, regaining its lost vitality. Leaves drift through the air as the forest is bathed in an ominous autumn glow. The dominant she-bear and her vigilant companion stand over the fallen serpent, marking their victory in the forest clearing. Three beastly figures stand shoulder to shoulder in the shadowy forest, bracing themselves for the threat lurking nearby. A group of monstrous figures recoils in shock, their eyes wide as they register an unexpected revelation. Two figures brace themselves as a horde of monstrous creatures charges, blocking any chance of escape. The confused combatant notices the enemy forces abruptly halt their attack, sensing a sudden loss of fighting spirit on the blood-stained battlefield. A wary beast urges the group to investigate the aftermath as the formidable duo surveys the battlefield under a blood-red sky. The massive beast lies defeated and unmoving amid the shattered remnants of the temple, evidence of a recent, catastrophic battle. The victorious beast stands over its wounded rival as debris falls around them. The monstrous figure collapses on the shattered ground, defeated and motionless after an intense battle. The wounded warrior collapses as a horde of beasts and bats close in, the lone sword standing as the last barrier. A ferocious white beast and a massive bear surge into the chaos, leading a relentless assault. A desperate cry for help rings out as flying beasts ambush the startled group, forcing the defenders to brace for a chaotic battle amid the rubble. The winged figure bursts from the rubble, astounded by newfound strength and flanked by two similar creatures. A massive, sharp-eyed creature bursts through the rubble, screeching a frantic warning. As dust swirls through the crumbling stone hall, The sharp-eyed avian urgently checks on an ally while others struggle to recover from the chaos. A massive, enraged bird bursts through the rubble as panic spreads over the dragon's sudden distress. A frantic figure shakes the wounded beast amid the rubble, urgently trying to rouse it. The group gathers around their fallen comrade, learning he managed to defeat the enemy with a final attack but was left critically injured in the process. The towering creature explains how it absorbed the red crystal's negative energy to heal an injured ally, but the treatment was refused during the fierce battle. The anxious figure drops to her knees amid the wreckage, desperately begging for her ally to be saved. The wary beast realizes that filtering more negative energy from the red crystal risks unleashing the sinister presence once again. Two figures anxiously discuss using one of their bodies to filter the red crystal's negative energy and save the wounded youth. The imposing beast reveals that although the corruption has been halted, channeling energy through another's body remains impossible. The anxious figure hovers over the gravely wounded beast, desperately searching for a way to prevent its death. The mystical creature issues a dire warning about a single, perilous path as two battered opponents lie motionless on the shattered ground. Three desperate beasts urgently plead for any way to save their fallen companion, willing to risk everything. The towering beast swiftly commands its allies to seize their wounded companion and advance toward the looming red palace. The imposing beast commands its followers to guard the palace perimeter and allow no intruders inside. The group advances across the fractured red earth, confronting a mysterious yellow adversary who blocks their path. A tense standoff unfolds as a group of animal warriors gather defensively before the ancient temple, watching the figure in yellow emerge above them. A commanding figure orders the largest beast to lay the wounded captive beside the glowing red crystal as the others watch tensely. The dominant figure looms over the wounded creature, issuing a fierce command to stop the attack. The shaken fighter fixes his gaze on the approaching threat. Red energy from the crystal torments a huge beast its captor restrains. The creature jerks upright as hostile red energy suddenly erupts. The beast thrashes helplessly while raging red energy completely engulfs it. Nearby, three monsters recoil as a surge of spiked dark energy erupts. Two allies decide they can only wait, hoping he overcomes his greed. A trembling boy curls up as unseen bullies taunt and beat him. Two aggressors rain blows on the trembling student, determined to teach a harsh lesson. The boy cries out, insisting he is not weak. The tormented figure collapses to his knees, unleashing a desperate outcry as dark energy violently swirls around him. Now engulfed in darkness, he screams for even greater power. His arm mutates grotesquely as he roars, forcing nearby onlookers to recoil. Defiant, he stands while a red crackling monster shadow forms behind him. He unleashes a deafening roar, crimson energy blazing in his eyes. Above, a huge red crystal releases energy that engulfs the figure. The beast is swallowed by sinister energy, writhing as the power overwhelms her. Soon, a raging beast erupts, radiating deadly red energy. A wary ally warns the group as a gem-bearing monster emerges. The towering beast slams her clawed foot down, red energy crackling outward. The monster lunges forward and spews a torrent of searing flames. With a thunderous roar, the beast sends red energy waves surging outward. Four creatures recoil together, startled by the sudden destructive outburst. The massive beast trembles, its glowing eyes FL. The winged challenger bursts into laughter, openly ridiculing the rival's new dragon form. The outspoken beast challenges the identity of the smaller creature, insisting it resembles a younger, differently colored dragon. The wary figure warns the others not to trust the monstrous form before them, emphasizing that each creature's darkness takes a unique shape. The winged tormentor struts confidently, mocking the wounded beast while flaunting her dominance over the cowering hatchling. The red beast advances menacingly, forcing the battered opponent back amid swirling flames. The battered figure stands firm, enduring the pain of countless wounds as a crimson aura pulses around him. The protector demands to know if the looming figure is responsible for the dragon's transformation, while the small red creature recoils beneath the threatening shadow. The enraged protector unleashes a devastating, multi-headed attack, engulfed in crackling red energy. The smaller creature lunges at the towering bird monster, catching it completely off guard. The defensive avian lashes out in frustration as the ferocious red attacker sinks its teeth into her feathers. The massive beast narrowly evades a devastating surge of blue energy that explodes against the ground. The furious beast unleashes a barrage of explosive fireballs at its airborne opponent. The enraged attacker unleashes a furious barrage of blue energy blasts inside the wooden structure. Two wary figures analyze the emerging dragon's potential danger and discuss the risks of allowing it to grow stronger. The ferocious creature clamps its jaws around both swords, muscles tensed for the next assault. The beast urges immediate action against the threat, while the figure behind hesitates, questioning the plan. A massive winged invader crashes through the room, sending the reptilian defender reeling in shock. The determined warrior soars forward and drives a blazing sword strike at the alarmed beast. The crimson beast erupts forward, hurling accusations at its rival while unleashing a furious counterattack. The enormous beast unleashes a deafening roar, sending waves of energy through the air. The beast clamps its jaws around the sword and releases a sudden surge of power. The red avian aggressor lunges forward, brandishing a knife at the vigilant fox-like defender. A fierce figure unleashes a powerful, glowing slash attack that surges forward with explosive energy. An alarmed bird creature urgently warns its knife-wielding ally of approaching danger. The furious figure unleashes a scathing warning, energy crackling as he confronts his unseen rival. The furious beast unleashes a blinding golden slash toward the raging red vortex. The furious combatant hurls a devastating blast downward, shaking the battlefield. Despite its small size, the beast unleashes surprising strength as it charges forward with the sword clenched in its jaws. The furious protector glares at the opponents, condemning their cruel treatment of the young one. The enraged beast unleashes a devastating surge of dark energy, overwhelming everything in its path. A shadowy figure is forcefully pulled toward the glowing gem as swirling energy is absorbed. The horned beast urgently warns the group that their enemy is frantically absorbing energy from the red crystals and must be stopped immediately. The crimson-scaled creature unleashes a swirling vortex of dark energy above her head, signaling the start of a devastating attack. A colossal beast charges up a destructive energy blast as an urgent warning echoes for everyone to scatter. A crimson beast lets loose a concentrated blast of energy toward the swirling darkness. The strategist reveals that the enemy unleashes rapid magical attacks by harnessing the red crystal's power. The fierce leader signals the group to attack together and drive their opponent away from the red crystal. The white-haired warrior swings a massive hammer at a charging beast. Then the defender steps forward, condemning the beast's attack. A horned woman in red shouts for allies to join the battle. The girl swings her wooden club as the horned beast charges her. A monstrous opponent charges as two fighters launch a fierce attack with a giant hammer from below. An enraged fighter orders her duplicates to swarm the youth inside the cramped room. Two coordinated assailants slam their staffs into the massive beast. The red beast is struck from all sides by synchronized hammer blows. Three tense onlookers watch as weapons and debris fly out from a chaotic brawl. The two allies trade looks, realizing they must finally join the fight. The wounded beast clutches its head, complaining about fighting so many alone. Suddenly, the boastful beast releases blue energy clones, copying its opponent's technique. The towering monster then summons 8 spectral dragons that surround the battlefield. The group realizes the small dragon may be one of the legendary 9 sons. The injured creature demands vengeance as spectral beasts charge forward in chaos. Next, the assertive fighter rallies her team, ordering an attack with blue dragon constructs. 3 observers comment on the strange mini-dragons that, oddly, do not explode. The hammer user shouts for backup while struggling against the spectral dragon. The trio hesitates, arguing over who should attack the dangerous creature first. A sharp warning reveals the dragon's true nature and urges everyone not to trust it. With a fierce cry, the aggressive attacker dives in as all 3 beastly figures surge forward to launch a decisive assault. The red creature scowls when it notices its rivals have returned. The imposing beast braces itself as several attackers descend from above. 2 figures lock eyes, silently gauging each other's intentions. The massive beast charges through smoke, roaring while debris scatters. A wolf-like beast, a massive bird, and a serpentine dragon collide in a violent struggle for dominance. A lion-like attacker lunges at the primate, holding a staff in its jaws. A relentless fighter lands a crushing kick on the towering opponent. The startled creature looks up as a fierce attacker dives from above. Finally, the beast and winged predator grapple at close range for dominance. The stoic figure is caught off guard as the lively companion clings to her with unexpected affection. A sudden sword slash misses the party, leaving everyone stunned. The cautious primate, flanked by her wary allies, reacts in shock as the young dragon refers to her as its parent and shows no hostility. The large ape lifts the small creature, who cheerfully insists she is Monkey Mom. The confused ape recoils, angrily denying the clinging red youngster is her child. Meanwhile, the crimson beast casually greets the assembled companions in the chamber. Nearby, 3 beasts trade insults while a 4th points and yells, worsening the brawl. The furious hammer wielder erupts in outrage, loudly denying the insults, while animal companions rally behind her. The red challenger demands the giant explain why he started a fight despite already knowing them. A crimson beast slams down before the brute, openly declaring it came to fight. The enraged monster berates its teammates one by one, mocking each weakness. The small creature turns with a wide grin, energetically defending the only gentle figure in its life. The brute threatens the young snake while its troubled ally wonders if judgment was constant. The hostile bird glares up, vowing to take down the towering beast first. A lone fighter panics at a twisted self-image as the crimson crystal surges dangerously. Later, the larger beast explains the red crystal amplified their teammates' prejudice, exposing old friction. The monstrous bird issues an ultimatum, telling the rebel to disband the group if too weak. The beast and woman decide the unruly dragon may stay if it obeys her. The defiant fighter stands firm beneath the looming beast as mist swirls around a glowing mark. The group verifies the dragon's wounds are gone, proving their chosen treatment worked. A sudden realization strikes as the observer's eye widens in shock. An armored beast finally wakes, and the nearby watcher cheers its return. The red fighter steps up, startling the cautious blue opponent. The blue warrior demands an explanation for the mirror, forcing the red one to respond. The anxious beast recoils when it notices its companion suddenly turned completely red. The nervous creature frantically inspects its paws, searching for any transformation. It checks its body again and realizes its overall size has not changed. The others trade doubtful looks, wondering if their friend's mind broke from everything. A towering beast gapes at its tiny red reflection, baffled by the transformation. A massive ally pokes the annoyed red beast, earning a sharp glare from behind. The creature recoils, alarmed by the missing mirror and news of a red dragon. The red beast struggles in the larger one's grip, loudly protesting. The towering beast reels as the small red dragon suddenly calls at their parent. Meanwhile, the large bird mocks the irritated beast, provoking a confrontation. The bewildered beast recoils again upon hearing shocking news about its offspring. The boisterous brute mocks the scaly enemy, drawing laughter from those nearby. A resolute fighter glares ahead, bracing quietly for the coming challenge. Suddenly, the beast recoils in shock at the unexpected sight before it. An injured one awakens and sees a towering beast menacing a smaller creature in the chamber. The bewildered creature yells, asking how it became apparent, as the stern observer watches. On the blazing field, a massive beast demands answers as a smaller foe appears. The crimson beast boldly asserts its connection to its creator, leaving no room for doubt. The armored beast clenches its fist and angrily denies the accusation. The small red one confronts the giant, recalling expulsions and their past battles together. The beast snaps back with a fierce glare, clearly provoked. Then, the startled beast recoils as the smaller creature reveals a new tactic. The towering beast demands to know if the smaller one is the ghostly dragon. An imposing figure clears its throat and gestures, seizing everyone's attention. A surge of magical energy sweeps through the stone chamber as blue clouds twist and gather. The proud dragon spirit steps forward, proclaiming itself eldest of the nine. The astonished beast recoils as blue spectral flames swirl and a direct summoning occurs. The dragon-like entity boasts that controlling others is effortless. The shark-like figure lashes out in frustration, railing against the difficulty and side effects of using a powerful technique. The irritated creature loudly complains about the unpleasant way it was summoned. The dominant beast threatens to eat the smaller one, who insists returning is impossible. Now, the dragon-like figure confronts the group, describing an abrupt awakening and immediate attack. The furious creature loudly challenges the insult, while her companions glare and brace for a fight. A small, energetic newcomer bursts in, demanding the battle's result and their dark avatar's strength. An arrogant enemy sneers down, openly mocking the dragon's threat. Finally, a furious red dragon and shadowy blue being trade insults as ghostly dragons whirl around. The peacemaker raises her hands and steps in to ease the tension between the others. The small red creature clings to the large ape for comfort. A frustrated onlooker clutches its head, demanding an explanation. The strategist insists the wounded beast can only be healed by channeling red crystal energy. Meanwhile, one confesses greed while another says its black fog created a small dragon. The towering beast mocks the tiny dragon's appearance while the sharp-tongued bird chimes in, both critiquing the avatar's lack of style. Enraged, the horned fighter attacks the monster, blaming it for greed-fueled chaos. The newly transformed creature is surprised to find its new form cute. The leader confronts her enemy, demanding answers and threatening to destroy everything. The desperate boy starts yielding to a dark power while a watcher observes. An irritated caretaker grumbles about babysitting the small red dragon before two companions. The offended dragon insists on its proper title as the bird and overseer listen. The red dragon and blue warrior argue fiercely over titles and respect. Instead, the outspoken creature rejects the suggested name and quickly proposes another. The red creature scolds the namer, who defensively boasts about being a top student. For beasts trade jokes about how like the troublesome father and son are. A horned watcher eyes another's cheerful dark form and quietly envies the contrast with theirs. Three beasts, their greed restrained by red energy, regard one another with suspicion. Two monstrous figures unleash their sinister power as darkness swirls around them. Meanwhile, a wary observer watches the muttering woman leave, suspecting something is wrong. The slighted beast turns away while its rival smirks in satisfaction. The armored guardian stops short, stunned by a suddenly appearing hologram. The loyal supporter steps forward, volunteering to take action. The defeated fighter stands frozen, overwhelmed by their failure. The armored beast demands answers as a smug new skill icon appears on its chest. An agitated operator yells that a sudden surge of unknown energy has invaded the system. The leading beast recoils, seeing the crimson crystal's energy finally weaken its tough foe. A bespectacled observer stops, staring at a huge red crystal pulsing with strange energy. The observer and allies study the crystal, noting its energy closely resembles theirs. The observer examines the faint energy signatures detected in past encounters with two shadowy adversaries. The analyst explains both the king and hall formed from red crystal energy. The observer links the inner energy to the red crystal, explaining recent strong foes. The frustrated figure facepalms while a small blue holographic entity hovers nearby, reacting bitterly to the twist of fate. The creature refuses the fate others are trying to impose. The glowing guide says the small dragon is system-made, sharing the red energy origin. The territorial beast drives off the intruding spirit. Meanwhile, the armored beast recoils on learning they see it and the spirit. The red fighter mocks the nervous spirit, jabbing and stating the obvious. The group quietly observes as the beast woman whispers a comparison between the small dragon and its predecessor, drawing amused reactions from those nearby. The smug bird notes others cannot see the glowing creature, annoying the group. The red giant tenses when the smaller one scans it with a device. A small, enthusiastic dragon boasts about his future strength, while the larger one doubts his abilities and warns him not to become a burden. The crimson beast demands credit for defeating 3 enemies alone. The figure shows footage of the tiny dragon multiplying into 8 controlled, powerful copies. The guide explains the force teleport skill, usable daily for instant travel to an ally. Soon after, the empowered fighter suddenly teleports, shocking the nearby companion. The guide adds that the small dragon surpassed peers and wields a surprising unique power. The armored brute boasts about his new strength while casually patting his small partner. The speaker reports that absorbing red crystals has significantly boosted his abilities. Impatient, the armored beast orders the holographic guide to list its new benefits. The sly guide brags about extra evolution points and new multiverse items gained from devouring prey. However, the shark-like fighter complains that rising shop prices nullify the extra evolution points. The digital guide announces a third dragon fist ability, and the grinning brawler readies for upgrade. The beast requests the weapon, and the wielder promptly hands it over. The armored beast declares it has stored enough red energy to upgrade the dragon fist. The beast and her avian ally face an unseen adversary, radiating hostility as they prepare to defend their ground. A strategist reveals an explosive venom skill as two fighters brace against the looming monster. Then the armored beast fires a new explosive blast, completely overwhelming its opponent. One ally celebrates a powerful new reward while another grumbles at being overlooked. Finally, the armored challenger taunts the nervous beast, daring it to attack. The dragon-like figure reassures the worried companion and begins preparing the life fruit. An enraged attacker hurls a spectral wolf head, forcing the blue-clawed foe to dodge. A raging fighter smashes the shark-like enemy's face with a devastating punch. Then, a determined warrior fires a blazing blast that catches the massive foe off guard. A huge explosion erupts, throwing debris and shockwaves across the battlefield. The battered beast barely stands, gasping after surviving the vicious onslaught. A fur-caped ally rushes over to check whether the wounded beast still lives. Meanwhile, a towering fighter radiates power and brags about one-shotting weaker enemies. The dominant beast unleashes a devastating triple attack, pinning its opponent and overwhelming her with sheer force. The confident supporter clenches a decorated gauntlet and celebrates the victory with an enthusiastic cheer. A wary observer scans the room, asking if anyone feels dizzy. However, a beastly figure warns the Red Palace's energy is overwhelming their bodies. An animal-headed girl states their bodies can no longer safely absorb more energy. The towering dragon orders everyone to retreat, recover strength, and return later. A smug challenger mocks his opponents after effortlessly enduring their combined attack. The blue-gray beast suddenly strikes, landing a solid blow on the red foe. The massive beast announces the emergence of the 5 great rulers as tension crackles between the adversaries. Relieved beasts cheer loudly, celebrating that the 5 rulers above are safe. Then, a formidable squad steps forward to greet the ruler, beginning a crucial meeting. A towering red dragon advances and confidently greets the assembled beasts. Suspicious guardians block the path and confront the unexpected newcomer beside the group. The towering beast proudly presents its smaller, irritated child to the gathered crowd. Confused onlookers quietly question the child's origin and the ruler's strange tone. The nervous leader awkwardly announces the arrival of a new group member, revealing him to be his son. A small red creature sits proudly while larger companions greet him with respect. The smallest member of the group confidently promises to support the gathered beasts in the challenges ahead. Afterward, a tusked beast urgently asks about any intrusions from the secrets realm. A proud warrior boasts that their group has defeated every enemy on the field. The weary survivors realize they survived only because no larger monsters appeared. Suddenly, 2 beasts notice red crystals luring a swarm of monsters from the secret realm. The beast orders Red Palace gates closed to block crystal energy. 2 followers pledge loyalty to the commanding figure. Suddenly, the massive doors explode open, scattering debris. The anxious beast insists the entrance be guarded constantly against invaders. A massive beast steps forward, volunteering to guard the entrance. However, the leader refuses, saying the smaller beast is too weak. The leader plans this site as main base, sending others around the valley. The group surrounds the crystal, beginning a ritual to rapidly increase power. Beast rulers tell the crowd they must use Red Valley energy to resist humans. The Horned Commander says a strong guardian must protect the island and crystals. The schemer narrows their eyes, swiftly piecing together a new plan. The dominant beast declares the selection of the most suitable candidate as the other awaits the outcome under the blood-red sky. A clawed accuser points at the red creature, revealing him as the Lord's son. 4 monstrous figures stare downward in shock as a sudden revelation leaves them reeling. The challenger says after defeating past guardians, a new dragon now protects this place. There, the schemer admits trapping one beast as his rival fears for the youth. The taunter mocks the creature, provoking him with harsh comparisons. The armored giant proclaims Red Valley their stronghold to the elder and youth. The boastful figure lounges amid swirling red mist, reveling in the surge of power the energy-rich land provides. The imposing beast praises the smaller one, promising many companions on the island. The red challenger claps and mocks her opponents with smug confidence. The red beast rejects alliance and summons blue energy in defiance. Then multiple blue figures rush forward in a coordinated attack. A frantic ally warns everyone to stay back as the crowded beings may explode. The furious fighter struggles as 2 spirit copies are ripped from her. A huge beast staggers as 2 specters slam into its armor without piercing it. The armored creature reels, surprised when the expected explosion never comes. An analyst notes the creature can split into 8 spectral bodies for finer control. A winged attacker fires a devastating energy blast at the giant beast. A blazing projectile streaks across the sky as panicked beasts scramble to respond. With guardians settled, the strategist orders territory management and entrance security. An ally agrees. The freed leader requests aerial transport to the snowy peak, and the messenger agrees. A reptilian ally reports live fruit carriers already sent to aid the injured. The grateful creature bows deeply, expressing heartfelt thanks to its companion. Meanwhile, one beast urges training here, but another insists they leave immediately. An ominous figure reclaims red crystal energy and begins full absorption over the submissive beast. A dragon-like being reveals a newly found high-capacity power source. The larger monster watches the smaller absorb power, secretly planning to devour it. Suddenly, the massive dragon recoils, forcibly resisting a terrifying urge before the smaller one. A wary fighter confronts her foe, accusing her of planning betrayal after absorbing red energy. The larger creature jokes about never eating kin, and the smaller boldly challenges it. An observer spots a flock of hostile beasts flying across the blood-red sky. The group debates training here or returning, deciding strength seekers will later join the others. Soon, the winged allies ascend into the crimson sky as those below watch silently. Beastly survivors gather on fractured ground, discussing the secret realm and awaiting news from the sanctuary. The wary beast urges its companion to check the silent satellite phone, suspecting deceit behind their current predicament. A clawed operator grips the radio, preparing to send an urgent transmission. The wary scout voices suspicion about the unusual silence at the enemy stronghold, while the armored sentinel stands watch. Then, a figure realizes the signal fails because they are deep beneath Abyss Island. The commanding figure instructs the wolf-like ally to put away the satellite phone and focus on moving forward. The triumphant leader declares this harsh region will become their new home. Under the shadowed sky, the resolute leader rallies the gathered beasts, declaring their intent to survive and grow stronger in this new land. A boastful chieftain proclaims Abyss Island will surpass all realms as the strongest behemoth domain. The gathered beasts roar in celebration, welcoming their new sovereign. Amid ruins, a survivor orders the shattered battlefield thoroughly cleared of debris. A commander orders the huge carcasses moved from forest to square for mass burial. A practical fighter asks if they should eat the behemoth corpses to ease hunger. The exuberant leader announces a grand celebration to mark their hard-fought victory and new homeland. Later, 3 formidable beasts arrive together, standing firm beneath the purple sky. The armored commander orders nearby behemoth bodies stacked into piles around them. The armored creature conjures 3 glowing capsules overhead. The armored one gives spices, assigning seasoning to the largest. The armored creature mocks its allies per seasoning despite experience. Below, beastly spectators watch the dragon atop corpses, speculating nervously. A blazing leader rallies the horde to celebrate victory. The fiery behemoth erupts, its molten wave overwhelming enemies. The white wolf reveals a new power, shocking 2 observers. Meanwhile, the beast and bird scramble away from encroaching flames. The towering monster becomes a firestorm, its blazing wave engulfing everything. The hungry creature complains as its food burns during the chaos. There, an onlooker imagines tuning the behemoth's flames for a giant barbecue. The lava-skinned watcher narrows his eye, quietly gauging the tension. The commanding figure urges the group to hurry as the fiery creature breathes flames onto the pile, intensifying the moment. The wounded fighter grabs his head, condemning his foe's distorted martial arts. The towering mentor lectures fiercely, insisting martial arts guide everyday life. Still defiant, the injured fighter flatly rejects the proposed technique. The commander orders her ally to strengthen wind, feeding the surrounding flames. Then, a monstrous being unleashes a scorching whirlwind, incinerating everything ahead. The commanding beast orders its ally to flip the defeated enemy as the flames rage on. The determined leader commands her beast to strike with full force. Finally, the boastful fighter proclaims victory as the flaming foe collapses before spectators. The wild-haired warrior unleashes a massive golden slash, cleaving numerous giants. A huge segmented monster slams the ground, shaking the surroundings. Several creatures eat skewered meat together, bickering and shoving for more. A towering brute devours a massive hunk of meat. Meanwhile, 2 watchers gape as a giant unleashes blazing bombardment, revealing the leader's rising strength. The domineering creature snaps at the pair, silencing them with a glare. A towering bone pile marks the aftermath of slaughter. The hulking monster grumbles that its fiery form consumes too much energy. A massive red beast reels as a great fist crashes into its side with tremendous force. The cheerful figure waves an arm and invites the beast to share the remaining meal. 2 companions savor roasted meat together, enjoying a light-hearted meal and proposing to repeat this celebration in the future. 2 agitated figures argue loudly as one protests the misuse of wind magic while the other yells about his weapon being used improperly. 2 winged beasts glide above the sun-drenched treetops, scanning the forest below. 2 vigilant figures soar through the sky, suddenly reacting to unusual activity unfolding in the distance. A military vessel appears on the horizon, quickly drawing attention. 2 massive, dragon-like creatures glide watchfully above the forest canopy. From their vantage point, 2 avian sentries urgently spot a human vessel approaching the shore and rush to alert their leader. A blinding energy slash tears through the thick forest, clearing everything in its path. The massive winged beast hurls its opponent into a tree with brutal force. The aggressive figure advances, brandishing twin swords with a wicked grin. The white-haired attacker unleashes a fierce double-bladed strike, sending glowing energy arcs toward the towering, shadowy foe. The massive beast reels as a sudden blow tears into its neck, sending blood spraying. A massive wyvern lunges from above, savagely ambushing its airborne prey amid the dense forest. A massive winged beast slams into the earth, sending debris flying through the forest. The winged figure recoils in shock, eyes wide as an unexpected event unfolds. A colossal avian monster squares off against a vigilant armored opponent amid the wreckage of the forest. The silver-haired warrior crouches on the fractured ground, taunting his stunned adversary. A colossal, spectral visage bursts forth in fury as the white-haired survivor narrowly dodges a vicious strike from above in the shadowed forest. The airborne beast recoils as a sudden energy blast strikes its chest. The massive, two-headed beast crashes through the forest canopy, unleashing a surge of energy. A startled creature's eye snaps open, reacting to an unforeseen shock. The massive serpent, eyes blazing with fury, charges forward engulfed in a crackling purple aura. Below, a newly empowered figure revels in commanding the massive beast towering above the landscape. The armored subordinate, visibly impressed, marvels at the leader's swift domination of the massive beast. The towering avian proposes disposing of the serpent's corpse to prevent attracting other monsters. The commanding figure swoops over the treetops, demanding her body be brought to her immediately. The lone traveler steps forward, leaving the open path behind as he approaches the looming forest ahead. The massive predator crashes into the ocean, sending water flying in all directions. A massive winged beast circles overhead as the group's boat nears the isolated shore, while a warship lingers in the distance. The young man strains under the weight of the massive machine, his body trembling with effort. A gigantic bird lunges, trying to devour the armored pair. A colossal avian beast looms over a solitary figure, their confrontation crackling with tension in the forest clearing. The leader orders the team to regroup by boat while infiltrating alone. The dominant beast flies over the forest, threatening all challengers. The enormous beast belches loudly beneath the blood-red sky. Three beast-like figures look up in shock as a distant, radiant silhouette appears against the blood-red sky. A vigilant messenger urgently reports that two humans who previously aided an injured beast are now seeking an audience at the entrance to the secret realm. The group reacts in shock as two familiar humans are announced. The armored guardian steps forward to confront the approaching visitors. A cautious party approaches a glowing cave entrance, ready to face dangers. Meanwhile, their leader complains about failed communications and evasive enemies while others analyze. A confident fighter laughs as two unexpected arrivals step onto the battlefield. Four formidable creatures stride into the cave, confronting the lone figure with bold confidence. An armored beast harshly questions two survivors about the missing satellite phone. The wolf-like ally inspects the phone, realizing their outside contact is gone. The youth insists the phone works, blaming the realm's energy for blocking signals. The large observer notes the dense energies within the secret realm while the attentive companion listens closely. Annoyed, one figure scolds the giants for ignoring important calls. One exhausted monster complains about non-stop fighting while the rest stays silent. Their enraged leader accuses the group of being lazy cowards. An armored beast boasts of defeating the guardian and planning a victory feast. A stunned newcomer struggles to believe they conquered the realm so quickly. A wary observer warns about the deadly guardian battling several fighters overhead. The boastful creature mocks its defeated rivals and loudly claims victory. A cautious youth doubts whether they are trusted enough to enter. A crystal-covered beast warmly welcomes the newcomer as a deeply trusted brother. The swordsman unleashes an upward slash, cleaving the massive projectile. An assertive ally raises a ring and declares their new brotherhood. Finally, a determined fighter bites into the mysterious root, awaiting its effects. A watchful sentinel announces the shift change and informs the gathering that the leader has left barbecued meat for them. A tense standoff unfolds as the beastly guardians confront two unexpected human intruders in the cavern. Fury rising, the determined figure realizes that the Sky Marshal Division is secretly working with the behemoths after witnessing several powerful foes defeat their allies. Watching two flyers cross the barrier, she wonders if she can. A wary beast stops before the glowing purple barrier. Confident now, the winged intruder enters the glowing cave. A messenger reports enemy warships slipped in undetected using jammers. The group learns the temple's vanguard has reached Abyss Island. As tension rises by the glowing barrier, the vigilant bird issues urgent orders to intensify patrols while the armored beast firmly acknowledges the strategy. The determined investigator reveals classified intel that the temple leader possesses rare dual powers, with at least one confirmed to manipulate souls. The leader warns of a possessor that can seize any body outside. The bird asks if a soul user keeps powers after taking a beast's body. Kneeling, he firmly refuses to consider being possessed. The reptilian warns that entering the secret realm alone means almost certain death. The giant asks if either watcher is already controlled by the raging spirit. The elder casually dismisses worries about metahumans being easily possessed. The two hulking figures mockingly challenge the newcomers to cross the glowing purple barrier. The winged beast rockets up the shaft toward the red portal. A massive, shadowy creature streaks across the crimson sky above foreboding peaks. The awestruck observer soars over the immense, mysterious world, overwhelmed by its sheer scale. A determined subordinate rallies her kind to patrol the skies and reinforce defenses as the king's urgent orders echo across the dramatic landscape. As 3 immense winged beasts circle the vast pit, the lead flyer shouts impatiently at a companion, demanding attention mid-flight. Sensing rising danger below, the scout accelerates her flight over the forest. From above, she spots countless giants moving through the forest. The winged operative surveys the crimson forest and gets ready to act. The massive creature's throat bulges as she swallows something whole. A colossal bird slams the armored fighter into the ground. Then a towering warrior erupts with power, driving the massive bird back. The great bird's neck is blasted, and it crashes down. A sinister force floods the fallen cyborg, beginning a new possession. A battered survivor claws free from crushing twisted metal. The red-haired fighter struggles as the mechanical behemoth overwhelms him. He realizes his fused mechanical arm blocked the creature's corrosive attack. One survivor recoils in shock, eyes wide as something unexpected unfolds before him. Meanwhile, a confident conduit absorbs the realm's overwhelming energy. The boastful figure claims the territory as the new headquarters for the underworld Sinner Sanctuary. Inside the imposing fortress, the group reviews crucial intelligence just received. A scout reports Abyss Island's powerful beasts have vanished, leaving only herbivores. The strategist concludes those giant beasts have located and entered the secret realm. The leader demands to know how the monsters infiltrated so fast. Facing the beasts, the tactician boasts their ally can easily breach the realm. Later, the planner proposes possessing a behemoth and armoring it with super metal. The commander watches the first technician arrive, marking the mission's urgent start. As the glowing device nears completion, the group readies themselves to enter the secret realm. The strategist warns installation will take 30 minutes, leaving them exposed to monsters. Meanwhile, the schemer plans to stall enemies while rigging the teleportation trap. The red-clad intruder braces beside the glowing hatch to break in. With a determined nod, the figure signals to proceed as the glowing portal bursts to life on the platform. A warship approaches Abyss Island under clear daylight. The commander urges technicians to hurry to the platform, with only 3 minutes remaining. A bold operative with a camouflaged backpack dashes through the blue portal. A blonde observer smirks, calmly assessing the unfolding situation. Both men freeze as a sudden disturbance ripples across the blood-red sky. The anxious youth steps into the vast secret realm, nervously taking in the surroundings as a watchful companion stands guard behind him. The party feels dense energy approaching a floating platform holding a suspended figure. Their leader shouts orders as they assemble a crucial device beneath the glowing dome. Hovering above, an ally reduces gravity to speed construction of the teleportation circle. A booming voice proclaims dominion over the desolate landscape. Massive beasts brace themselves as airborne opponents descend under the blood-red sky, both sides poised for battle. Finally, the pair enters the secret realm, overwhelmed by its crushing energy. The dominant beast taunts its foe, promising greater power. Meanwhile, a subordinate reports a Tapajara entered the secret realm, ignoring recalls. The wary leader confronts 2 beasts, suspecting some mysterious possession. The armored leader orders a search for the winged god's beast. The winged ally accepts the plan without hesitation. Soon, 3 huge beasts charge across the red land, leading the assault. A striped giant blocks a messenger, who delivers the young lord's summons. Nearby, sensing strange energy, the bird signals her ally to prepare. The armored beast detects foreign energy as intruders near the realm. 2 figures tense up as an unexpected threat erupts nearby. Above, airborne allies dive through the red sky toward a looming forest battle. Several monsters gather before shattered ruins, cautiously readying for what follows. 3 leaders land together, blocking the advancing horde's path. Then, 2 onlookers atop a structure watch a red palace emerge. Riding the dragon beast, the pair discuss hidden palaces and crystals. The observer explains each palace houses a round-powering crystal, not always red. A captive is choked by a gloved attacker amid intensifying red energy. There, the armored ruler greets assembled beasts, who marvel at the island's power. An elder praises how quickly the powerful guardian was defeated. Ancient doors open, releasing swirling red energy and mist. 3 figures brace as a sinister red energy cloud forms ahead. A shocked onlooker reels upon realizing the guardian already fell. Later, a towering beast introduces its rider to the wary newcomer. The towering dragon enters the chamber with a small companion on its head, as the blue creature eagerly announces the arrival and introduction of the dragon's son. Both the young man and the older warrior recoil in utter disbelief, their faces frozen in shock as the revelation lands. The small creature presses the uneasy elder about why he addresses his own son so formally, prompting a flustered excuse. The bewildered observer senses an extraordinary, pure energy radiating from the behemoth, while the massive creature gazes at him with clear affection. The beasts cheer at a striking female, while one impatiently dismisses it. The towering beast presents 2 newcomers to the attentive armored youth. Seated on the gourd, the elder cheerfully welcomes the dragon cub without gifts. The beast scoffs, declaring humans worthless. The jovial elder proudly reveals a massive, colorful lollipop, brandishing it with excitement. The small mouse cheers atop the giant beast's head as both bask in a moment of shared joy. A teasing ally mocks a companion for loving sweets. The curious one asks about the oversized lollipops, prompting the elder to explain they're meant for spoiling a beloved grandchild. Meanwhile, a youth questions needing such a huge lollipop. A giant cheerfully offers 2 lollipops, stunning the flustered elder and young onlooker. Then, the group stops eating when the youngest senses strangers in the realm. The elder asks if the sensed energies were from two acquaintances. The analytical figure senses an unfamiliar presence that does not belong to the group gathered on the giant gourd. The armored guardian wonders how these unknown energies bypass the purple barrier. A strategist suggests possessing the raging beast to infiltrate the realm. Soon, a lookout warns multiple enemies are coming as the armored beast approaches. The red armored beast demands exact target locations from the blue spiked ally. However, the dragon grips a lollipop but admits it can't locate targets with so few energies. The determined creature bares its fangs, signaling readiness to act. The armored leader orders both allies to deploy followers for a cautious, covert search. A wary observer studies the giant machine while technicians watch its glowing nodes. There, a burly technician laughs, boasting the teleportation array was finished in under 30 minutes. A nervous subordinate reports that the first assault team has begun charging energy. Two aides report the following groups have started gathering energy at the glowing pool. The commander formally declares energy accumulation started around the humming device. He rallies everyone, promising rewards and recognition if the mission succeeds. Deadly projectiles streak across the red sky above the forest. The beast and the hero surge side by side across the blood-red battlefield, crashing into the chaos ahead. The leader demands an update on the energy charge, and the technician urgently replies that 5 minutes remain as their ally watches the tense exchange. Two strong fighters agree to compete in slaying giant beasts. A crimson sky darkens over the forest as a deep rumble shakes the air. A horde of rampaging beasts surges across the crimson battlefield as two vigilant figures brace for the impending assault. Afterward, a bold fighter and wary scout question why the sanctuary beasts turned so aggressive. The red-haired brute urges his crew to kill for profit. A mysterious figure forms from shattered machinery and gears. The swordsman readies his weapon, preparing to strike. The determined leader and the glowing ally prepare to confront the behemoths while their group rushes to defend the teleportation circle. Bathed in blue energy, the resolute figure stands firm as the monstrous beast unleashes a deafening roar. The lone warrior unleashes a surge of energy, erasing gravity from the battlefield. The monstrous creature lunges forward, its massive claws slashing toward the smaller figure with explosive force. A towering spectral beast hurtles downward, forcing two panic-stricken reptilian foes to recoil in terror. The blue brute raises both arms, channeling energy for a devastating attack. A crushing wave of intensified gravity slams down, pinning monstrous beasts as the surroundings twist under overwhelming force. A colossal creature crashes into the earth, unleashing a powerful shockwave across the battlefield. Bathed in swirling energy, the lone figure stands tall as the defeated monster collapses lifelessly at his feet. The resolute warrior braces with his sword as the furious beast charges straight at him. A fierce attacker drives a spear into the creature's armored side, triggering a massive explosion. The furious warrior unleashes a devastating strike with a glowing purple sword. A blinding surge of energy is forcefully deflected in the midst of the fierce clash. The figure in red narrowly evades a monstrous claw as a surge of purple energy tears through the air. A determined figure hurtles through the sky and crashes forcefully into the enormous creature. The warrior crashes to the ground with force, gripping his sword as smoke swirls around him. The schemer grins slyly, gloating over the power of the rare metal. Massive blue spectral beasts crash down, crushing the earthbound monsters in a devastating onslaught. The swordsman charges headlong at the towering beast, ready for battle. The lone warrior slashes through a swarm of monstrous foes, blood spraying as he challenges the next threat. The lone sentinel perches atop the ancient temple, watching the world below as the crimson sky looms overhead. The red beast freezes in shock, while the tiny passenger remains calm, both clutching their lollipops. One alert beast warns the group about a massive surge of sanctuary energy, signaling an imminent beast tide. The large beast, with its small companion perched on its head, confidently identifies the southeastern direction as the source of the foreign energy. The armored reptile smirks in realization as the surrounding beasts become agitated, having just deduced that the sanctuary's guardians attack newcomers in response to unfamiliar energy. The armored beast commends the smaller red creature for a successful search, but the latter responds with a stubborn glare. The beasts gather their strength and charge forward to wipe out every last enemy. The commanding beast outlines an aerial ambush, directing the flying scout to lead while the four enhanced fighters prepare to intercept the target. The blue-armored commander orders the behemoths to surround the area and prevent any escape. The small rodent, perched atop the formidable beast and clutching a glowing artifact, forcefully demands to be acknowledged. The armored figure commands the red beast and its small companion to lead a group of monsters in defending the strategic ruins. The red beast confidently takes charge of the crucial mission, while the mouse atop its head pledges unwavering support. The towering beast instructs the two airborne guardians to stay out of the fight but tasks them with protecting the sanctuary entrance. The resolute ally steps forward, insisting on joining the mission despite any objections. The elder with the white beard raises his voice and pledges unwavering support for his struggling comrades. The towering beast rallies its two companions, igniting their determination for the challenge ahead. The commanding figure splits the group, ordering two sub-leaders to guard the sanctuary entrance against a dangerous soul-type enemy. The commanding beast rallies her allies as the bear roars and the winged creature braces for battle. A determined leader rallies a group of formidable beasts and riders as they launch a unified charge forward. Several massive beasts lie defeated on the blood-soaked battlefield amid shattered red stones. The armored challenger taunts his composed opponent on the red battlefield, praising his solo strength before both prepare for the next move. The commanding figure demands a charging status update, and a subordinate urgently reports that 2 minutes remain. A hulking beast crashes its clawed paw to the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. The towering beast unleashes a deafening roar beneath the blood-red sky. A savage pack of red-eyed beasts surges forward in a unified, ferocious assault. A smug brute taunts as he and his wary companion brace for the confrontation with the approaching leader. The muscular figure smashes the restraint on his wrist, grinning with anticipation as smoke billows around him. A towering man in red crashes down before his poised opponent, signaling the start of a fierce confrontation. A resolute figure kneels before the radiant portal as 2 attendants watch in silence. The commanding figure instructs his subordinates to guard his body as they immediately acknowledge and prepare to defend him. The confident figure unleashes a powerful mechanical transformation as swirling components gather beneath a blood-red sky. An armored figure lunges forward as a massive spectral face bursts onto the battlefield. A pack of monsters is battered by a swirling pink energy blast that surges through their ranks. The beast throws its jaws open wide as swirling energy surges straight into its mouth. The towering beast releases a surge of ominous energy, its glare burning through the darkness. The monstrous creature releases a blinding surge of energy, its immense strength shaking the surroundings. The monstrous attacker sinks its fangs into the struggling prey, unleashing a vicious assault. The beast lunges, clawing its already wounded opponent. The triumphant figure unleashes a colossal beast that tears through the other monsters in a display of overwhelming power. A crazed monarch turns on fleeing followers, biting them. Suddenly, the raging beast charges its rival as an ally shouts. The enraged monster slams into the armored enemy. A glowing fighter taunts the charging beast, starting their duel. Soon, a glowing portal activates atop the stone platform. 2 officers rush to trigger the charged teleportation circle. 4 observers stand on pillars, watching lights converge inside the dome. The dominant beast lunges forward, overpowering its rival and declaring control over the realm. 2 travelers arrive on a sleek bridge, gazing out at the radiant ocean ahead. Soon after, the circle ignites and the waiting group rushes inside. 2 figures march toward the barrier, intent on passing through. 2 comrades complain about their late boss but fear being overheard. The largest figure urges the group to hurry so they can break into the secret realm and devour their prize, while one companion casually eats ice cream. The leader organizes the first assault team with 3 elders, commanding the rest to advance according to the prearranged plan as another subordinate affirms the orders. 5 entrants stride decisively toward the glowing portal. A wary figure freezes as a mysterious blue light suddenly appears in the distance. Suddenly, a massive teleportation circle appears, revealing the enemy's strategy. The beast recoils in astonishment as a glowing teleportation circle activates, revealing the human's advanced technology. Meanwhile, a boy urges his ally to escape incoming reinforcements. A powerful squad of monstrous figures surges forward under urgent orders as the enemy comes into view. Jagged jaws bite into a struggling beast, spilling blood. A hulking predator rips its foe's back open. A colossal figure smashes the monstrous opponent to the ground as the sky burns red. The monstrous beast roars, shaking the ground as bloody energy flares. The group watches as the leader enthusiastically pretends to be a dinosaur, drawing laughter from everyone nearby. The larger monster hurls its foe down, asserting dominance. Suddenly, a lone warrior notices a swarm darkening the sky. A cautious watcher sees giant beasts emerging from the forest. The reptilian invader activates the teleportation circle, signaling the imminent arrival of a hostile army. A wary figure and a massive beast rush toward the glowing teleportation circle, determined to destroy it before more creatures arrive. The leader urgently outlines the plan to destroy 3 of the surrounding platforms in order to disable the teleportation circle. A massive reptile suddenly charges at the towering creatures of the hidden realm, throwing the battlefield into chaos. The leader stands alert atop the armored beast, warning the group to guard themselves against possession as the creature falls under a sinister influence. The monstrous figure exposes its overwhelming strength, forcing the lone challenger to realize they face something far beyond human. The armored beast challenges the hovering opponent, demanding to know if the concern is about the behemoth's lack of intelligence, making them easy targets. The towering armored beast taunts its smaller adversary and charges forward, ready to demonstrate its overwhelming power. The 4 beastly fighters surge forward, splitting up to launch simultaneous assaults on separate platforms. A horde of massive beasts and winged monsters surges across the blood-red battlefield toward the resolute figure standing firm. A smug figure announces the arrival of a powerful Tyrannosaurus, sizing up the new threat. The battle-hungry predator surges forward, eager for a more challenging fight. The armored challenger barrels forward, mocking the opponent's delusions of strength. The boastful challenger taunts the unmoving beast, convinced her overwhelming presence has frozen it in fear. Blue energy crackles as an electrified claw is unleashed in a surge of power. The monstrous figure hurls a massive surge of blue energy forward, shaking the battlefield. The towering beast unleashes a deafening roar as crackling energy gathers for a devastating attack. The towering beast unleashes a devastating burst of energy, engulfing everything in its path. A massive burst of blue energy crashes into the towering figure, engulfing it in a violent explosion. The monstrous creature staggers from the smoke, blood dripping as it lets out a furious roar beneath the red sky. The massive beast, shrouded in sinister energy, ambushes its unsuspecting opponent with overwhelming force. A savage creature hurtles forward, unleashing a deafening roar as it attacks. The enraged beast barrels ahead, unleashing a thunderous roar as crimson energy surges around her. The vigilant figure urgently warns as the enemy swoops overhead, revealing the teleportation array as the true objective. The leader urgently commands the group to intervene before disaster strikes. The determined leader shouts a command as the ferocious guardian charges forward to defend the glowing array from attack. The massive beast lunges forward, cloaked in golden energy, unleashing a devastating attack. The burning combatant is blasted by a scorching energy beam and sent flying backward. The shocked man recoils, realizing the enemy just annihilated a peak metahuman in a single strike. The strategist quickly realizes that the enemy launched a direct assault on the teleportation array, revealing a surprising level of intelligence. Sudden gravity slams down, staggering the beast. The enraged beast charges, sword in its jaws. The wild-eyed adversary snarls a threat and prepares to unleash a gravity field to immobilize the opponent. The beast bites down on the staff, taunting its foe. Then the fighter leaps, triggering a transformation around his sword. A fierce combatant releases a colossal golden energy slash that tears through the battlefield. Suddenly, he is blasted back by his recovering foe. She drives her weapon into the wall, blasting it apart. The man yells at his enemy, ordering them to leave. The attacker charges and strikes while the cornered swordswoman braces. The wolf-like figure hurtles across the blood-red terrain, rushing into battle with urgent determination. Nearby, onlookers recoil as the glowing pool suddenly pulses. She charges and punches the skull-shaped object to break it. A charging beast is stopped by its foe's sudden ice shield. The ferocious attacker lands a devastating blow, shaking the battlefield with explosive force. Blue crystals fall from the sky, crackling with energy as the atmosphere grows tense. Then huge ice shards crash down, covering the battlefield. An avian monster fires ice spikes, ambushing its ape-like enemy. The battered creature staggers under the relentless ice barrage. A nearby ally shouts a warning about an approaching ambush. The leader confronts the bird-like beast, drawing its attention. Suddenly, red energy engulfs the woman as she activates her dark power. The empowered woman blasts her foe downward with overwhelming force. A giant wing turns to stone, leaving its owner immobilized. The grounded creature panics, unable to move her petrified wings. A blinding energy beam crashes down, exploding as onlookers recoil. The huge beast lies motionless in the crater's swirling dust. A massive, radiant sphere emerges within a mechanical enclosure as an ominous barrier is revealed under the turbulent sky. The territorial beast recoils, noticing an intruder emerging from the teleporter. The armored creature charges straight for the glowing device. A monster recoils as a crazed attacker lunges, starting their battle. The creature recoils again, stunned by the sudden assault. The attacker unleashes a devastating burst of energy, sending beams hurtling toward the target. The beast staggers back, clutching its wounded chest. Meanwhile, a green-charged fighter rushes forward to launch another attack. A colossal beast blocks the fighter's path, forcing him to defend. The observer's eyes widen in shock as the figure vanishes without warning. The beast spins around, bracing for a new unseen threat. Then the armored beast recoils, realizing its wound is poisoned. A silver-haired subordinate emerges from smoke and announces the team's arrival. 4 elders appear behind him, each representing a deadly vice. Now the 5 gather together, preparing as a united team for battle. The brash rival boasts that he has outsmarted his enemies. The determined leader urgently commands the group to destroy the glowing teleportation array before more enemies arrive. The fierce assailant unleashes a barrage of explosive energy projectiles, overwhelming the battlefield. The leader shouts a warning as more projectiles rain down. Then the leader signals 2 airborne allies to stop the giant attacking the array. A group rapidly activates glowing energy shields to block the massive boulder hurtling toward them. The stone-skinned defender braces behind a massive slab, halting the oncoming surge of energy. The grounded warrior hoists a massive slab to shield himself as his airborne adversary unleashes twin energy blasts from above. A storm of glowing energy tendrils lashes across the battlefield, striking at obstacles with relentless force. The man in red scoffs at the unimpressive attack as his taunting opponent stands unfazed beneath the swirling sky. The fierce combatant unleashes a devastating energy blast from the beastly skull toward an unseen foe. An overwhelming energy blast slams into the startled beast, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. 2 monstrous beasts are blasted backward as searing energy attacks strike them under a blood-red sky. The enormous avian adversary launches a devastating surge of blue energy waves into the darkness. A relentless barrage of blue energy blasts crashes down onto the glowing magical array, activating its elemental orbs. The lone fighter recoils in terror as a barrage of blue energy projectiles crashes down from the sky. The figure lifts his arms as energy crackles and declares that gravity has vanished. The lone defender hovers above the shielded complex, bracing as a barrage of energy projectiles crash down from the blood-red sky. The blue-armored beast slams down, its roar shaking the battlefield. The fighter is blasted backward by a series of blue explosions. The red attacker smashes the green opponent into the ground. The wounded subordinate shouts to the leader, signaling readiness to continue. Meanwhile, an observer realizes the enemy changed course exactly during the explosion. The beast charges blue energy, preparing a massive attack. The alert warrior recognizes this blue attack that once killed the tyrant dragon. The tactical leader urgently commands the group to concentrate their attacks on the blue dragon and disrupt its powerful charging move. In response, a barrage of attacks converges on the charging dragon. Elsewhere, a desperate beast flees as an electrified pursuer closes in. A blinding wave of golden energy erupts, engulfing the battlefield. Then, two allies rush in, attacking to support the embattled beast. The enchantress unleashes a powerful charm attack, filling the air with magical energy and swirling hearts. The beast recoils, staring at a sudden new threat. The armored creature spins around, startled by the disturbance. Suddenly, a towering crystal-covered beast erupts from the smoke into the sky. The blue-armored figure gazes ahead, utterly captivated. A beautiful woman poses confidently, enchanting everyone around her. The winged attacker fires a blue blast, catching her stunned opponent off guard. The electrified creature lunges upward in a furious counterattack at the flying attacker. A wary onlooker recoils as the monstrous bird gathers crackling energy. The shrieking commander orders the beast to advance and attack the target. The startled beast jerks back as energy crackles around its face. The dazed beast falls under her charm yet struggles to remember its target. A sinister psychic unleashes a powerful charm ability while a wary observer quickly analyzes the threat. The towering creature fires a devastating energy blast straight down. The protagonist conjures a towering ice barrier to block the oncoming assault. The defender braces behind a crystalline shield as a massive energy blast slams into it with overwhelming force. A surge of blue energy pierces the barrier, sending ice shards flying. The defender realizes the ice shield is on the verge of shattering, heightening the sense of immediate peril. First, an attacker channels red energy and fires a powerful spell. A fighter is hit by blue energy and petrified. A determined warrior rushes forward, ready to clash. A winged onlooker realizes the petrification also affects objects. A giant beast unleashes a massive lightning blast outward. A blinding energy blast smashes through the barrier, sending debris flying in all directions. The strategist recoils in shock as both protective barriers shatter under the assault. The determined figure surges forward, unleashing a devastating soul-powered attack to intercept the threat to the base. The massive creature thrashes violently as surging energy tears through its armored form. The massive beast clutches its chest, steadying itself as tension fills the stormy air. The furious beast urgently calls out to an ally. The armored figure braces for impact as a monstrous bird swoops down with a ferocious attack. The armored defender braces for impact as the frenzied creature lunges forward, both caught in the grip of a mysterious charm. A furious beast, armored in crystal, roars its disapproval of the forbidden romance between a dragon and a human. A fierce figure launches an aggressive attack against a towering armored opponent beneath a crimson sky. The winged attacker unleashes a powerful strike, forcing the armored opponent to defend against the sudden assault. Two more dragon-like beasts swoop onto the battlefield, clearly falling under the mysterious woman's overwhelming control. The furious beast charges forward, its roar shaking the air as it prepares to strike. A colossal, electrified dragon erupts with overwhelming force, crushing its desperate foe beneath a surge of crackling energy. The commanding beast urgently directs the group to secure the area and avoid the dangerous figure in the sky. The white beast lowers its head and pledges unwavering loyalty to its ruler. A massive beast crashes onto the scene, its clawed foot shaking the ground with a thunderous impact. The brutal warrior smirks and taunts his opponent, warning that no amount of petrification can stop the looming threat. The sly enchantress unleashes a captivating charm spell, her gaze locked on her unsuspecting target. The defiant figure scoffs, glaring with open disdain at the opponent. The fierce combatant unleashes a blindingly fast sword slash, overwhelming the battlefield with explosive energy. The manipulator recoils in disbelief as her attempt to charm the opponent fails. The airborne woman is hurled backward as a searing energy blast crashes into her. The figure in green unleashes a surge of energy toward the captive form hovering under the blood-red sky. The battered woman steadies herself with support as her companion checks on her, both unsettled by the monster's immunity to her abilities. The frustrated strategist quickly reviews which opponents are immune or resistant to charm, realizing his plan is failing against both the beastly and humanoid adversaries. An arrogant man mocks the creatures, provoking a furious woman into confrontation. A schemer, recovered, plots to possess an approaching ally and force a lethal internal battle. As the final allies exit the portal, a figure steps forward to lead the assembled force. A massive armored beast bites down on its prey, completely overpowering it. The monstrous predator tears into its foe, rapidly overpowering the other beast. The towering beast roars a challenge, demanding its opponent reveal any remaining hidden power. The commander stands atop the clouds and announces that his army is ready for the final confrontation. Inside a glowing barrier, a smug challenger taunts the outnumbered opposing group. A commanding figure tells the newcomer a strong reserve force waits on the outskirts. The armored beast unleashes a roar that shakes the red-stained surroundings. Three monstrous fighters howl in unison, causing the battlefield to tremble. Savage ground beasts and flying predators screech while rallying for the coming clash. A determined squad charges the glowing enemy stronghold as a distant roar echoes. The wary leader stops short as overwhelming enemies close in from all sides. Then the leader spins around and orders the warriors to hold against the approaching beasts. The leader posts metal and rock defenders, then prepares with others to face the advancing behemoths. The leader shouts for the group to attack without restraint as the fighters surge into battle. The armored commander sends his beasts to confront the powerful metahumans on the outskirts. A white wolf rallies its pack to defend their territory from the approaching threat. The armored leader drives the group into a ferocious charge, beginning the main assault. Four savage warriors leap forward, launching a brutal opening strike. The commanding figure signals the start of a brutal assault as the group surges forward, driving their forces into battle. Amid explosions, the enraged leader charges ahead and urges the others to keep attacking. A swordsman releases a blinding green slash directly at the monstrous foe. Meanwhile, a lone fighter rushes the massive beast, surrounded by crackling green energy. Despite deep wounds and poison, the armored beast staggers onward instead of falling. Soon, the armored beast resists the venom and stands firm against the looming attacker. A massive fist hurtles toward the figure in green, who braces to evade the attack. With a fierce grin, the warrior unleashes a devastating surge of green energy, signaling the 36th strike. The ferocious adversary unleashes a barrage of poison-infused slashes, filling the air with explosive energy. The massive creature recoils as a surge of green energy strikes without warning. The grinning assailant boasts about a dangerous blade capable of unleashing a poison explosion after striking 36 times. The swordsman braces as the armored beast unleashes a stronger attack. An attacker drops from above, striking the unprepared creature hard. A furious beast unleashes a poison explosion that paralyzes its opponent and shifts the momentum of the battle. The victorious fighter approaches the wounded monster to finish it. A heavy sword strike bounces off the defender's shield, sending sparks flying. The aggressor lunges, driving his blade toward the scrambling defender. The bandaged beast clenches her fist, admitting the other's superiority. Meanwhile, the smug challenger taunts, claiming power beyond mere strength. An orange limb suddenly yanks something free, startling a nearby watcher. The boaster reveals a vial made from a slain speed-type's blood. However, the large beast admits her slowness as the armed foe nears. A gloved warrior deflects incoming bullets, shattering them midair. The brute declares she now wields both great strength and speed. Finally, the beastly warrior releases a devastating wave of devouring power. The enraged attacker charges, swinging her massive axe in another assault.